Han Dong, a once formidable veteran on the battlefield, returns to the bustling city, expecting the dawn of a mundane life. Instead, he finds himself relegated to the role of a son-in-law, looked down upon by the Xia family. His coldly beautiful wife regards him with indifference, while his mother-in-law frequently challenges him. Yet, amidst this seemingly frigid household, a flicker of warmth begins to blossom. Through the trials of daily life and mutual support, Han Dong's relationship with his wife gradually transforms. Concurrently, external temptations and ambiguous flirtations emerge. How can he remain steadfast within his heart and navigate this labyrinth of emotions to compose a poignant urban love story? Chapter 1. The Intoxicated Bride. Get away, don't touch me. Han Dong's hand was shaken off, and he frowned at the swaying figure before him. This was his newlywed wife, Xia Meng, who had indulged excessively at the banquet, and now even walking posed a challenge for her. Seeing her inebriated state, flaunting her lofty demeanor, Han Dong couldn't help but curse internally. Cursing aside, when she stumbled to the ground, he hurriedly rushed to assist her. Xia Meng still retained some semblance of awareness, struggling as she slurred, Han Dong, stay away from me. I detest people like you who have no bottom line for money just for a few coins. You're willing to be Olivian's son-in-law. If it weren't for my father's coercion, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. How infuriating. Even in her drunkenness, she didn't forget to belittle him. Xia Meng was slight, probably weighing no more than 100 pounds. Cradling her felt as if he was holding a delicate wisp. Han Dong's breath quickened. He had agreed to become Olivian's son-in-law for two reasons: to repay a debt of gratitude and, more significantly, because he was captivated by Xia Meng. His wife was renowned as one of Dongyang's most beautiful women, with suitors aplenty. The term rich and beautiful hardly does her justice. She possessed long, exquisite legs and features delicately sculpted like the finest art. Her skin, fair as snow, radiated beauty even without cosmetics. Moreover, she was affluent, driving a striking red BMW R8 to work each day, a truly dazzling sight. To marry such a woman seemed a privilege. In truth, however, after obtaining their marriage certificate, he hadn't even touched her hand. It wasn't that he didn't wish to. But whenever he felt his heart stir with desire, Xia Meng transformed into a ferocious tigress, deriding him as a toad aspiring for a swan, or, worse, resorting to physical aggression. Coupled with his position as Olivian's son-in-law, he felt diminished before her, leading him to endure, hoping for a day when his desires might be fulfilled. Han Dong, why did you agree to marry me? Knowing I liked someone else at that moment, Xia Meng began to mumble drunkenly once more. Han Dong felt a pang in his chest. How was he to know she favored another? If anything, he had only just learned it today. During the banquet, she had spotted a man in a tailored suit, exuding an air of sophistication, and had begun to drink recklessly. Frustrated, he noticed her soft breathing as she fell asleep in his arms. With a sigh, he awkwardly opened the car door and placed her in the back seat, heading towards the hotel. Upon arriving at the room, he laid Xia Meng on the bed, having broken into a sweat from the exertion. Though he was no paragon of virtue, he abhorred taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. He discreetly pinched his thigh, the sharp pain jolting him back to some clarity. Just as he intended to return to his own room for rest, Xia Meng unexpectedly grasped his arm. Don't go. Han Dong thought she had a moment of realization, but before he could feel warmth in his heart, she murmured, Yuping, don't leave me. Yuping? Xiao Yuping, the young entrepreneur recently featured on the Donyang Economic Channel. The very man Xia Meng had seen at the banquet, an impressive individual, even from a male perspective. He was charming and successful, a type that few women could resist. However, Xia Meng was his wife now. Han Dong felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. Suppressing the tumultuous anger within, he replied with a strained voice, I'm not going anywhere. Xia Meng, seemingly finding strength from somewhere, began to weep, clinging to Han Dong, or rather, to the illusion of Xiao Yuping. My father dotes on me if I plead with him. He'll surely agree to us being together. I married someone only because I was forced. You must believe, my heart has always belonged to you. Don't you want me? I promise, he'll do anything. Han Dong felt a mix of humiliation and fury. Suddenly, a surge of resentment arose within him. While she was free to express her disdain, why should he continue to suppress his feelings? If Xia Meng didn't value him, why should he remain at her mercy? In that moment, amidst the chaos of emotions, he acted impulsively. After what felt like an eternity, silence descended. Xia Meng regained a sliver of consciousness, but was too disoriented to resist the seemingly 25-year-old Han Dong. Eventually, she acquiesced. Han Dong gazed at the sleeping Xia Meng, noticing the tear stains on her cheeks. He was lost in thought. Her flawless visage, a marvel of nature, stirred a tumult of emotions within him: heartache, guilt, yet not a trace of regret. He never regretted his actions. Xiao Ming awoke to the jarring sound of the alarm clock. Above her was the familiar chandelier, and she found herself in the same hotel room she had occupied for several days. She had come to Linen City for a business trip from Donyang City, initially reluctant to bring her husband, Han Dong, but eventually relented after her father's persistent requests. She recalled attending her cousin's wedding in Linen City the previous night, where she fortuitously encountered her long-absent ex-boyfriend, Chiu Yuping, and then. This was no dream, especially upon seeing Han Dong still asleep beside her. Feeling as if jolted by electricity, she instinctively recoiled, her hands trembling, her complexion shifting. Despite her enduring love for Chiu Yuping, she had always maintained her boundaries. And now, even though this man was her husband, her tumultuous thoughts overwhelmed her. Without a second thought, she delivered a forceful kick to the still sleeping man. Her plan had been to concoct an excuse to divorce Han Dong later and rekindle her romance with Chiu Yuping, believing he would understand her situation. But now, in his deep slumber, Han Dong was abruptly sent tumbling off the hotel bed. The fall was jarring, and he scraped his arm against the wooden floor. Awakened by the sudden kick, Han Dong realized what had transpired. He felt guilty. Fully aware of his wife's formidable nature, trained in martial arts and possessing a frosty demeanor, she was domineering and assertive. Given the current predicament, he could only imagine how she would respond. Ignoring the pain, Han Dong quickly rose from the floor and stole a glance at Xiao Ming. She was huddled at the foot of the bed, her face pale, her eyes filled with a chilling hatred. Chapter 2. A Violent Collision. Apologies. Xiao Ming remained silent, her gaze fixed intensely on Han Dong, sending chills down his spine. Women can be terrifying, and Han Dong was acutely aware of this. A significant reason he chose to retire from the military at the peak of his career was due to entanglements with a formidable woman. That, yesterday you were drunk and insisted on not letting me leave. I'm just an ordinary man. It's understandable, right? Han Dong attempted to justify himself, contemplating an escape. Yet, he heard Xiao Ming's voice suddenly soften. Wait, I have something to say to you. What do you want to say? He was about to turn back to inquire when an ominous feeling washed over him. Startled, he turned around just in time to see a glass cup approaching him rapidly, accompanied by the sound of rushing air. Bang! The cup struck his forehead squarely, plunging him into darkness as liquid trickled down the side of his face. Uncertain whether it was remnants of water or blood, Xiao Ming was not finished with him. She swiftly delivered a kick aimed at his groin, exclaiming, "You bastard! I will kill you." Her kick was fierce and swift, a testament to her professional training in martial arts. Han Dong, sensing the impending danger, instinctively ducked and seized her slender ankle. Without the time to appreciate the chill of her skin, Xiao Ming retaliated with a slap aimed at his face. Her reflexes were remarkably quick, rendering ordinary men inconsequential in her presence. Unfortunately for her, she was up against Han Dong. He shifted slightly, entered her striking range, and with a firm motion, pinned her down onto the bed. Xiao Ming struggled violently, twisting like a warrior. Yet her legs and arms were firmly restrained by Han Dong's grip, unable to match his strength. In a moment of desperation, she raised her head to bite his shoulder, teeth being her last remaining weapon. As Han Dong focused on subduing her, he instinctively pressed his forehead against hers, their lips meeting in an unintentional kiss. The sensation was akin to mint and orchid, awakening something primal within Han Dong. In her fear, Xiao Ming forgot to react, oblivious to the fact that a firm bite could compel him to retreat. Instead, she felt the man's fervor and the overwhelming pressure, which momentarily dulled her instinct to resist, echoing some obscure feelings from the previous night. You dare! Xiao Ming, the formidable president of Jinwei Transportation, accustomed to managing unruly veterans, found her usual dominance utterly faltering in this moment. Han Dong, lost in the heat of the encounter, let his hands wander over her skin, as if caressing the finest silk. As her body gradually softened, he mistook it for capitulation, eager to seize the opportunity. Only when he felt a cold liquid against his face did he snap back to reality, realizing he was clutching a beautiful serpent. He quickly released Xiao Ming. Last night, under the influence of inebriation, he could hardly grasp the profound impact of a woman's tears. Now, however, his heart felt as if it were trembling. What was he doing? When had Han Dong ever needed to resort to such measures to win a woman's affection? Xiao Ming bit down hard on her teeth. adjusting the shoulder strap that Han Dong had pulled down, her voice emerging as if it were forcibly extracted from her throat. You can await your imprisonment. I shall sue you. I will see you brought to ruin. Han Dong's thoughts gradually calmed. Yet the emotions of being belittled and oppressed by this woman since their marriage surged within him. Sue me? Xia Meng, you truly have the audacity to utter such words. Since the moment I crossed the threshold of your Xia family, has anyone ever shown me respect? Even the family dog receives a monthly expenditure of 2,000 to 3,000. As for me, I cannot even afford to buy something decent to bring back to my father. Xia Meng retorted, the money belongs to the Xia family. Why should you benefit from it? If my mother chooses to lavish her spending on pets, that is her prerogative. You ought to first repay the 600,000 you owe my family. Han Dong inhaled deeply. I wish to repay it, but do you grant me the opportunity? From the moment of our marriage, I was assigned to work at the Xia family's Zhenwei group with a salary that never materialized, and I was forbidden from resigning or pursuing other endeavors. They have bound me to the Xia family, ensuring I remain perpetually dependent on them, unable to lift my head in dignity. Yes, that 600,000 saved my father's life. So what? That is a matter of familial bonds. So do not keep throwing in my face. Try uttering another curse word. I dare you. Xia Meng, furious and humiliated, clenched her fists. Han Dong had never had the chance to express such thoughts, but once he began, he could not restrain himself. And you, Xia Meng, you're now my wife. Yet before engaging with me, you still called out your ex-boyfriend's name. More importantly, the buttons from a new shirt I bought just yesterday were torn off by you. How desperate must you be for the attention of others? Han Dong, you are utterly shameless. The recollection of last night's events flushed Xia Meng's face and eyes crimson. Han Dong scoffed, shameless? I never once begged your father to accept me as a son-in-law. He approached me first, wielding his favors as leverage. Xia Meng could no longer discern Han Dong's words. Her thoughts drifted back to the wedding banquet of the previous night. Xiao Yuping, a person she had not seen for at least 2 years, had resurfaced just as she was on the verge of moving on. Where had he been all this time? Had he shown a modicum of courage to stand by her side against her father, Xiao Longjiang? She would not have found herself wed to a man she did not love. No, she had to see him to inquire directly. Why? Why had he vanished without a trace for 2 years? Why had their years of college romance ended with not even a farewell? Remembering her state before the intoxication, she quickly rummaged through her bedside handbag. Inside lay a business card, quietly resting, one that Xiao Yuping had slipped to her as he passed by. Han Dong remained unaware of her search, his own desire to leave overshadowing any interest in lingering. Just as he opened the door, Xia Meng's secretary, Huang Li, was startled and quickly stepped aside. Han. She usually addresses Han Dong casually, yet now finds herself at a loss for how to refer to him. Neither Xia Meng nor Han Dong has ever spoken of their relationship within the company, and Huang Li would never suspect that Han Dong is actually the husband of General Manager Xia. How could a remarkable woman be linked to an ordinary security guard? Yet the improbable is indeed true. Having lingered at the entrance for a while to report on work matters, she has grasped the situation entirely. As Han Dong departs, she timidly knocks on the door. Xia Meng does not invite her in, but awkwardly opens the door and inquires, "What is it?" Her voice, as always, is cold, making Huang Li feel as if she were walking on thin ice. Manager Xia, Mr. Zhang from Hengyuan Group has agreed to meet, and the location is set at the Deep Blue Tea restaurant. Xia Meng acknowledges this with a nod and promptly turns to close the door again. Her visit to Linen for her cousin's wedding is merely incidental. Her primary objective is to forge a partnership with local security firms. However, Zhenwei Group is not particularly large in Danyang City, and despite numerous phone calls, only a handful have agreed to meet. The fact that Zhang Jianxi, the chairman of Hengyuan Security, has personally consented to meet her is quite unexpected for Xia Meng. Who is Zhang Jianxi? He is a prominent figure in Linen City, and his Hengyuan Group's business extends beyond security to real estate, catering, and investments, all flourishing. His personal wealth surpassed 6 billion yuan 3 years ago. Such a person is typically beyond Xia Meng's reach, and she never imagined he would take the time to meet her rather than send a subordinate to handle the matter. The agreed meeting time is noon, and as it approaches 10 o'clock, Xia Meng instructs Huang Li to prepare the car. She wishes to make a positive impression and does not dare to be negligent. Zhang Jianxi is a highly esteemed client in her eyes. Han Dong, hearing footsteps outside, opens the door and asks what is happening. Huang Li begins to respond, but is silenced by Xia Meng's cold glare. Han Dong, disregarding the circumstances, casually puts on a shirt and follows behind the two women. Within the Xia family, if there is one person who commands Han Dong's affection and respect, it is his father-in-law, Xiaolongjiang. Before departing, Xiaolongjiang had earnestly advised him that linen is not very safe and that Xiaoming, being a woman, is particularly vulnerable, urging him to take care of her. Han Dong, having learned the importance of keeping one's word during his 7 years of military service, is determined to honor his promise of staying by his father-in-law's side. In the car, Xiaoming glances coldly at Han Dong through the rearview mirror. At 25 years old, he is not unattractive. On the contrary, he possesses a certain charm, particularly his eyes, which conceal depths that sometimes elude Xiaoming's understanding. Currently, his forehead is simply bandaged, a testament to the force of the glass he had encountered, and he appears somewhat fatigued. Were it not for the events of the previous night, she would hold no prejudice against Han Dong. Dislike aside, one cannot deny that having reached the stage of marriage, she does not entirely reject him. She and Han Dong have known each other since childhood, but as their life circumstances diverged, they lost touch. This morning, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the terrifying and grotesque tattoo on his back. At that moment, her emotions were stirred, and she did not dwell on it. In retrospect, it strikes her as exceedingly peculiar. What kind of normal person would choose to ink a snake-like tattoo that coils ominously across their back, evoking a visceral sense of dread? Particularly given the stark contrast between Han Dong's usual demeanor and that tattoo. Unbeknownst to her, Han Dong occasionally stole glances at Xiaoming. She had changed into a fitted dress and a white blouse, with the top button undone, subtly revealing a hint of her neckline, which distracted him irresistibly. While nature often bestows a beautiful face upon a woman without granting her the corresponding figure or grace, Xiaoming is a fortunate exception. Apart from his temper, Han Dong finds no fault in her. True to her name, she embodies the dream of every ordinary man. Xiao Li, is it a left turn up ahead? Han Dong casually inquired of his secretary, Huang Li, as they approached a fork in the road. The girl, in her 20s, was not particularly stunning, but radiated a youthful vitality. Han Dong maintained a friendly rapport with her at the office, often engaging in playful banter. After learning that Han Dong was Xiaoming's husband, Huang Li's demeanor had subtly shifted. Yes, the deep blue tea house, right near Huayuan apartment, she replied. Indeed, that one. She then expressed surprise. Have you been a linen? Both she and Xiaoming found it somewhat odd. To their knowledge, Han Dong had been sent to the army by his father during his sophomore year of high school and had stayed there for 7 years. When could he have come to linen? Han Dong offered no explanation, simply turning the corner and driving straight ahead. Upon arriving at the tea house, after Han Dong parked the car, Xiaoming and Huang Li exited. Han Dong remained inside, bored with earbuds in. Just then his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered with a smile. What is up? The caller was Zheng Wenjue, one of his few good friends from Donyang, also a childhood companion, who still lived in the same neighborhood as Han Dong's father. Brother Dong, I heard from Uncle that you were on a business trip. That's right. I'm in linen. When will you be back? Han Dong replied bluntly, spit it out. Zheng Wenjue chuckled. I was just thinking of you, Brother Dong. After the jest, he sincerely conveyed his purpose. A few friends were embarking on a small business venture and wanted to know if Han Dong was interested in investing. Han Dong retorted, I'm so broke that I've sold my house. You know that. Where'd I find the money? As they conversed, Han Dong noticed a Mercedes-Benz 600 parked a short distance away. A figure resembling his secretary exited first, respectfully opening the door for a middle-aged man who followed. The man was clad in dress pants and a crisp white shirt, his shoes gleaming. Bald, he appeared to be around 40, with a prominent scar across his face, and his stocky build was accentuated by small, round eyes filled with a menacing glint. Through Han Dong's discerning gaze, he assessed the man before him, noting the sinister countenance that suggested a nefarious character. Upon entering the tea restaurant, the individual made a beeline for the table occupied by Xiaoming, clearly the client she was scheduled to meet. Xiaoming regarded the middle-aged man who approached her with a hint of hesitation. Mr. Zhang? She could hardly fathom that the chairman of Hengyuan would present himself in such a manner. Had he shed his suit for a more casual ensemble, she might have mistaken him for a rogue. In stark contrast to her impression, Zhang Jianxi had been to Donyang and was familiar with Xiaoming's name. Thus, when his secretary informed him that Xiaoming wished to discuss business, he promptly rescheduled his commitments to accommodate her. He was secretly captivated by her beauty and poise. Finding the rumors he had heard to be utterly true, Xiaoming was indeed a rare and exquisite beauty. His smile became somewhat more intimate as he extended his hand, saying, Miss Xia, I apologize for the wait. Once Xia Meng confirmed his identity, she quickly composed herself, rising to shake his hand with a smile. I have heard much about you, Mr. Zhang. I must admit, I didn't expect you to be so young. Zhang Jianxi felt as though he were grasping a delicate, water-like entity. The softness of her touch made him reluctant to release her hand, and he hesitated to sit down, forcing a smile that revealed a set of somewhat unsightly, yellowed teeth, while the muscles in his face contorted into an unsettling semblance of fierceness. Struggling to withdraw her hand, Xia Meng summoned the waiter, asking, Mr. Zhang, would you like to order something? Zhang Jianxi's gaze was intense as he took his time to respond. Ms. Xia, please don't trouble yourself. I am not hungry. Xia Meng averted her gaze, sensing that their conversation might not unfold smoothly. Being a woman, she was particularly attuned to the intentions of certain men. Zhang Jianxi's gaze felt as though it were devouring her. After ordering a few snacks and a pot of tea, Xia Meng casually poured some into Zhang Jianxi's cup, smiling as she offered, Mr. Zhang, please try the tea and let me know if it suits your taste. Zhang Jianxi leaned back slightly, lighting a cigarette. Xiao Xia, my secretary provided me with a brief overview of your company's matters, and this seems quite manageable for me. A wave of relief washed over Xia Meng as she replied, Mr. Zhang, allow me to explain the situation. Jinwei currently employs a team of highly professional bodyguards and security personnel, and we seek your assistance in temporarily accommodating approximately 500 individuals. This initial collaboration would pave the way for a long-term employee renewal contract with Hengyuan. To Zhang Jianxi, this was a trivial matter. A simple phone call could arrange for the placement of hundreds of personnel, and Hengyuan would benefit financially in the process. However, it was akin to a lion presented with a morsel of meat no larger than a palm. While it could easily consume it, abstaining would bear no consequence. Moreover, after meeting Xia Meng, Zhang Jianxi's interest had shifted entirely from business to the individual before him. He interrupted Xia Meng's introduction and turned to Huang Li, saying, Little secretary, I have a few words I wish to discuss privately with General Manager Xia. Could you kindly step out for a moment? Although he seemed to be seeking Huang Li's consent, there was no room for negotiation in his tone. Huang Li, who was busy rummaging through her prepared materials to supplement Xia Meng's unfinished remarks, paused in surprise upon hearing him and quickly rose to leave. Once it was just the two of them, Zhang Jianxi adjusted himself into a comfortably relaxed posture. General Manager Xia, given the current scale of Jinwei, these few hundred individuals must pose quite a challenge. Wouldn't you agree? Xia Meng hesitated for a moment and candidly replied, You see through it well. Indeed it is so. Zhang Jianxi extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and, seemingly casually, remarked while his gaze fell upon Xia Meng's hands resting on the table. May I inquire how you maintain your hands so beautifully? Xia Meng was taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation from business to her hands, and she forced a smile, saying, You certainly have a way with humor. Zhang Jianxi, appearing contemplative, raised his wrist to check the time. I have another meeting to attend shortly, General Manager Xia. How about we discuss this further tonight at the Huading Hotel? The Chinese restaurant there is quite good. If Xia Meng were any less perceptive, she might have remained oblivious to Zhang Jianxi's intentions. Deep down, she felt powerless, Mr. Zhang. I would want to take up too much of your time. Zhang Jianxi stood up, his smile unabashedly brazen. Not at all. It won't take any time at all. Chapter 4. The Despicable Zhang Jianxi. Xia Meng was unaware of the true nature of Zhang Jianxi. Years ago, he was nothing short of a petty thug, and even now, he still had connections with unsavory individuals. His most notable trait was his lecherousness, well known in Linen City. A frequent patron of various nightlife venues, reveling in the company of women. Encountering such an unusual character while trying to conduct business inevitably meant that some price would need to be paid to reach an agreement. Of course, had it been another salesperson, Zhang Jianxi might not have even entertained their presence. After all, Hengyuan is currently valued in the billions. Even Jinwei Security Group holds no bargaining power against him, let alone Jinwei Group itself. As she stepped outside, the sun still shone brilliantly, yet her steps felt as heavy as if laden with lead. The lack of rest from the previous night, coupled with her uncertainty about Jinwei's future, weighed heavily on her mind. Growing up amidst praise for her looks and abilities, she had always believed herself to be exceptionally talented. After graduating from one of the most prestigious business schools in the United States, Xia Meng had envisioned how she would make her mark and develop her family business. Unfortunately, upon entering the professional world, she realized that reality was far removed from her dreams. In this era, Conducting business in a straightforward manner proved to be an uphill battle. This realization shattered her confidence completely. Inside the car, Huang Li was engaged in light conversation with Han Dong about Zhang Jinshi's peculiarities. Han Dong, you have no idea. The way he looks at General Manager Xia is certainly not a good sign. As she spoke, she halted her chatter as Xiao Meng approached. With a decisive slam of the door as she entered the vehicle, Xiao Meng instructed, back to the hotel. Han Dong covertly cast a glance at her. Having discerned from Huang Li's words that Xiao Meng's hope of relying on Zhang Jianxi to resolve the company's predicament was utterly unrealistic, unless, of course, she was willing to spend a night or several with him. The thought of such a possibility left Han Dong speechless. The situation with her ex-boyfriend Qiu Yuping was still unclear, and now there was the more formidable Zhang Jianxi to contend with. No, he absolutely could not wear that green hat. Xiao Meng, the current issue facing the company lies with the idle security personnel. I believe we could arrange for them to be settled in Danyang, even if it means incurring some losses, Han Dong suggested. Xiao Meng, seething with anger and having no outlet for it, interrupted him abruptly. What do you know? This is not a temporary fix. I came to Linen for the long-term benefit of the company. Han Dong retorted, why are you shouting at me? If you have such a temper, why not direct it at Zhang Jianxi? That clumsy oaf could be dealt with by a mere slap. Unwilling to engage in a quarrel, especially in front of Huang Li, Xiao Meng chose to ignore Han Dong, whose mere presence drove her to madness. As they passed a pharmacy, she motioned for him to stop the car. Han Dong's thoughts shifted as he recalled something. They had not taken any precautions the previous night. It was likely that she was concerned about a potential pregnancy. His assumption was correct, as Xiao Meng indeed worried about this matter. Upon entering the pharmacy, she moved furtively, pretending to browse among the customers. She had no idea how to broach the subject or what medicine to purchase. Noticing her, a pharmacy employee approached respectfully. Miss, what medication are you looking for? Xiao Meng glanced around to ensure no one was watching and whispered, I can't seem to find the words. She quickly altered her response. I'm just browsing. At that moment, another voice chimed in from behind. Do you have any emergency contraceptives? She turned around abruptly, her face alternating between crimson and pale. How dare that insufferable Han Dong follow her, shamelessly asking such a question? Moreover, how did he know she intended to buy contraceptives? What seemed like a complicated situation was, in fact, quite simple. The pharmacy employee, after a brief inquiry, retrieved a box and handed it to Han Dong to take to the front counter for payment. A moment later, after Han Dong had paid and without casting a glance in her direction, he tucked the medication into his pocket and exited the pharmacy. Xiao Meng hastily followed him outside, unceremoniously. Han Dong smiled and handed her the medication. She swiftly stowed it in her handbag and headed straight toward the car. As she passed Han Dong, she inadvertently stepped on his foot with her high heel. His expression changed slightly. How could she repay his kindness with such disregard? The unexpected pain made it difficult for him to walk for a moment. How could that wretched woman's heel be so sharp? Upon arriving at the hotel, Han Dong limped back to his room. After removing his shoes, he discovered a bruise forming on his foot. Today was proving to be exceedingly unlucky. The lack of rest from the previous night had now caught up with him, and he felt weary. After a quick shower, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a restless slumber, plagued by nightmarish visions that unfolded like frames of a film. At times, the scenes of comrades sacrificing their lives would flash before him. At other moments, he would envision himself under the threat of a gun to his head while executing an undercover mission. Life and death were mere trifles in the dreams of Han Dong. Abruptly, he sat up, weariness etched on his face, his eyes vacant, only then realizing that dusk had settled outside. He sighed, having believed that all burdens would be lifted after retirement. It was only now that he recognized how naive he had been. The tattoos imprinted in his memory would likely accompany him throughout his life. Feeling a pang of hunger, he stepped outside in search of sustenance and passed by Xiao Meng's door. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to knock. Darling, have you eaten? There was no response, suggesting she might not be home. Puzzled by where Xiao Meng could be at such a late hour, he instinctively called her secretary, Huang Li. Upon learning that Huang Li and Xiao Meng were at the Huading Hotel, he couldn't help but exclaim, what are they doing there? Why didn't they call me? Mister, Zhang isn't letting Han Dong in. You need to hurry over. Something feels off. Huang Li's voice was low and tinged with panic. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Dong dashed down the stairs, not even bothering to change his shoes. He hailed a taxi and made his way to the Huading Hotel. It dawned on him that it was likely Zhang Jianxi who had summoned Xiao Meng. Given that woman's relentless nature, even if she sensed something amiss, she would probably hold onto a sliver of hope. But Han Dong was a man. He would entertain no such notions of chance. Regardless of whether Xiao Ming intended to yield to Zhang Jianxi, he was her husband, and such occurrences were absolutely intolerable to him. The Huading Hotel was not far from his own lodging. He arrived in about 5 minutes. At first glance, he spotted Xiao Ming's red BMW 8, with only Huang Li inside. Approaching, he knocked on the window, and, as the glass lowered, he hastily inquired, "What is going on?" "I don't know. It's been nearly an hour, and I can't get through to Xiao Ming." Huang Li's anxious expression suggested she saw Han Dong as her anchor. After pressing her for more details, he learned that Xiao Ming was in the Chinese restaurant, prompting him to hurry inside. However, upon entering, he found the restaurant nearly empty, with no sign of Xiao Ming. Realizing that this was troubling, it was evident that she was still within the hotel. If she wasn't on the first floor, where could she be? The upper floors were solely guest rooms. Could it be that she had already checked into a room with Zhang Jianxi? Cursing under his breath, Han Dong strode decisively to the elevator. Given Zhang Jianxi's status, if he were to book a room, it would likely be a presidential suite, typically located on the top floor or a tier or two below. Han Dong pressed the button for the 48th floor and began his search. Fortune smiled upon him, as he encountered a familiar face, the secretary who had opened the car door for Zhang Jianxi earlier that afternoon. Alongside him were two well-built men in suits, presumably bodyguards. The trio was engaged in a somewhat mysterious and ambiguous conversation. As Han Dong approached, he caught snippets of sensitive and crucial words. "Woman, drugging, Mr. Zhang video." Needed no mental effort to discern the situation. It was evident that Xiao Ming and Zhang Jianxi were in the room, and that the foolish woman had been unknowingly drugged. A surge of fury ignited within him, darkening his gaze. "Who are you?" A bodyguard, spotting the approaching Han Dong, stepped forward to obstruct him with a push. However, before he could make contact, Han Dong seized his wrist with a single hand. The overwhelming force caused the bodyguard's eyes to widen in shock, and he instinctively kicked out, exclaiming, "You bastard!" Yet, he could utter not a single word before he felt as if a train had collided with him, groaning as he stumbled backward, clutching his abdomen and crashing against the wall. The bodyguards in Zhang Jianxi's employ were no ordinary men. They had committed acts of murder. If they failed to recognize the malicious intent emanating from Han Dong, they would be foolish indeed. Another bodyguard, witnessing the scene, swiftly drew a dagger, instinctively assuming that Han Dong was an enemy of Zhang Jianxi. Unfortunately, before he could even aim the blade at Han Dong, he found himself clutching his throat, gasping for breath, unable to call out for help. Chapter 5. The Foolish Woman. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianxi was practically bursting with excitement. Since he laid eyes on Xiao Ming that afternoon, his thoughts had spiraled out of control like a wild stallion. Over the years, he had encountered many women, but none possessed the beauty and grace of Xiao Ming, a rarity indeed. Upon meeting her, he had never entertained the notion that she could slip from his grasp. Initially, he had no intention of using drugs. It was only after several tests, confirming that she was the type who would reject a polite invitation in favor of a more forceful approach, that he resorted to such measures. The drug was a potent sedative, brought back by a friend from abroad, akin to an enhanced version of sleeping pills. Just one would render a woman utterly intoxicated and in a state of confusion. Zhang Jianxi was no novice in these matters. He was exceptionally experienced. Thus, even in his urgency, he first set up a miniature camera. The unfolding of events was, in itself, a desperate thrill. Once everything was in place, he turned his attention to the completely unconscious Xiao Ming, whose face was flushed from the effects of the drug. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, captivating him entirely. Dressed in a flowing gown, her exposed calves appeared as delicate and radiant as jade, prompting Zhang Jianxi to involuntarily place his hand upon her, savoring the sensation. The touch was cool, smooth, and soft. Merely brushing against her skin caused his breath to quicken. His hand trembled slightly as he caressed her, mesmerized by the taut, youthful texture of her skin. Xiao Ming seemed to sense something, her legs awkwardly intertwining, and she unconsciously emitted a sound that resonated like ethereal music, shattering Zhang Jianxi's remaining rationality. He disregarded all else and lunged forward, his lips raining down like droplets of rain upon her face and neck. "My darling, my little treasure, tonight you belong to me." Xiao Ming was jolted awake by the unexpected weight pressing down on her. As she opened her eyes, she was confronted by a grotesque face looming before her. reeking of alcohol and other unpleasant odors, which sent her stomach churning. "What do you want?" Xiao Meng attempted to struggle, but her body felt utterly powerless. Even moving a finger proved to be a Herculean task. Having been drugged, she finally realized that the glass of juice she had consumed had been tampered with. Despite her numerous precautions, even refraining from alcohol, she had not anticipated Zhang Jianxi's audacity to such an extent. Overwhelmed by shame and fury, she found herself desiring death, yet unable to attain it. "Xia, you'll soon understand what I intend to do." Zhang Jianxi, his eyes aflame with a fierce desire, gazed intently at the exquisite visage before him, his hand lifting the hem of Xiao Meng's skirt. The delicate green lace, peeking from the depths of her attire, sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Xiao Meng, caught in a tempest of anger and despair, weakly resisted. Such futile defiance only served to heighten Zhang Jianxi's urgency. After several failed attempts to remove her skirt, he tore the shoulder strap cleanly away. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the entrance. Distracted and flustered, Zhang Jianxi bellowed, "Who dares to interrupt? I will end them." Although he held the title of chairman of a major corporation, his volatile temperament had remained unchanged over the years. Even if he had shown some restraint, the situation ignited his primal urge to kill. No sooner had the words left his lips than a resounding crash echoed through the room. As the door was forcefully kicked open, Zhang Jianxi beheld the newcomer, a youthful man, perhaps in his mid-20s, who was none other than Han Dong. "Do you even know whose room this is?" Zhang Jianxi, sensing the gravity of the situation, remained composed, yet brimming with latent fury, questioning how this intruder had gained entry while his bodyguards stood idly by. Han Dong paid him no heed, his gaze shifting to the disheveled Xiao Meng on the Grand Hotel bed, her eyes barely open, streaked with tears, a fleeting chill glinting in her gaze. Clenching his fists, he felt the crackle of tension in the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful blow. Zhang Jianxi attempted to evade, but the approaching fist was inescapable. With a sickening crunch, his nasal bone shattered. Zhang Jianxi let out a cry, momentarily stunned by the impact. Han Dong, fueled by an escalating rage, seized Zhang Jianxi by the collar, raining down punch after punch. He paid no heed to Zhang Jianxi's status. He only recognized him as a beast. The small camera had revealed the man's intentions, and Han Dong could hardly fathom the horror that would have unfolded had he arrived even half an hour later. Xiao Meng, with her proud spirit, would likely have lost the will to live after such an affront. It was uncertain how many blows were exchanged, but as Zhang Jianxi's cries grew faint and his form became limp, Han Dong finally ceased his assault. Behind him, two stunned bodyguards stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. They had never anticipated that Han Dong would dare to assault Zhang Jianxi directly, and the swiftness of the encounter rendered them incapable of intervening. "You," the guards stammered, but Han Dong ignored them, bending down to forcibly lift the incapacitated Zhang Jianxi. Despite Zhang Jianxi's considerable weight nearing 180 pounds, he felt as light as a feather in Han Dong's slender arms, challenging all expectations of strength emanating from such a lean physique. "What have you done to her?" Zhang Jianxi was engulfed by an atmosphere of terror that chilled him to the bone, instinctively responding, "It's a special sedative, harmless to the human body." Han Dongsong brusquely dismissed him, retrieving his phone and capturing several photographs of the room and the figure of Xiao Meng sprawled on the bed. Subsequently, he dragged the limp Zhang Jianxi out and emphatically shut the door, securing it with a lock. His intention was straightforward, to instill caution in Zhang Jianxi. The latter had committed an offense against Xiao Meng first, and Han's retaliatory action followed. No matter how influential a local figure like Zhang Jianxi might be, he would hesitate to act recklessly. Han Dongsong had no desire to escalate the situation. After all, this was Linen, not Dongyang. One could never predict the actions of someone so unorthodox. If Zhang Jianxi possessed any wisdom, he would seek to diffuse the tension and retreat amicably. Of course, should it come to a confrontation, Han Dongsong would not shy away. In his past military service, he had collaborated with the local police in Linen and had formed a rapport with an elder named Tan Jingyu. It was said that Tan had recently been promoted to the provincial department as the deputy director, overseeing criminal matters. Han Dongsong did not expect Tan Jingyu to assist him in exerting pressure, but with such a connection, Zhang Jianxi's attempts to distort the truth would be nothing more than a fool's errand. Outside, Zhang Jianxi, bloodied and disheveled, was helped up from the ground. "Director Zhang, should we go to the hospital?" "Do not worry. I've already called for assistance. That young man cannot leave the hotel. At that moment, the bodyguards were the most anxious, fearing Zhang Jianxi would blame them for their perceived incompetence. You useless scoundrels, Zhang Jianxi muttered, his lips numb and words slurred. His pent-up fury finding an outlet as he kicked one of the bodyguards repeatedly. He was an astute individual. Had he been less intelligent, he would not have ascended from a petty thug to his current stature. The young man had taken photographs and recorded audio. Should he escalate the situation, it would only be detrimental to him. Uncertain of the young man's identity, it was clear from his methods and traces that he was no ordinary adversary. Revenge could wait. There would be ample time for that in the future, but today was not the day. At that moment, the head of security, Lu Heng, hurriedly arrived, and soon about 20 individuals gathered in the corridor. Zhang Jianxi had stakes in the hotel, and all security personnel were provided by his company. In other words, Zhang Jianxi was the master of these guards. Now that their master was in trouble, it was their time to demonstrate loyalty. Zhang Jianxi grew increasingly agitated, and with the last vestiges of his composure, he waved them off. Get the hell out of here. Do not call the police. Xiao Meng had yet to recover from the emotional upheaval, her eyes still reflecting fear. Just moments ago, she had felt a profound sense of detachment from life. The emotional turmoil surged within her, and the tears she had just managed to hold back fell silently. Throughout her life, everything had gone smoothly, yet in the brief span of days spent in Linen, she had encountered unimaginable events. Han Dongsong had never witnessed her in such a state, filled with concern. He quickly approached the bedside. It's all right. Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze inevitably became fixed. Her dress was torn beyond recognition, her perfect figure partially concealed, exuding a unique feminine allure. The fragrance and that dazzling whiteness captivated Han Dongsong's thoughts. You still looking? Xiao Meng observed the vacant stare in his eyes, clearly aware of his thoughts. As tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice was as frigid as ice. Han Dong was ensnared in his own reverie. Yet the woman's feeble voice struck his mind like a heavy hammer. He quickly regained his composure, draping a light blanket over Xiao Meng and gently helping her to sit up. During this process, the blanket slipped several times, and he feared that Xiao Meng might suspect his intentions were insincere. The simplicity of the task was proving to be quite a challenge for him. Xiao Meng had no desire to rely on Han Dong. She lacked even the strength to move her fingers. She found herself trapped, unable to walk or exit, struggling even with the trivial task of adjusting her clothing. Turn around, she commanded impatiently upon noticing him standing there in a daze. Han Dong complied, turning his back to her. Previously, when Xiao Meng had asked him to turn away, she had stealthily attacked him with a glass. Having learned from that experience, he felt no inclination to refuse her request this time, as she was evidently too weak to pose a threat. Besides, he had saved her. That surely earned him some heroic merit. According to the narrative arcs of television dramas, Xiao Meng ought to develop a fondness for him, lost in such fanciful thoughts. The sounds emanating from behind him synchronized with his heartbeat, as if some irresistible force compelled him to turn around. He desperately suppressed this urge, managing to hold himself back. Ever since their childhood encounters, she had always been his Achilles heel. Han Dong vividly recalled their first meeting, Xiao Meng with her hair tied into a small ponytail, her lips rosy and teeth pearly white. Though young, her voice was clear and articulate. He had found her extraordinarily beautiful, too intimidated to engage her in conversation. At that time, Han Dong was a rebellious figure, a leader among the neighborhood children, unafraid of anything but the piercing gaze of Xiao Meng, which radiated pride akin to that of a peacock. This fear was instinctive. It was as if nature had decreed that he was destined to falter in her presence. Time passed, perhaps 10 minutes, or even what felt like a century, or maybe the effects of the medication were finally waning. The commotion behind him grew louder. Xiao Meng seemed to have gathered herself and was preparing to rise. He heard her gasp and swiftly turned around, catching her just as her feet barely touched the ground, preventing her from falling. By sheer coincidence, his arm brushed against her underarm, his skin meeting the soft warmth beneath her layers of clothing, triggering an instinctive reaction. Xiao Meng, under the influence of the medication, felt her senses magnified, exclaiming, "Are you trying to kill me?" Han Dong, as if shocked, released her, and she nearly toppled back onto the bed. I'm sorry, she said helplessly. Come here, help me. Finally steadying himself, Han Dong cautiously grasped her arm with his right hand, and together they ambled toward the door. Upon exiting, they found that Zhang Jianxi and his group had already departed. leaving the corridor eerily silent. The quiet atmosphere prompted Han Dong to vent his frustrations. You should have been more careful today. If something had happened, how would I explain it to my father? Xiaoming lifted her eyelids slightly. Why did you take a picture earlier? I was worried that Zhang Jianxi would retaliate after being beaten. I wanted to keep evidence, so he wouldn't dare act recklessly. Xiaoming scoffed mockingly. Are you afraid Zhang Jianxi will cause you trouble? Send me those photos and recordings later. Han Dong discerned her intent and quickly replied, don't report it. It won't do any good. The recordings and photographs cannot serve as direct evidence. If he insists that you climbed into his bed willingly for the sake of collaborating with Heng Yuan, the police will be powerless. Xiaoming grew agitated. I refuse to believe he can dominate Linen. Han Dong muttered, if you pursue him, he will certainly retaliate by bringing up my actions today. What did you say? Nothing. I merely suggested we return to Danyang tomorrow. Deep down, Xiaoming recognized the truth in Han Dong's words. Even if she reported him, Zhang Jianxi would remain unscathed. Yet, she could not resign herself to this outcome. The journey outside was filled with silence, but as the wind blew, Xiaoming's spirits lifted slightly. As they settled into the car, Huangli had just started the engine when a phone call interrupted, the crisp ringtone echoing within the vehicle. Han Dong noticed a fleeting hesitation in Xiaoming through the rearview mirror. The caller ID bore no notable information. He felt an uneasy sensation and turned to ask, why aren't you answering? Xiaoming retorted, what does it matter to you if I answer the phone? Is it Qiu Yuping? She remained unperturbed. So what if it is? Han Dong was rendered speechless by her defiance, perceiving that a man in his position was akin to a turtle retreating into its shell. His wife was contacting her ex-boyfriend behind his back, and he felt utterly powerless. A man's intuition is often remarkably accurate. After their passionate encounter, Han Dong sensed that Xiaoming had made a significant decision, possibly regarding the continuation of their marriage. Chapter 7. Tattoos. In the hospital, Zhang Jianxi's nasal bridge had just undergone surgical correction, leaving his face grotesquely swollen. One of his subordinates rushed in, whispering the results of an investigation into Han Dong. His identity was revealed as Xiaoming's husband, a son-in-law from a military family, recently discharged from service. This was unremarkable. However, what was unusual was that director son of the Linen Police Bureau mentioned that Tan Jingyu had inquired about the matter. Tan Jingyu was no ordinary individual. He had gained notoriety in Linen years ago as a celebrated drug enforcement hero, often regarded as the spokesperson for the local police. His current position was extraordinarily influential, a person Zhang Jianxi would have no opportunity to meet under normal circumstances. Rationally, he believed he should temporarily set this matter aside and refrain from provoking Han Dong further. Yet, the excruciating pain in his nose left him feeling irritable and in need of an outlet. After a moment of contemplation, a scheme began to take shape. Jinwei's primary business revolved around banking, maintaining a close partnership with Taifeng Bank in Danyang. Just 2 days prior, he had dined with the regional manager of Taifeng Bank in Linen, confident that his word would command respect. By exerting pressure from the regional head of a provincial capital on the Danyang branch, he was convinced that Emir Jinwei could be easily manipulated. Consequently, Xiaoming would inevitably come to him seeking reconciliation. Despite the beating he had endured, his thoughts of Xiaoming had not dissipated. The more he pondered, the more he saw it as a multifaceted opportunity. Zhang Jianxi could not help but let out a cold, sinister chuckle. Han Dong did not place much importance on Zhang Jianxi. Upon returning to the hotel, he confirmed that Xiaoming was fine, took a shower, and prepared to rest. However, as he tossed and turned, sleep eluded him. Beyond the uncertainty of the future, he felt the weight of pressure stemming from Qiu Yuping, a person he had met only once. In comparison to Qiu Yuping, what did he possess? The latter was a billionaire, the head of a renowned technology group, affluent, charming, and of impeccable reputation. As for Han Dong, the total balance across all his bank cards barely exceeded 1,000 yuan. While managing alone was one thing. The situation was exacerbated by his father's ongoing recovery, which required regular hospital visits and various nutritional expenses. Unashamedly, Han Dong had given up smoking and drinking, avoided socializing, and rarely purchased new clothes. He walked to work and seldom had any disposable income each month. Whenever he had a little extra money, he sent it all to his father. However, saving money had never been an easy feat, and he had come to understand this truth deeply in recent times. The thought of his father brought a wave of guilt crashing over him. His father, Han Yueshan, had dreamed of seeing him excel in the military, even going so far as to seek connections regardless of his own pride. Han Dong understood his father's military aspirations, as his mother had passed away when he was very young, forcing his father to leave the service to care for him. His existence was a vessel for his father's hopes. Yet, the outcome was particularly disheartening. Han Dong had practically left the military in disgrace, failing to secure even a discharge allowance. With the days passing, the next day was yet again the day for Han Yueshan's hospital re-examination. Out of various concerns, his father hesitated to ask his son for money, and Han Dong would never allow him to do so. The stark reality was evident. Due to medical expenses, the two had sold their home and were now heavily in debt. His father could not go out to earn money, and without Han Dong providing financial support, who could his father turn to? A mere penny could thwart even the most valiant of heroes. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, sleep became even more elusive. He decided to sit up in bed and scroll through his phone contacts. He despised the notion of borrowing money, yet reality forced his hand. For his father's sake, what was pride worth? After several attempts, he dialed Zheng Wenjua's number. His time since discharge had been brief, and aside from friends from the military, Zheng Wenjua was the only one he had developed a close relationship with in Danyang City. Upon hearing Han Dong's intention, Zheng Wenjua responded with irritation, "Brother Dong, what are you talking about borrowing? If you keep being so polite, I'll truly be upset. Tomorrow, I'll come to your house and give your father some money. Just tell me how much you need." 3,000. But that seems excessive. My father will surely wonder where it came from. Zheng Wenjua casually agreed, then reiterated, "Brother Dong, I see you can't go on like this. Do you remember what I mentioned last time? When you return to Danyang, give me a call. I'll ask you for a small favor, and you can earn a little extra on the side. I can't quit my job right now. It's fine. Just endure a bit. Consider it part-time work." Han Dong knew he was deliberately saying this to spare his feelings, and he silently committed this kindness to memory. Just as he hung up the phone, a notification from WeChat chimed. Zheng Wenjua had quietly transferred several thousand yuan to him, accompanied by a message, "Brother Dong, stop pretending in front of your brother. I understand you, and you understand me. Return it whenever you are able." Han Dong, feeling resigned, clicked to confirm the payment and replied with a simple thank you. This was not the first time he had owed Zheng Wenjua upon returning to Danyang. He had rarely ventured out for leisure. Each time, it was Zheng Wenjua who forcibly dragged him along, and it was always Zheng who settled the bills. True friendship does not diminish in the face of poverty, nor forget in the presence of wealth. With the financial matter resolved, a significant burden lifted from his heart. Fatigue washed over him, and he finally succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Han Dong was awakened by the sound of knocking. Rubbing his eyes, he approached the door clad only in a tank top and shorts. It was Huang Li, who informed him that Xia Meng intended to return to Danyang immediately and urged him to prepare. Han Dong acknowledged her request and promised to freshen up. Given Xia Meng's encounter with Zhang Jianxi, it was understandable that she harbored a strong aversion to linen, prompting her eagerness to leave. "Brother Dong, what's that tattoo on your back?" Huang Li inquired, catching a glimpse of what appeared to be an animal's tail, possibly a tattoo, as Han Dong turned away. Han Dong yawned, not bothering to look back. "Guess," he replied playfully. Huang Li stamped her foot in frustration. "How am I supposed to guess?" Han Dong felt a fondness for this little secretary. She was innocent, kind-hearted, and enthusiastic. Smiling, he vaguely responded, "It's a qinglong, a design that appeals to all men." What else could it be? In truth, the tattoo was not a qinglong, but rather the menacing image of a cobra that Xia Meng had previously seen. The serpent's head was positioned below his left shoulder, the entire design intricately carved into his skin, a method of tattooing that most would dare not even contemplate, embedding itself 3 inches deep. This was a mark Han Dong had acquired 2 years prior while on an undercover mission abroad, initially intending to have it removed after retiring. But he had yet to find the time to do so. After freshening up, he found little to pack, just a few simple articles of clothing. He stuffed them into a bag and headed downstairs to purchase some breakfast. As he approached Xia Meng's door, he overheard her seemingly engaged in a heated phone conversation. "Zhang Jianxi, I came to discuss business with you in complete sincerity. If you look down upon a small enterprise like Zhenwei, you need not meet with me. Yet, you resort to such despicable tactics as drugging me," she said, her voice laced with suppressed fury. "Miss Xia, what are you talking about? Your only aim is to secure a long-term cooperation agreement with Heng Yuan. If you come to the hospital to discuss this, I am open to negotiation. Even if you add further conditions, Zhang Jianxi replied nonchalantly. I have lost interest in cooperation, Xiao Meng retorted sharply. Zhang Jianxi, with a casual demeanor, continued, we are friends. Ms. Xia, why be so heartless? It wouldn't be good for you if President Jiang of Typhone learned of your temper. Xiao Meng realized he referred to Jiang Tonglin, the general manager of Typhone Bank in Dongyang's 3rd district. What do you mean by that? Let me put it this way. With a word from me, all of Jinwei's collaborations with Typhone will cease. Do you believe that? Xiao Meng's pearly white teeth nearly ground together in fury. You can certainly try. Zhang Jianxi, with a knowing smile, concluded, the ball is in your court, Ms. Xia. Whether you come or not is entirely up to you. Also, please convey a message to your husband. Young man, temper your anger. It can easily backfire. Unable to absorb any more, Xiao Meng forcefully hung up the phone. For the first time, an unprecedented anger surged within her, leaving her to regret her dealings with Zhang Jianxi. The Doxkin plaster was generally ineffective. She had already relinquished any intention of collaboration, yet the other party clung stubbornly to their demands. Labeling him a rogue was an overstatement. Who did he think he was? Not only would she refuse to yield to such coercive tactics, but even if a gun were pointed at her head, Xiao Meng would remain resolute. Amidst her frustration, she heard Han Dong greeting someone outside. Chapter 8. The malicious quirks of a younger sister-in-law. Xiao Meng, akin to a powder keg, approached the door and impatiently exclaimed, What do you want? Breakfast. Han Dong was momentarily taken aback by her sudden outburst, then raised his arm in a gesture. I'll eat on my own. I have no appetite. In a manner akin to shooing away a beggar, she attempted to slam the door shut. Han Dong's temper flared. Eat it or not. It's your choice. What irked Xiao Meng the most was his apparent lack of capability, coupled with an inflated sense of indignation. She retorted sharply, I cannot accept your so-called kindness. Who knows if it's laced with something, just like Zhang Jianxi. With a swift motion, Han Dong released his grip on the breakfast, sending soy milk splattering, prompting Xiao Meng to dodge and exclaim, You're insane. Frustration welled within Han Dong. Xiao Meng had never treated him this way before. Her current demeanor was undoubtedly a consequence of their entanglement that fateful night. While taking advantage of someone else's vulnerability is reprehensible, he felt it was not solely his fault. Xiao Meng had been indulging in her drunken antics without considering how much she had actually consumed. Her disdainful relatives had relentlessly poured drinks down his throat, and he had only stayed because of Xiao Meng's presence. Even in his inebriation, he had managed to escort her safely to the hotel, not intending any mischief. Yet, when his wife drunkenly called out another man's name, who could withstand that? Apologies, my hand slipped. Please have the waiter clean this up. I'll go drive. Han Dong explained tersely before striding away. Xiao Meng gazed at his retreating figure, feeling that since last night, Han Dong had transformed into someone unfamiliar. Yet, that sensation dissipated almost immediately. Whether he was a stranger or not mattered little. She had already resolved to discuss divorce with her mother upon returning to Dongyang. Previously, she regarded Han Dong as no threat, believing he did not hinder her normal life, but he had now crossed her boundaries. The progression of their relationship was not an invitation for her to accept Han Dong as her husband submissively. Rather, it sparked a stronger resistance and backlash within her. She was reluctant to contemplate rekindling anything with Qiu Yuping at this moment, yet she was unequivocally certain about divorcing Han Dong. The distance from Linen to Donyang was approximately 150 kilometers, which typically took 2 to 3 hours by car. On the road, Han Dong drove while Huang Li sat in the passenger seat, leaving Xiao Meng alone in the back. They departed at 9 in the morning, and by around 11, they approached the Donyang toll station. Jiangbei province ranked among the top in national economic development, not to mention the prosperity of major cities like Linen, even Donyang. The hometown of Xiao Meng and Han Dong was akin to many burgeoning first-tier cities. The roads were networked like a spider's web, brand new, smooth, expansive, and adorned with numerous overpasses. As Han Dong skillfully navigated towards home, he heard Xiao Meng coldly demand that he stop at a bus stop. Maintaining his composure, he quickly adjusted and turned to inquire, What's the matter? After taking a taxi home, I had some matters to attend to at the company with Xiao Li. Han Dong noticed the disdain on her face and felt quite dejected. It seemed that Xiao Meng was eager to rid herself of him, barely having arrived in Donyang before she was rushing him away. However, he had no choice. Since the car belonged to Xiao Meng, he had to wait for the bus. After transferring 3 times and walking nearly a kilometer, he finally reached the entrance of Tiana Garden Villa complex. The physical exhaustion paled in comparison to his mental fatigue. He was a person of considerable pride, yet tragically, his sense of self was gradually eroded within the Xia household. The Xia family resided in the 6th building of the district, and upon entering the main gate, it came into view not long after. Approaching noon, many elderly people were strolling in the nearby shaded areas, and some nannies were returning from grocery shopping. Upon seeing Han Dong, they couldn't help but steal glances at him, whispering sensitive terms like useless son-in-law and money that inevitably reached his ears. After hearing it so often, he couldn't help but wonder if he had somehow disturbed their ancestors' graves. After all, why should their opinions matter regarding his role as a son-in-law? He quickened his pace, arriving at the villa courtyard. Just as he was about to unlock the living room door, he noticed his sister-in-law's BMW, identical to Xiao Ming's, parked in the direction of the garage. The two cars had been purchased together by his sister-in-law, Xiao Mingming and Xiao Ming, one red and the other white. Xiao Mingming worked as a host at Dongyang Television, a busy individual often traveling for various commercial events and advertisements, leaving little time for family. Even though Han Dong had been married to Xiao Ming for several months, he had scarcely seen her. However, whether she was home or not was of little consequence to him. Although he had minimal interaction with his sister-in-law, her personality mirrored that of his mother-in-law, sharp-tongued, blunt, and forcefully assertive. If Xiao Ming were as cold as ice, then Xiao Mingming was a fiery blaze, capable of scorching anyone in her path. Han Dong's most vivid memory was during a family dinner shortly after his marriage, when Xiao Mingming, with her familiar demeanor, had bluntly remarked, "Brother-in-law, you say you have no money and no connections. How on earth did you win my sister's heart?" Her words, tinged with humor, yet undeniably candid, made Han Dong wish for a chasm to swallow him. With such thoughts, he opened the door to find the living room eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Even his mother-in-law's pet dog was absent, likely taken by the nanny for a health check. His bedroom was on the 3rd floor, adjacent to Xiao Ming's, and their cold, separated relationship was no secret. Initially, Xiao Longjiang inquired if they were having conflicts, but eventually he ceased to probe further. As he passed the 2nd floor, Han Dong vaguely discerned a sound, reminiscent of a cat, stirring his heart with unease. It seemed to emanate from his sister-in-law's room. His heart raced, and instinctively, he moved a few steps closer. Although he knew he shouldn't harbor any thoughts about Xiao Mingming, who had a notoriously fiery temperament yet was undeniably beautiful, he found it difficult to suppress his youthful impulses, especially when Xiao Mingming delightedly donned her hot pants, flaunting her long, alluring legs before him. He often found himself stealing glances. As he approached, the sounds grew increasingly clear. Unmistakably, there was a man in his sister-in-law's room. Had she brought her boyfriend home? Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by Xiao Mingming's cries for help emanating from the room. "Help! What are you doing?" The urgency in her voice was palpable, fragmented, and frantic. Following this, a strange man's voice emerged. "You wretched woman, it won't matter if you scream today." Then came heavy breathing and ominous sounds. Han Dong felt a chill run down his spine. Could something terrible be happening? He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and, without a moment's hesitation, kicked the door open. With a resounding crash, the bedroom door, unable to withstand Han Dong's force, swung wide open. What he beheld froze him in his tracks. Xiao Mingming was clad in a nurse's uniform, torn and barely concealing her form. Under the glaring light, her skin appeared almost luminescent, overshadowing the remnants of her attire. The condition of her clothing was dire. Buttons scattered, her chest trembled vulnerably in the open air. Chapter 9. A Woman's Performance. A man, sturdy and clad in boxers, pinned Xiao Mingming's arms down beneath him. The distance between his chest and her elevated bosom a mere 30 centimeters. A lace-trimmed black garment lay quietly in the corner nearby. Time seemed to suspend as 3 pairs of eyes converged in the air. Xiao Mingming's piercing scream echoed. The man reacted swiftly, positioning himself atop Xiao Mingming to obstruct Han Dong's view, exclaiming, "Who are you? Get out!" Han Dong's head spun. What was happening? This was not at all as he had envisioned. The man did not appear to be assaulting Xiao Mingming, nor did she exhibit any signs of being coerced. Who would remain in a nurse's outfit if they were being forced? Moreover, from their reactions, he quickly surmised the situation. They were engaged in role play. The man was likely her boyfriend, referred to as Chun Bin, whom Xiao Mingming often mentioned. His mind raced, and he hastily dismissed the scene he had witnessed, stammering, "Misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I apologize, I apologize." Without further ado, he turned to leave, thinking this was a monumental blunder. He had intended to help. Yet it seemed he had plunged into a quagmire from which he could not extricate himself. Behind him, he could hear the frantic rustling of clothing and Xia Mingming's exasperated reprimands directed at her boyfriend, seemingly chastising Chunbin for his reckless behavior. Chunbin, too, was perturbed that his girlfriend had been exposed to another man, blaming Xia Mingming for failing to lock the door properly. Realizing he had caused a disaster, Han Dong tossed his belongings back into his room and sat before the computer desk, entranced. The image of that pristine, white skin, which had seized his thoughts, was as intoxicating as poison. The brightness of the light and the visual impact were overwhelmingly striking and beautiful. Indeed, women, especially beauties, were like a potent drug. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed up the stairs. Han Dong could effortlessly distinguish the sounds of each family member's footsteps. It was undoubtedly Xia Mingming, her impatient nature reflected in her swift pace. The next moment, a violent knocking on the door echoed through the air. Xia Mingming shouted from the other side, demanding, "Open the door quickly." Alongside her was the man named Chunbin. Han Dong felt a chill run down his spine. Although he was not particularly afraid, he worried about the potential chaos that could ensue if Xia Mingming spoke recklessly. Even if Xia Longjiang trusted him implicitly, misunderstandings could lead to catastrophic consequences. Avoidance was ultimately not a viable solution. He stepped forward and explained through the door, "I thought you were in danger. I sincerely apologize. I saw nothing." It would have been better had he remained silent, for upon hearing Han Dong's explanation, Xia Mingming retorted sharply, "You, Han, stop pretending. You're clearly doing this on purpose. My sister must be blind to be with a wolf like you." Her voice grew increasingly louder, and fearing the housekeeper might overhear, Han Dong had no choice but to open the door. As he did, a foot flew towards his abdomen with sudden ferocity. It was Chunbin, whose expression was dark and filled with rage. Han Dong could have evaded the kick, but hesitated for a brief moment out of concern. With a resounding thud, he was propelled back a couple of steps, feeling a dull ache in his abdomen. Chunbin's fighting stance was formidable. He was either a frequent brawler or had received training in combat sports. Han Dong's speculation was not far from the truth. Chunbin's hobbies included kickboxing and boxing. His father was a prominent local businessman in Danyang, wielding considerable influence and power. Chunbin's temperament was notoriously brash and volatile, his obsession with Xia Mingming bordering on madness. The mere thought of Han Dong's lingering gaze upon his girlfriend's chest ignited a fiery rage within him, compelling him to seek retribution. In his fury, Chunbin no longer considered whether Han Dong might be his future brother-in-law. With a swift kick, Chunbin was determined to continue his assault, launching a series of punches that were both precise and ruthless. Han Dong retreated repeatedly, pleading, "Can you at least listen to me?" "Listen to what?" Xia Mingming, caught off guard by her boyfriend's sudden aggression, leaned against the door with her arms crossed, observing coldly. She had long harbored a disdain for Han Dong. Now, witnessing Chunbin teach him a lesson was quite to her satisfaction. As Han Dong dodged several blows and grew increasingly frustrated by Chunbin's relentless pursuit, he seized an opportunity, kicking backward with his leg like a coiled spring, striking Chunbin's knee. With a dull thud, Chunbin fell to one knee. Han Dong swiftly grabbed him by the neck, forcing him down. Chunbin struggled violently, attempting to regain the upper hand, but that was clearly impossible. Han Dong's skills were honed through experiences steeped in death and blood, rendering any further attempts from Chunbin futile. With one hand grasping Chunbin's flailing arm, the other thrust him face first into the floor, completely subduing him. Chunbin's face flushed crimson. He had often boasted about his fighting prowess in front of Xia Mingming. Yet today he had met a significant defeat. His pride obliterated, he lost all reason, exclaiming, "Damn you, let me go." Han Dong's expression darkened. From childhood, he had detested hearing anyone insult his mother. The image of her, as he had imagined from photographs, was far too beautiful, gentle, kind, and refined to endure any tarnish. He did not wait for Chunbin to continue his insults, delivering a powerful kick directly to his midsection. The tremendous force sent Chunbin sliding sideways. Han Dong remained expressionless, observing that Chunbin still had not ceased his complaints, and followed up with another kick. Within 2 strikes, Chunbin curled up on the ground like a shrimp, desperate to shout but unable to utter a word. Xia Mingming could hardly believe how swiftly the situation had turned. Her inept brother-in-law displayed an unexpected proficiency in handling confrontations. Indeed, his skill was as effortless as the act of dining. Were it not for the fact that her boyfriend was the one being assaulted, Xiao Mingming might have found his movements rather captivating, stirring the latent aggression within her. In a flash of thought, she hurried to position herself in front of Chun Bin, blocking Han Dong, her gaze fierce and protective. Akin to a mother tiger guarding her cub, Han Dong exhaled slowly, steadying his emotions. I do not intend to humiliate either of you. My actions stem from a misunderstanding upon hearing your cries for help. Xiao Mingming felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Deep down, she recognized it was a misunderstanding. Yet the thought of Han Dong witnessing her in her nurse's uniform left her mortified, gnashing her teeth in frustration. Why did this scoundrel have to be so considerate? Just you wait. I shall inform my sister of this incident. Suit yourself, Han Dong replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he turned to leave. Having regained his composure, he acknowledged that provoking his sister-in-law was a certainty, yet did not seem significant. The Xiao family shared a common trait of valuing face. Xiao Mingming would never confess to anyone that her brother-in-law had caught her in a compromising situation with her boyfriend. You despicable scoundrel. I will make sure you regret this. Xiao Mingming thought bitterly, reluctantly helping Chun Bin up from the ground. Where's your pride? You boast endlessly, yet you can't even defeat Han Dong. Chun Bin, already harboring resentment, felt humiliated by Han Dong's public mockery. Frustrated, he retorted, just wait. I will find someone to deal with that scoundrel. He pulled out his phone, ready to make a call, but Xiao Mingming quickly snatched it away. Are you out of your mind? No matter what, he is still my brother-in-law. If my father finds out you dare to confront him, you can forget about marrying me. Chun Bin was struck at his vulnerable point, confused as he asked, Didn't you say he has no standing in your family? Xiao Mingming scoffed, True, he holds no status. Even my mother's pet dog is more valued than he is. I don't understand why my father has such a blind spot. When he is around, he absolutely forbids the family from speaking ill of Han Dong. Why is that? Chun Bin inquired. Who knows? Perhaps it's out of respect for Uncle Han. Is that how it is? Chun Bin said, feeling frustrated. Xiao Mingming's eyes sparkled with a mischievous idea. Leave this matter to me. If I can't get him to behave, I shall no longer bear the surname Xia. After the tumultuous encounter with Xiao Mingming and Chun Bin, Han Dong decided to purchase some items to visit his father, after which he contacted Zheng Wenjue, inviting him over for a drink. As dusk approached, Han Dong finally set off for home, pondering the content of his conversation with Zheng Wenjue. Currently, Zheng Wenjue was engaged in running a detective agency, with only 2 lines of business. The first type involves surreptitiously capturing the private lives of celebrities and selling the footage to paparazzi, while the second type pertains to gathering evidence for divorce cases, which, in essence, also involves clandestine photography to assist clients in securing a more favorable distribution of marital assets. Han Dong personally finds the latter business quite unscrupulous. However, given Zheng Wenjue's repeated assistance and their bond as brothers, he reluctantly agreed to join the detective agency for a while once it officially commences operations, provided, of course, that he does not engage in anything excessively outrageous. No matter how dire his financial straits may be, Han Dong cannot betray his principles, lest he tarnish the reputation of his profession as a soldier. Upon arriving at the Xiao residence, the street lights had already been illuminated. In the garage, he noticed his mother-in-law and the cars of Xiao Ming and Xiao Mingming were present, yet his father-in-law's vehicle was conspicuously absent, likely indicating another business trip. Xiao Longjiang is typically quite busy, managing the entire Jinwei group, often spending at least half of the month away on business. It had been over 10 days since Han Dong had last seen his father-in-law. Intentionally returning late today, he expected to find the living room mostly deserted. Yet to his surprise, upon entering, he discovered his mother-in-law, Gong Qiuling, along with Xiao Ming and Xiao Mingming, all present in the living room, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Particularly striking was Gong Qiuling's penetrating gaze, which seemed to pierce through him. At just 50 years of age, she bore little trace of time's passage upon her face and figure. With a graceful and dignified appearance and fair skin, she retained a sense of femininity that could easily mislead others to presume her to be in her 30s. Rumor has it that she was quite a renowned beauty in her youth, with numerous admirers. Xiao Ming and Xiao Mingming, the 2 sisters, have evidently inherited their mother's striking looks, coming from a scholarly family and possessing a high level of education. Gong Qiuling serves as the principal of a prestigious high school. This background has fostered her somewhat egotistical worldview and a pronounced obsessive-compulsive disposition. For instance, Han Dong's habit of voraciously devouring his meals cultivated during his time in the army, was rigorously corrected by Gong Xiuling. There are many such instances which he would rather not revisit. Having dealt with his family extensively, he felt he had come to understand them quite well. The current atmosphere, reminiscent of an inquisitorial tribunal, was clearly indicative of a brewing confrontation. Han Dong pondered whether Xia Mingming had informed Gong Xiuling about the afternoon's dispute. Yet, he had always perceived Xia Mingming as someone who would keep her lips sealed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not fathom what had transpired. Typically, he would do anything to appease Gong Xiuling, fearing any potential conflict. And he could not fathom what monumental event could warrant her waiting for him so late in the living room after his recent return from business trip. "Mom, you're still awake?" he inquired, thoughts swirling as he maintained a composed demeanor, forcing a smile in greeting. Gong Xiuling furrowed her brow at him, her smile lacking warmth. Coupled with her condescending gaze, reminiscent of Xia Ming's, it was utterly formidable. "Xiaodong, why are you back so late?" "I want to check on my dad." "Really?" Han Dong thought, could there be any doubt? He had indeed spent the entire afternoon with his father. Xia Mingming interjected in a crisp voice, "Brother-in-law, your lies are delivered without so much as a blink. Surely, you have deceived my sister on numerous occasions." Han Dong was rendered uncomfortable by this peculiar atmosphere, akin to sitting on pins and needles, desperately racking his brain for any misstep he might have taken, yet finding himself utterly perplexed. Gong Xiuling, hailing from a highly educated family, maintained her composure, neither angry nor agitated. "A friend of mine spotted you at the Galaxy, frolicking in a private room with several women. Xiaodong, your father-in-law praises you endlessly, but it seems his judgment is rather lacking." Han Dong could only manage a wry smile at her inexplicable remarks. The Galaxy, a well-known den of indulgence in Danyang City, was infamous for its elite courtesans, all of whom possessed at least a postgraduate education. While it might lack renown among ordinary folk, it held no secrets for the Xia family and their circle. It was a genuine establishment of dubious morality, offering various services that catered to men's desires, a veritable paradise for the affluent. It was rumored that the minimum expenditure for a small private room was no less than 6,800. Han Dong could not fathom why she would bring this up. "Mom, I have not been to the Galaxy. Moreover, the meager allowance you provide me each month wouldn't even suffice for a bottle of wine there." Gong Xiuling dismissed his protestations. "Your attempts at denial are futile and only serve to deepen my disdain for you. If you feel wronged by my family, I am not one to force matters. Perhaps you should divorce Xiao Ming." Divorce? The mere suggestion that he had frequented the Galaxy was enough to warrant such a drastic measure. Setting aside the fact that he had never even approached the Galaxy, could such a statement be cavalierly uttered by a mother-in-law? This was undoubtedly Xiao Ming's influence. If she had not conferred with her mother beforehand, Gong Xiuling would not have spoken of divorce so lightly. Glancing over, he met Xiao Ming's cold gaze, which was met with indifference as she yawned languidly. Disregarding him and addressing her mother, "Mom, I'm tired. I must rise early tomorrow." Han Dong's heart plummeted. This was not how one ought to be treated. While his alleged visit to the Galaxy was a fabrication, the push towards divorce was all too real. No matter how he explained or provided witnesses to attest to his presence at his father's home that afternoon, Gong Xiuling would remain unconvinced, likely asserting that he had colluded with his father. Standing there, lost in thought, Han Dong fell into a heavy silence. Gong Xiuling spoke earnestly. "Xiaodong, I once believed you to be earnest and uncalculating, capable of enduring hardship, which is why I consented to your marriage with Xiao Ming. After all, a son-in-law from outside cannot be expected to be perfectly matched. High demands are unrealistic. Yet, it seems I was mistaken." Han Dong, with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, "Mom, you have misjudged me. I am rather ostentatious, cunning, and particularly incapable of enduring hardship." Gong Xiuling did not dispute this regarding the divorce. "Our family will not suffer a loss. I shall waive the 600,000 your father owes the Xia family. Additionally, I will provide you with another 200,000. Mom, I believe it would be more appropriate for me to discuss this with Xiao Ming." Gong Xiuling displayed slight impatience. "I still hold authority in this household. My intentions align with Xiao Ming's." Han Dong felt a profound sense of helplessness in the face of her resolute demeanor. Since their marriage, he had strived to integrate into the Xia family and embrace a new way of life. Yet, what had his repeated forbearance and compromise yielded him? Even matters as grave as divorce are spoken of by Gong Xiuling, the mother-in-law, on behalf of her daughter. Was he, then, Summoned at will, dismissed at a whim. Xiao Mingming, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, "Brother-in-law, one must possess a heart of contentment. Consider, when Uncle Han was gravely ill, if it weren't for my father's kindness, what would have been the outcome? Moreover, it is evident to all that you and my sister share no genuine affection. Parting amicably would allow for future encounters." Such words were steeped in a veneer of righteousness, yet had it not been for the gleam of triumph in her eyes, Han Dong might have believed her counsel was sincere. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that his mother-in-law had misconstrued his visit to the galaxy as a scheme orchestrated by Xiao Mingming? It was clear that he had offended her today. The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. Xiao Mingming was adept at weaving malicious plots, her approach to life brash and heedless of consequences. He paused, addressing her. "Mother, I can understand your interference in my marriage with Xiaoming, but divorce necessitates justification. I cannot simply accept your belief based on hearsay." Gong Qiuling responded in a calm tone. "Are you suggesting I lack discernment? That is not my intent. I merely wish to see evidence. If someone claims to have seen me, I would concede if presented with a photograph. Otherwise, let her confront me directly." Gong Qiuling's peripheral gaze instinctively darted towards Xiao Mingming. Such a subtle movement only reinforced Han Dong's suspicions. It was undoubtedly Xiao Mingming who, vexed by the earlier incident, had concocted this farcical prank. Tragically, both Xiaoming and Gong Qiuling must have been aware of Xiao Mingming's deliberate falsehood, yet chose to believe her nonetheless. "Brother-in-law, stop sidestepping the issue. Will you divorce or not?" Han Dong gazed at her delicate, charming visage. "The decision to divorce concerns two families. Regardless of your disdain or disapproval, I will not easily relinquish this marriage." In Gong Qiuling's memory, Han Dong had always been submissive before her. Such a forthright confrontation was unprecedented. Angrily, she exclaimed, "You!" Yet Han Dong, devoid of the desire to linger, turned and ascended the stairs to his room. As Gong Qiuling simmered in wrath, she gradually regained her composure and turned to her younger daughter. "Did you truly see your brother-in-law at the galaxy?" Xiao Mingming, with a mischievous grin, replied. "He looked a bit like him. You are quite the troublemaker." Gong Qiuling, now fully aware of the situation, shot her a fierce glare. Xiao Mingming grasped her arm, beaming, "Mother, regardless, my sister wishes to divorce, so I thought I might as well seize the opportunity." Dragging his weary feet back to his room, Han Dong felt utterly drained, as though all vitality had been siphoned from him. He harbored affection for Xiaoming, yet that was not the reason for his reluctance to divorce. It was evident that this marriage and family held no allure. Nonetheless, he feared the repercussions of separation. His father had recently undergone heart surgery and could not withstand such upheaval. Han Dong understood well that his father held a special fondness for Xiaoming, frequently reminding him to cherish her and to live harmoniously together. Thus, even if life in the Xia household was akin to that of a dog, he would endure. At the very least, he would wait until his father's health improved before broaching the subject. Moreover, deep down, he still clung to the hope of a brighter future with Xiaoming. Upon reflecting on her post-divorce entanglements with other men, a sharp pang pierced his heart. Chapter 11. Tianlong Building. The next day, Han Dong opted not to have breakfast at home and set off for the company in the dim light of dawn. Running the distance of approximately 3 kilometers, considering it a form of exercise, the morning air was pleasant, with the oppressive heat receding. As he listened to the cheerful chirping of the birds, Han Dong felt his spirits lift and the chaotic thoughts began to dissipate. At present, the chairman of Jinwei Group was still his father-in-law, Xiao Longjiang, one of the pioneers in the security industry in Donyang. He personally managed 2 of the 3 subsidiaries, each boasting a valuation exceeding 200 million. The logistics sector was a later venture, which he had entrusted solely to Xiaoming. The group was located in the Jinshui District Industrial Park, occupying the first and second floors of Tianlong Building, with a total working area of over 4,000 square meters. Han Dong's role in the company was that of a security guard stationed at the entrance, where he stood idly, performing mundane tasks such as managing parking and providing directions. Upon entering the first floor, he found everyone already engrossed in their work. Although a small enterprise with around 180 employees, each person diligently attended to their responsibilities, maintaining an orderly environment. Han Dong changed into his security uniform in the locker room and commenced his monotonous duties. His work was indeed mechanical. Aside from guarding the entrance, he occasionally assisted in moving items for the logistics vehicles. After approximately half an hour on duty, Xiaoming's red BMW came into view, instantly capturing the attention of all employees. With her arrival, Everyone seemed to be invigorated and motivated. As she passed by Han Dong, Xiaoming did not even cast a glance in his direction, as if she did not recognize him at all. Shortly after she entered, the head of security, Huang Guiquan, approached Han Dong and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao Han, Manager Xiao wants to see you in her office." This man was not particularly amiable, often playing favorites and inciting resentment among the security staff. Han Dong had a neutral relationship with him, neither particularly friendly nor openly hostile. Huang Guiquan was filled with doubt at that moment. After all, Xiaoming was a figure revered by all the men in the company. He wondered what she could possibly want with a mere security guard. A somewhat sardonic expression crept across his face as he inquired, "Xiao Han, do you know Manager Xia?" Han Dong thought to himself, "She is my wife. How could I not know her?" However, he casually denied it. "How could that be? Then why did Manager Xia specifically request you?" Huang Guiquan pressed. "I'm not quite sure," Han Dong replied vaguely, before turning to ascend the stairs to the second-floor office area. Though small, Zhenwei Group was well-structured, with distinct departments such as business, legal, and finance, all operating smoothly under Xiaoming's advanced management philosophy. Her office occupied a corner of the second floor, approximately 100 square meters in size. At that moment, she was briefing her secretary, Huang Li, on various work-related matters. Dressed in standard office attire with her hair neatly pinned up, Xiaoming radiated an aura of professionalism as she entered work mode. Her lips, a delicate shade of red, moved with succinctness and clarity as she discussed the placement of talents being recruited for the company's expansion plans. Huang Li nodded in acknowledgement while taking notes, her attention drawn to a knock at the door. Turning her head, she invited the intruder in, and Han Dong stepped through the threshold. Huang Li had always found Han Dong exceptionally handsome. His physique was upright and well-proportioned, albeit slightly lean. While his looks could not be classified as conventionally handsome, they possessed a certain allure. His eyes seemed to conceal a multitude of unspoken thoughts and emotions, particularly in light of the recent events in Linen. She genuinely felt that Han Dong exhibited remarkable responsibility. "Xiaoli, you may step out first," Xiaoming instructed without lifting her gaze upon noticing Han Dong's arrival. Huang Li complied, and as she passed Han Dong, she mischievously winked and subtly mouthed, "Dongge Xiazong is in a bad mood." Han Dong remained unfazed. Xiaoming's mood had hardly ever been bright, particularly in his presence. Xiaoming adjusted the documents on her desk, stating, "My father has long suggested I help you transition to a different department. I've already spoken with Supervisor Tang from the legal department, so you can report there directly later. You will start working today." Han Dong paused momentarily. Transitioning from security to the legal department seemed like a promotion. But could Xiaoming genuinely be so benevolent? Wasn't she currently preoccupied with thoughts of divorce? Nevertheless, he had mentally prepared himself for a potential reassignment and felt a glimmer of anticipation. Thus he did not find the situation too jarring. He refrained from asking further questions and simply nodded. "Is there anything else?" Xiaoming noted Han Dong's tendency to keep his distance from her with a slight, cold smile. Having encountered numerous men, she naturally misinterpreted his demeanor as an attempt to appear aloof, seeking her attention. Upon arriving at the legal department, she warned, "You are to comply with Supervisor Tang's directives. Do not embarrass me. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to terminate your position, irrespective of whether you were placed here by my father. I require order for management purposes." The legal department comprised only 5 or 6 employees, situated on the second floor, occupying roughly 1/6 of the area. Han Dong understood that the primary responsibilities of this department included drafting contracts and addressing simple economic disputes, overseen by Supervisor Tang Yanqiu. This woman was formidable. Although their interactions had been limited, the fear others exhibited when her name was mentioned spoke volumes. Once a practicing attorney who had independently operated a firm, she had been recruited by Xiaoming through undisclosed means into Zhenwei. If Xiaoming was the head of the branch, then Tang Yanqiu was undoubtedly her second-in-command. As Han Dong entered the legal department, an image of a strong, professional woman clad in a tailored suit, with fair skin and a commanding presence, emerged in his mind. It was work hours, and, aside from the rhythmic clattering of keyboards, the department was enveloped in silence. Supervisor Tang's office was situated within this area, separated from the main workspace by a simple partition. Through the glass, he could see her engaged in a phone conversation. Dressed in a striking red suit that accentuated her figure, her indifferent yet assertive expression created a stark visual contrast, leaving a powerful impression. Han Dong could vaguely hear her commanding tone as she appeared to be resolving a dispute, issuing directives with unequivocal authority. He tentatively pushed open the door and entered the office. A unique fragrance wafted in, subtle yet reminiscent of the scent from the potted cloud grass by the window. Akin to the perfume she wore, Tang Yinxiu appeared oblivious to Han Dong's presence, lifting her gaze momentarily before resuming her telephone conversation. After a few minutes, she casually inquired, "Are you Han Dong?" Han Dong nodded. "Director Tang, I was sent by General Manager Xia." Before he could finish, she interjected, "I know. General Manager Xia mentioned arranging for me someone to assist with miscellaneous tasks." She and Xia Meng shared a friendship characterized by mutual admiration. It baffled her why Xia Meng would enlist someone like Han Dong, who couldn't even produce a high school diploma, for the legal department. Naturally, she regarded him as a mere insider. Moreover, judging by Xia Meng's tone during their conversation, Han Dong seemed to possess connections that even Xia Meng would hesitate to challenge lightly. Han Dong sensed something amiss. He had never conversed with Tang Yinxiu and could not fathom the source of her aversion towards him. He was merely reporting for duty. Yet Tang Yinxiu displayed an extreme distaste. In the course of their brief exchange, Han Dong asked, "Director Tang, what should I do now?" Tang Yinxiu glanced at the time on her pale wrist. "You should head to the entrance of Guotong Building and find Xiao Lu. Follow his instructions." As she spoke, she swiftly noted down a number. "Call him when you arrive." Han Dong took the number and promptly turned to leave. He had already discerned the nature of his task. There are two types of employees in the legal department: those who work in the office and those who venture out to collect debts. The latter are essentially temporary workers, not formally part of the legal team, yet managed by the department. If one were to highlight the advantages, it would be the relative freedom it entailed. After all, debt collection involves spending days outside, waiting for individuals to appear. If one possesses the ability to recover funds, a day spent outdoors could earn one accolades for their professional prowess. Chapter 12. The Milky Way. After Han Dong departed, Tang Yinxiu once again picked up her phone to call Xia Meng. "General Manager Xia, the arrangement has been made." Although unseen, Xia Meng's voice conveyed a pleasant demeanor. "Sister Qiu, I'll treat you to dinner at the gala." A fleeting smile crossed Tang Yinxiu's fair face. "I am quite curious about who Han Dong is, to warrant such meticulous efforts from you, the company's president." Xia Meng would never disclose her relationship with Han Dong. "He is the son of a friend of my father, forcefully placed in Jinwei. I hold him in low regard, yet I am constrained by appearances." Tang Yinxiu understood the insinuation in Xia Meng's words. The implication was clear. She wanted her assistance in finding a reason to expel Han Dong from Jinwei. Sipping her tea, she replied, "I just sent him to work with a legal officer to pursue the debt owed by Qiao Liuzai. Coincidentally, General Manager Xia, you wish to avoid using Han Dong, and I prefer not to utilize Lu Mingyuan. If the funds cannot be recovered, it would be an opportune moment to dismiss both. You know me well, Sister Qiu." Qiao Liuzai was notorious in the city district, a nefarious figure known as Qiao Liuye, with considerable connections behind him. Jinwei, reluctant to forfeit its dignity by declining an overture, engaged in two brief collaborations with a few logistics companies under its aegis, with the financial dealings amounting to approximately 900,000. Xia Meng's primary concern in her dealings with him lay in the potential complications surrounding financial settlements, fearing the very trouble she encountered. Qiao Liuzai possessed an astonishingly thick skin, beyond the comprehension of the average person. To date, despite Jinwei having facilitated numerous shipments, not a single penny had been received. Debt collectors had been replaced time and again. Either they could not face him directly, or they did not dare approach Qiao Liuzai at all, resulting in an unyielding pursuit of funds that bore no fruit. Xia Meng was unafraid of a direct confrontation. She still believed in the power of the law. However, Qiao Liuzai employed cunning tactics, evading, hiding, and threatening, rendering her unable to muster the resolve to file a lawsuit, while simultaneously leaving her empty-handed. After all, in the realm of business, one must tread carefully around such individuals. Xia Meng was reluctant to irrevocably sever ties and offend them unless absolutely necessary. The decision to send Han Dong to collect the debt was predicated on the belief that he would recover nothing, thus providing her with a pretext to expel him from Jinwei and take the first step toward divorce. Her determination was solidified by a conversation with her sister, Xia Mingming. The previous night, the man Xia Meng envisioned for her future, even if not a paragon like Xiao Yuping, should certainly not resemble someone as utterly mediocre as Han Dong. In the past, she had been concerned with her father's opinions and those of Han Dong's father. Han Yueshan. Yet, who considered her feelings? Lu Mingyuan, age 24, had served 2 years in the military after graduating from university and had been introduced to Zhenwei as a security officer. He was unclear as to what slight he had committed against Tang Yanxiu, yet this task of debt collection, which everyone shunned, had fallen to him. How could Lu Mingyuan, having grown up in Danyang, be unaware of Qiao Liuzai's notorious reputation? By chance, he had even glimpsed him at a nightclub, surrounded by admirers, projecting the aura of a formidable underworld figure, with even the most arrogant of bosses eager to curry favor, fearing offense. Thus, Qiao Liuzai's image had taken root in his mind. Prior to Lu Mingyuan, others had attempted this task. Some had been apathetic, while others had faced intimidation or even violence. Aware of the implications of being assigned to collect debts from Qiao Liuzai, Lu Mingyuan knew he was on the verge of being expelled from Zhenwei, as Tang Yanxiu's insinuations indicated that the debt was irretrievable and a resignation was imminent. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in front of Guotong Building, Lu Mingyuan, clad in jeans and a simple shirt, stood in the shade, scanning his surroundings. He stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, with a robust build and a facial expression that seemed to tread the line between a smile and something more cunning. Alongside him for this endeavor was another unfortunate soul, seemingly named Han Dong, who had recently joined the legal department. He had previously been a security guard, and although they had crossed paths a few times, they had never exchanged words. The phone rang, and upon noticing an unfamiliar number, Lu Mingyuan surmised that Han Dong had arrived. Indeed, upon answering, it was him. At the east entrance of Guotong Building, Han Dong reported. Moments later, he appeared within Lu Mingyuan's line of sight, dressed in casual attire. Han Dong possessed a demeanor that radiated warmth and approachability, making him instantly likable. In contrast, Lu Mingyuan was affable and familiar, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Hey there, over here." He waved his hand, and without waiting for Han Dong to approach, pulled out a cigarette. Noticing that Han Dong did not smoke, he lit one for himself, exhaling clouds of smoke with a nonchalant air. "We are now akin to unfortunate brothers, purely victims of misfortune," he remarked, his tone laced with insinuation. Sensing the underlying meaning in his words, Han Dong pressed for clarification. "What do you mean?" Lu Mingyuan, astonished, responded. "Do you not know that the debt we are pursuing belongs to Qiao Liuzai?" Qiao Liuzai. Han Dong was perplexed, having spent years in the military. He had indeed never heard of this notorious figure in the city. Observing Han Dong's confusion, Lu Mingyuan straightened up, discarding his cigarette as he began to elucidate. The more Han Dong listened, the more his brows furrowed. Lu Mingyuan had mentioned that Xia Ming's assignment of him to the legal department was not done with good intentions, and now it appeared that she likely intended to oust him from the company. If what Lu Mingyuan said was true, this debt was exceedingly difficult to recover, providing Xia Ming with a perfect excuse to dismiss him. The first step would be to get rid of him, with the next likely being a divorce ultimatum. He felt a sense of loss and disappointment, and a rebellious pride welled up within him. If she believed he could not recover this debt, Han Dong was determined to prove her wrong. As they chatted, the sun grew increasingly fierce. Lu Mingyuan, in a spirit of resignation, suggested, "Let us go have some tea, then take a nap at the tea house, and let the day pass in idleness." Han Dong remained impassive, following him to a nearby tea house. It was evident that Lu Mingyuan was a frequent visitor, well acquainted with the owner. The tea house was not merely a place for tea. It was a bustling establishment filled with people playing cards and mahjong, the air thick with the sounds of chatter, curses, and smoke. Han Dong was not accustomed to such an environment, opting to sit alone at a table to sip his tea. Lu Mingyuan, however, made his way to the card table, smoothly organizing a group to play do Diju. It was clear that despite claiming to be pursuing debts, Lu Mingyuan had likely been spending his days here. Han Dong mused that it was no wonder Tang Yanxiu held a low opinion of him. By his judgment, Lu Mingyuan seemed the type to be carefree, lacking in punctuality, and possessing a loose tongue. Such individuals would naturally be marginalized in a professional setting. Finding himself bored sitting alone, Han Dong decided to join Lu Mingyuan at the card game, and as midday approached, he reminded him, "Shouldn't we get back to work?" Lu Mingyuan turned back, chuckling, "Buddy, if you have something to do, go ahead. I'll cover for you. If the boss asks, I'll say we were on surveillance." Han Dong frowned. "Could you provide me with Qiao Liuzai's whereabouts? I want to check it out myself." Lu Mingyuan casually replied. He is usually at the company from 9 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. At night, he frequents the Galaxy. Ever heard of it? TSK, it's incredibly lavish. A friend once treated me there, and I had a splendid time. Guess how much I spent in one night? A whopping 16,000. But the girls there are truly stunning, all like campus goddesses. Han Dong nodded, silently committing Lu Mingyuan's words to memory. However, upon hearing Galaxy, he instinctively felt a twinge of gloom. Just yesterday, his mother-in-law had brought up the subject, accusing him of having spent time there, a grave injustice indeed. Little did they know, even if he gathered all his possessions, he would not have enough to afford a drink at the Galaxy. Chapter 13, Ice Cloud. Lu Mingyuan turned back and said, "My friend, surely you cannot be serious. It is utterly impossible to recover this debt. Pursuing it would only lead to self-inflicted folly. And with ill fortune, one might even end up with a beating." Han Dong remained silent, observing Lu's reluctance to part with the cards. Citing a need for lunch, he excused himself and departed. Nevertheless, Lu Mingyuan, being on duty, hurriedly followed him, exclaiming with a smile, "You should heed my advice. It is infallible. Regardless, we are both destined for dismissal. Why not take a few more days to relax and still earn some wages?" As they spoke, the two entered a modest restaurant. In the afternoon, due to Han Dong's demeanor, Lu Mingyuan found it unseemly to linger at the tea house. With a hint of complaint, he accompanied Han Dong to keep watch in front of Xiao Lai's logistics company. The weather was sweltering. Even remaining still felt akin to being trapped in a steamer. Growing impatient, Lu Mingyuan inquired about the company at the entrance. Upon returning, he shook his head and said, "Let us go. Let us go. The person hasn't shown up at all today." Han Dong purchased 2 bottles of mineral water, tossing one to Lu. "Did you not mention he enjoys going to the Galaxy? The sun is setting. We should check there shortly." As a debt collector, there were no strict time constraints. There was no requirement to report back to the office at night. This rule had been established by Tang Yinxiu, who was unconcerned about employees idling away their time. If a debt remained uncollected within the stipulated period, salaries would be adjusted, or even worse, one could be dismissed. Furthermore, there were commissions for recovered debts. Lu Mingyuan informed Han Dong that a senior colleague had once earned over 30,000 a month. Thus, unless the debt was truly uncollectible, no one would squander their time playing cards during the assignment period as Lu did. Lu Mingyuan found himself increasingly vexed by Han Dong's earnest work ethic. Yet, as partners, it seemed inappropriate for him to return home and rest alone. Reluctantly, he boarded a bus with Han Dong, heading towards the Galaxy. Throughout the day, Han Dong had developed a certain fondness for Lu Mingyuan. He was perceptive and exhibited a commendable sense of loyalty. Otherwise, it was uncommon for a newcomer like Han Dong to take such command of the work. Most would have long since become frustrated. The Galaxy was a unified structure with 6 floors, covering an expansive area of over 3,000 square meters. From a great distance, one could see the flashing lights adorning the building, with the name Galaxy shimmering intermittently among the stars, exuding a striking presence. The entrance featured a vast parking lot, which, as night fell, had already accommodated nearly 50 to 60 vehicles, with brands like BMW and Mercedes blending seamlessly, particularly the few flamboyant convertible supercars that stood out boldly. Han Dong and Lu Mingyuan approached on foot, waiting at the entrance of the Galaxy parking lot. It was just the beginning of the night shift, a transitional moment between day and night. Numerous, elegantly dressed, attractive young women adorned with designer handbags walked gracefully in and out. The dazzling sights captivated Lu Mingyuan, his eyes drawn to those women as if entranced. "Dongzi, these are the princesses of the private booths at the Galaxy. Just look at those legs, they're truly remarkable. In certain places, one cannot truly grasp an alternate way of life." During his time in the military, Han Dong's existence revolved around training and missions, a linear 2-point journey. In Dongyang, it was merely work and home, a similar 2-point existence. He had never contemplated what life might be like for others. Yet here, the once tranquil depths of his heart stirred with unforeseen waves. Luxury cars, beautiful women, and extravagant spending. In the midst of his chaotic thoughts, Han Dong heard Lu Mingyuan exclaiming as if he had discovered a new world. Following Lu's gaze, he noticed a woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a black bodycon dress, just parking her car at the roadside. The vehicle bore the emblem of Audi in a sporty design. However, it was not the car that captivated. It was the woman herself. At first glance, Han Dong was struck by her astonishingly fair legs, perfectly proportioned and impeccably straight. Even from several meters away, the allure of this woman was palpable. Her handbag complemented her appearance, which was a blend of innocence and seduction, with her ample bosom almost spilling from her attire. As she moved, She seemed to radiate an aura that effortlessly drew the attention of all the men around her. As she passed by Han Dong and Lu Mingyuan, she cast a fleeting glance at the two, only to dismiss them as if they were mere air. Yet, the intoxicating scent she left behind lingered in the air. Lu Mingyuan exclaimed, "Good heavens, this woman is truly exceptional. If I had the means, I would go to any lengths to spend night with her." Han Dong was equally astonished by her beauty and poise. Yet his frequent encounters with the Xiaomeng sisters had fortified his resistance. Noticing the implications in Lu Mingyuan's words, he inquired, "Is she also part of the staff?" "Indeed. She is Shun Bingyun, the star of the galaxy. It is said she never appears in public and only drinks beverages priced above 2,000. If I could share a drink and a night with her, my life would be worthwhile." Shun Bingyun? Han Dong pondered the name briefly before casting it aside. He was here for work, not for the pursuit of women. This was something he was acutely aware of. He surveyed the surroundings. "Do you think Xiao Yozi will show up today?" Lu Mingyuan snorted. "He will undoubtedly come. Do you have any proof?" Xiao Yozi treats Shun Bingyun like a dog would a bone. Whenever she is on duty, he is sure to appear. Curse him. I wonder if Shun Bingyun has ever succumbed to Xiao Yozi's advances. Sure enough, shortly after Lu Mingyuan's words, a black Mercedes-Benz van approached from a distance and entered the parking lot. The door swung open, revealing a man dressed in a floral shirt and baggy three-quarter pants, adorned with a necklace of beads as large as pigeon eggs. He stepped out first, followed by two formally dressed young men, seemingly his subordinates. Han Dong had never seen Xiao Yozi, but from Lu Mingyuan's reaction, he surmised that the man with the oversized beads was indeed him. He could not help but scrutinize this long-rumored figure. In his 40s, with sparse hair and a corpulent physique, his square face exuded an air of a thug leader. One could easily imagine Xiao Yozi cast as a villain in a movie without the need for makeup. Han Dong instinctively thought to approach and confront the man, but Lu Mingyuan firmly restrained him. "What on earth are you thinking? He is about to make a purchase. If you approach now, you will only ruin his mood. Wait until he has had his fun and a few drinks. Then we can discuss the matter of money. How long will that take? The debtor is the elder, and the one collecting is the younger. We simply wait. Besides, my friend, I am single today. Let us focus on work." Han Dong checked his phone. It was just past 8 in the evening. He estimated that they would have to wait another 4 or 5 hours. The phone rang just at that moment, prompting Han Dong to step aside and answer it. It was a call from Xiao Longjiang. He suspected that Xiaomeng's desire for divorce had reached Xiao Longjiang through Gong Xiuling. Han Dong held a deep-seated respect for his father-in-law, who embodied both magnanimity and keen insight, possessing an almost uncanny ability to discern character and preferences for myriad subtle details. His most vivid memory was accompanying his father-in-law to entertain clients over drinks, where Xiao Longjiang, at their first meeting, skillfully inferred the other's personality and interests, turning the conversation into an enlightening lecture on interpersonal relations. More importantly, Xiao Longjiang treated him exceptionally well, exhibiting a genuine and unpretentious kindness. Whenever Xiao Longjiang was present, he would readily defend Han Dong whenever any remarks were made at the dining table that could be construed as critical of him. In conflicts with his daughter, Xiao Longjiang never hesitated to reprimand Xiaomeng, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, showing no mercy and asking no questions of right or wrong. Chapter 14. "Dad," Han Dong greeted as soon as the call connected, and Xiao Longjiang's hearty voice resonated through the line. The conversation quickly turned to the matter of Xiaomeng's divorce. As Xiao Longjiang pressed for details, Han Dong forced a smile and replied, "Dad, I'm not entirely sure what is going on. Perhaps it was a mistake for us to come together in the first place. If she truly wishes for a divorce, that's fine, but I do prefer to wait a while. You know my father's health, and I don't want to complicate matters at this time." Xiao Longjiang rebuked him sharply. "How can you think that way? Since you two have come together, it's fate. Once I've settled my affairs, we can all sit down as a family and discuss it openly. Until then, no one is allowed to cause any trouble." Han Dong thought to himself that this was entirely his daughter's idea, and he felt powerless to change it. After all, he couldn't possibly remain at the Xia household indefinitely. He refrained from voicing these thoughts and merely explained that there were no significant conflicts between them, skillfully deflecting the conversation. "By the way, I heard from Xiaomeng that she helped you with a job transfer today. How is work treating you?" Han Dong, unaccustomed to airing grievances, replied that things were going reasonably well and seized an opportunity to end the call. Upon returning to Lu Mingyuan, he found him leaning against a lamppost, idly smoking. They engaged in light conversation and waited for nearly another hour, but seeing no signs of Qiao Liuzai's emergence. Han Dong suggested they go inside to check. Let us wait a bit longer. Lu Mingyuan hesitated, still feeling a bit apprehensive. Han Dong, not wishing to force him, replied, I'll go in myself. Lu Mingyuan, unable to dissuade him, mustered the courage to follow Han Dong, insisting, It's our affair. How can I let you handle it alone? If Qiao Liuzai acts tough, it's better to have someone else there for support. Han Dong sensed Lu Mingyuan's fear of Qiao Liuzai, yet it was precisely because of this fear that his presence was commendable. With a smile, he reassured him as they walked, What age is this? Rest assured, those who are entrenched in such dealings tend to be more principled. It is only right to repay debts. No matter what, Qiao Liuzai wouldn't resort to murder. Lu Mingyuan was influenced by his attitude, adopting a resolute expression. Indeed, what could possibly happen? A trip through fire and brimstone is just part of the journey. I've long found Tang Yinxiu intolerable. This time, I must reclaim that debt and leave her utterly astonished. Upon entering, they were greeted warmly by a waitress clad in a uniform black skirt. Welcome, gentlemen. How may I assist you today? Lu Mingyuan is extroverted, yet lacks confidence, finding himself at a loss for words in the presence of the waiter. Han Dong, however, responds with composure, inquiring about the whereabouts of Qiao Liuye. The waiter informs them that he is located in the Tianziho room. It is common for Qiao Liuye's subordinates to frequent this establishment, and the waiter, assuming Han Dong and Lu Mingyuan are also part of the entourage, does not conceal any information. After confirming the address, the two ascend to the upper floor. The Tianziho private room, one of the most prestigious in the establishment, requires a minimum spend of 16,800. The entire floor boasts only about 20 such rooms. Upon arrival, Han Dong immediately senses a shift in the atmosphere. The staff, both handsome men and beautiful women, dress less formally than those below, appearing more casual and self-expressive. Some of the women are so alluring that one might mistake them for patrons rather than hostesses. Following the provided directions, they arrive at the door of room 6. Laughter and merriment emanate from within, creating an inviting ambience. Lu Mingyuan's heart races as he anxiously asks Han Dong what they should say upon meeting Qiao Liuye. Han Dong reassures him, stating, I will handle it. We are here about the 700,000 debt, correct? Lu Mingyuan nods in agreement. Taking a deep breath, Han Dong grasps the doorknob and pushes the door open. As the door swings ajar, the sound from inside becomes increasingly vivid. The spacious room, over 100 square meters, features a central coffee table where a woman, resembling a princess, dances seductively in her lingerie, her figure captivating. Qiao Liuye lounges on the sofa, flanked by companions, and appears to have indulged in considerable alcohol. The woman, identified as Shun Bingyun, sits beside him, her laughter more boisterous than the others. Yet she shows no signs of inebriation. Nearby, Qiao Liuye's two henchmen also enjoy the company of their own hostesses. Initially, Han Dong's abrupt entrance goes unnoticed, as he is mistaken for a mere service staff member. However, upon recognizing his distinct attire, all eyes turn toward Han Dong and Lu Mingyuan. One of Qiao Liuye's subordinates rises first, blocking Han Dong's path and demanding to know who they are. Lu Mingyuan, intimidated by the aggressive demeanor, begins to falter, wishing to explain that they have entered the wrong room. Han Dong interjects, stating, We are here to see Liuye regarding a matter. The intoxicated henchman, dazed and overwhelmed by the loud music, fails to comprehend Han Dong's words. Growing impatient, he lashes out, kicking Han Dong and shouting, You can't just barge in here. Get lost. Han Dong deftly sidesteps the attack, causing the unsteady henchman to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. The man quickly scrambles to his feet, aiming a punch at Han Dong, cursing as he approaches. Before the obscenities can escape his lips, Han Dong's hand seizes the henchman's wrist with uncanny precision, effortlessly tossing him aside. The man stumbles backward, colliding with the sharp edge of the coffee table, eliciting a gasp from the dancer, who nearly falls off her perch. Recognizing the escalating situation, one of the hostesses rushes to turn off the music. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan stands frozen in fear, utterly unprepared for Han Dong's boldness. He realizes they have stirred a hornet's nest, and as thoughts of Qiao Liuye's temperament cross his mind, he feels his legs tremble and his complexion drain of color. In the bustling private room, a profound silence descended, instigated by Han Dong. Qiao Liuye cast a languid glance, stretching his body slightly, and released Shun Bingyun, who had been nestled in his embrace, to address another woman. Who are you two? The essence of presence is enigmatic. At that moment, Xiao Liuzi, with a stoic expression and a measured tone, rendered Lu Mingyuan utterly speechless, his words failing to escape his lips. Merely his naturally intimidating visage was sufficient to deter many. Han Dong wore a smile, exuding warmth and friendliness. Master Qiao, we are from Jinwei. Upon hearing the name Jinwei, Xiao Liuzi surmised Han Dong and Lu Mingyuan's intentions. Elongating his words, Jinwei understood. Master Qiao, would today be convenient for you? If so, we will wait at the entrance while you continue your leisure. Rising, Xiao Liuzi approached Han Dong. Convenient? Indeed it is. In the midst of his speech, his palm, resembling a large fan, abruptly swung up and landed with a resounding slap against Han Dong's face. The force of the blow reddened Han Dong's cheek instantly. In that moment of aggression, Xiao Liuzi shed all pretense, his voice laced with menace. Who the hell gave you the audacity to come here demanding money and to harm my people? Han Dong's lips tasted of iron, a hint of blood mingling with his words as he mechanically turned his head. Master Qiao, I did not harm him. He merely lost his footing. Xiao Liuzi appeared slightly taken aback. This reaction was unexpectedly bold. Accustomed to seeing others grovel before him, he seldom encountered a figure like Han Dong, who remained unfazed amidst the turmoil. Chapter 15, Bottled Wine. Few dare to provoke those with a resolute spirit. Having navigated society for many years, Xiao Liuzi possessed his own discerning criteria for assessing individuals. This young man, whose name remained unknown, showed no fear, as Xiao Liuzi could perceive no signs of trepidation in his gaze. Lu Mingyuan, trembling, stammered, Master Qiao, my friend here lacks understanding. Please show mercy. We'll leave. We'll leave at once. Desperately, he attempted to pull Han Dong away, his anxiety palpable. To act brazenly before Xiao Liuzi was sheer folly. What sort of person was he? In years past, he was known to wield a blade, slicing through the streets with ferocity. Today, his exploits were widely recognized. While Han Dong remained unaware, Lu Mingyuan understood all too well. Xiao Liuzi narrowed his eyes, contemplating that if Han Dong were to leave in shame, he would let today's incident pass without consequence. With age comes caution. Under ordinary circumstances, Xiao Liuzi was disinclined to instigate trouble. Yet, Han Dong had no intention of retreating. He was resolute in his pursuit, for otherwise, he would not have endured such a slap. With skills at his disposal, evading the blow would have been a trivial matter. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Han Dong candidly stated, Master Qiao, we are merely laborers tasked by our employer. If we fail to fulfill this assignment, we risk losing our jobs. I know you are a magnanimous person. Hence, if we can reach an understanding, we will comply with your terms. As Xiao Liuzi prepared to return to his seat, the lack of decorum in Han Dong's remarks darkened his expression. An understanding? That was easily arranged. With a sinister grin, he retrieved over 1,000 yuan from his pocket and tossed it at Han Dong's feet. This is the interest. Inform your boss that Master Qiao is currently indisposed. Lu Mingyuan bent down to retrieve the money. Very well understood. Han Dong's facial muscles twitched. Sixth Master, it matters not. Just provide a definitive answer. His exasperation was palpable. Another subordinate, unable to bear the scene any longer, interrupted Han Dong's statement, striding over with a liquor bottle, intent on smashing it over Han Dong's head. With a resounding crash, the bottle shattered, and a muffled scream followed, reverberating throughout the private room. The women shrieked in fright and hastily sought refuge. The anguish cry did not belong to Han Dong, but to the reckless thug who had acted impulsively. No one witnessed how the bottle came to rest in Han Dong's grasp. They only saw it explode against the forehead of a small-time gangster beneath Xiao Liuzi. It was swift, uncomplicated, and brutal. The sudden turn of events startled Xiao Liuzi, prompting him to take a step back. Brother, this is not how matters are resolved. With the fault of civility shattered, Han Dong felt no inclination to maintain any semblance of decorum. We are both men of reckless lives. Do you think Sixth Master can afford to gamble? Today I must secure the funds. Xiao Liuzi laughed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, pointing at Han Dong. You, Han Dong, clutching the remaining half of the bottle, approached Xiao Liuzi. You may choose to call the police or summon security, but I assure you, it will have no effect. If Sixth Master doubts my words, let us wager. At that moment, Han Dong's voice bore no trace of emotional fluctuation. His gaze was unfathomable, and an aura of terrifying madness enveloped him. The message conveyed by such intensity was unmistakable, words as solid as nails, actions to be followed through. As Xiao Yozai met Han Dong's eyes, he caught sight of the sharp, gleaming edge of the half-bottle in Han Dong's grip. He had an instinctive feeling that before the police or security could enter the room, this young man would not hesitate to kill. It had been years since he encountered someone so reckless. Xiao Liuzai dared not gamble. For the mere sum of hundreds of thousands was not worth risking a life. Yet, if he were to hand over the money to the two, where would his dignity reside? Lu Mingyuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. An ordinary person's mindset could hardly fathom the methods employed by someone like Han Dong. The women watched intently, trembling as they fixated on the standoff between Xiao Liuzai and Han Dong. Just as the atmosphere threatened to solidify into tension, Xiao Liuzai averted his gaze and suddenly laughed. "Little brother, if you desire the money, I am not entirely unwilling to oblige. However, you must allow me to save face today. There must be an explanation." He pointed to a bottle of foreign liquor adorned with Cyrillic script on the table. "Drink this bottle, and I shall write you a check immediately." As if fearing Han Dong's disbelief, he placed a check upon the table. "Dong Dongge." Lu Mingyuan discreetly nudged Han Dong, subtly altering his address. The liquor was a Russian vodka, familiar to him. Initially mild in flavor, its after-effects were particularly potent. Typically, it would be mixed with chaser. Very few consumed it straight. Han Dong remained silent, walking over to the table and raising the freshly opened vodka bottle to his lips. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, accompanied by an unbearable taste. Undeterred, Han Dong downed the entire bottle in one go. He had no desire to instigate trouble. His earlier theatrics were merely an intimidation tactic aimed at Xiao Yozai. This concession was necessary. After all, aside from the company's regulations prohibiting such methods of debt collection, it was unthinkable to toy with lives over trivial matters. As Xiao Yozi took a step back, he graciously conceded, allowing the matter to settle. As for himself, being intoxicated was a welcome escape, for inebriation meant the cessation of all thoughts. He had long contemplated the idea of purchasing intoxication, and now that it was offered freely, why not indulge? Xiao Liuzi gazed, with a look akin to that of observing a peculiar creature, as the bottle of vodka gradually diminished. This bottle, shared among three with mixers, would typically provoke discomfort, yet the audacity of consuming it straight was truly astonishing. He found himself unexpectedly admiring Han Dong's earlier audacity rather than feeling irked. This person possessed a remarkable character. The reckless spirit he exhibited inexplicably reminded Xiao Liuzi of his own youth. At 17 or 18, brandishing a knife without fear, he carved out a space for himself against all odds. Bang! The subtle sound of a bottle tapping the table broke the moment. Han Dong's expression unchanged. His eyes slightly reddened. "Sixth master, the check." Xiao Liuzi signed it without hesitation, patting Han Dong on the shoulder as he handed it over. "Let us call it even today. I'll 1T hold it against you. However, I am quite curious about how much you earn at Jinwei each month to be working so hard." Han Dong similarly relaxed. "It's part of my duty, Sixth Master. I hope you understand." The tumultuous waves ebbed and faded into nothingness. Lu Mingyuan felt certain he was doomed today. Seeing Xiao Liuzi smiling and conversing with Han Dong felt surreal. It wasn't he until Han Dong reminded him to leave that he snapped back to reality, hastily opening the door. Among the women, Shun Bingyin remained the only one composed, her gaze fixed on Han Dong's retreating figure, deep in thought. The situation unfolded in a manner she had not anticipated. She had assumed that the reckless young man would either receive a thorough beating or be taken away by the police, yet nothing of the sort occurred. Upon exiting, Lu Mingyuan's perception of Han Dong had transformed. This capability to handle matters evoked genuine admiration. He began to ponder how he would boast to his colleagues when he returned to the office the next day. Xiao Yozi's debts had stumped many elite individuals. Yet within a mere hour, everything was resolved. Han Dong, unable to engage further, felt the effects of the alcohol surge. It never manifested within minutes, but rather struck him as he stepped outside, a whirlwind sensation enveloping him. He thrust the check into Lu Mingyuan's hands and dashed to the street corner, retching uncontrollably. Lu Mingyuan hurried to offer assistance, helping Han Dong hail a taxi. Just as they were about to board, Han Dong's slightly blurred vision caught sight of a figure. A young man in his 20s, dressed like a wealthy scion, was accompanied by a voluptuous woman, engaged in flirtatious banter as they emerged. Lu Mingyuan, noticing, sneered with a hint of jealousy. It's a princess from the Galaxy S VIP room. They're likely off to a hotel, those wretched couple. Han Dong lacked the energy to observe further, urging the driver to expedite their departure. He felt apprehensive about potential retribution from Xiao Liuzi. In such a scenario, a few individuals could easily turn him into a mere victim at their mercy. His attention was drawn to the young man because he recognized him. Chen Bin, by coincidence, was none other than the boyfriend of Xia Mingming, the very individual Han Dong had inadvertently caught in a role-playing scenario at Xia Mingming's home. Chapter 16. Danyang's Century City. Upon returning home, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Han Dong stumbled forward, struggling to unlock the door with his key as he stumbled inside. The soft lights in the living room remained aglow, yet it was devoid of any presence. Han Dong, lay sprawled on the sofa, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the ceiling. In name, he could be considered as having a home and a wife. However, regardless of how late he returned each day, there was never a call to inquire about his whereabouts. This semblance of freedom rendered him incapable of feeling any warmth of family. As the effects of alcohol intensified, Han Dong steadied himself and ascended the stairs. As he passed by Xiaoming's door, he noticed light spilling from a room, with faint voices seeping through the crack of the door. Yu Ping, when are you coming to Danyang? Do let me know in advance. I shall treat you to dinner. Yu Ping, once again it was Chiu Yu Ping. From Xiaoming's familiar tone, it was evident that since her return from a business trip to Linen, the two had likely exchanged numerous clandestine communications. Otherwise, she would not have transitioned from her previous state of despair to this newfound warmth as one would show a friend. Contemplating this, a piercing headache assailed Han Dong. Xia Ming was still his wife, yet she so brazenly maintained contact with her ex-boyfriend. After their divorce, would she not immediately leap into Chiu Yu Ping's embrace? Consumed by an irrational impulse, Han Dong pushed the door open. With a loud creak, Xia Ming, clad in pajamas and engaged in a phone conversation, flinched slightly. The pale yellow onesie, as delicate as satin, clung to her exceptionally tender skin. She must have just styled her hair, which still bore the remnants of moisture. Her neck, long and graceful like that of a swan, and her exquisitely sculpted features were captivating. It seemed she wore no intimate garments beneath, the fabric of her sleepwear accentuating a pronounced curve that swayed alluringly with her movements. The drunken bravado that had fueled his initial ire dissipated inexplicably as Xia Ming turned to face him. Han Dong, lacking in resolve, stammered, I need to discuss something with you. Instinctively intimidated by her mere presence, he felt a wave of fear wash over him, even under the influence of alcohol. Initially startled, Xia Ming's anger surged upon realizing it was Han Dong. She set her phone aside, her gaze piercing. His entire face was flushed, with his right cheek slightly swollen, as if he had been struck. The potent scent of alcohol reached her, even from a distance. What is wrong with you? Who permitted you to enter my room? Han Dong, wishing to retort, found himself devoid of courage. Faced with Xia Ming's fierce demeanor, he could not summon even a fraction of the audacity he had displayed moments before. More than once, he had berated himself for his ineffectiveness in her presence. Why should he fear her? Yet, it was futile. Xia Ming's influence over him traced back over a decade, and he had long grown accustomed to it. From a young age, Han Dong had felt like a mouse in the presence of a cat whenever he encountered her. He mistook this fear for love. Otherwise, why would he fear a woman? That night, intoxicated and crossing boundaries, Han Dong had pondered that had Xia Ming not mistakenly thought he was Chiu Yu Ping, he would have lacked the courage to act upon his desires, even in his desperation. Noticing the man's gaze drifting toward her chest, Xia Ming, with disdain, grabbed a jacket to cover herself and commanded, "Get out." Han Dong, who had come to confront her, found himself chastised instead. Summoning his courage, he inquired, "Is Chiu Yu Ping coming to Danyang?" Xia Ming did not conceal her disdain. Her tone sharp. He was personally invited by the mayor to attract investment, planning to invest $3 billion here in collaboration with Fongjing Real Estate to construct Danyang Century City. He will be arriving soon to inspect the environment. Should I not entertain my old classmate? In truth, she felt an immense pride in this, which was evident on her face. This was a man she had once admired, and his current success filled her with a sense of honor. Han Dong felt as if he were trapped in a dark room, struggling to breathe, unable to endure such a version of Xia Ming for even a second. He could not muster a single retort. $3 billion. Would he ever earn even a fraction of that his lifetime? Setting aside this daunting thought. The expenses for his father's medical care and nourishment had already drained him completely. If he were in Xia Ming's position, he too would have swiftly cast aside such a burden and sought refuge in Xiao Yuping's embrace. Understanding the situation was one thing, but Han Dong was the one directly affected. The intoxication, mixed with his frustration, felt like a pressure cooker ready to explode. Ah yes, the construction site for Donyang Century City was chosen in the Old District, and discussions regarding demolition might soon commence. With a chaotic mind, Han Dong exited the room. The Old District. Wasn't he that the very place where he had spent his childhood? There was no other Old District in all of Donyang. The following morning, as Han Dong opened his eyes, the sun was nearly at its zenith. The events of the previous night gradually came back to him as he clumsily rose from the bed. The moment his feet touched the ground, the after-effects of drinking caused him to sway, a dull ache lingering in his head. He felt sticky and, after taking a shower, his stomach rumbled. Had he overslept for work? Realizing this, he noticed several missed calls on his phone, including one from his supervisor, Tang Yinxiu, and another from Lu Mingyuan. He had not responded to any of them and headed to the living room in search of something to eat. To his surprise, his mother-in-law was home, sitting on the sofa watching television. Dressed in loungewear, she exuded an air of refinement and elegance. It was the weekend, and he suddenly remembered that today was a day off for her. Mom, Han Dong greeted. Gong Xiaoling was taken aback to see someone other than the housekeeper at home. Upon recognizing Han Dong, she exclaimed, "Why aren't you at work?" Then her gaze caught the mark on his right cheek from Xiao Yozai's slap, her eyes fixated. "I had a bit to drink last night, and just got up. No one called for me." "You drank and got into a fight, didn't you?" "No. I was just transferred to the legal department and went to collect a debt. I got caught in a scuffle." Gong Xiaoling interrupted impatiently. "Hurry and get to work. All you do is waste time. Just look at our neighbor's son-in-law. He's running a huge company overseas, and every time he mentions it, I wonder how to respond. Meanwhile, my own son-in-law is just a worker, earning less than 5,000 a month." Han Dong, famished, lost all desire to eat. Gong Xiaoling frequently brought up such matters. Whose son-in-law was wealthy and admirable, who had the charm and the ability to navigate social situations. He found these comparisons incredibly distasteful and fought the urge to retort. He mumbled a greeting and prepared to leave for the office. Suddenly, Gong Xiaoling remembered something. "Wait, your sister will be bringing her boyfriend over for lunch. You should keep her company." She took a day off today, choosing not to venture outside simply because her younger daughter mentioned bringing her boyfriend over for a visit. Han Dong was momentarily taken aback. Her boyfriend? Was it not Chenbin? It was only upon the mention of this by his mother-in-law that he recalled witnessing the intimate scene of Chen Bin embracing a young lady as they headed to a hotel last night. A slight satisfaction stirred within him. His sister-in-law, Xia Mingming, had accused him of indulging in extravagant pleasures, perhaps never suspecting that her own boyfriend was entangled in dubious affairs. If she were to discover this, one could only imagine her reaction. Chapter 17. An eye for an eye. "Mom, I shall not accompany you. The leadership has assigned me additional work." With that thought in mind, Han Dong declined. Whether it was Xia Mingming or Chenbin, he had no desire to encounter either at the moment. The prior conflicts made the prospect of being forced to share a meal together rather tedious. Gong Xiaoling, however, was adamant. Work could wait. The true priority lay in entertaining guests and enjoying fine wine. Han Dong found himself devoid of reasons to refuse. It was evident that Gong Xiaoling held a significant regard for and understanding of Chenbin. Otherwise, why would she wish to keep him around? Given her apparent disdain for Han Dong, it was merely an intention to ensure Chenbin's comfort. It was no surprise. Chenbin was indeed a genuine scion of wealth, a true young master. His family background was at least on par with the Xia family, as his father, Chen Yin, was a well-known figure in Donyang City, overseeing a chain of department stores spanning several nearby cities. By midday, Chen Bin and Xia Mingming entered the house, laughing and chatting, their arms laden with gifts, tea, tobacco, and alcohol. The tobacco was the priciest brand in Donyang, with each carton costing nearly 6,000 to 7,000 in private sales. The alcoholic beverages and teas, which Han Dong could not identify, were likely of considerable value as well. At that moment, Chen Bin bore no semblance of a typical wealthy heir. He was dressed neatly and presented a congenial smile. Xia Mingming appeared to have just returned from the television station, clad in a silver-gray business attire that accentuated her slender figure. With high heels, her height, nearly 1.7 meters, matched Chenbin's almost perfectly. Upon spotting Han Dong, Chenbin's once amiable smile faltered. He thought, why is this guy here? The memory of Han Dong catching him and his girlfriend, Xia Mingming, engaged in a role-playing game played on his mind like a thorn. This lingering discomfort had been festering for the past few days. Unbeknownst to Gong Qiuling, who assumed Han Dong and Chun Bin were strangers, she attempted to introduce them. The two men exchanged polite handshakes, each playing along. From a vantage point unseen by Gong Qiuling, Chun Bin cast a cold glance at Han Dong. After they were seated, Xia Mingming excused herself to change, leaving Gong Qiuling to engage Chun Bin in conversation. It must be said that she was quite the social adept. Although it was their first meeting, she conversed with him as if they had known each other for ages, displaying warmth and measured eloquence. Han Dong felt increasingly uncomfortable. Throughout his time at the Xia household, he had never witnessed his mother-in-law smile at him, and had presumed her demeanor to be as frigid as Xia Ming's. It appeared she was discerning in her affections. Now, she seemed to regard Chun Bin as a prospective son-in-law, growing more delighted with each passing moment, clearly taking a liking to him. Han Dong felt as though he were merely an invisible presence, unable and unwilling to interject, sitting alone in silence. The situation showed no signs of improvement during the meal. The entire conversation was dominated by the mother-in-law engaging with Chun Bin, discussing family background, finances, and casual topics. Meanwhile, Han Dong received several covert nudges from his mother-in-law, urging him to approach Chun Bin to toast, yet he feigned ignorance. Frustrated, Gong Qiuling directly stated, "Xiao Dong, please pour the wine," with no way to escape. Han Dong reluctantly stood up. Chun Bin, with a subtle yet insistent demeanor, took up his glass and said, "Brother-in-law, it's a pleasure to meet you." His words flowed effortlessly, implying that Han Dong was obliged to clink glasses with him. Having overindulged the previous night, Han Dong now felt nauseated at the mere scent of alcohol. He took a small sip, feeling his stomach churn, and quickly excused himself to the restroom. Gong Qiuling, exasperated by his lack of decorum, vented, "Xiao Bin, please don't take offense. Your brother-in-law comes from humble beginnings and is unfamiliar with such social etiquette." Xia Mingming chimed in, "Honestly, Mom, you shouldn't have let him join us. Just seeing him is enough to spoil my appetite." Chun Bin feigned generosity, stating, "Annie, my brother-in-law prefers to abstain from drinking today, and that is quite all right." In light of this, Gong Qiuling found Han Dong even more lacking, making an excuse to leave the table. Heading in the direction of the restroom, the moment she exited, Xia Mingming gleefully remarked that their mother was undoubtedly seeking to confront Han Dong. Supporting himself against the ceramic wash basin, Han Dong gazed into the mirror, where a pallid face devoid of color stared back. Moments earlier, Lu Mingyuan had called to discuss the company accounts, not only failing to commend him, but also criticizing their method of collecting debts as detrimental to company protocol, warning that this should not occur again. Furthermore, due to Han Dong's unwarranted absence, he was threatened with termination if he did not return by the afternoon. This was highly unusual, as a debt of 700,000 was no trifling matter for Jinwei. He had painstakingly recovered it from Xiao Yoji, and any leader should have been pleased. Yet, Tang Yinxiu's reaction was in stark contrast to this logic. The obvious truth was that Tang Yinxiu and Xia Meng were in cahoots. In other words, her intention was to oust him from the company. Thus, it was futile to expect any reward, be it 70,000 or 700,000, from Lu Mingyuan. A loud knocking interrupted his thoughts, as Gong Qiuling's voice broke through. "Han Dong, what did I instruct you before dinner? You were to accompany Xiao Bin in drinking and keep him entertained. Yet here you are, hiding in the restroom and refusing to come out. If you continue this reckless disregard for the situation, don't come to me for living expenses next month. I want to give you another cent." Han Dong tapped his head lightly, his voice slightly hoarse. "Mom, I truly cannot drink today. I overindulged last night." Gong Qiuling, unwilling to hear any explanation, retorted, "You are deliberately opposing me. I know that seeing me treat Xiao Bin well bothers you. Indeed, I find him more agreeable. In terms of age, family, and character, he simply surpasses you in every aspect." Han Dong replied, "It is true that he is wealthier than I am, and that is indeed significant." Gong Qiuling, invigorated by his defiance, responded, "Having a good father is a form of ability in itself. Envy cannot change that. Who's to blame for your own father's lack of ambition, needing to borrow for surgery?" Han Dong felt as though struck by lightning. Previously, he had thought that although Gong Qiuling was somewhat domineering and had high standards, she at least spoke with a modicum of restraint. Yet now, due to this trivial matter, she has even involved her father. This is the high education and refined character that Gong Qiuling frequently boasts about. Borrow? When Xiao Longjiang went to his house with money, appearing as if it were a necessity, how could it be termed as borrowing? If Han Dong and his father truly needed to borrow money, why would they come to the Xia family without reason? It was all Xiao Longjiang who had, in a somewhat coercive manner, imposed this favor upon the two fathers and sons, leading to Han Yueshan's consent for Han Dong to marry into the Xiao family. To others, it may seem that Han Dong is climbing the social ladder, but in Han Dong's heart, he harbors no interest in the so-called affluent families. Were it not for the urgency of the situation, he would even be indifferent to money. His voice grew increasingly cold as he stepped forward to open the door. Facing Gong Qiuling directly, "Mother, if you hold me in such disdain, why did you agree to my marriage with Xiao Ming?" "I agreed. I have never consented. It was all your father-in-law who orchestrated this. He claims you are of good character and responsible, saying you are well acquainted. How come I have not realized you possess so many virtues? Do not attempt to awaken someone who feigns sleep." Thus Han Dong believed it futile to reason with his mother-in-law. Without casting another glance at Gong Qiuling, he strode out. Gong Qiuling, infuriated, scolded Han Dong as was her habit, never imagining her son-in-law would possess a temper. "If you step out of this house today, do not ever think of returning." Han Dong remained silent, quickening his pace. As he turned, he encountered Xia Mingming, who regarded him with a lingering smile. Seemingly delighted by his discomfort in front of Gong Qiuling, Han Dong chuckled. "Sister, yesterday I went to the galaxy to collect a debt and happened to see your perfect boyfriend embracing a woman en route to a hotel. Don't ask me for evidence. I have none. Just a friend with me. Perhaps you could call your sister to clarify." Chunbin stood up abruptly. "Stop your nonsense." His anger surged, wishing he could confront Han Dong. Xia Mingming's smile faltered. Her intuition told her that Han Dong would not lie, nor did he have a reason to do so. Chapter 18. Lingering Shadows. Once outside, the exhilaration of exposing Chunbin's hypocritical facade dissipated. Since their marriage, he had never been so confrontational with Gong Qiuling or the family. It was clear that his parting words had caused an explosion. As long as Xia Mingming was not foolish, she should be able to discern the truth of his statements. Regret was not necessary. The Xia family could endure their own self-inflicted torment. Yet, even involving his father would not go unacknowledged. Otherwise, he would be remiss in his duties as a son. His father may not possess the overt achievements of Chunbin as father, yet to Han Dong, he was a steadfast man, irreplaceable. At this moment, the Xia household was indeed as chaotic as Han Dong had envisioned, a cacophony of turmoil. Xia Mingming, unable to conceal matters and possessing a fiery temperament, began to question Chunbin about his trip to the galaxy before their mother. Chunbin wanted to deny it, but his guilt was palpable, revealing cracks in his faade. Moreover, considering Han Dong's insinuations, he was unaware of how many had witnessed his visit to the galaxy. Should witnesses be called forth, his embarrassment would only deepen. He arrived with high hopes, but left in utter disgrace. Chunbin felt as if he could shatter his teeth in frustration. Han Dong, that scoundrel, is nothing short of a beast, and how he managed to stir up such a scandal is beyond me. Rubbing his face, which was nearly scratched by Xia Mingming, Chunbin was consumed by hatred, yet unable to quell a rising sense of panic. He genuinely cherished Xia Mingming, a fondness that resonated deep within his bones. His intention to visit the galaxy was merely to engage in a fleeting liaison, with hopes of not returning again. In his line of sight, he could faintly see Han Dong's retreating figure as he jogged away, and Chunbin clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with resentment. Regardless of the circumstances, he would no longer concern himself with whether Han Dong was indeed Xia Mingming's brother-in-law. Such a character deserved a proper reprimand. It was baffling how oblivious he was to the gravity of the situation. In the office of the president at Jinwei Group, Xia Ming had just hung up the phone, irritation causing her to down a cup of coffee. She was aware that Han Dong's tardiness stemmed from being coerced by Qiao Liuzi into consuming a bottle of high-proof whiskey while collecting debts. To be frank, this incident made her reconsider her husband's capabilities, which perhaps were not as dismal as she had presumed. However, who would have thought that a simple meal with his sister's boyfriend at home would escalate into such a predicament? The call had been from her sister, inquiring about the identity of the employee who had accompanied Han Dong the previous night to collect debts, seeking to ascertain whether Chunbin had indeed gone to the galaxy. Han Dong was truly quite the nuisance. How had she not recognized it before? She could almost envision her sister reaching a boiling point. and it seemed that this relationship was drawing perilously close to an end. Huang Li entered after knocking on the door. As she began her report, Xiao Ming swiftly set aside her personal matters, her lovely brows knitting together in concern. There had been an unexpected complication with Typhoon Bank, marking the second such incident since she returned to work in Donyang from Linen. The first had involved the Chengzhong district branch, where Jinwei's security personnel had been reported as irresponsible, frequently arriving late or leaving early. This time, while Jinwei was transporting valuables, the bank insisted there was a discrepancy in the amount, adamantly claiming the fault lay with Jinwei. Such an occurrence had been unheard of prior. In a genuine partnership, both parties would typically exercise patience over minor issues. Taifeng's unusual actions sent a wave of crisis awareness through Xiao Ming. She recalled the threat posed by Zhang Jianxi. Could he be behind this? Was this a precursor to Typhoon Bank seeking to terminate their contract? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Zhang Jianxi wielded considerable influence even in a provincial capital like Linen, and employing tactics against a modest security operation like Jinwei, even from a distance of over 100 kilometers, would be exceedingly simple. How despicable! Xiao Ming inhaled sharply, feeling a sense of suffocation from her anger. Yet feeling utterly powerless, she instructed Huang Li, please arrange a meeting with President Jiang. The volume of business Jinwei conducted with Typhoon was substantial, and the partnership was rooted in Jinwei's dependence on Typhoon, a deal orchestrated by her father. Whether or not Zhang Jianxi was the instigator, if Typhoon truly harbored intentions of rescinding their agreement, it would spell disaster for Jinwei, potentially leaving a significant portion of their security personnel idle in the short term. With plans to recruit elite talent still unarranged, the timing of such a crisis could plunge Jinwei into dire straits. While contemplating strategies, she fervently hoped this was not a retaliatory act from Zhang Jianxi. Just as she feared the worst, her phone rang incessantly, reverberating like a death knell. It was Zhang Jianxi's number. The mere thought of his greasy, insipid face made her nauseous, and any remaining sense of luck dissipated. The actions of Typhoon are undoubtedly related to Zhang Jianxi. Otherwise, why would he coincidentally make a call at this moment? Xia, do you still regret it now? Upon the call connecting, Zhang Jianxi's confident voice rang clear. Xiao Ming retorted with disdain, do not harbor such foolish fantasies. Zhang Jianxi's tone was casual, his voice strange. Typhoon is merely the first step. Next, I shall ensure that your escort company receives not a single order. We shall see. Xiao Ming abruptly ended the call, slamming her phone onto the table with a dull thud. Huang Li, startled by the commotion, inquired, Xia, do you wish to schedule a meeting with President Jiang? Whenever he is available will suffice. Please step out for now. Huang Li breathed a sigh of relief as she turned on her heel. By the way, has Han Dong come to work? Just arrived. Have him come to my office. All right. In the corridor, Huang Li patted her chest, sensing that Xia was akin to a volcano, her magma poised to erupt unpredictably. Given her tone, it seemed Donggu was likely in for misfortune again. According to the debt collector, Donggu had cornered Xiao Liuzi in a private room and even struck one of Qiao's subordinates, compelling Xiao Liuzi to repay the debt while addressing him as a brother. This incident had spread like wildfire within the modest confines of Jinwei, leaving many astonished. The once inconspicuous security guard had suddenly become the center of attention. However, his moment of glory was short-lived. Soon enough, the legal department had new developments, revealing that Han Dong and the individual named Lu Mingyuan had violated debt collection regulations. The tide had turned once more. Some reveled in the misfortune, while others speculated in hushed tones. It was evident to all that either Han Dong or Lu Mingyuan had incurred someone's ire. Despite their considerable efforts to reclaim the debt, they were met with a fine of several hundred yuan. Contemplating this, Huang Li made her way to the legal department. Upon exiting the staircase, she encountered Han Dong and Lu Mingyuan heading out. She hurriedly approached Donggu. Huang Li was a well-known figure within the company, though not as stunning as Xiao Ming. She was undeniably beautiful, cheerful, youthful, and unpretentious. However, due to his work, Lu Mingyuan had little interaction with her, stealing a few glances but daring not to overstep. He wondered why she would address Han Dong as Donggu. It was quite unusual. After all, Huang Li was close to the boss. Han Dong was in a foul mood, having just faced humiliation at home from Gong Xiuling, followed by a scathing reprimand from the formidable Tang Yinxiu upon arriving at the company. He barely managed to suppress his irritation, asking, Xiao Li, is there something you need? Huang Li pulled Han Dong aside, speaking in a hushed tone, "President Xia is looking for you." I noticed her expression was off. Han Dong surmised it was likely due to his revelation about Chen Bin at home, and replied disinterestedly, "I don't wish to go." Huang Li's face fell. "This is an instruction from President Xia. Please, Dongge, don't put me in a difficult position. Just tell her I arrived late and missed you." After saying this, he smiled. "Thank you for the heads up. I owe you a meal sometime." Huang Li wrinkled her petite nose. "Dongge, it's well known that you are stingy. Don't tease me." Han Dong awkwardly replied, "I can't afford anything expensive, but something inexpensive is certainly manageable. I'll head out first." There's a new task at hand. Chapter 19, The Weight of Mount Tai. After parting with Huang Li, Lu Mingyuan eagerly approached. "Dongge, are you quite familiar with Secretary Huang?" Upon witnessing Han Dong's methods of collecting debts, Lu Mingyuan swiftly altered his demeanor, addressing him as Brother Dong with a tone of flattery and familiarity. Although he was a seasoned employee in the legal department, he appeared more like Han Dong's subordinate. Han Dong, nonchalant, shifted the conversation towards work. The task assigned after Tang Yanqiu's reprimand involved pursuing a debt from Jinhua Mall, a modest sum of 50 to 60,000 yuan, with a deadline of 3 days. Jinwei, initially engaged in security transport, did not derive all its business from banks. It also collaborated with logistics companies and supermarkets, assisting in the delivery of valuable items. Gradually, as the company transitioned, these minor accounts fell into disarray. The debts, often several months overdue, became particularly challenging to collect due to interrupted partnerships. Nonetheless, these challenges paled in comparison to those posed by Qiao Liuji. However, Han Dong had come to see through the essence of Jinwei. No matter how diligently he worked, he could not alter Xiameng's perception of him, nor the prejudice held by Tang Yanqiu. Thus, he felt no urgency. He spent the entire day idly observing Lu Mingyuan play cards at a tea house, both calculating the end of the workday, until Lu Mingyuan eventually made a call to indicate his intent to keep watch through the night. This arrangement granted them a sense of freedom. It must be noted that Jinwei currently employed fewer staff, and with changes in management, numerous loopholes persisted. Debt collection agents were particularly lax, lacking a sense of punctuality, and their efforts went unnoticed by leadership. Lu Mingyuan had a stroke of luck that day, winning several hundred yuan at cards. After dinner, he insisted on dragging Han Dong to a bar. Initially reluctant to squander someone else's money, especially as he had no idea when his financial situation would improve, Han Dong ultimately acquiesced to Lu Mingyuan's genuine enthusiasm and his own domestic disputes with his mother-in-law. The bar chosen was nearby, filled with a raucous atmosphere, garish lights, and blaring music. The pounding bass disturbed one's heartbeat, and beneath the dim lighting, patrons moved frantically to the rhythm, interspersed with exuberant screams. In the center of the dance floor, a woman, clad in black leather shorts and a cropped top, led the dance. Lu Mingyuan, a frequent visitor, secured a booth and expertly ordered drinks and snacks. The music's volume necessitated him to shout, "Brother Dong, the ladies here are particularly easy to charm. Today, my brother will provide a full-service experience, and a room is prepared for you." Han Dong, smiling, waved him off, opting instead for an iced beverage, casually sipping while surveying the surroundings. This area still fell within the industrial district, predominantly frequented by factory workers, minor leaders, and various societal figures. The chaos was palpable. Even as a newcomer, Han Dong could discern the bar's atmosphere. Before he could finish his drink, he noticed suspicious men peddling drugs, pickpockets stealthily at work, and rowdy individuals playfully slapping women's backsides, provoking a flurry of startled screams. Dongyang, historically known for its fierce populace, had seen stricter regulations in recent years, yet the prevailing atmosphere remained largely unchanged. Such tendencies were especially concentrated in entertainment venues, where a mix of societal elements thrived. Accompanied by Zheng Wenjua, I have frequented some upscale bars which were somewhat better, yet not significantly so. After finishing a drink, just as Han Dong was about to venture into the dance floor, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he noticed it was his father's number, causing a wave of confusion to wash over him. The relationship between the two was not characterized by frequent communication, and it was rare for his father to call him. Contacting him at such a late hour could only imply that his mother-in-law had informed him about the divorce matter regarding Xiao Mengxiang. An acute sense of anxiety surged into his mind. Han Dong promptly rose and exited to take the call. "Dad," he answered. Han Yushan's voice was deep and resonant, directly inquiring, "Where are you?" I'm working late with my colleagues. Come back quickly. I'm at your home. Your home? Han Dong was momentarily taken aback by his father's reference to his in-law's residence. Dad, what did my mother-in-law say to you? Please don't overthink it. I'll return right away. Han Yushan spoke steadily. Nothing, I just came by for a visit. A visit? How can one visit at such a late hour? Despite being married for quite some time, Han Yushan had never visited the Xia family. The unprecedented urgency compelled him to hail a cab to Tian Heiyuan. Enduring relentless grievances at the Xia household, Han Dong had always restrained himself from expressing his frustrations, largely out of consideration for Han Yushan. His father was still in the recovery phase post-surgery, particularly concerning his heart. Han Dong never dared to disclose any information that might provoke emotional fluctuations in Han Yushan, always assuring him that life was splendid, work was thriving, and his relationship with Xia Meng was harmonious. Breathing heavily, he instinctively picked up his phone in the cab. Xia Meng, I implore you to cooperate with my charade. My father's health is truly precarious. Don't you wish to avoid a divorce? Once he improves, I promise you, I will agree to anything. On the other end, Xia Meng had just finished her shift and was preparing to head home. Upon hearing Han Dong's plea, she began to understand the underlying complexities of the situation. She felt a tinge of annoyance towards her mother for escalating the matter to Han Yushan. Simultaneously, there was a vague sense of satisfaction. Subconsciously, she appreciated the heightened tension exhibited by Han Dong. Now you seek my assistance. Why didn't you consider the consequences when you were engaging in that sort of behavior? Han Dong retorted, What the hell have I done that is so sordid? You treat me, your current husband, like your ex-boyfriend Qiu Yuping, losing control after drinking. And yet you have the audacity to label me as sordid. After a brief pause, he continued, Xia Meng, I'm being serious. If anything were to happen to my father at your house, no one would escape unscathed. Though Xia Meng was displeased with Han Dong's tone, she held a respectable impression of Han Yushan as an elder. Han Dong was one person, and Han Yushan was another. If the situation escalated, it could turn disastrous not just for Han Dong, but for her own father as well, as he shared a deep camaraderie with Han Yushan. Growing somewhat impatient, she said, I'm on my way. Wait for me at the back entrance of Tian Heiyuan, and we'll return together. Han Dong exhaled in relief, thinking that with Xia Meng's assistance, there shouldn't be any issues. Thank you. Xia Meng felt a stir of emotion. Hold your thanks. My assistance comes with conditions. What conditions? I'll do whatever I can. A friend of mine inquired about someone influential in the old town. I recommended Uncle Han. Friend. Old town. The two keywords instantly brought to Han Dong's mind the Donyang Century City project that Qiu Yuping was about to co-invest with the real estate developers. He was not at all naive. Did Qiu Yuping really need to seek out Xia Meng to inquire about such matters? He had heard of the Donyang Century City project, which was receiving significant attention from municipal government. Such a monumental investment, crucial to urban planning, would be well known among the respected figures in the old city. It was likely that seeking Xia Meng's assistance was merely a pretext for Qiu Yuping to approach her. More importantly, that foolish woman, Xia Meng, was eagerly getting involved. What was she thinking in coaxing him to assist her ex-boyfriend in persuading the public for the demolition? Had she given any consideration to his feelings? Chapter 20. Han Father. Yu Mountain. The Xia family. Gong Xiuling and Xia Mingming sat across from a man in his 40s or 50s. The man was slender yet tall, dressed in a loose, Tintang suite. Age had taken its toll on his appearance, but he exuded a calm and graceful demeanor that was quite endearing. His eyes mirrored Han Dong's, narrow, bright, profound, and imposing without anger. Though slightly wrinkled, the signs of age were not overly prominent. One could tell he was once a striking figure in his youth. This man could only be Han Yu Mountain. In his earlier years, he weighed over 160 pounds, but a few recent illnesses had reduced this tall man, standing at 6 feet tall to under 120 pounds. Gong Xiuling had limited interactions with him. She had seen him once during the marriage of their children and occasionally several years earlier. However, she was aware of her husband's deep respect for Han Yu Mountain, and he would not easily speak with harshness. With a smiling demeanor, she tried to appear particularly amiable. In law, it's really not a big deal. It's just that Xiao Dong is particularly unreasonable. He cannot be scolded or punished, so I specifically asked you to come and talk to him. Han Yu Mountain took a sip of tea. He is not too bad, or else old Xiao Wu and Ti have insisted on him becoming your family as son-in-law. Xiao Mingming, feeling frustrated, interjected, Uncle Han, he argued with my mother at noon today. He looked as if he were ready to eat someone. Han Yu Mountain was taken aback. That is indeed excessive. When he returns, I will have a word with him. Gong Xiaoling felt a surge of anger at his nonchalant response, feeling utterly helpless. She had heard that Han Yu Mountain was a man of great integrity in the old city, a person of significance. Rumors do not arise from thin air, especially with her husband present. The conversation momentarily came to a halt, and the atmosphere turned silent. Han Yu Mountain displayed little on the surface, yet internally he sighed. He understood his son well. He was the type with commendable adaptability and social skills. He could not believe his son would argue with his mother-in-law or even resort to violence. If that were indeed the case, it must be for some reason. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a wave of guilt washed over him. If it were not for his health issues, his son might still be in the army. Friends had mentioned that if he endured for another couple of years, he would surely attain the position of deputy brigade commander. A 20-something deputy brigade commander would have a promising future ahead. Now, however, he was enduring the gossip of others as a son-in-law of the Xia family, only to be marginalized at every turn. If it were not for his genuine affection for his daughter-in-law, Xia Ming, and an understanding of his son's feelings, Han Yueshan would not have made this visit. At that moment, the doorbell rang. The housekeeper approached the door and found Xia Ming entwined with Han Dong's arm, affectionately entering from outside. Xia Mingming was taken aback, thinking to herself that her sister had always detested Han Dong to the point of gnashing her teeth at the mere mention of his name. Had she taken leave of her senses today? Not only she, but Gong Qiuling also found it perplexing. The divorce had been initiated by her daughter, which had prompted her to exert considerable effort. Yet now, her daughter appeared to be quite enamored with her son-in-law. After casting a few glances at Xia Ming without receiving a response, Gong Qiuling felt a surge of frustration. Dad, when did you arrive? Xia Ming cheerfully approached Han Yueshan, eager to attend to him. Women are, by nature, adept actresses. Even though Han Dong was fully aware of her pretense, he couldn't help but feel moved. He pondered that if Xia Ming ever genuinely respected her father and truly cared for him, he would willingly toil for a lifetime. Han Dong also stepped forward and called out, "Uncle." Han Yueshan looked up and said, "Xiao Dong, accompany your mother-in-law for a moment." Regardless of his circumstances, respect for elders is paramount. Han Dong nodded earnestly. "Say, Mom, I drank too much last night, and the effects linger. I hope you can forgive any disrespect. It was unintentional." Gong Qiuling found herself unable to laugh at the interplay between the two men, though she was indignant. She managed a slight smile. "It's fine. Acknowledging one's mistakes is what matters." The subsequent moments were filled with amiable conversation between the two families, regardless of whether the exchanges were sincere or scripted. What seemed to be a monumental upheaval in Han Dong's life passed without incident. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Han Yueshan expressed his intention to take his leave. The group moved to the door, and Han Dong drove Xia Ming's car to escort Han Yueshan home. As soon as the car turned around and left, Xia Mingming could not restrain herself. "Sister, have you lost your mind? Didn't you want a divorce? Today would have been an opportune moment. Once Dad returns, you won't be able to escape this marriage." Xia Ming's feigned smile gradually faded. Divorce doesn't necessitate such theatrics. "Mom, you know Uncle Han's health. If anything were to happen, I'd like to see how you'd explain it to Dad. Your relationship has never been strong. Escalating matters might lead to a permanent separation." Gong Qiuling huffed in acknowledgement, realizing she had acted impulsively. Xia Ming grasped her mother's hand. "I appreciate your concern for me. However, while Han Dong may be bothersome, he is not the type to be reckless. He has stated that once Uncle Han recovers, he will make arrangements for our divorce. Do you truly believe him? If Han Dong were willing to divorce, it would be a rarity. After all, where would he find another family like ours, one that provides for his every need?" Xia Ming had her own plans and decided to set that matter aside. She looked at Xia Mingming and said, "I inquired about the matter you asked me to investigate. If the employee was truthful, Chun Bin indeed went to the galaxy last night and sought the company of a lady." Upon hearing the name Chun Bin, Gong Qiuling's anger intensified. "I thought him to be a respectable individual, only to discover he is of low character. How foolish of me to have welcomed him so warmly." Xia Mingming's expression darkened. "That scoundrel deceived me, claiming he hadn't gone. Han Dong is not a commendable individual. He deliberately seeks to vex me. Sister, whether you stay married to him or not, our entanglement is far from over." In the car, Han Dong and his father sat in silence. After a while, Han Yueshan spoke. "Xiao Dong, if you truly feel aggrieved, there is no need to endure it any longer. Although I am in a state of half-life, my mental resilience is not as fragile as you might think." "Dad, what are you saying?" "My relationship with Xiao Ming is particularly stable," Han Dong replied. Han Yueshan hooked lid. Really? Han Dong was left speechless. Age is indeed a treasure, and his father possessed both insight and clarity. Upon entering the Xia family, he could likely surmise his own circumstances. After a moment's pause, he continued, Dad, I actually do not wish to let go. I want to strive a little harder. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how long I would regret it. Han Yueshan sighed sadly. It's my fault for being unaccomplished, always leading others to feel you are unworthy of Xiaoming. What are you talking about? I've never thought that way. Han Dong recalled how his mother had passed away early. If it weren't for his father returning from the military, he would still be dependent on others. He had lived with his aunt for a period during his childhood. Though he was young, the memories remained vivid. His cousin had been exceptionally mischievous, often pushing the blame onto him whenever trouble arose. His aunt and uncle were biased, never questioning right from wrong, always reprimanding him. Thus, from the depths of his heart, he was genuinely grateful that Han Yueshan had returned from the army to be by his side. By the way, Dad, has anyone approached you recently regarding the demolition of the old district? Han Yueshan was taken aback. How did you know? The district chief came to see me, wanting me to intervene and mediate. My health can hardly endure such turmoil. Han Dong exhaled in relief. That's good. Let them demolish as they wish. We shall not oppose nor meddle in their affairs. Although he had promised Xiaoming to assist Qiu Yuping in advocating for the demolition, the thought of genuinely helping his rival was quite absurd. There are many forms of assistance. Han Dong's decision to refrain from disrupting the demolition process was, in itself, a form of help. Chapter 21. The Way of Men. Han Dong returned his father home and then drove back. At 10:30, the streets were desolate, and the entire city had quieted down. After parking in the garage, the house was equally tranquil. The serene atmosphere effortlessly evoked Han Dong's memories of the army. 7 years. How many sevens does one encounter in a lifetime? Most of his recollections stemmed from his time in the military. On his way to the bedroom, he noticed that Xiaoming's door was slightly ajar, and she had not yet gone to sleep. He softened his footsteps and paused. Through the crack, he saw her in her pajamas, leaning against the headboard with her phone in hand. Her fingers danced across the screen, continuously typing, and a smile occasionally graced her face. After a few months of marriage, he had come to know her a little. He had never seen her so spirited. The joy radiating from her sparkling eyes was unmistakable. Han Dong stood entranced, gazing at the nearly perfect visage in the room, his heart twisting. Who could she be chatting with? It seemed she noticed the door was not fully closed, as Xiaoming set her phone down and approached the door. She had always preferred not to wear form-fitting clothing while sleeping, and the slight quiver of her chest made Han Dong press his back against the wall. Bang! The door was shut firmly and locked. Han Dong rubbed his face, his legs feeling as heavy as lead as he made his way back to his room. This relationship appears to be nearing its conclusion. He is utterly unable to impede the growing closeness between Xiaoming and Qiu Yuping. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Danyang toll station, a blue Bentley glides into the scene. Inside the vehicle are 3 individuals, the driver and assistant. A young man in the back seat, seemingly in his mid-20s, dressed in tailored trousers and a crisp white shirt. He possesses a handsome and radiant appearance, exuding an air of refined warmth. His neatly cropped hair, the understated elegance of his wristwatch, and the exquisite emblem on his shirt collar all convey a sense of subtle sophistication. If Han Dong were present, he would recognize this young man as Qiu Yuping, the one who had so captivated Xiaoming at the wedding banquet in linen that she became intoxicated and lost her composure. With a smile playing on his lips, Qiu Yuping set down his phone and turned to his assistant, inquiring about their arrival time at the hotel. Mr. Qiu, we should arrive in about 20 minutes, replied the assistant. Mayor Wang has suggested you rest well tonight, as he will treat you to lunch with General Liu tomorrow. Qiu Yuping nodded in acknowledgement. Gazing out the window, his striking black and white eyes occasionally flickering with depth. Danyang City, he vowed, would remain a place he would never return to unless he had achieved greatness. Now, he was eager to confront Xia Longjiang and witness his true face. Had it not been for Xia Longjiang's interference years ago, he could have married the woman he loved most and built a life together, rather than achieving success but missing her presence. In the endeavor to construct Century City, he had options. Danyang was merely one of the alternative cities. His decision to invest, however, stemmed from a profound impression left by Danyang that compelled him to return. Han Dong remained oblivious to all of this, attending to work as usual. Yet an uncomfortable feeling lingered in his heart. In recent days, Xiaoming's calls outside of work had increased, and the signs were unmistakable. She was likely in contact with Qiu Yuping. It was possible that Qiu Yuping had already arrived in Danyang. This feeling was utterly vexing. He longed to intervene, but felt powerless and devoid of solutions. He could only endure the torment of watching Xiao Meng drift further away from him and closer to Qiu Yuping. Were they about to meet? Perhaps they had already crossed paths. He could not be certain. Lu Mingyuan, Han Dong's war partner, was currently engrossed in a game of cards. And noticing Han Dong's distracted demeanor, he tossed him a cigarette. Here, Isgu, have one. This will ease your troubles. He smiled broadly, eager to please. Today, the two of them had successfully recovered a debt. Though modest in amount, it filled Lu Mingyuan with a sense of accomplishment and made the work enjoyable. His admiration for Han Dong had reached new heights. The first attempt to recover the debt from Qiao Yoji was executed with both strategy and bravery. All going according to plan. This time, while pursuing the debt from Jinhua Shopping Mall, Han Dong approached the matter with a calm demeanor, waiting until the final day set by the company to make his move. Faced with the boss's evasiveness, Han Dong had scaled the building's back in a few swift steps, climbing 5 stories barehanded, reminiscent of a scene from a film, leaving Lu Mingyuan both astonished and exhilarated. Han Dong hesitated for a moment before taking the cigarette and igniting it with a lighter. Having not smoked in a long time, the smoke burned his throat. After taking a couple of puffs, he retrieved Lu Mingyuan's check from his pocket and said, "You carry on. I'll head back to the office to finalize some handovers." Dong, what's the rush? There's still several hours until the workday ends. Han Dong extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, remaining silent as he strode out of the tea house that served as their sanctuary. Today, he felt particularly unsettled, yearning to return to the office, or more precisely, to see Xiao Meng. On his way back, he called Huang Li. "Xiao Li, is President Xia in the office?" After a moment of hesitation, as if steeling herself, Huang Li replied, "Donggu, President Xia has gone out for a meal." "With whom?" "Ah, it seems she is dining with General Qiu Yuping." Han Dong expressed his gratitude, and, once he hung up, a heavy silence enveloped him. The very scenario he dreaded had indeed come to pass. Dining out was one thing, but what would tomorrow and the day after hold? Upon arriving at the office, he submitted the check to the finance department and headed directly to Xiao Meng's office. It was already 2 in the afternoon, yet the room remained devoid of occupants. Han Dong himself was uncertain why he had come here, but he felt an inexplicable urge to ascertain how long Xiao Meng intended to prolong this meal. Around 2:30, Xiao Meng entered, dressed in a professional outfit. She was taken aback to find Han Dong sifting through her documents, her surprise mingled with annoyance. "Who permitted you to enter my office uninvited? I completed my work and thought I'd drop by to see you." Xiao Meng irritably snatched the papers from Han Dong's hands and gestured towards the door. "Leave. Remember your place. Otherwise, I can terminate your employment at any moment. Do you have any idea how much I wish for you to dismiss me?" Han Dong's repressed emotions erupted abruptly as he stood tall. "Do you think I cherish working at Jinwei? Do you believe I value this meager salary of yours? I carry 3 first-class merits and 7 second-class ones. Anyone in security wouldn't overlook that. Yet here I am, playing the fool as your security guard. And you dare to criticize my posture? I exhaust myself trying to secure funds and collect debts for you, and you label me as undisciplined. Indeed, I have feelings for you, and that is my original sin. You seem only capable of repeatedly hurting those who care for you with your actions." Startled by Han Dong's sudden outburst, Xiao Meng took a step back, realizing he might have discovered her dining with Qiu Yuping, explaining his unusual demeanor. "What is wrong with you?" Han Dong left his seat and approached Xiao Meng, speaking deliberately. "Before our divorce, if you meet with Qiu Yuping behind my back again, I will address him in a manner befitting a man. He must understand the consequences of encroaching upon another's marriage. You wouldn't dare." A flicker of panic crossed Xiao Meng's face as she overlooked another side of Han Dong's temperament. If he could confront Zhang Jianxi, would he shy away from confronting Qiu Yuping? Han Dong placed his hand firmly on her sharply defined shoulder, guiding her to the left as he strode outside. Huang Li observed the man, his expression as dark as the depths of the ocean, and a fleeting glimmer of envy crossed her eyes. She couldn't help but admire how President Xia had a husband like Han Dong. In a moment of crisis, she witnessed Han Dong supporting President Xia as they exited, followed by a group of timid security guards, none daring to intervene. In that instant, Han Dong seemed to radiate brilliance. She saw it, though President Xia evidently did not. Chapter 22. The Relentless Outburst. Departing the company, the sun shone fiercely overhead blinding and dizzying. Han Dong disregarded Xia Meng's threats of dismissal, as well as the tasks assigned to him by Tang Yanxiu. Like a restless spirit, he wandered for quite some time before discovering a small restaurant, where he settled into a corner and ordered some beer along with several small dishes. He happened to have a little over 100 yuan in his pocket, which should suffice for his meal. As the beer flowed steadily, the sense of frustration only intensified. His 7 years of hellish military service had cost him more sweat than anyone could imagine. Han Dong began to question whether enlisting had been a grave mistake. Upon returning to the city, he felt almost like a fool, believing himself to be out of sync with the times. His sense of faith was gradually eroding. Had all his struggles been in vain? Even something as simple as dining at a modest restaurant required him to calculate if his funds would be sufficient. He needed his mother-in-law's approval for living expenses, and his wife's infidelity was brazenly apparent. Why was it so? While he had achieved much, the businessman Xiao Yuping appeared to be held in far greater esteem in Xia Meng's eyes. After consuming 5 or 6 bottles of beer, he found his head growing heavy from the haste of his drinking. Unfazed, he called out for the owner to bring more. He lost track of how many bottles he had consumed or how long he'd been there, only noticing the sky growing dimmer. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his phone pierced the air. He picked up his old model that had been popular 2 years ago. It was Zheng Wenjue calling. Before he could inquire, a cacophony of fighting and shouting erupted from the other end. Zheng Wenjue shouted, "Donggu, come help. There's trouble." Where? Andong Asia Sansus Sharpanat, the Baixian building in the old city. With a crash, the call was abruptly cut off, the sound akin to a phone being hurled to the ground. Han Dong could no longer hear Zheng Wenjue's voice. "Hello, hello." He did not dare to waste a moment, and quickly hailed a taxi to the Baixian building. The bond he shared with Zheng Wenjue required no elaboration. They had been the best of friends since childhood, both before and after his military service. When Zheng Wenjue had helped care for him during his father's illness and lent him money, it was likely that Han Dong would have never seen Han Yueshan again without his assistance. The Baixian building was the most upscale restaurant in the entire old city. At that moment, chaos erupted in a private room on the 2nd floor as a fight ensued. The manager was anxiously stomping his feet, yet he felt utterly helpless. The police had been called, but there was still no sign of their arrival. Moreover, he was unable to confront either group involved. On one side were several notorious figures from the old city led by Zheng Wenjue, and on the other, the infamous thug Hu Tianlong. It was unclear how the situation escalated. What began as a joyous gathering had suddenly devolved into violence. Inside the private room, tables and chairs were overturned, and food and drink were strewn across the floor. Zheng Wenjue was bleeding profusely from his head, with several of his friends sprawled on the ground behind him. Hu Tianlong, pointing a finger at him with a fierce expression, exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? I invite you for drinks out of respect. If you dare meddle in the old city's demolition negotiations again, I'll make sure you regret it." Indeed, the genesis of the brawl lay in the ongoing negotiations concerning the demolition contract of the old city. Zheng Wenjue, as a resident of the old district, has come to represent the collective voice of the community. In contrast, Hu Tianlong serves as a mere pawn, a messenger for the city's elite. Initially, any differences could have been amicably resolved, but Hu Tianlong, emboldened by his connections, chose to wield his influence irresponsibly. The urgency surrounding the redevelopment project in the old district seems to have prompted certain individuals to intimidate him, aiming to hastily finalize the contract. Zheng Wenjue gritted his teeth, feeling that these insufferable brats were far too presumptuous. What was once seen as a beneficial redevelopment now provoked a fierce desire to resist the demolition of his own home. "Who do you intend to destroy?" As Hu Tianlong continued his bluster, a voice from the entrance pierced through the tension. It was a man of similar age to Zheng Wenjue, his complexion flushed and eyes bloodshot, clearly intoxicated. Han Dong, having received Zheng Wenjue's call, rushed over as swiftly as possible. Upon arrival, he overheard threats against Zheng Wenjue's life. "Brother Dong." At the sight of Han Dong, Zheng Wenjue stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Han Dong caught him and promptly dialed for an ambulance. Several individuals lay on the ground, either familiar or recognized by Zheng Wenjue. There was Lei Zi from Unit 2 and Tian Yuan from the 27th floor, all writhing in pain and unable to rise. Out of the corner of his eye, Zheng Wenjue noticed the blood-stained club in Hu Tianlong's hand, indicating a premeditated assault. Hu Tianlong, a mere dog for the developers, had orchestrated this chaos. Zheng Wenjue took a moment to explain, panting heavily, as if he had expended all his strength. In just a few brief sentences, Han Dong grasped the gravity of the situation. The mere mention of the old district's redevelopment sent his mind racing with thoughts of Chiu Yuping, leaving him in a daze. "Who are you?" One of Wu Tianlong's lackeys raised a club, aiming for Han Dong's head. Han Dong turned, his eyes glinting with fury. "I am your grandfather." "What? You better kneel and call me grandfather." The unprovoked brutality ignited Han Dong's temper, and he delivered a resounding slap that struck the thug's right cheek. The sound was not a mere crack, but a thunderous boom. The thug, akin to a wooden post, howled in pain and fell to the side. "Damn!" The unexpected aggression from this audacious youth took Hu Tianlong by surprise, and he charged forward, swinging his club at Han Dong's head. Behind him, 7 or 8 henchmen surged forward. The confined space felt suffocating as Han Dong's heart raced, trapped in a cage of memories from Dongyang, each moment pressing down upon him. Building to a crescendo, thoughts cascaded uncontrollably, compelling him into action. With a swift motion, Han Dong seized the club from the fallen thug, advancing rather than retreating, and struck Hu Tianlong's right arm with a lateral blow. Crack! Whether it was the club or Hu Tianlong's arm that broke. His voice soared in pitch as he screamed and staggered back. The clash of clubs rang out, mingled with the cries of the wounded. Han Dong moved like a machine, mechanically blocking and counterattacking. With every strike, someone fell, unable to rise. A flock of sheep could never hope to slay a tiger. Han Dong was that tiger. A group of 7 or 8 individuals encountered one another, resulting in the swift downfall of 4. The remaining few fled with remarkable haste, as if confronted by a malevolent specter. Blood stained Han Dong's forehead, a result of a sudden ambush, yet it bore no significant consequence for him. Vivid crimson liquid trickled down his cheek and into the nape of his neck, his visage a striking contrast of beauty and bloody disarray. Hu Tianlong's eyes were filled with trepidation. "You've stirred up trouble, serious trouble. Call the police immediately." He acted brazenly only because he was under someone else's directive and feared no one. Han Dong's foot probed around Hu Tianlong's ribcage, seeking an advantageous position before lifting and striking down. The words Hu Tianlong had begun to utter were swallowed back, as a weight of 170 pounds was sent sliding across the ground by a single kick, nearly 2 meters. The remaining ruffians, startled, recoiled as Hu Tianlong approached, avoiding him like venomous serpents. Han Dong stepped forward, grasped Hu Tianlong by the hair, and forcefully lifted his head. "Convey to your master behind you that he should not entertain thoughts of seizing this territory." Fine, fine." Hu Tianlong attempted to resume his threats, but the words faltered on his lips. At that moment, the sharp wails of emergency sirens pierced the air as a multitude of heavily armed special police surged forth, blocking the corridor. Hu Tianlong, emboldened, pointed at Han Dong and cried out, "It was him. He struck me, hurt me. It hurts, damn it, it hurts." A throng of special police, without hesitation, advanced with guns drawn and shields raised, their presence formidable. Chapter 23. Han. Han Dong stood resolutely, akin to a javelin, watching as the officers closed in. He had no intention of resisting further. Dealing with thugs required one approach, but confronting the police necessitated a different strategy. As several officers closed in within 3 to 5 steps, they quickly surrounded him and forced him to the ground. His face met the cold floor, and someone delivered several vicious kicks to Han Dong's body, cruel and merciless. Hu Tianlong, now fearful, lost his composure. "Kid, you should have considered whose handiwork this demolition is before recklessly involving yourself. Just wait, you'll regret this." Han Dong, restrained and unable to move, lifted his gaze. "Whose?" "Wang." Hu Tianlong abruptly halted his words, realizing he had spoken too freely. Han Dong seized upon his unfinished statement. "Wang Ligua, is it?" Hu Tianlong was taken aback. He had not anticipated such composure from the young man in this critical moment. Any semblance of panic he hoped to provoke was entirely absent. Zheng Wenjue, too, was subdued by the police, yet his treatment was considerably more lenient than that of Han Dong. Their family had served as police officers for generations, and he had merely sought to capitalize on that legacy by venturing into business. "I ask what your intentions are. Han Dong is not a criminal. Release him." Han Dong silenced Zheng Wenjue with a glance as he was escorted and pressed into a police vehicle. Zheng Wenjue, fearing the situation would worsen, felt a surge of regret and urgency. Had he known, he would never have allowed Han Dong to come. Soon, Han Yuanshan received the news of his son's apprehension. as several relatives gathered at their home, deliberating strategies on how to secure his release. It was evident to all that this was the handiwork of the city authorities. How could an ordinary person contend with such power? No matter how great the grievance, it must be swallowed down. Han Yueshan pressed his hand against his chest, and after a while, color returned to his face. Let it be. The child has brought this upon himself. He must handle it on his own. Old Han, the older generation, should not meddle in this matter. It is best to leave it to the younger generation. I have faith in Xiaodong and also in Wenjua. Worry is inevitable, but once one calms down, Han Yueshan understood that no one would dare to easily touch his son. Whether it be due to the impending demolition of the old district or his son's recent discharge from the military, certain individuals' methods of operation have always been so. Only when one encounters a formidable opponent does one truly remain calm and fair in their dealings. After being taken to the old district police station, Han Dong felt as though he had been forgotten by the officers. In the dank, shadowy basement, in a solitary interrogation room, handcuffed, in such a situation, an ordinary person would undoubtedly feel intimidated before the interrogation even began, a psychological tactic commonly employed by the police. However, the psychological differences among individuals rendered this tactic ineffective against Han Dong. After about half an hour, faint footsteps were heard from outside. A young woman in a police uniform, appearing to be in her 20s, stealthily entered. With a heart-shaped face, fair skin, and a petite figure, her remarkably large eyes sparkled on her small face, resembling a character from a comic book. When Han Dong saw her, he hesitated momentarily and tentatively said, Xiaoan, Zheng Wenhui, the younger sister of Zheng Wenjua. Since returning to Danyang, Han Dong had been exceedingly busy, hardly having seen Zheng Wenjua at all. He had almost forgotten this little girl who used to trail behind him and Zheng Wenjua in their childhood. The only reason he recognized her was due to her familiar features and the specific environment they were in. He had heard from Zheng Wenjua that Zheng Wenhui worked at the old district police station. Though Zheng Wenhui was initially somewhat shy, as soon as she heard Han Dong's familiar voice, the mist in her eyes dissipated. Brother Han Dong, every time I mention want to see you, my brother says you're too busy. Han Dong smiled wryly. I am quite busy indeed, but I didn't expect to meet you here in such a predicament. Zheng Wenhui had come for a serious matter. She stepped closer and whispered, Brother Han Dong, I just overheard them discussing your interrogation. You needn't worry about the charges. My brother is pulling strings. As long as you don't admit anything, he will soon be able to bail you out. Han Dong appreciated her making the effort to come, smiling as he replied, It's all right. Tell your brother not to fuss about it. It's easy for me to get in here, but getting out is another matter entirely. Zheng Wenhui was eager to persuade him when she heard voices from outside. Startled, she hurriedly moved towards the exit, just in time to encounter the station chief, Tu Qinghai, along with several officers entering. What are you doing here? Tu Qinghai asked sternly, his expression as cold as ice. Zheng Wenhui stammered, I heard some commotion inside and came to take a look. Tu Qinghai knew the truth, but did not want to overly trouble a young girl. Get out of here quickly. This is nonsense. Han Dong cast a glance at the dimmed light of the surveillance camera and rubbed his head, still aching from the alcohol. Tu Qinghai coldly remarked, I hear you are Han Yueshan's son? Han Dong raised his eyes. Indeed. Tu Qinghai took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, I happen to know your father. But when faced with the law, personal connections must be set aside. What an honor it is that my father is acquainted with such a prominent figure as Director Tu. Upon hearing the flippant tone, Tu Qingshan suddenly pressed, Do you know what crime you have committed? Yes, I do. Engaging in a brawl. And not just against one, but a whole gang of thugs. You may attempt to argue, but the fact remains that you have harmed others. I advise you to confess honestly and behave well. Perhaps you might avoid imprisonment. Is it merely imprisonment that you suggest, Director Tu? Do not attempt to intimidate me. You wish to demolish the old district. You can either crush me into submission, compelling my father to persuade all the residents, or you can adopt a more conciliatory approach. Try whatever methods you wish on me. After so many years in the police force, Tu Qinghai had never encountered anyone as audacious and straightforward as Han Dong, as if he were laid bare for all to see. Frustrated and enraged, Tu Qinghai slammed his hand on the table and stood up. You must show some respect. I have dealt with many like you. They do not shed tears until they see the coffin. As Tu's anger flared, Han Dong remained remarkably calm. Director Tu, you would do well to consult with your superiors and find someone more suitable to negotiate with me. The demolition is a beneficial endeavor, but the land belongs to everyone. No matter how domineering you may be, you must obtain the consent of all. The interrogation was proceeding in such a dismal manner that it was a first for Tu Qinghai. In a fit of rage, he flung open the iron door of the interrogation room and seized Han Dong by the collar, snarling, "There are limits to arrogance. Young man, for your father's sake. I had no intention of treating you harshly." Han Dong fixed his gaze on him, displaying no signs of fear as the handcuffs clicked open with a sharp sound. "What you do now?" Confused and uncertain, Tu Qinghai had no immediate response, as Han Dong deftly moved his wrist away and casually removed his shirt. His robust torso bore nearly 10 scars of varying shapes, circular, elongated, unfurling a tale of resilience that made Tu Qinghai instinctively step back. Gunshot wounds, knife wounds. After over 20 years as a police officer, how could he not recognize them? Suddenly recalling Han Dong's background as a veteran, he said, "Director Tu, after 7 years in the military, I have encountered law enforcement before. Spare me the empty talk. If you wish to discuss matters, have Wang Ligua come personally. If not, you can imprison me for life." He had not intended to be so brazen, but the overwhelming effects of alcohol and the series of psychological shocks had incited an impulsive outburst. Xiao Yuping was intent on demolishing the old district. He would be keen to see how that would unfold. Chapter 24. Conditions. In the city government office, Wang Ligua was on a call, his expression visibly darkening as he muttered the words, "troublesome citizen." The redevelopment of the old district was among his top priorities in his position and had long been planned. Each demolition inevitably encountered myriad complications, whether it be individuals seeking to extort money or those unwilling to relocate regardless of the compensation offered. Yet, no matter the obstacles, the momentum of progress could not be halted. This call was from the chief of the old district police station, and Wang Ligua, displeased, remarked, "Old Tu, can't you handle such a simple matter? You have not just begun your career in law enforcement." Tu Qinghai hesitantly remarked, "Mayor Wang, the other party is a veteran, a person of merit. I fear that any misstep could escalate the situation. Would this not hinder the progress of the demolition?" Wang Ligua responded with an air of authority. Precisely because he is a national soldier, he should possess greater awareness. To instigate trouble is hardly befitting of a soldier. It was a few ruffians from the old city who first took action, provoking the irascible Han Dong. I truly find myself at a loss as to how to proceed. Furthermore, his father holds considerable esteem in the old city. Excessive measures could incite a united backlash. Ruffians? Surely that cannot be the case. It must be the result of Director Zhang's intervention. A failure to achieve results while causing more trouble. Tu Qinghai, having been unjustly rebuked, felt quite disheartened. "My dear Wang, that individual named Han Dong insists on seeing you for a face-to-face discussion." Oh, what audacity! After terminating the call, Wang Ligua summoned his secretary and instructed him to investigate Han Dong. Generally, a troublemaker either has connections or possesses considerable fortitude. Those with fortitude are manageable. A firm hand will suffice. However, if connections are involved, one must tread carefully. The development of Danyang Century City is indeed a positive endeavor, yet attracting unwarranted troubles would be detrimental. Approximately half an hour later, the secretary returned to the office, whispering a brief report to Wang Ligua. Wang Ligua pondered, fearing that what he dreaded had indeed come to pass. This Han Dong undeniably has some connections. Recently retired from the capital, specific information remains elusive. Yet it is known that he held the rank of full colonel prior to retirement. Wang Ligua, himself a military man, understood well that unless one were a cultural officer, a full colonel in their 20s is a rather exceptional position. It could be said that the complexities behind him are labyrinthine and difficult to fathom. Initially, he had assumed Han Dong was merely an ordinary instigator, easily subdued with a slight application of pressure. However, the more he investigated, the more concerns arose. He picked up his phone once more, dialing Tu Qinghai. First, release the individual in question. Tu Qinghai, with a pained expression, replied, "Mayor Wang, I wish to release him, but he refuses to leave. Furthermore, there are reports from the old city that a group of citizens is organized to protest at the police station, claiming we are indiscriminately arresting people." Protest? Wang Ligua's temper flared. "Director Tu, do you not understand the law in handling cases? Anyone who dares to cause trouble should be apprehended. I shall see just how capable they truly are." This. Wang Ligua, feeling exasperated, slammed down the phone. Rising, he grabbed his briefcase and beckoned his secretary, informed the driver to prepare for a trip to the old city police station. Meanwhile, Zheng Wenjua, consumed with guilt and anxiety since Han Dong's arrest, felt it was his fault that his dear friend had fallen into such dire straits. In youthful impulsiveness, he began mobilizing the residents of the old city to prepare for a protest outside the police station. Zheng Wenjue was a prominent figure in the old city, and with the matter involving the Han father and son as well as the interests of the residents at stake, it wasn't long before dozens gathered, ready to march towards the police station, with more joining along the way. It is worth noting that these residents of the old city are longtime neighbors, some for years, even decades, and they typically stand united. Moreover, they had chosen Zheng Wenjue and a few others to negotiate contracts, only to be assaulted by ruffians. This undoubtedly indicates that those in positions of power are entirely disregarding the sentiments and needs of the populace below. In such circumstances, the demolition of the old town would bring discomfort to all. However, he had not yet managed to leave the old town when he was intercepted by Tu Qinghai and his associates. At that moment, Tu Qinghai exhibited no arrogance. Instead, he placed a reassuring hand on Zheng Wenjue's shoulder and patiently explained the situation. The upper authorities' rigidity was their concern, but he still had to navigate his existence within the old town. If these individuals continued to stir up trouble and the press fanned the flames, his position as the station chief would be jeopardized. Han Dong was unaware of these matters. He had just awakened, the effects of the alcohol fading, yet he still felt somewhat lethargic. After stretching his limbs, he noticed some commotion outside. A middle-aged man, around 50, slightly portly, yet possessing a dignified appearance, entered with two others. Dressed in slacks, a shirt, and leather shoes, he exuded an air of decisiveness, akin to someone who acted without hesitation. Han Dong recognized him from television. It was Wang Ligua, the mayor of Donyang and the overall responsible figure for the Donyang Century City project. Wang Ligua was also observing Han Dong, noting that he differed somewhat from his preconceived image. Expecting a brash and unruly character, he was pleasantly surprised to find the young man to be quite refined and clean, radiating a sense of understanding. Clearing his throat, Wang Ligua smiled and said, "I heard from Director Tu that you wish to speak with me. You may express your concerns now." Previously intoxicated and somewhat brash, Han Dong had now calmed considerably. "Let us address the matter at hand. Several residents from the old town have been assaulted, and surely Mayor Wang must provide an explanation." Wang Ligua, half-jokingly, replied, "But I have heard that it was you who engaged in the altercation. Surely you are more aware of who instigated the violence than I." Han Dong retorted. Wang Ligua responded, "I will investigate and handle this matter according to the law. Is there anything else?" Han Dong shook his head. "No, that is all." "Were you not seeking to discuss the demolition?" Han Dong remarked casually, "You overestimate my influence. It would be futile for me to seek you out. This issue will naturally be addressed by those elected from the old town. However, as far as I know, your father still holds considerable sway in the old town." Their brief conversation had fostered a more amicable atmosphere. Wang Ligua was not as confrontational as Han Dong had imagined, nor was Han Dong as unruly and arrogant as Wang Ligua had presumed. "Xiao Han," Wang Ligua continued, "I heard from Director Tu that you are reluctant to leave the police station. If you have any grievances, feel free to share them with me. The situation in the old town nearly led to the station being besieged because of you, and Director Tu has already gone to intervene. We are still unaware of the specifics." Han Dong was taken aback. What? Wang Ligua's gaze was piercing, as he sought to discern whether Han Dong was feigning ignorance or genuinely unaware. After a moment, he stood up. "I will arrange for the necessary paperwork. You should leave the police station immediately. This place is too small to accommodate someone of your stature from the Beijing military region." Han Dong was not surprised by Wang Ligua's knowledge. Given Wang Ligua's position, it was plausible that he could uncover some insights. His current concern was the residents of the old town. If they truly escalated the situation, the police would be justified in taking action, leaving no one to shield him. It was uncertain whose ill-conceived idea this was, had the city not been cautious about seeking a peaceful resolution. The unrest in the old town would have been tantamount to handing them a weapon against themselves. Initially, he had intended to remain in the police station a few more days to compel Wang Ligua to yield. Now, however, he found little inclination to pursue that course. Chapter 25. The Return to the Galaxy. Xiaoming learned about Han Dong's arrest from her mother after work. Upon discovering the reason, an overwhelming sense of resentment surged within her. He must have intentionally caused chaos, unwilling to allow Qiu Yuping to smoothly develop the old town. Gong Qiuling suggested, "Should we go inquire about the situation? Otherwise, your father might think differently." Xiao Ming replied sullenly. He brought this upon himself. Who can he blame? I truly doubt whether he thinks things through, brazenly obstructing a government-approved demolition project. If I recall correctly, he had already sold the properties in the old town. This demolition shouldn't concern him at all. As Gong Qiuling finished speaking, Xiao Ming's phone vibrated in her bag. She quickly excused herself from her mother and retreated to her bedroom to answer. It was Qiu Yuping. Although he hadn't called, Xiao Ming had intended to reach out to apologize regarding Han Dong's situation. Qiu Yuping began by asking her to help smooth things over with Han Yushan, Uncle Han. Yet here they were, unable to assist, and Han Dong had stirred up such significant trouble. It was said that relations with the residents of the old town had become quite tense, which would inevitably affect the demolition process. Yuping, I'm so sorry. I only just heard about Han Dong's actions. He has lost his mind. I promise to get to the bottom of this when he returns. Qiu Yuping seemed unaffected by the incident in the old town, remaining relaxed. It's all right. I'm just a bit worried about you. Xiao Ming felt a warmth in her heart. What do I have to worry about? I'm more concerned that your values may not align with Han Dong's, which could make life particularly difficult for you. Xiao Ming paused, pondering. Did she truly have incompatible values with Han Dong? They did not interact often, and such feelings had not been particularly evident. However, Qiu Yuping's simple kindness sparked numerous thoughts within her. The two had once shared mutual affection. Yet Qiu Yuping had chosen to leave without a word. Countless questions flooded her mind, causing her to hesitate in continuing the conversation, ultimately hanging up the phone. In the old town, after Han Dong emerged from the police station, the gathered residents dispersed, relieved. After spending some time conversing with his father, Zheng Wenjun knocked and entered. Han Yushan smiled at him, poured a cup of tea, and went out for a stroll, leaving the two young men to converse alone. Zheng Wenjun inquired with concern about the situation at the police station. Dongge, you really startled me today. That Tu Qinghai is particularly ruthless. I've witnessed his methods and fear what he might do to you. Han Dong gestured that all was well and did not delve into the matter further, instead shifting the conversation to the residents' demands regarding the demolition. It was rather straightforward. Many of the residents were elderly, reluctant to leave the homes they had lived in for a lifetime. They wished to negotiate with the government to ensure that a portion of the newly constructed houses would be reserved for these seniors, with compensation at a 1-to-1 ratio. As for the others, their concerns were scattered and not of great significance. Han Dong listened attentively, pondering, this request isn't unreasonable. Zheng Wenjun retorted, Dongge, you don't understand. The future plan for Century City is to develop it as the second economic hub of Danyang. Once completed, property prices will undoubtedly soar. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly agree to a property-for-property exchange? It's simple. If they don't agree, then don't demolish. Do they not have the right to manage their own properties? Han Dong concurred. Brother Dong, I must be candid with you. I harbor no personal motives regarding the relocation matters. These are the residents' requests. When the uncles and older gentlemen urged me to intervene, what could I possibly do? Damn it. During my discussion with Hu Tianlong, before I could finish my words, he rudely berated me. After venting my frustrations, Zheng Wenjun suddenly recalled something. Uncle Han's apartment has already been sold, hasn't it? Yes, it was sold to a relative. Fortunately, they are not in a hurry to use it. What a loss. Not quite. The house was purchased by my uncle, who, instead of rushing the transfer, insisted that my father live there to keep an eye on it. That is just a matter of familial obligation. Zheng Wenjun chuckled in disbelief. Brother Dong, you really are unfortunate. You could have been a beneficiary of the relocation, yet the house is gone. I had been contemplating how we could align our efforts and finalize the contract together. But now it seems that the relocation has nothing to do with you. Han Dong, half jokingly yet half seriously replied, it does matter. Zheng Wenjun didn't dwell on it. He stood up and said, all right, let us not waste any more time here. It's rare for us to meet. Come on. Let us go out and have some fun, my treat. Sensing that Han Dong was about to decline, Zheng Wenjun added, I also want to discuss my studio with you. Let us go. The pretense of discussing work was merely a facade. The truth was they were going out to enjoy themselves. As Zheng Wenjun's detective agency had yet to formally launch, Han Dong understood this unspoken truth, but didn't want to embarrass him, especially since it had been quite some time since they had shared a drink together. Initially, they thought of casually finding a restaurant, ordering a few small dishes, and enjoying a couple of beers for a modest sum of 1 or 200 yuan. However, upon entering Zheng Wenjun's Honda, they realized their destination was the galaxy. This was Han Dong's third visit. The first was accompanying his father-in-law to drink with others, and the second was during the previous encounter with Lu Mingyuan when they were collecting debts from Xiao Yozi. As they arrived, Zhang Wenjue parked the car in the garage and, noticing Han Dong's hesitation, boldly assured him, "Brother Dong, I can afford this, don't worry. Now that we are here, let's enjoy ourselves." Han Dong followed him inside without further ado. Zhang Wenjue clearly frequented this place, effortlessly securing a private room, ordering drinks, cigarettes, and women. The selection of companions for drinking and singing here was quite distinctive, reminiscent of ancient brothels. The manager called in a group of charming ladies, allowing Han Dong and Zhang Wenjue to choose. Feeling guilty for having dragged Han Dong into the police station, Zhang Wenjue was intent on making amends. He casually chose a lady who caught his eye and inquired, "Where is Shun Bingyun? I specifically want her to come and keep my friend company." Shun Bingyun? Han Dong couldn't help but recall the woman he encountered while collecting debts, driving an Audi. Her poise and demeanor were vividly etched in his memory. However, Zhang Wenjue must be out of his mind. According to Lu Mingyuan, Shun Bingyun's fee for the evening was at least 8,000 yuan, not to mention the drinks, room charges, and tips for the ladies, which could easily total 20 to 30,000 yuan for the night. Zhang Wenjue had a bit of money, but surely he couldn't sustain such extravagant spending. Han Dong discreetly kicked him under the table and subtly shook his head. Zhang Wenjue pretended not to notice and urged, "Hurry up, bring Shun Bingyun here. ISNT at Tuesday." "ISNT she's supposed to be working?" The manager, maintaining a high standard of courtesy, replied, "Sir, Miss Shun is currently attending to guests in the adjacent room. Would it be possible to schedule for another day?" The meaning in the dialogue is particularly clear. The guest who wishes for Shun Bingyun's company is unaware that there are several others ahead of him, making it impossible for Zhang Wenjue and Han Dong to meet her. Growing impatient, Zhang Wenjue exclaimed, "I will wait as long as it takes. I must see her today. I've come here 3 times already, and it's always the same. Does she have to be so haughty?" Han Dong, sensing the tension, interjected, "Are we still drinking? If not, I'm heading home." He found Zhang Wenjue's ostentatious display of wealth rather unbecoming, considering they were merely entrepreneurs earning modest profits, not millionaires. Noticing Fan Dom's displeasure, Zhang Wenjue waved dismissively for the manager to leave. "Go away. This is utterly tedious." In Chapter 26, titled Accompanying Drinks, it is revealed that men like Han Dong and Zhang Wenjue, who possess decent looks and can afford to spend, are regarded as high-quality clients, the type that the princesses are most eager to entertain. Firstly, there's no need to force a smile while suppressing disgust. Moreover, the younger clientele tend to be the most generous. In such environments, older patrons are often seasoned veterans, while the majority of willing spenders are under 30. Consequently, several princesses who wished to accompany but were not selected felt a twinge of bitterness, especially since Zhang Wenjue had specifically called for Shun Bingyun. Upon exiting, they began to mock, "Another one here for Bingyun. Doesn't he even reflect on his own worth? Can he truly afford her?" Although Han Dong and Zhang Wenjue were relatively impressive, their attire was rather ordinary. While it is not uncommon for the wealthy to dress down intentionally, such individuals are indeed rare. As Shun Bingyun emerged from the private room, she was engaged in conversation with departing guests, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the approaching sisters. Had she overheard someone mentioning her? The manager, lacking any authoritative demeanor, recognized that Shun Bingyun was not only backed by the owner, but was also the most sought-after individual in the establishment, possessing an extensive network. Naturally, many men coveted her beauty and poise. Yet, precisely because of her desirability, a subtle equilibrium was maintained. No one dared to overstep their bounds. Shun Bingyun was also quite adept at social interactions, so her outings primarily involved casual conversations and drinks, rarely encountering unruly patrons. Upon her exit, the manager warmly addressed her. "Bingyun, please head to box 9 shortly. Engage in some pleasantries and have a drink with the boss's friend." As she acknowledged and prepared to proceed, a young man unexpectedly stepped out from a nearby private room, blocking her path. It was Zhang Wenjue, who had initially given up on seeking Shun Bingyun's company, but had inadvertently overheard her speaking outside. The manager, maintaining his composure, stated, "Sir, would you kindly wait a moment?" Zhang Wenjue found the situation amusing, remarking, "I've never heard of a princess refusing to come out when money is offered. Other rooms have guests, but we are not included. She must accompany my friend today." Having seen countless characters in his long tenure at the establishment, the manager contemplated calling security if Zhang Wenjue continued to be obstinate. Amidst the standoff, Shun Bingyun's gaze sharpened slightly. Someone else emerged from the private room, standing behind Zheng Wenjue. If her memory served her correctly, this was the very individual who had aggressively sought debts from Qiao Liuzi and had consumed an entire bottle of high-proof whiskey immediately afterward. Shun Bingyun had worked at the Galaxy for over a year and had never encountered anyone bold enough to compel Qiao Liuzi to compromise. Thus her impression of Han Dong was particularly profound. Feeling a stir in her heart, she smiled and said, "Gentlemen, how about this? I shall join you in your private room in 10 minutes. Her voice was slightly cool, with a hint of huskiness that exuded an intangible allure. Zheng Wenjue, captivated by her amiable demeanor, eagerly nodded in agreement. As she passed Han Dong, Shun Bingyun offered a slight nod, a gesture of acknowledgement. After walking a considerable distance, Zheng Wenjue finally withdrew his gaze from her. This woman was undeniably enchanting, which explained why a crowd found it difficult to move past her. Such a woman would surely tempt any man to desire her in his bed. Han Dong pondered. With so many admirers, she still navigated the galaxy with such ease. It was clearly more than mere beauty. Initially, Zheng Wenjue presumed Shun Bingyun's mention of returning in 10 minutes was merely playful banter, yet to his surprise, she indeed appeared at their private room precisely 10 minutes later. The other princess in the room, named Han Yue, was also quite beautiful, but upon Shun Bingyun's entrance, she seemed to fade into the background, feeling somewhat ill at ease. The competitive nature of men was strong enough, let alone that of women. After taking a sip of her drink to conceal her feelings, Han Yue remarked, half smiling and half annoyed, "Zheng Ge, you men truly are fickle. Just a moment ago, you were praising me, and now you can hardly take your eyes off Sister Bingyun." Zheng Wenjue, experienced in the ways of the world, quickly regained his composure. No matter how stunning a woman might be, she held no relevance to him today. Shun Bingyun was specifically invited to accompany Han Dong for drinks and karaoke. He turned to her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, his lips nearly brushing against Hong Yue's earlobe as he whispered, "I am quite devoted." Hong Yue's cheek flushed slightly, and she giggled as she pushed him away. Shun Bingyun was not surprised by this. She settled beside Han Dong and remarked, "You left quite an impression the other day. Even Liu Yi was rendered speechless by you." As she drew closer, the alluring scent of her perfume enveloped Han Dong, a fragrance that was subtle yet intoxicating. Clad in a black dress with a modest neckline, a hint of skin tantalizingly visible, it caused even Han Dong, a man of remarkable composure, to feel his heart race. The primal instincts of a man are undeniably stirred in the presence of an exceptional woman. Taking a sip of cool beer, Han Dong endeavored to steady himself. "Miss Shun, you are equally unforgettable." In the midst of their conversation, Han Dong fetched a clean glass and poured beer for Shun Bingyun. She sipped leisurely, her crimson lips contrasting beautifully with the golden beverage, radiating a refined elegance akin to that of a fox. Han Dong felt a flicker of doubt. It was hard to fathom that such a captivating woman as Shun Bingyun could exist in an ordinary establishment. While she might not surpass Xiaoming in appearance, her femininity and distinctive allure were sufficient to make any man momentarily lose his composure in her presence. Particularly, Shun Bingyun possessed a visage that was somewhat frosty, with an introverted nature, creating a stark contrast between her demeanor and her looks. Zheng Wenjue, understanding the protocol, called for another round of drinks as soon as Shun Bingyun arrived. Once seated, Hong Yue selected a song and began to sing with Zheng Wenjue. From Han Dong's perspective, he noted that Zheng Wenjue's hands were somewhat unscrupulous. Yet, Hong Yue remained unperturbed, gradually inching closer to Zheng. The title of princess is a rather ambiguous profession. When men and women sit together, alcohol tends to blur boundaries, particularly for impulsive males who often make excessive demands when money is involved. While financial matters might be inconsequential, offending a guest is certainly significant. Thus, the term princess stands in stark contrast to its implications. Those willing to embrace this vocation often find their moral thresholds continuously eroded. In just a few minutes, Han Yue had become quite intimate with Zheng Wenjue. Han Dong had no doubt that with a little more money, the two would end up sharing a bed that night. While Han Yue and Zheng were engrossed in their revelry, the atmosphere between Han Dong and Shun Bingyun remained comparatively subdued. Whether it was pretense or other reasons, Han Dong was indeed unable to engage in Zheng Wenjue's flirtatious antics, nor was he the type to easily banter with any woman. Their conversation mostly revolved around trivial matters. The drinks had swiftly diminished. With a hint of inebriation, Zheng Wenjue cheerfully remarked, "Miss Shun, Brother Dong has spent quite some time in the army. It has rendered him somewhat simple-minded. You should put in some effort to train him properly. The army? Shun Bingyun's confusion dissipated. No wonder I felt that Mr. Han's demeanor is rather different from that of ordinary people. It all makes sense now. Han Dong picked up a cigarette from the table and lit it. In what way am I different? Observing his awkward smoking posture, a fleeting smile crossed Shun Bingyun's eyes. This man indeed differed from the usual clientele she encountered. His gaze lacked a strong ulterior motive, and his manner of conversation was refreshingly engaging and relaxed, concise yet coherent, making it pleasant to listen to without feeling awkward. It was evident that he was likely a reliable individual, adhering to a conventional approach in his endeavors. More importantly, he exuded confidence. After sitting for a while longer, Shun Bingyun noticed the head waiter at the door repeatedly making excuses to enter, casting her knowing glances. Understanding that another guest required her attention, she stood up and offered Han Dong a toast. I apologize. I have another guest to attend to. With that, she downed her drink in one gulp. Despite her delicate demeanor, she showed no hesitation in consuming alcohol. Han Dong distinctly remembered that during their time in the private room, she had consumed nearly a bottle of beer and 2 glasses of red wine. Most men would feel some discomfort after such consumption, yet Shun Bingyun's expression remained unchanged, at least on the surface. As she noticed Han Dong finish his drink, she smiled before leaving. Do come by often. Han Dong thought to himself that this outing had nearly depleted his living expenses for the next 2 years. How could he frequent this place? Subsequently, Zheng Wenjue and the princess named Hong Yue grew increasingly affectionate. Observing their impatient demeanor, Han Dong declined Zheng Wenjue's suggestion to call for the princess again and made his exit first. Outside, the oppressive heat had receded, revealing a starlit sky. A gentle breeze occasionally swept by, refreshing the mind and spirit. With a slight buzz from the drinks, Han Dong ambled leisurely down the street. The Tiana Garden, where the Xia family resided, was only 2 to 3 kilometers from the Milky Way, a mere 10-minute walk at most. Today's extravagance, hosted by Zheng Wenjue, had deeply impacted him. After a preliminary calculation, it became evident that Shun Bingyun's fee for the evening, coupled with the minimum expenditure of the private room, along with food and beverages, amounted to a staggering sum that he could never hope to save within a year or 2. Unbeknownst to him, as he exited, a business vehicle silently started nearby. Trailing behind him, inside, 6 or 7 individuals huddled together, brandishing clubs, poised for action. Is that him? Inquired the driver, a young man in his 20s, muscular and clad in a tank top, as he pointed towards Han Dong, who was walking ahead. Someone retrieved a phone and scrolled through some photos. Indeed, the young man sneered coldly, promptly pressing down on the accelerator, the vehicle lunging forward with great speed to block Han Dong's path. Meanwhile, Han Dong, engulfed in his own troubled thoughts, instinctively stepped aside at the sudden screech of brakes. In a flash, the car door swung open, and a young man wielding a baseball bat leaped out, charging towards him. Following suit, the rest of the group exited the car, approximately 6 or 7 in total. Advancing in a fan-like formation, Han Dong speculated about their intentions, his previously relaxed demeanor instantly tightening. After narrowly avoiding an attack, he disregarded retaliation and turned to flee. Are they from Hu Tianlong? He pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. Hu Tianlong was in league with the municipal government and would likely refrain from instigating trouble during ongoing demolition negotiations. As his thoughts raced, Han Dong halted his escape, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance, slowly retreating. Another vehicle had blocked his route, and 4 or 5 more individuals emerged. It was apparent that someone had meticulously orchestrated this ambush, waiting for him. Who are you? Han Dong furrowed his brow, focusing on the apparent leader of the group, the first young man to attack. No sooner had he spoken than a diminutive man with a fierce countenance swung a bat towards him, exclaiming, "You should have gone to the hospital to consult a doctor." Han Dong sidestepped just in time, the bat narrowly grazing his chest as it fell. Once the confrontation commenced, everyone closed in. From the front, back, left, and right they surrounded him. Had they been unarmed, Han Dong might not have felt fear. However, the suddenness of the attack and the opponent's preparedness left him trapped. After evading 2 strikes aimed directly at him, he disregarded the intense pain from a blow to his back and lunged forward, seizing one assailant by the neck with a single hand. The unfortunate fellow had not anticipated such misfortune, offering no resistance as Han Dong yanked him back, using him as a shield. Amidst the cries of agony, Han Dong did not pause, swiftly identifying an opportunity to charge through two attackers. Making a beeline for the young man who had just escaped the encirclement, capturing the leader was paramount. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the young man realized the precariousness of his situation, it was too late. "Damn it," he exclaimed as he raised his bat. But that was the extent of his capability. He could not bring it down. Han Dong had entered the range of the bat's swing, his iron grip clamping onto the young man's throat. The immense force compelled the young man to recoil, crashing against the vehicle with a thud. Han Dong then seized his hair, the excruciating pain tearing at his scalp, eliciting a desperate scream, effectively halting the advance of the assailants who were about to close in. "Let him go. Release him at once," shouted the dozen or so men, halting in disarray, beginning to threaten him chaotically. Han Dong possessed keen insight. The young ruffian leading the group was none other than a debauched scion named Wang Yu. These thugs were not mere delinquents. They were all hired muscle that Wang had gathered from various acquaintances. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Wang Yu exclaimed in a fit of rage. Before he could utter another word, Han Dong seized him by the hair and slammed his head against the car. The excruciating pain made fear finally flicker in Wang's eyes. He had often disciplined others, but had never anticipated encountering someone like Han Dong. This was a true harbinger of doom, and despite being surrounded by numerous followers, he had foolishly believed he could simply watch the spectacle unfold, only to find himself cast as the protagonist. "What brings you here?" Han Dong inquired, his tone steady and probing. Wang stammered, too intimidated to boast or provide a straightforward answer. Han Dong, seemingly unfazed, casually picked up a baseball bat from the ground, and with a resounding crack, smashed it against the car window. The tip of the bat was mere inches from Wang's head. Shards of glass scattered across his face, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. I'll tell you," he shouted desperately, fearing that Han might not hear him. "It's Chun Bin. My cousin Chun Bin sent me the photo, instructing me to teach you a lesson." Chun Bin? The very same Chun Bin who was Xie Mingming's boyfriend. Han Dong recalled mentioning his visit to the galaxy in front of Xie Mingming last time, which likely ignited Chun Bin's desire for revenge. Yet, resorting to such tactics for this trivial matter indicated that Chun Bin was certainly no virtuous character. Understanding the origins of these men, Han Dong delivered a swift kick to Wang Yu's waist, sending him sprawling to the ground, now stripped of even the courage to harbor resentment. Wang observed his subordinates shrink back, paralyzed by fear, realizing that he had been thoroughly defeated today. Furthermore, it was evident that many passers-by were watching, and the police were likely on their way. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to retreat into his vehicle. Once the commotion settled, Han Dong exhaled deeply, only then acknowledging the sharp pain in his back from being struck a couple of times during the scuffle. Leaning against a lamppost to regain his composure, he trudged along the road towards the Xia family residence, hoping to hail a taxi. However, misfortunes seemed to plague him. The taxis that were typically abundant were nowhere to be found today. He walked intermittently, when suddenly a sharp honk pierced the air. He turned mechanically, spotting the familiar emblem of an Audi. Through the windshield, a strikingly beautiful and cold visage came into view. Chapter 28. Depart. The commotion arising from Han Dong's altercation with Wang Yu's gang was considerable, and being in close proximity to the galaxy, Shun Bingyun, who had just finished work, witnessed the entire episode. She was intrigued by how one individual could exhibit such stark duality. In moments of crisis, he displayed a chilling calmness. Yet his speech was gentle and cautious, bordering on awkwardness. She had encountered many soldiers, yet none had the commanding presence that Han Dong exhibited, able to break free from a circle of armed assailants and take control. Contemplating this, she noticed the man struggling to walk, frequently glancing towards the roadside, seemingly in search of a vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, she approached and honked her horn. However, the instant the horn blared, she regretted her decision, as they were hardly acquainted, and she knew little of him. The vigilance cultivated through years of work rendered it inconceivable for her to share a vehicle with a male companion at such a late hour. As these thoughts surged, she suppressed them, smiling as she leaned out to greet. "Handsome, would you like a ride?" Given that the vehicle had already halted, pondering over trivialities seemed rather inconsiderate. She contemplated that if Han Dong feigned refusal, she would gracefully take her leave. Surely, such casual greetings would not be taken seriously by many. However, Shen Bingyan soon realized her misjudgment. As Han Dong had no intention of being coy, he approached directly. The car door slammed shut, and the man was already seated in the passenger seat. She inwardly rolled her eyes, surprised by his audacity to board without hesitation. Han Dong, finding it challenging to stand, settled into the plush seat and exhaled, "Thank you." Shun Bingyun's professional smile illuminated the entire cabin. "Where do you live?" "Let me take you home." "Tian Heiyuan." "Where?" Shun Bingyun feigned not hearing clearly and asked again. After receiving Han Dong's affirmative response, she expressed her astonishment. "Did you not claim to be just a lowly company employee? The villas in Tian Heiyuan cost tens of millions. Can a mere employee reside in such luxury?" Since Han Dong was not well acquainted with her, he offered a vague explanation, stating he was temporarily staying at a friend's house. Shun Bingyun raised an eyebrow. "If you're going to lie, at least choose a more credible excuse." Han Dong, misunderstanding her, replied, "I'm not lying." Shun Bingyun deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such matters and chose to change the subject. The sleek black vehicle glided through the night, and the interior gradually fell into a serene silence. Inside, the two engaged in a blend of jest and sincerity, finding enjoyment in their conversation. Yet, in reality, their mutual apprehensions stifled the dialogue. Han Dong, unaccustomed to the quiet atmosphere, inquired, "How long have you been in this profession?" Shun Bingyun instinctively recoiled, smiling without responding. She mused that this man, evidently a soldier for too long, lacked the finesse for engaging conversation. The duration of her career was akin to her own age, a closely guarded secret. Assuming she dismissed him, Han Dong fell silent and leaned back, resting his eyes. The scent wafted intermittently, imparting an inexplicable sense of comfort, even dulling the ache in his back. Shun Bingyun cast a casual glance. With each encounter, she sensed that he was unlike others. His methods, audacity, and demeanor were unorthodox, defying convention. He appeared to be merely in his mid-20s. If not for the depths concealed within his eyes, his face bore a certain youthful innocence. A gentle sound of breathing began to fill the air. Shun Bingyun was rendered speechless. He had indeed fallen asleep, his heart seemingly untroubled as he boldly slumbered in her car. Han Dong was utterly exhausted. An overwhelming series of events had transpired in the last couple of days. The entanglements with Hu Tianlong's thugs, the torment at the police station, the pressures from the Xiao mother and daughter, along with Qiu Yuping, and now being ambushed by Chun Bin. In a state of mild inebriation, he found himself drifting between dreams and wakefulness in the air-conditioned car, acutely aware of every sound around him, yet lethargically disinclined to intervene. The vehicle seemed to have come to a stop, and the cabin filled with an increasingly potent, soporific fragrance. Han Dong abruptly opened his eyes, extending his hand forward with the swiftness of a tiger targeting its prey. It was only mid-air that he noticed Shun Bingyun's astonished and panicked expression, as his palm was about to grasp her slender neck. With a sigh, Han Dong felt a surge of helplessness. The light sleep training from his time in the military evidently had not yet enabled him to swiftly recover. As his hand neared Shun Bingyun, he halted awkwardly, retracting it with an apology. "I'm sorry." Shun Bingyun pressed her hand against her upright chest, retorting with annoyance, "We've arrived." It was then that Han Dong realized the vehicle had already come to a stop at the entrance of the villa. Rubbing his sore, gritty eyes, he expressed gratitude. "Thank you. If there's a chance, I shall certainly treat you to a meal." Shun Bingyun, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "You have quite the calculation there. I'm not someone who will eat anyone's food. Let us talk about it later." Han Dong waved his hand, his figure gradually disappearing as he entered the villa. Shun Bingyun turned the car around for the return journey, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her lips. This fellow indeed had a certain charm. Upon arriving home, the silence was palpable, yet the light in Xiao Meng's room remained aglow. He did not linger, heading directly to his bedroom to remove his shirt. In the dressing mirror, the menacing cobra tattoo on his back appeared swollen and bruised. Han Dong rummaged for some ointment, clumsily applying and massaging it as he gazed into the mirror. If he did not tend to this injury promptly, he might struggle to rise from bed the next day. Having missed an entire day of work due to his visit to the police station, missing another shift tomorrow would likely leave him without funds for the month. Suddenly, the door burst open, revealing Xiao Meng in her pajamas, standing at the threshold with a strikingly beautiful face, though her expression was far from pleasant. Her keen sense of smell detected the mingling scents of smoke, alcohol, and perfume emanating from Han Dong. The man stood barebacked before the mirror, the scars on his solid torso exposed, with that terrifying cobra tattoo glaring back at her. Its tongue flicked out, mouth agape, scales distinctly visible, eerily lifelike. Not daring to look any longer, she muttered, "Pervert." Having encountered numerous tattooed individuals, she had never heard of one with a cobra inked on their back. Han Dong disregarded her accusatory demeanor and turned to inquire, "What is the matter?" Xiao Ming fell silent. She had stayed awake to confront Han Dong about his interference with the demolition project. Yet, the mention of Chiu Yuping might provoke him further. It was inappropriate for them to argue late at night. Suppressing her rising anger, she demanded, "Why didn't you go to work all day today? You didn't even offer a greeting. Do you think this company is your family's? If you don't want to work, you should submit your resignation early to avoid an unpleasant dismissal later." Han Dong lacked the energy to explain. Xiao Ming likely wouldn't listen anyway. "Is there anything else?" "Of course there is. Don't you need to explain your visit to the police station? You're still our son-in-law. Is there no shame in that? Those unaware might think you did something wrong." Han Dong, weary and frustrated, retorted, "Is it amusing to feign ignorance? If you wish to share a bed, simply come over. If not, please return to your own room. I need a rest." Xiao Ming's face flushed with anger. "Mind your words. Whoever wishes to sleep with you, you may as well give up on that dream for the rest of your life." Han Dong spoke in a calm voice. "So, if you are unwilling to fulfill even the obligations of a spouse, what right do you have to interfere with my affairs? What does my presence or absence at the police station have to do with you? Mr. Xia, it is now after work hours, if you wish to flaunt your authority. Can it not wait until you return to the office? You're simply indulging in decadence, utterly unreasonable. Get lost." Han Dong suddenly lifted his head, interrupting her. Xiao Ming, with a look of disbelief, thought she must have misheard. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? In Chapter 29, Original Sin, after a moment, a feeling of humiliation surged within her, and in a moment of impulse, she stepped closer to Han Dong. "What did you say?" Han Dong was aware of her volatile nature, but did not expect her to react with such intensity over mere words. He had only told her to leave. Damn it, if he were to respond to her constant insults as she did, he would have long since put her in her place. Adhering to the principle that a gentleman should not engage in quarrels with a lady, Han Dong refrained from further retorts. Yet, Xiao Ming was relentless. "The ownership of this house belongs to me. Everything you eat, use, and reside in is from our family. How dare you tell me to get lost? Have some decency." "Our family?" he thought, pondering his position as an outsider. Suppressing his anger, Han Dong gazed at her face, which had once captivated his thoughts. "Xiao Ming, could you perhaps consider your words before speaking them?" He felt weary and disheartened by her relentless attitude, which sought to bring him to his knees. His patience only seemed to embolden her further. "If you were a man, you would act like one. If I were you, I would move out immediately and never set foot in the Xia household again." Han Dong's expression hardened, his indifference palpable. Xiao Ming could scarcely meet his gaze, her indignation boiling over. "What? Do you wish to strike me? Come, give it a try. Slap." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Han Dong's hand struck her pristine face. Xiao Ming stood frozen, her hand pressed against her cheek. In that moment, she felt a rush of heat across her face. Her mind blank. You hit me." It seemed surreal. Throughout her life, not even her parents had ever laid a hand on her. Han Dong regretted the act the moment it occurred, having retracted the force just before contact, rendering the slap more of a sound than a painful blow. Yet, that singular action was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Xiao Ming, momentarily stunned, charged at Han Dong, claws drawn, devoid of any strategy. "I will fight you." Han Dong wished to explain, but had no time. A sharp pain sliced through his arm as she scratched him. He felt little more than a fleeting sensation, retreating defensively and allowing her to vent her rage. The ensuing chaos transformed the entire room into a cacophony of noise. The commotion prompted Gong Xiuling's pet dog to bark and rush to their door, wagging its tail in confusion. Han Dong took another step back, seizing her wrists and pinning Xiao Ming against the wall, urgently imploring, "Do you wish for everyone to know we are fighting?" Xiao Ming's eyes glistened with unshed tears, unable to escape his grip. In a moment of urgency, she thrust her knee forward, aiming at the man's groin. The proximity was too intimate and abrupt. Han Dong's expression shifted rapidly as he instinctively attempted to push her away with his knee. Yet, as he drew closer, a sense of caution restrained him from exerting force, resulting in a muffled thud as he stumbled back, clutching his thigh. Xiao Ming, regaining some composure, heard footsteps approaching and surmised it might be her mother or sister. "Just wait for me," Xiao Ming declared fiercely before stepping outside. Beyond the door, a soft murmur emerged. Xiao Ming was recounting Han Dong's drunken antics. Following this, The discontented voice of Gong Qiuling faded into the distance. Han Dong moved to close the door, then sank onto the bed, rubbing his face, overwhelmed by a wave of drowsiness that rendered his eyes bloodshot. Xia Meng's words extinguished the last flicker of hope he harbored regarding their marital bond. She had never regarded him as a husband. It had all been his unreciprocated yearning. Memories of their initial encounters resurfaced in his mind as he reclined on the bed. People do change. That little girl, once so temperamental yet too tender-hearted to crush even an insect, had long vanished. The following morning at breakfast, as soon as he sat down, Xia Meng seized her handbag from the table and turned to leave. Gong Qiuling scoffed, "Xiao Dong, what can you do besides drinking and causing a ruckus? With your demeanor, you still complain that Xia Meng targets you. She works tirelessly at her company while you. What do you do?" "Mom, that is not fair," Xia Mingming interjected. "At least my brother-in-law played detective once. Otherwise, how could I have seen through Chun Bin's true nature? I still owe him my gratitude." Since Han Dong mentioned Chun Bin's arrival at Galaxy, she had hardly slept, having quarreled with Chun Bin numerous times. The root of her troubles was this so-called brother-in-law. Why did he have to meddle? She preferred ignorance over seeking unnecessary troubles. Han Dong had just taken his seat. Unable to leave immediately, he hastened his eating. As he mentioned heading to work, Gong Qiuling interrupted. "Wait." Han Dong halted. "Mom, what is it?" "I heard Xia Meng say you were obstructing the demolition alongside some local ruffians in the old district." "Xiao Dong, let me warn you. The demolition project is approved by the province and executed by the city government. If you meddle, it's your business, but don't drag the Xia family into it. It seems you've lost your mind over money. You should consider the implications of your actions." Gong Qiuling thought to herself that Han Dong's family had already sold their house and was clearly looking to profit from the old district's demolition. "Mom, there are no ruffians in the old district. You've misunderstood." "Misunderstood or not, if you continue to meddle foolishly, sign the divorce agreement with Xia Meng first. Our family doesn't want to be dragged into your chaos." "Understood," Han Dong replied insincerely before leaving. Upon exiting the Xiao residence, the stifling atmosphere gradually dissipated. The demolition project had caused Gong Qiuling to fear the city government's reprimand, while Xia Meng worried about Qiu Yuping's displeasure. Han Dong initially felt indifferent towards the situation, yet he now felt compelled to take a contrary stance. Not only did he intend to participate, but he also aimed to ensure that Qiu Yuping, the developer, would agree to meet all the demolition demands of the old district residents. Moreover, it is money that occupies his thoughts. Everyone assumes he seeks to extort funds from the demolition project. If that were the case, why does he not pursue it? The property title in the old city still bears his name, granting him the right to speak. He can no longer remain in this state, devoid of a diploma and lacking the vocational skills necessary for urban survival. He even struggles with the rudimentary business acumen. Apart from relying on his military credentials to scrape together his first pot of gold, what other avenues are available to him? The thought leaves him feeling subtly uncomfortable. He does not belong to the type that thrives on opportunism and cunning. The prospect of earning money in such a manner would undoubtedly inflict psychological turmoil upon him. Yet, he finds himself with no alternative. He must repay the 600,000 he owes the Xia family and invest capital into Zheng Wenjua's studio. In all these matters, money is the original sin, coercing a man who truly regards wealth as worthless into a reluctant affection for it. Upon arriving at the company, he had not yet made his way to the legal department when he was intercepted by Huang Li. The secretary to the president clearly would not obstruct him without cause. It was Xia Meng who sought him out. The two had clashed the previous night, even to the point of physical confrontation. What would she possibly want from him now? Was she intent on making his life difficult, perhaps to terminate his employment? That would suit him just fine, for he had little desire to languish at Zhenwei, waiting for death. Entering Xia Meng's office, Han Dong realized he had misjudged the situation. She did not appear to be on the verge of firing him. In fact, had he not caught a fleeting glimpse of anger in her eyes, he would have thought nothing unusual had transpired between them the night before. What on earth is going on? Han Dong pondered, feeling that her typical demeanor would be one of hostility upon seeing him. Supervisor Tang mentioned that your work has been commendable lately, helping the company recover a significant amount of funds, Xia Meng remarked, adopting the authoritative tone of a leader addressing an employee, seemingly offering praise. Uncertain of her true intentions, Han Dong played along. It is already generous of you not to dismiss me for violating company policy. Xia Meng stifled a scoff, recalling the phone call she received that morning, and momentarily set aside her inclination to argue. It was Chiu Yuping who had called, requesting a meeting with Han Dong to discuss the demolition of the old city. Realizing the conversation was becoming direct, she stated unequivocally, "You are not to go anywhere this morning. Accompany me to meet a guest. But I have work to do. If I fail to report to Supervisor Tang, I will surely face reprimand. I have already informed him on your behalf. Who am I to meet?" Chiu Yuping. Han Dong paused, incredulous. "Have you lost your mind? Insisting that I meet him? Why? Have you not always suspected that I have inappropriate dealings with Chiu Yuping? Are you afraid to meet him even once?" Han Dong knew she was provoking him, yet he could not help but feel unsettled. "What does he want from me?" "He wishes to discuss the demolition of the old city with you personally. Then please relay to Chiu Yuping that I am not in a position to make decisions, and he should abandon any further thoughts. Furthermore, you seem quite invested in matters concerning your ex-boyfriend. You are quite eager to engage. Do you not wonder if Chiu Yuping appreciates your diligence?" Xiaoming's chest rose and fell with agitation. This infuriating Han Dong always managed to provoke her ire with his words, as if a dog could ever speak wisdom. "Enough of this nonsense. If you refuse to go, I shall go alone." Han Dong raised an eyebrow. "So, threatening me means that if I don't go, the two of you will openly date. Is that right?" Xiaoming scoffed. "No matter how you twist it, you're just a coward. If you're too afraid to go, why concoct so many excuses? With your demeanor, how can you still foolishly hope that I would like you? Continue dreaming." Han Dong replied in a calm tone, "There is nothing wrong with liking someone. But to insult someone who has affections for you raises questions about your character. You want me to meet Chiu Yuping, right? No problem. I am always at your service." He resolutely agreed and then left the office. Han Dong had no reason to avoid Chiu Yuping. Regardless of the context of their meeting, it mattered little. If Xiaoming wished for him to go, then he would oblige her. Upon returning to the legal department, Han Dong found himself idly seated at his desk. His work, aside from the occasional debt collection assignment, involved making phone calls according to the list provided by Tang Yanxiu. The office was not large, lacking even a computer. Surrounding him were several elite professionals, clad in either dress trousers and shirts or business skirts. In the workplace, the hierarchy was starkly delineated. Han Dong had often heard Lu Mingyuan complain, likening his experience in the legal department to being a subordinate, where everyone treated him as a mere servant. Previously, he had thought Lu was joking, as Han Dong had only recently joined the legal department and had yet to truly settle in. Today marked his first genuine encounter with the character of those in the legal division. No sooner had he finished a call than a man of average build, exuding arrogance and likely in his 30s, casually handed him a cup. "Xiao Han, please fetch me a cup of tea." Han Dong did not even know his name and hesitated momentarily before rising to fill the cup at the water dispenser. Hardly had he returned to his seat when another voice called out to him, "Newcomer, tidy up the place." Unbeknownst to him, within the legal department, he and Lu Mingyuan were deemed multifunctional employees. Lacking qualifications and experience, they were burdened with all the arduous tasks, while these elite individuals remained aloof and unapproachable. Before Han Dong's arrival, Lu Mingyuan had a partner who was driven away by this very crowd. Typically, whenever there were no external assignments, the debt collectors in the legal department were expected to handle all sorts of chores. Even Tang Yanxiu, on occasion, would summon them to assist with cleaning when the janitorial staff was overwhelmed. In a moment of distraction, the distant legal employee grew impatient. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Hurry up." The tone was condescending, belonging to a slender 25 or 26-year-old. Han Dong had heard of this individual. He was supposedly a distant cousin of Gong Xiuling, named Huang Ziyuan. It was said he had studied abroad, a graduate of a prestigious institution, and had only deigned to join this small company due to his connection with Gong Xiuling. Indifferent to him, Han Dong picked up the phone list and began to make calls in succession to pursue debts. The debt collection process was straightforward. Contact each individual one by one, marking those who were unreachable or rude for further action. Those who were amiable and cooperative sometimes even transferred the funds directly to the company's account after a brief conversation. However, Han Dong's demeanor only served to infuriate Huang Ziyuan. "Do you even want to keep this job?" Huang Ziyuan raised his voice, and the few employees in the legal department turned their gaze towards Han Dong in unison. Even Tang Yanxiu seemed to have sensed some commotion, her gaze piercing through the glass to observe. Han Dong, however, remained blissfully ignorant, engaging in conversation with a client. "Hello. I apologize for the inconvenience regarding our collaboration with Zhenwei a few days ago. I hope it's not too much trouble for you." Just as he was speaking, Huang Ziyuan strode over, slamming his palm onto Han Dong's desk. With one hand clutching his phone, Han Dong inadvertently grasped a disposable paper cup filled with tea on the table, causing it to tip and spill its warm contents all over Huang Ziyuan. In the past, even when angered, he would feign humility to appease Xiao Meng's management. However, he no longer wished to endure, particularly in light of the other party's connection to Gong Xiuling, which rendered Han Dong disinclined to utter a single word. Huang Ziyuan, caught off guard by the nonchalance, found himself unable to dodge the deluge, his neatly pressed shirt instantly soaked, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. As he retreated, fury ignited within him. "You bastard!" Han Dong raised his gaze coldly, silencing Huang Ziyuan's impending retort. He could hear colleagues nearby chuckling and whispering, causing Huang Ziyuan's face to flush crimson with embarrassment. Yet, under Han Dong's intimidating stare, he lacked the courage to assert his masculine dominance. After a moment of seething rage, he pointed at Han Dong and spat. "You wait, just wait for it." With that, he stormed into Tang Yinxiu's office, evidently to lodge a complaint. Han Dong, with a mindset of reckless abandon, paid little heed and resumed his work on the landline. This situation mirrored his experiences when he first joined the military, during the initial days. Seasoned soldiers had similarly bullied the newcomers, targeting Han Dong and his peers relentlessly during training. Unable to tolerate the harassment any longer, Han Dong had once delivered a punch that knocked out 3 of his opponent's teeth. Thanks to his father's connections in the military, he avoided expulsion despite the altercation and settled the matter privately with a few thousand yuan. After that, no one dared to challenge him again. Chapter 31, The Small-Minded. Han Dong, come here for a moment. Shortly thereafter, Huang Ziyuan emerged from the office, and Tang Yinxiu waved him over at the door. Han Dong set down the phone, and as he brushed past Huang Ziyuan, he heard him mutter smugly, "Just wait to be fired." Entering the office, he found Tang Yinxiu languidly reclined on the sofa, exuding an air of relaxed authority. She tapped a ballpoint pen rhythmically against the table, producing a crisp sound. Han Dong stood at attention. "Supervisor Tang, what do you need from me?" Tang Yinxiu found it difficult to fathom the source of Han Dong's confidence. How could a low-ranking employee engage in a dispute with an elite from the legal department without a hint of trepidation? Yet, his youthful countenance betrayed no emotion, remaining inscrutable. From a professional standpoint, Tang Yinxiu actually appreciated Han Dong's efficiency as an employee. In just a few days on the job, he had resolved the company's most significant debt issue with Xiao Liuzi, successfully reclaiming the commercial debt within the stipulated time frame. If not for Xiao Meng's explicit directive to terminate Han Dong, Tang Yinxiu might have already begun to reconsider her biases. After a brief pause, she resumed. "Team leader Huang just mentioned that you splashed water on him." Han Dong refuted the accusation. "No, it was the shaking of the table that caused the water to spill." Tang Yinxiu mocked. "Do you think slamming your hand on the table will splash water on others? It merely indicates your excessive strength. Do you imagine that your sophistry renders me powerless?" "Director Tang, we must adhere to reason. Whoever witnessed this incident, have them come forward for confrontation. It matters not if you speak defiantly. The internal cameras should have recorded the entire sequence of events." Han Dong, bereft of any argument, ceased to defend himself. "You may act as you wish. If you wish to dismiss me, feel free to concoct any justification." Tang Yinxiu rebuked. "What is your attitude?" Han Dong replied candidly. "Director Tang, I am merely a general assistant in the legal department, responsible solely for the public areas. I'm not here to serve tea or to be summoned by others." Tang Yinxiu countered. "Before you, others manage their work without such excuses. Moreover, the minimum qualification for formal employees in the legal department is a bachelor's degree. What about you? Do you think the legal department recruits individuals who haven't even graduated from high school for such roles? If I assign you to handle contracts, you must be capable of doing so. One must utilize resources wisely and employ talents effectively. If you wish to earn respect, you must demonstrate your own capabilities. I now present you with 2 options. First, sincerely apologize to team leader Huang. Second, pack your belongings and leave immediately. The legal department is too small to accommodate someone like you." Han Dong shook his head. "Director Tang, go ahead and dismiss me." "Do I seem afraid?" "It is not fear. You truly lack the ability to do so." Tang Yinxiu's already frosty demeanor turned icy. "Then let us see. Do as you please." Han Dong felt an exhilaration in speaking to his superior in such a manner. Before departing, he turned back and added, "By the way, Director Tang, although I did not graduate from high school, that is not a valid reason for you to demean others. The chairman who founded Jinwei did not complete middle school. Yet it is a fact that you, a master's degree holder, are working for someone with a middle school education. A rebellion was brewing. Tang Yinxio's face flushed with a mix of red and white at Han Dong's words. Since joining Jinwei, no one had dared to speak to her in such a manner. Upon exiting, Han Dong chose not to acknowledge Huang Ziyuan, who wore a gloating expression. Silently, he picked up his phone. Dad, Xiaoming is going to dismiss me. He held a profound disdain for seeking external aid or complaining. However, the essence of humanity lies in adaptability and clarity of perception. Han Dong recognized that if he continued in a passive stance, Xiaoming and her mother would only become more outrageous. With someone like Xiao Longjiang as a formidable ally, why not utilize that support? After all, his father-in-law had once made a solemn promise before his father, Han Yueshan, stating that if anyone from the Xia family felt wronged, he, Xiao Longjiang, would intervene on their behalf. A mere minor dispute within the legal department became an overwhelming source of frustration for Xiaoming. First, Tang Yinxiu personally approached her, stating that without Han Dong, she would not succeed. Next, her father called, delivering a relentless tirade of reproach. He concluded with a threat. If she dared to dismiss Han Dong, he would resign from his position at Jinwei. Xiaoming's head throbbed with anger. Yet she had no recourse against her father. He refused to hear her explanations or understand her reasons, firmly believing it was her fault and that she was intentionally targeting Han Dong. After a moment of suppressing her frustration, she picked up the landline and said, Director Tang, for the time being, grant me a favor and allow Han Dong a few days. If he oversteps again, I will personally handle it. Huang Ziyuan insisted on resigning. Xia, consider this carefully. Xiaoming let out a huff. It's hard to believe he would actually resign. Huang Ziyuan, with his inflated credentials and abilities. Surely you must know that he would starve if he left Jinwei. Who exactly is this Han Dong? Xiaoming spoke ambiguously, the son of my father's comrade. Setting her phone down, she took a deep breath. Xiaoli, please summon Han Dong for me. Huang Li, who had just entered, wore an expression of helplessness. She couldn't fathom whether President Xia had lost her mind by constantly creating trouble for her own husband. Just as she was about to head to the legal department after putting down the documents, Xiaoming waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, never mind. She had noticed that Han Dong's wooden head had finally come to some understanding. Calling him over now would likely just add to her own frustrations. It would be better to settle both old and new accounts together at noon. In the legal department, Huang Ziyuan observed Tang Yinxiu with frustration as she made a lot of noise without taking further action against Han Dong. He felt a growing sense of gloom as he realized that his colleagues were beginning to look at him differently. Reluctantly, he approached Tang Yinxiu again, only to be met with the response that it was impossible to casually dismiss someone over such a trivial matter. If he wished to resign, she would approve it. It was evident to everyone that Han Dong must have some powerful backing. Huang Ziyuan, typically ineffective, now found himself the subject of ridicule, with many commenting that he had kicked a hard rock. Moreover, this incident reminded everyone of the debt that Xiao Liuzai had incurred a few days prior, coupled with Han Dong's decisive response to Huang Ziyuan, leading many to realize that the seemingly gentle and polite Han Dong was, in fact, a character of considerable depth. However, Han Dong paid little mind to the situation. Individuals like Huang Ziyuan were quite common, and engaging in petty conflicts with them was exhausting. After making his rounds with phone calls and noting everything down, Han Dong idly noticed Jiang Yiming on the other side of the partition, wearing a frown. He was holding a draft contract, seemingly working on translating it into English. Jiang Yiming noticed Han Dong's gaze and smiled amicably. The boss has instructed me to finalize the translation of the contract for her review by tomorrow morning. Though Han Dong was not well acquainted with Jiang Yiming, he could tell that this individual was not very talkative, typically characterized as diligent and serious in his work. The quality of one's character is often subtly revealed through their actions and words. Jiang Yiming, it seemed, possessed commendable qualities and had a good rapport within the legal department. Brother Jiang, what contract is this? Han Dong inquired. It's a task assigned by the headquarters from Zhejiang Bank, Jiang Yiming replied. Han Dong quickly grasped that this was related to the collaboration his father-in-law was negotiating, specifically concerning the security matters for the first branch of Zhejiang Bank in the United States. Clearly, Jiang Yiming was making good progress with the translation. Once the contract was officially signed, it would likely mean his father-in-law's return. The contract needed to be prepared in both Chinese and English, and Jiang Yiming was already dreading the prospect of an all-nighter, as the urgency of the contract was pressing. I have lived in the United States for a while, Brother Jiang. I might be able to assist. Han Dong offered. Jiang Yiming expressed doubt. You? Han Dong nodded. as his command of English had always been commendable, bolstered by systematic study during his overseas assignments. Moreover, having long been stationed abroad for peacekeeping duties and frequently interacting with American soldiers, his proficiency in spoken English is remarkably outstanding. Without further ado, he picked up the contract and began to read it softly in English. Jiang Yiming, being the most adept talent in the entire Jinwei legal department, immediately sensed that Han Dong was not jesting. His fingers instinctively began to tap the keyboard in sync with the English words Han Dong was articulating. Although he could translate quite well himself, it required extensive research and careful revisions, which was particularly cumbersome. With a reliable person reading it aloud, he could input the information with astonishing efficiency. Chapter 32. The Western Restaurant. As noon approached, the contract had already been translated to a significant extent. Jiang Yiming mused that this task would typically take until around 4 in the afternoon to complete. Unable to suppress a smile, he remarked, "Little Han, I didn't realize your English was so proficient. I only grasp a bit of spoken English. The intricacies of contract details elude me. You are too modest. Your simultaneous translation skills could rival those of professional translators in a live broadcast," he added, recalling Han Dong's previous experience in this field. With that, Jiang Yiming tidied his belongings and invited Han Dong to lunch at the cafeteria. Han Dong politely declined, mentioning he needed to meet with Xia Meng and Xiao Yuping. As he prepared to leave and wait at the company entrance, Jiang Yiming glanced around and whispered, "Be cautious of Huang Ziwan. He is quite treacherous. No waities. Our paths do not align in this regard. He lacks the capability to trouble me," Han Dong replied. Noticing Xia Meng had descended the stairs, he hurriedly excused himself and followed her. There was little to discuss with Xia Meng, their relationship now feeling distant. When Han Dong voluntarily took the driver's seat, Xia Meng refused to sit in the passenger seat, opting instead to open the rear door. "Let's go home first," Han Dong nodded and started the car. Stealing a glance in the rearview mirror, she was dressed for the workplace, likely intending to change. This thought left him with an uneasy feeling. Since their marriage, Han Dong and Xia Meng had not even dined alone together, let alone her dressing up specifically for a date with him. On the way, Xia Meng's phone rang incessantly. Her tone was irritable, occasionally escalating in agitation, as if the company were facing some troublesome predicament. "How could this happen? I had a smooth dinner discussion with President Jiang yesterday." The voice on the other end was male, and Han Dong recognized it as that of Sun Jian, the head of the transport division. "President Xia, it's evident that Typhoon is deliberately causing trouble. We have meticulously verified the amount dispatched today several times. Yet there are still discrepancies. It's simply impossible." Xia Meng pondered, realizing that the route with Typhoon Bank was entirely severed. Zhang Jianxi, Linen's Zhang Jianxi, she thought. He truly wields immense influence. It was unclear what methods he employed to have Jiang Tonglin of Typhoon Bank acquiesce so easily. A wave of panic washed over her as she hung up and immediately dialed Jiang Tonglin's number, seeking clarity on the specific situation. "To terminate the contract. We must at least wait until the contract period expires, but I cannot accept such a lowly excuse of a mistake from a partner," Xia Meng concluded. The sound of the phone ringing resonated clearly within the confines of the car, followed by the disheartening message that the number you dialed is currently engaged in a conversation, evidently indicating that Jiang Tonglin had hung up. Xia Meng's expression shifted noticeably. The rapid turn of events left her momentarily unresponsive and unable to comprehend the situation. Just yesterday, she had believed that the crisis concerning the partnership with Typhoon Bank had been resolved. In retrospect, Jiang Tonglin's behavior during their meal yesterday had been rather peculiar, evasive and unwilling to articulate his thoughts. She had come to terms with the notion that if Typhoon was indeed adamant, there was little she could do, and that the subsequent issues would have to be addressed gradually. Now, it seemed that the moment when Typhoon would directly declare the termination of their agreement was approaching. Otherwise, Jiang Tonglin would not have gone so far as to cut off her call. This implied that she had no time to buffer herself and was on the brink of facing the most significant crisis since the establishment of Jinwei. Han Dong caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror, the fragmented words he overheard allowing him to form a rough understanding of the situation. Unfounded and somewhat pitiful, he felt a pang of sympathy for Xia Meng. Not only had she narrowly escaped humiliation at the hands of Zhang Jianxi in linen, but she was now being suppressed by such underhanded tactics. The mere utterance of a single word from others could lead Typhoon to abandon its collaboration with Jinwei. highlighting the magnitude of the blow this posed to the proud Xiaoming. Though she often faced annoyance from others, she was undeniably diligent in her work, often toiling from dawn till dusk. However, the effort she invested seemed inversely proportional to the results she reaped. She was ambitiously striving to manage Jinwei, only to encounter unjust business practices. Is it possible that Zhang Jianxi has been pulling strings? Han Dong paused, unable to suppress his curiosity. Xiaoming turned her gaze to the window, her demeanor cold and mechanical. Yes, you were quite pleased to beat up Zhang Jianxi in linen, but now he is directing his wrath towards Jinwei. You must be rather content, as someone like you likely relishes the thought of my failures to balance your own sense of satisfaction. Han Dong frowned. Can you not apply reason? Zhang Jianxi is not retaliating against Jinwei. His target is you, pressuring you to yield to him. Alternatively, he may have intentions of expanding into Danyang, aiming to acquire all of Jinwei. If that is the case, severing the transportation business between Taifeng and Jinwei's subsidiaries is merely the first step. Xiaoming suddenly laughed, to be so meticulously regarded by Zhang Jianxi. What an honor it would be. Rather than being your wife, I might as well surrender myself to Zhang Jianxi. This way, I could also secure a partnership with Hing Yuan, and the crisis would be effortlessly resolved. Han Dong, with good intentions, attempted to analyze the situation, but upon hearing her words, he spoke in a lowered tone. Even if you were to choose that path, it is your decision to make. There is no need to involve me in your choices. What did you say? Xiaoming reached back and grasped Han Dong's ear, the force of her grip causing him to exclaim, "You scoundrel! I've shown you enough grace, and you think you can act so brazenly." Pain and anger surged within him, yet his hands remained firmly on the steering wheel. "I could kill you, you bastard." The fresh grievances mingled with old resentments, causing Xiaoming to recall the slap from the previous night, pushing her to the brink of losing her composure. Han Dong hastily eased off the accelerator, and as the car glided forward, his peripheral vision caught sight of a Land Rover abruptly halting ahead. He was taken aback and slammed on the brakes, exclaiming, "You lunatic, are you seeking death?" In the back seat, Xiaoming had not fastened her seatbelt. With a startled cry, her head collided against Han Dong's seat. A dull thud echoed, and then silence ensued. Han Dong steadied the car and leaned over, asking, "Are you all right?" Xiaoming, dazed, rubbed her head and inadvertently caught sight of the concern etched in his eyes, causing her heart to flutter unexpectedly. Avoiding his gaze, she retorted angrily, "Can't you drive properly?" In a low voice, Han Dong replied, "Isn't it your fault for suddenly moving?" Xiaoming detested the unprovoked feeling that had just arisen. Her disdain for Han Dong had begun the moment they had crossed boundaries in their drunken state. A sentiment she was certain of. Yet, was she truly certain? Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the vehicle. Once Han Dong resumed driving, Xiaoming refrained from causing further trouble. Upon their arrival at Tiana Garden, they returned home together. After approximately 20 minutes, Xiaoming descended the stairs in a sky blue, gown-like dress. Han Dong repeatedly reminded himself not to be entranced by her appearance. However, witnessing her outside of work still left him utterly captivated. Her porcelain white calves, accentuated by transparent high heels, appeared even more elongated and graceful. Her abdomen was smooth and delicate, the gown cinching at the waist without any excess. Women possess an extraordinary ability to transform. Han Dong understood this as the notion that one's attire conveys a distinct aura. Xiaoming was undoubtedly a paragon among such women. This blue gown imbued her with an ethereal quality. While he was enraptured, an undeniable heaviness settled within him. She had adorned herself for another man, not for him. Compared to her elegance, Han Dong glanced down at his own cheap shirt and casual pants, feeling inadequate, and without a word, he exited the house first. Back in the car, Xiaoming informed him that Xiao Yuping had arrived at a Western restaurant near Guotong Building in the city center. Han Dong recognized the location and paused momentarily, thinking, it's just a meeting. Any suitable restaurant for conversation would suffice. Why complicate things? The restaurant, he had heard from Zheng Wenjua, was a quintessential French establishment, reputed to be the most expensive in Danyang. According to Zheng, the priciest bottle of wine was priced at 620,000. Though not well-versed in the details, Han Dong instinctively felt uneasy. Would he not appear foolish stumbling into such a place? For over 20 years, he had never frequented such venues and held no interest in Western cuisine. Xiaoming dismissed his concerns, stating, "You worry too much. Just go where I tell you. Otherwise, you can go back now, and I'll go alone." Han Dong ceased to argue and accelerated the car, setting aside his unease about Xia Meng being alone with Qiu Yuping. His personality would never allow him to back out at the last minute. Having faced numerous challenges, he doubted that a Western restaurant could intimidate him. Chapter 33. The Exceptional. Inside the Western restaurant, a young man occupied a corner table. Dressed in slacks, polished shoes, and a white shirt, he exuded an air of refined elegance. His handsome features and gentle demeanor were complemented by deep, unfathomable eyes that effortlessly attracted the attention of many women in the establishment. The top button of his collar was undone, striking a balance between meticulousness and nonchalance. Such a man, wherever he went, was bound to become the center of attention. Moreover, in recent years, Qiu Yuping has become a darling of the media, garnering considerable fame. The watch he wears is an Omega, its black casing exuding a sense of sophistication. Adorning his wrist, it harmonizes perfectly with his demeanor. A discerning eye would recognize it as the dark side of the moon timepiece, valued at nearly 1 million on the market. Glancing at the time, Qiu Yuping soon noticed a familiar figure approaching from the direction of the entrance. A subtle smile graced his lips as he waved his hand in greeting. It was none other than Han Dong and Xia Meng. As his gaze swept over Xia Meng, a tinge of complexity inevitably arose within him. However, in a fleeting moment, his attention shifted entirely to Han Dong's face. This marked his first encounter with Xia Meng's so-called husband. Han Dong's appearance was passable, yet that was where his commendable traits ceased. In every other aspect, his attire, demeanor, and the various impressions Qiu Yuping had gleaned from Xia Meng left him genuinely perplexed as to how she had come to notice Han Dong. He was well aware of her discerning taste. During their university days, she had countless admirers, an abundance of exceptional suitors, and she remained unmoved by any of them. It was only when Qiu Yuping unwittingly touched her heart in a fleeting moment that their formal relationship commenced. Of course, this skepticism would not manifest on his face. In psychology, emotional fortitude is categorized into 3 stages: emotions expressed openly, emotions concealed, and emotions expressed yet unperturbed. Qiu Yuping currently resided in the second stage, striving towards the third. Han Dong, of course, had noticed Qiu Yuping. Their previous brief encounter had left a profound impression on him. Encountering him again in the romantic ambience of a French restaurant, Han Dong felt an unsettling discomfort, akin to ants crawling over him. He was reluctant to admit, yet could not deny, that in Qiu Yuping's presence, his own attributes paled in comparison. Just moments ago, upon entering the restaurant, he had been halted by a server, who insisted he adhere to the dress code. Had it not been for Xia Meng mentioning Qiu Yuping's name, he would not have been permitted entry. Yuping. Xia Meng's frequent phone conversations with Qiu Yuping had deepened their familiarity. Approaching with a smile, they exchanged glances and naturally took their seats. Han Dong understood that this interaction signified a relationship beyond mere acquaintances, for ordinary friends or business partners would either engage in awkwardness or polite small talk, or mechanically maintain a superficial fade. Genuine intimacy, however, is often found in comfortable silence. Such was the rapport between Xia Meng and Qiu Yuping, akin to longtime confidants, exuding an unspoken understanding. Han Dong felt like an intruder grappling with his discomfort. Qiu Yuping, ever the epitome of courtesy, extended his hand. "Mr. Han, I have long heard of your name." This statement carried a weight of implication. As a mere individual, how could Han Dong have garnered such recognition? Clearly, Xia Meng had frequently mentioned him during her conversations with Qiu Yuping. He cast a glance at Xia Meng, observing her complete focus on Qiu Yuping, before extending his hand for a brief shake. Once seated, Qiu Yuping summoned a waiter, conversing fluently in French as he placed their order, continually seeking Xia Meng's input throughout the process. Xia Meng's smile exuded a carefree charm that Han Dong had never encountered before. The two engaged in hushed deliberations, their camaraderie seemingly effortless. Ultimately, basic etiquette prevailed. After inquiring about Xia Meng's well-being for some time, Qiu Yuping turned his attention to Han Dong with a smile. "Mr. Han, what would you like to eat? Please, today is on me." Han Dong could not even name a single French dish, let alone express his preferences. Xia Meng interjected, dismissing Han Dong's hesitance. "Yuping, don't mind him, and there's no need to be courteous." A fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in Qiu Yuping's eyes. It was unclear if Xia Meng was aware of it, but he could discern the subtlety in her attitude towards Han Dong. What appeared to be disdain was, in fact, a piercing irony so natural it was almost palpable. In this trio, she seemed to mock her husband, evidently considering the other man as her spouse. There were two possibilities. One was that Xiao Meng harbored a genuine disdain for Han Dong, and the other was that unconsciously, she had grown accustomed to the unremarkable presence of this man. Xiao Meng, Mr. Han is also my guest. It's a matter of courtesy. As she spoke, she placed a menu before Han Dong, signaling him to make his selection. Faced with a menu filled with French words, Han Dong felt as though he were deciphering an ancient script. Fortunately, there were illustrations, and he randomly pointed to a couple of items for the waiter. After some difficulties, they finally placed their orders. The dishes arrived promptly, 6 or 7 in total, including escargot, scallops, sea cucumber, and foie gras. Despite the exquisite presentation, Han Dong found himself devoid of appetite. He was aware that the foie gras here was more expensive than gold. It looked quite appealing, glistening with juices. The wine, too, was an unfamiliar label, though he thought he had seen it on television. He only learned that this bottle of red wine cost 45,000 yuan when Xiao Meng remarked on Qiu Yuping's excessive politeness. Qiu Yuping expertly decanted the wine, swirling it with practiced ease, and smiled. When treating an old classmate to a meal, one must naturally be a bit more formal. Xiao Meng teased at this rate. I want to know how to invite you next time. I can hardly afford a place like this. No worries, even street food would suffice. Just like in our school days. Today, as formality, is primarily due to Mr. Han's presence. Han Dong keenly sensed the subtle targeting from Qiu Yuping. A profound psychological maneuver, indeed. Qiu Yuping must have understood the context of Han Dong's existence. Inviting him to a Western restaurant under the pretense of discussing relocation issues was a faute, the true aim being to highlight the chasm between himself, Xiao Meng, and Qiu Yuping. Given the circumstances, if Han Dong were an ordinary individual, he would undoubtedly feel overwhelmed by such stark contrasts and impacts. To be rendered speechless in front of the woman he cherished, unable even to order a meal, while the others illuminated his inadequacies, what could be more demoralizing for a man? Contemplating this, Han Dong's perception of Qiu Yuping deepened. The more opulent the exterior, the more the inner self diverged from it. Yet, the focal point remained Xiao Meng. She seemed to believe that Qiu Yuping was genuinely considering Han Dong's interests by choosing such an extravagant venue. However, she was not naive. She must have subtly sensed Qiu Yuping's intentions, but chose to feign ignorance in her cooperation. This was a situation where his own wife was conspiring with another man against him. It was merely the beginning. As Xiao Meng placed the white napkin at her collar alongside Qiu Yuping, Han Dong realized that it was time to dine. His understanding of French cuisine was superficial, gleaned solely from hearsay. The city of romance was most vividly embodied in its culinary traditions, where the intricacies and nuances of dining etiquette could be overwhelming. In front of him lay an assortment of glasses, some for red wine, others for white, and yet another for water. Even the simplest arrangement of cutlery and the manner of eating constituted a realm of knowledge that he had yet to grasp. His keen observational skills had already alerted him to the dining postures of others, which unfolded leisurely, resembling the creation of an exquisite piece of art rather than a mere meal. Han Dong, with his rough hands, found it impossible to emulate such finesse. His stomach, however, was in revolt as he attempted to cut into a piece of meat that resembled lamb shoulder, the only dish untouched by Xiao Meng and Qiu Yuping, and conveniently within his reach. Yet, despite his experience wielding weapons, his hands felt clumsy and inept, unable to make a clean cut. After several futile attempts, he inadvertently sent the lamb shoulder tumbling onto the table with a loud clatter, drawing curious glances and whispered conversations from nearby diners, their knowing smiles igniting a deep embarrassment within him. It felt as though he had shamed himself in front of his family. But how could such a seemingly impenetrable piece of meat be consumed by others? Xiao Meng, too, felt a twinge of embarrassment for him. Qiu Yuping, however, maintained a demeanor of polite humility, approaching Han Dong with a gentle correction. Mr. Han, you are using the wrong utensils, and you must coordinate both hands, like this. He called over a waiter to replace the fallen piece of lamb, ostensibly to offer a helpful demonstration. Xiao Meng whispered, isn't it embarrassing? How can he still show his face here? A torrent of frustration surged through Han Dong. It was not his decision to attend. It was she who insisted he meet with Qiu Yuping, pushing him into this situation under the guise of discussing a demolition. They had yet to even broach that subject. It was clear she merely wished to witness his humiliation, and he resolved to give this pair of insufferable individuals a spectacle to remember. Before undergoing covert training, He had endured psychological and physical humiliation, a feeling akin to staring into the abyss. Such petty tricks aimed at undermining him were futile. As the waiter moved to retrieve the fallen lamb, Han Dong swiftly intercepted, seizing it and taking a hearty bite. It was reminiscent of his days in the military, sharing ribs with comrades during the new year, where the manners may have been crude, but the laughter was genuine. After 7 years of hardship, he had returned home expecting a paradise, only to find it was hell in comparison. Qiu Yuping's expression shifted from shock to disdain, followed by an icy indifference. Xiao Meng, while aiming to embarrass him, had not anticipated such a bold response from Han Dong. In this romantic French restaurant, his crude dining mannerisms marked him as perhaps the most uncouth patron to grace the establishment since its inception. The waiter stood there, momentarily at a loss for how to react. In a swift motion, a lamb chop vanished in Han Dong's stomach. He gazed at the bewildered waiter and loudly inquired, a question that made Xiao Meng wish to kick him out. "Do you have any toothpicks?" The waiter, unable to comprehend, was met with Han Dong wiping his mouth with a napkin draped around Xiao Meng's neck, his posture slumping. "Qiu, let's dispense with the pretense. If you have business with me, speak plainly. Otherwise, I lack the time to indulge in this farce. You are utterly uncouth." Xiao Meng's face flushed with embarrassment. She had no desire to share in the humiliation, particularly in front of Qiu Yuping. "I am merely a common person. It is you two who have chosen this pretentious French restaurant for our meal." Qiu Yuping interjected, "Mr. Han, it is quite inappropriate to address your wife in such a manner. She is my wife. I can scold her as I please, and she willingly remains by my side. What gives you the right to instruct me on how to treat my own spouse? Among thousands of Xiao Meng's classmates, who are you?" "Mr. Han, you may need to calm down." In an instant, Han Dong regained his composure, responding with chilling clarity. "Qiu Yuping, I failed to see the source of your superiority. Were you flaunting with your petty wealth before me?" Slap! Xiao Meng struck Han Dong across the face. "Silence." Han Dong felt as if his chest might explode. "Fine. I shall remain silent." He tugged at his stinging lips, reflecting on how his body had become so expendable, inviting blows at any moment. Perhaps the air had aggravated his already wounded eyes, and he could not suppress the moisture gathering there. Taking a deep breath, Han Dong rose. "You two enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave." He then turned away, refusing to cast another glance at Qiu Yuping or Xiao Meng, and departed. Though his silhouette remained upright, Xiao Meng's heart tightened, and she instinctively called out Han Dong. Yet, the man did not halt as he usually would. It was unclear whether he feared his father's wrath or something else. Memories of their time together flooded Xiao Meng's mind. Suddenly, she realized he was not a mere plaything to be molded without consequence. "Xiao Meng." Qiu Yuping grasped her arm, shaking his head slightly. Without hesitation, Xiao Meng replied, "Yuping, I must see what's amiss, or my father will blame me." Qiu Yuping's expression stiffened as he recalled Xiao Longjiang. Again, Xiao Longjiang. This was almost Xiao Meng's mantra. "My father will blame me. My father will be angry." He could not fathom why Xiao Meng was so timid, lacking the courage to stand against Xiao Longjiang. Had she possessed such strength, he might not have chosen to leave years ago. As she pursued him, Xiao Meng found Han Dong had already vanished from sight. Her phone rang. It was her sister calling, and she picked it up. "Sis, Dad is back from his business trip. You should leave work early so we can have dinner together." Wasn't he supposed to be away for several more days? Xiao Meng sensed something was amiss. Her father's recent negotiations had the potential to alter the landscape of Jinwei, yet he had returned prematurely. Could it be that her recent conflicts with Han Dong had drawn his attention? Subconsciously feeling a twinge of guilt, she realized that if her father learned of today's events, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. She understood the profound bond between her father and Han Dong's father, a connection that could only be described as one of life and death. Having served together in the military, sharing bunk beds, her father often expressed that their relationship was such that they would willingly sacrifice their lives for one another. Consequently, he frequently urged her to treat Han Dong with greater kindness and courtesy, lest he lose face before Han Dong's father. Amidst her concerns, she resolved to take a decisive step. Given the evolution of her relationship with Han Dong, divorce was an inevitable course. Eventually, she would have to lay bare the truth before her father. Now that she was older, she refused to remain perpetually overshadowed by her father's imposing presence. Young Xiao Meng was obedient and meticulous, a disposition formed by her deep-seated impression of her father. The mere narrowing of his eyes could suppress any rebellious sentiments within her. There was no doubt he cared for her, yet she was equally certain he would not hesitate to discipline her. One of her most vivid memories was of her parents embroiled in a fierce argument, both consumed by their fury. Hiding behind the sofa, her younger sister trembled in fear as Xiao Ming mustered the courage to plead with them to cease their fighting, promising to be good. Miraculously, her parents halted their quarrel. From that moment on, Xiao Ming believed that her compliance could quell their discord. Thus she became exceedingly obedient. Habits are cultivated gradually, and even now, she seldom dared to contradict her parents' wishes. They urged her to study abroad, and she complied. They insisted on a breakup, and she acquiesced. They desired marriage, and she obliged. She felt as though she were a mere puppet, strings pulled by her family. It was a wearisome existence. Chapter 35. Father and Son. After leaving the Western restaurant, Han Dong did not return to the office but received a call from his father-in-law urging him to hurry home after work. However, he felt no inclination to return to the Xia household. Aimlessly wandering, he found himself in the old district. Han Dong rummaged through his pockets and bought some fruit from a roadside vendor before heading home. At home, Han Yueshan tended to several potted plants on the windowsill. The once imposing figure now appeared notably frail, possibly due to weight loss. His back was hunched, and his posture was no longer that of the upright man he once was. He had often heard his grandmother recount the hardships endured by Han Yueshan in his youth. The family had been impoverished, unable to even afford schooling, while his grandfather was indolent. At the tender age of 15 or 16, Han Yueshan had dropped out of school to work menial jobs to support his two aunts' education. After enduring such trials for years, it was only through connections from relatives on his grandmother's side that he was eventually sent to the army. In his youth, Han Yueshan possessed tenacity and a fierce spirit. According to Han Dong's former military leaders, during the designated 8 hours of training, he would sneak away to the training grounds after others had finished resting. This relentless pursuit of fortune continued for nearly a year until a leader from the General Military District took notice of him and transferred Han Yueshan to the Beijing Military District as a guard. Subsequently, after enduring hardship, he began to reap the rewards of his perseverance. Step by step, he ascended from an ordinary soldier, and it was during this period that he met Han Dong's mother. Marriage and parenthood were expected to bring tranquility, and he even contemplated enduring a few more years to gain the authority and qualifications to bring Han Dong and his mother into the military alongside him. However, an unforeseen catastrophe shattered these aspirations, leading to Han Yueshan's retirement. To care for Han Dong, he transitioned into an ordinary civilian life, serving as a security guard near Han Dong's kindergarten for nearly 2 decades. Upon hearing a commotion, Han Yueshan turned to see his son and smiled, inquiring about his absence from work. "I took a day off to visit you," Han Dong replied. "Perfect timing. Wenjue is home today as well. I'll have him come over later so we can share a drink together," Han Yueshan suggested. Han Dong rolled his eyes. "You're still thinking about drinking? What did the doctor say?" Han Yueshan waved dismissively. "I 1 tea drink. You two can enjoy while I simply watch." Han Dong obliged, pouring a glass of water and handing it to Han Yueshan, who was tending to his plants. "How have you been feeling lately?" "Recovery has been good. I'm considering returning to work in a few days," Han Yueshan replied. Han Dong protested. "Why are you so eager to return to work?" "In a little while. Once Wenjue's studio opens, my income should increase, and it will suffice for our living expenses. You need not worry." Han Yueshan took a sip of water and noticed a peculiar mark on his son's face, an unmistakable handprint. Han Dong, attempting to conceal his side profile, said, "By the way, my father-in-law just returned from a business trip." "Ah, I know. He called me earlier," Han Yueshan acknowledged. Pausing momentarily, he continued, "What happened to your face?" "I have a rather unique job, and a creditor slapped me. Thankfully, the money will be recovered soon," Han Dong explained. Han Yueshan expressed concern. "Are you having troubles with Xiaoming?" His father, a sage, had always been perceptive, and Han Dong shook his head slightly, choosing not to pursue the topic. "Dad, I'm going to buy some groceries. I'll cook later." When they lived together, meals were prepared alternately, with whoever had the time taking charge. Though neither was a professional chef, neither were they inferior to the average housewife. After venturing to the market and returning with an array of vegetables, Han Dong busied himself in the kitchen while Han Yueshan visited Zheng Wenjue's home. Before long, a cacophony of voices wafted through the air. "Uncle Han, is Han Dong cooking today? I've never tasted his dishes." It was Zheng Wenhan, Zheng Wenjue's younger sister, the same girl who had previously sought Han Dong's assistance at the police station. The thought of her evoked a myriad of memories for Han Dong. He and Zheng Wenjue had grown up together, and naturally, they were familiar with the spirited Zheng Wenhan, who, at 11 or 12, resembled a delicate doll. Despite her non-confrontational nature, she often attracted unwanted attention from peers, and with her penchant for mischief, trouble was never far behind. Zheng Wenjue was fiercely protective of her, frequently enlisting Han Dong's help to fend off bullies, resulting in many brawls. Eventually, the entire school knew of Zheng Wenhan's two formidable brothers, allowing her to carry an air of arrogance for quite some time. Afterward, Han Dong was sent to the military, severing his contact with Zheng Wenhan. Had it not been for their encounter at the police station, he might not have recognized her on the street. Zheng Wenhan, clad in a police uniform, is a sprightly 21-year-old with a petite and delicate figure, her youthful face reminiscent of a girl merely 15 or 16, embodying a quintessentially youthful visage. The somewhat austere and stringent attire appears animated upon her, radiating vitality and the exuberance of youth. Upon entering, she leans against the kitchen doorway, observing Han Dong in his bustling activity, attempting to strike up a conversation. "Brother Han Dong, what brings you here to see Uncle Han today?" While tending to his tasks, Han Dong glances back and replies, "He is my father. If I do not visit him, whom should I?" With a teasing tone, he adds, "People forget their roots after marrying. You have certainly forgotten your father." Zheng Wenju playfully taps her brother on the back of the head, admonishing him, "Stop worrying unnecessarily." She retaliates with a gentle kick. "Are you out of your mind? You hit me again." Their sibling camaraderie is evident, filled with playful banter and laughter. Having prepared 2 plates of food, Han Dong instructs Zheng Wenju to set the table. Zheng Wenhan turns on the television, engaging in conversation with Han Yuanshan while frequently glancing towards the kitchen. "Brother Han Dong, is it ready? I still have to work overtime tonight." "Almost done." After approximately 40 minutes of diligent work, Han Dong places the final soup on the table. Zheng Wenju opens a bottle of Maodai that he brought from home, exclaiming, "Brother Dong, it has been ages since we shared a meal together. Let us indulge a bit today." Han Dong extends his cup, allowing him to pour generously. "By the way, have there been any updates on the relocation issue?" Mention of this topic stirs Zheng Wenju's frustration, and he retorts, "The contract is a standard demolition agreement set by the municipal government, already being dismantled piece by piece. I've heard signatures are being collected. What will become of the conditions for the residents in the old district?" Zheng Wenju continues, "I have reached an agreement with several uncles and cousins. We will resolutely refuse to sign and see what they can do." Han Yuanshan furrows his brow, cautioning, "Wenju, do not approach this matter with rigidity. They will resort to any means necessary for demolition. The arm cannot outmuscle the thigh." Han Dong interjects, "Father, I do not wish to sign either." Han Yuanshan is taken aback by his son's sudden assertion. This property is not linked to either of them. Could it be that his son seeks to assert himself? Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he is astutely perceptive. Realizing this, Han Yuanshan states, "Pursue what you wish. I will support you. I will speak to your uncle on your behalf. Let him know that whatever compensation others receive, he should ensure you have equal opportunity, granting you the choice." Zheng Wenju beams with excitement. "Brother Dong, are you preparing to make your mark?" Han Dong replies, "I cannot dictate the lives of others, but I can govern my own. Since the property title still bears my name, whether to sign or not will depend on the conditions presented by the developers." Zheng Wenju admires his unwavering confidence and determination. From a young age, he has observed that whenever Han Dong sets his sights on something, success is inevitable, although they have yet to reach the final stages of the demolition process. Zheng Wenju feels certain that both the developers and the municipal government would find themselves troubled when faced with a character like Han Dong. He is aware of the extensive connections the Han father and son possess within the military. It is rumored that Han Yuanshan once served as a bodyguard and driver for a deputy commander in the Beijing military district, while that old general has since retired. The veracity of such rumors remains uncertain. However, the reality is that when confronted with Han Yuanshan, some may look down upon his 2 decades of service as a security guard, yet no one dares to disrespect him. Even the mayor of Donyang would think twice before challenging him. Those in power are always wary of potential repercussions. Otherwise, why was Han Dong treated with such deference during his last visit to the police station? Ultimately, others are reluctant to wager on whether the influential backgrounds of the father and son will intervene in what appears to be a minor matter of demolition. If the situation were to be scrutinized, any slight irregularity could lead to vulnerabilities being exposed, providing a pretext for others to take advantage. Chapter 36. Longjiang. Outside, the sky darkened in an instant. Due to his night shift, Zheng Wenhan had to leave early. Han Yueshan observed his son and Zheng Wenjue enjoying drinks and engaging in conversation. Having grown accustomed to solitude, he found immense pleasure in their lively exchange. Moreover, the young men's discussions primarily revolved around careers and future aspirations, brimming with vitality and hope. Han Dong and Zheng Wenjue shared a bottle of wine, a trivial matter. Han Yueshan decided to bring out a few bottles of aged liquor he had been saving, assisting in pouring it for them. Their conversation turned to the detective agency Zheng Wenjue was establishing. Han Yueshan remarked, "I believe that limiting your services to just those few initial offerings seems rather petty. Such a studio must be founded on a solid basis. It is essential to discern what others cannot accomplish, and what you can. Therein lies the opportunity." Zheng Wenjue responded with a carefree demeanor, "Uncle Han is right. That is why I have always hoped Donggu would come to assist me. I tend to focus on immediate, trivial profits." Over the years, he had engaged in logistics and the catering industry, earning some modest gains, yet ultimately achieving little. Han Yueshan replied, "If Xiao Dong wishes to pursue this, he must first gain the approval of the Xia family. Moreover, it will require a considerable investment." "Not much," Zheng Wenjue countered. "The total investment for the detective agency is only around $1 million. Given my relationship with Donggu, if he is willing, I would gladly welcome him aboard without requiring any financial contribution." Han Dong smiled and shook his head. "Let us see, but if I don't invest money, I will certainly only be working for you. I wouldn't want you to feel it's an obligation." Han Yueshan pondered this. Undoubtedly, he was the one who understood his son best, having discerned that his son held a keen interest in Wenjue's venture. It was evident that money was needed. His son's aspirations seemed to revolve around the developers, likely stemming from this necessity. Otherwise, why would he suddenly show concern for the demolition? His gaze unintentionally shifted outside, where the oppressive darkness of the night weighed heavily on his heart. He shared the same disposition as his son, disdainful of earning ill-gotten gains through connections. Yet, given the circumstances, what was there to hesitate about? He had to consider his son's future and make prudent plans. This demolition project might be the only endeavor he could undertake. Once this matter was resolved, he would be left feeling powerless, unable to assist his son, and perhaps even becoming a burden to him. If he must play the villain, then so be it. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Han Dong's mobile. Upon hearing his son address the caller as Dad, Han Yueshan deduced it was Xiao Longjiang. Indeed, it was Xiao Longjiang calling, inquiring if Han Dong was home for dinner. As the meal was ready, Xiao Longjiang returned home today from a business trip, feeling compelled by courtesy and respect to visit Han Dong. However, he declined, offering the excuse of having indulged in too much drink at home. Meanwhile, the entire Xia family had gathered. Xiao Longjiang, now 50 years of age, bore a mix of gray interspersed with black hair, his face somewhat gaunt and stern, with an average build. His skin glowed and his eyes sparkled with vitality. At 50, he possessed the vigor of a 30-year-old, and the juxtaposition of his youthful appearance with strands of white hair created a unique allure that drew attention and distinguished him from the ordinary. Once Xia Mingming ended the call, she casually remarked, "Dad, didn't I tell you? My brother-in-law has become quite arrogant lately." Gong Qiuling interjected, "Indeed. Little Dong has been particularly outrageous. You must be aware of the urban redevelopment project in the old district. He audaciously imagines profiting from it. Does he think he is some scion of privilege? He dares to overstep." Xiao Longjiang found this conversation distasteful and, given his somewhat distant relationship with Gong Qiuling, interrupted. "How do you know little Dong lacks the capability? With old Han's connections, do you think Wang Ligua is a fool who would impose high pressure? If I were Wang Ligua and encountered someone like little Dong, my only approach would be to persuade the developers through gentle means." Gong Qiuling countered, "What does that matter? People today are so opportunistic. If he genuinely wanted to help, could Han Yueshan have served as a security guard for 20 years? You're overly generous in your estimation of that father and son." She continued, "In my view, Han Dong should never have married Xiaoming." Xiao Longjiang, incensed, sensed another argument brewing between the couple. Xiaoming hastily interjected, "Dad, let's not discuss him anymore. We should eat before the food gets cold." Xiao Longjiang suddenly recalled, "I heard that Qiu Yuping is in Dongyang. Xiaoming, now that you are married, you should steer clear of him." Xiaoming resisted, "I know." Xiao Longjiang glanced at his daughter. His brow furrowed. His early return from the business trip was prompted by some unsettling information he had overheard. It seemed that his daughter and son-in-law were in serious trouble. The evidence now pointed to the truth. Otherwise, little Dong would not be avoiding home, nor would he have failed to return after Xiao Longjiang's call. The family meal was unusually somber. During the dinner, Xiao Longjiang stepped out to take a phone call, while Gong Qiuling anxiously kept watch at the door. Xiao Ming and Xiao Mingming exchanged glances, both recognizing the mutual helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Over the past 2 years, their parents' relationship had grown increasingly fraught with conflict. Their mother had long suspected their father of infidelity, while the father grew weary of explanations, leading to a deepening stalemate. Xiaoming had an unsettling intuition. When she and her sister were younger, their parents might have refrained from divorce due to their presence, but now, that day seemed imminent. It was evident that the fundamental trust and rapport between them had eroded, leaving only arguments and suspicions in their wake. Returning to her bedroom, Xiaoming picked up her phone and opened WeChat. Despite tossing and turning until midnight, she eventually sent Han Dong a message. "Don't forget to go to work tomorrow." She herself was unsure why she felt compelled to send such a message, a tinge of fear gripping her heart. She feared that Han Dong might cease to appear at Jinwei or in the Xia household altogether. She dreaded the upheaval her father might bring upon their family. Perhaps there were other fears, too, which she could not articulate. She seems yet to fully comprehend Han Dong. Her father, with his discerning eye, holds him in high regard for good reason. However, she remains too restless to ponder deeply. The following day, upon arriving at the office, Xiaoming's first inquiry was directed at Huang Li, asking whether Han Dong had come in. Upon receiving a positive confirmation, she sighed in relief. When her father is away, everything is easier to discuss. However, should he discover that Han Dong is absent, he would undoubtedly demand an explanation. This would inevitably lead to matters concerning Qiu Yuping, and tranquility at home would be disrupted once more. This serves to illustrate her preoccupation with Han Dong. Huang Li held 2 contracts, which Han Dong had assisted Jiang Yiming in translating the previous day. She handed them over, saying, "Xia, the supervisor Tang asked me to deliver these to you." Xiao Ming, surprised, remarked while examining the documents, "So soon?" Lao Jiang mentioned that Dong Gu assisted him. Han Dong, he possesses such capability, Huang Li replied with a smile. "I never anticipated his English proficiency to be so remarkable. It's indeed true. The entire legal department is aware of it. You had previously mentioned the need to recruit a professional English consultant, yet it seems the talent has been right beside us all along." Jiang Gu personally affirmed that Dong Ji's spoken English surpasses even his own, and he is likely proficient in other areas as well. Xiao Meng, however, was not as elated as Huang Li. In truth, she was not the least surprised by any irregularity exhibited by Han Dong. Indifferently, she placed the contracts on the desk and inquired, "Is there anything else?" "Oh yes. The guard on the early shift encountered a minor incident and had a dispute with the staff from Typhoon. They are now requesting that we replace him." Chapter 37. Open Confrontation. What transpired? They are merely seeking trouble, citing reasons of their own making. One of our young guards could no longer tolerate their provocations and retaliated verbally, nearly escalating to violence. Xiao Meng scolded. "Who is so foolish as to be unaware of the gravity of the situation?" "Xia, Typhoon has been instigating trouble for quite some time. We cannot solely blame our own personnel," Huang Li replied. Xiao Meng rubbed her temples. They are eager to find a fault with Jinwei, and now they have succeeded. Uncertain of how to respond, Huang Li fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Meng instructed Huang Li to summon the head of the security department. Just as she left, the office phone rang. Upon answering, Jiang Tonglin's accusatory tone resonated through the receiver, igniting her frustration. Xiao Meng could no longer contain herself. "President Jiang, what do you mean by this? What is the nature of a partnership if you conduct yourself in this manner? Who would dare to collaborate with you in the future?" Jiang Tonglin scoffed. "Xia, let me be frank. There are countless security companies eager to partner with Typhoon. Jinwei is not indispensable. If you have time this noon, let us share a meal and clarify matters." Xiao Meng's heart sank. Clarify what? It was clear Jiang Tonglin intended to confront her about terminating the contract. This was a situation beyond reversal, for if Typhoon wished to dissolve the agreement, there was nothing she could do to impede it. The terms of cooperation were inherently unfavorable to Jinwei. In other words, should they seek to dissolve the contract, even a lawsuit would yield no victory for Jinwei. Yet, how could Xiao Meng accept this? Her diligent efforts would result in the loss of a client. The repercussions of Typhoon's potential termination would be dire indeed. A business that profits from personnel mobility would face catastrophe in the absence of operations. Han Dong remained oblivious to the upheaval at Jinwei. It was only during a debt collection outing with Lu Mingyuan that he noticed a considerable number of security personnel from the escort department idly congregating, engaged in trivial chatter and devoid of purpose. Fragments of conversation hinted at disputes and trouble, but he paid little heed. At this moment, Han Dong felt no sense of belonging to Jinwei. Even if it were to collapse today, he would remain indifferent. His focus was on recovering a debt owed by the president of Donghua Consulting Group, a man named Li Yin, who owed 400,000. This so-called financial group was merely a shell company, with Li Yin profiting as a middleman, akin to an intermediary, earning commissions. Jinwei had previously handled several escort transactions under his name, and Han Dong was aware that the funds had been transferred to Li Yin. Yet he had unilaterally withheld the payment, delaying its deposit into Jinwei's account. Han Dong had attempted to contact him numerous times, but to no avail. As he prepared to take a bus to their usual haunt, a quaint tea house, a Bentley approached swiftly. The familiar license plate belonged to Chiu Yuping. The car sped past, mere inches from Lu Mingyuan, who narrowly dodged it and shouted in outrage, "Do you have any sense while driving?" Just as he finished his exclamation, the car halted at the entrance of Jinwei Group. A burly driver emerged, casting a disdainful glare at Lu Mingyuan. "What did you say?" he demanded. Lu Mingyuan, thinking the driver hadn't heard him, faltered at the sight of the driver's menacing demeanor, characteristic of the affluent, and chose not to respond further. Han Dong observed the scene. Chiu Yuping had audaciously sought out Xia Meng at the company's entrance. The driver, dismissive of Han Dong and Lu Mingyuan as inconsequential figures, respectfully opened the car door. As Chiu Yuping stepped out, he noticed Han Dong, appearing somewhat surprised to encounter him there, and politely remarked, "Mr. Han, I intended to invite you to a fine dinner yesterday. My apologies." Han Dong regarded Chiu Yuping as duplicitous and replied nonchalantly, "No problem, Mr. Chiu, you are too kind." Chiu Yuping continued, "Last night, Xia Meng repeatedly called me, expressing her concern about not being able to find you. It's rather unbecoming for a man of your stature to sulk with a woman." While his words seemed to convey goodwill, they were laced with ulterior motives. As if he feared Han Dong was unaware of Xia Meng's frequent attempts to contact him. This insincere demeanor irked Han Dong, yet he maintained a fade of indifference. Retorting with a smile, "Mr. Chiu, I find you increasingly inscrutable. If you wish to pursue Xia Meng, do so openly. If you achieve your desires, that is commendable. This coy and indirect approach is no different from that of a woman. It's no wonder you and she parted ways." The driver, also acting as a bodyguard, detected the hostility in Han Dong's words and barked an admonition. Han Dong raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Chiu, perhaps you should keep your dog in check. I do not regard the owner when I deal with dogs." The driver, incensed, moved to confront him. Chiu Yuping gently shook his head, dissuading Mr. Han. "Such aggression is inappropriate. It will make things difficult for Xiaoming." Han Dong paid him no heed, his gaze drifting towards a Venetian blind on the second floor, instinctively sensing that Xia Meng was observing. Lighting a cigarette, he departed first. Although he was unclear about Chiu Yuping's intentions, he felt no need to interject forcefully. A forcibly harvested fruit is never sweet. Let things unfold as they may. After a few days, regardless of Xia Meng's intentions, he resolved to end the marriage. Previously, he refrained from divorce due to his affection for her and a fear that his father would not accept it. Now, however, his father had mentally prepared himself. Even if he still harbored feelings for Xia Meng, he was unwilling to continue degrading himself. "Brother Dong, who is that bastard, so arrogant?" Han Dong responded apathetically. "You know about the demolition in the old city. He is one of the developers." Lu Mingyuan gasped and recoiled slightly, thinking to himself that he was fortunate not to have acted impulsively earlier, for it could have led to dire consequences. The old city is vast, and one must possess considerable influence to develop such an area. Lu Mingyuan, with a broad mind, engaged in a few more trivial conversations before letting it slip from his thoughts. Han Dong remained a somewhat enigmatic figure. He was reluctant to share, and Lu Mingyuan chose not to pry further. All he knew was that Han Dong was a good person, loyal, righteous, and reliable. Upon arriving at the tea house, the two adhered to their customary routine. One drank tea while the other played cards, spending the day in this manner. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, Han Dong received a call from Xiaolong Jiang. He understood that some matters could no longer be concealed. "Dad, Xia Meng and I have a minor disagreement, but it's nothing serious. If it's not serious, come back home. I need you for something later." "What is it?" "Accompany a client for drinks." I might not be able to handle it alone, so I'm counting on you. I want to go. Xiao Longjiang rolled his eyes. You dare not come? Just wait for me to collect your corpse. The other party is a notorious heavy drinker. Han Dong was amused by his words. All right, I'll be back shortly. Since his marriage, he had often accompanied his father-in-law to entertain clients, a familiar endeavor. Xiao Longjiang, in his youth, could down 1 or 2 gin of liquor, but alas, his health had declined and his tolerance had diminished. Han Dong frequently accompanied him, networking with various individuals. He was particularly grateful for his father-in-law's efforts. Recognizing that Xiao Longjiang was deliberately providing him with opportunities to broaden his horizons. As for the excuse of needing to shield him from drinks, it was merely a formality. Everyone was aware of Xiao Longjiang as current limitations. Even if Han Dong chose not to attend, no one would force liquor upon him. Chapter 38. Ryu. At the Xia household, just as the workday concluded, both Gong Qiuling and Xiao Longjiang were present. Xia Ming and Xia Mingming were presumably working overtime, as the dining table was devoid of their presence. Prior to Han Dong's arrival, his in-laws had exchanged no words. Upon seeing him, Xiao Longjiang smiled and gestured Xiao Dong. Go wash your hands, dinner is ready. Gong Qiuling, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, not striving for progress. The source of this remark was unclear. Perhaps a reflection of her daughter's overtime work juxtaposed with her son-in-law's perceived lax lifestyle. Xiao Longjiang, valuing familial harmony, glanced at his wife but chose not to respond. Once Han Dong returned from washing his hands, Xiao Longjiang continued, there is no rush regarding the client. The meeting won't begin until 8 or 9 o'clock. The location is set at the Galaxy. Another Galaxy? Han Dong expressed mild surprise, then quickly came to terms with it. The Galaxy primarily caters to business private rooms, where the hostesses are trained accordingly. Generally, those with a bit of wealth prefer to indulge at the Galaxy for both significant and trivial matters. It is a place of refinement and comfort, much to the client's delight. Gong Qiuling cautioned, keep an eye on your father. Do not let him drink. Han Dong nodded in agreement, a smile bubbling within him for reasons unknown. Initially, when Xiao Longjiang entertained clients, he would invite his secretary or others to join. However, Gong Qiuling, feeling uneasy, fabricated excuses to visit the Galaxy a couple of times. Eventually, Xiao Longjiang began to invite him along for every business engagement. It was only when Xiao Longjiang accompanied Han Dong that Gong Qiuling's suspicious nature was somewhat alleviated. By the way, father, was your business trip successful this time? Upon hearing this, Xiao Longjiang genuinely beamed. It went even better than expected. Although the profits were somewhat meager in the long run, it marks the first step for Zhenwei's new venture. Gong Qiuling retorted, if you're not even making money, I truly wonder what all this frantic activity is for. Xiao Longjiang dismissed her comment, knowing that if he adhered to Gong Qiuling's every word, Zhenwei would have ceased operations many years prior. He shifted the conversation, asking, I heard that the escort department is having issues with Typhoon Bank. Xiao Ming mentioned it's quite serious, even to the point of contract termination. Han Dong was unaware and shook his head. No one has mentioned it to me. Yet, he understood it likely stemmed from Zhang Jincha's influence. Xiao Longjiang incisively analyzed. This incident occurred suddenly. It appears to be a malignant business dispute. I fear that there are those who have set their sights on Zhenwei's escort department. Gong Qiuling, ever sensitive, speculated, could it be related to the demolition? If Xiao Dong had a dispute with someone, Wang Liguo would certainly be displeased. And retaliation against Zhenwei is entirely plausible. I've always said he should restrain himself. He is reckless and refuses to listen. Xiao Longjiang interrupted. What are you thinking? Is that even a possibility? Perhaps Xiao Dong has offended someone. He was reluctant to delve into further analysis and tossed his chopsticks aside. Xiao Dong, go change your clothes. The clients are arriving. Whenever Han Dong was with Gong Qiuling, he felt like a cat on a hot tin roof, hastily rising to return to the bedroom. Although he was merely changing clothes, he only possessed 2 formal outfits, which had been specially purchased by Xia Ming to spare him embarrassment at the Xia household during more formal occasions. Once outside, Han Dong retrieved his father-in-law's Mercedes-Benz 600 from the garage. Once his father-in-law was ready, they set off for the Galaxy. En route, through Xiao Longjiang's introduction, Han Dong learned that the client he was to accompany was Zhou Ruiyu, the chairman of Ruiyu Investment Company, Limited. This individual was not to be underestimated. Often featured in Dongyang Financial Magazine as a notable local entrepreneur. 10 years prior, Han Dong had already heard of Zhou Ruiyu. who at that time was one of Dongyang's few billionaires, his reputation widely recognized. Of course, wealth was discreetly concealed. His fame primarily stemmed from his debauched son, Zhou Haokuan, one of Dongyang's most notorious second-generation wealthy heirs, known for reckless driving, partying, and womanizing, a veritable prince of the nightlife, living without regard for consequence. His flamboyant demeanor and brash nature overshadowed that of Zhou Ruiyu. According to his father-in-law, this recent business with Jiujiang Bank was indeed orchestrated by Zhou Ruiyu. Han Dong was uncertain about the relationship between his father-in-law and Zhou Ru, yet it was evident that his father-in-law was a sociable man, known for his generosity and multitude of friends. Moreover, given that Xiao Longjiang had spent many years in Danyang, it was only natural for him to be acquainted with someone like Zhou Ruiyu. As they drove, Xiao Longjiang's phone rang, and Han Dong's peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a woman's name in the contact. Xiao Longjiang did not answer and abruptly ended the call, his expression momentarily revealing a hint of discomfort. Initially, Han Dong did not dwell on it, but observing his father-in-law's reaction, he instinctively sensed something amiss with that number. His mother-in-law, Gong Qiuling, was also astute. After years of marriage to Xiao Longjiang, her suspicions of infidelity were not unfounded. After all, in a healthy marriage, such distrust would not be prevalent. This matter did not concern Han Dong, and after a brief reflection, he dismissed it from his mind. If he were Xiao Longjiang, he too would find it unbearable to contend with a woman like Gong Qiuling, who was prone to creating unnecessary strife and possessed a domineering personality. Upon arriving at the Galaxy, while Han Dong accompanied Xiao Longjiang to a private room, they fortuitously encountered Shen Bingyan. Today, she was dressed in vibrant colors, exuding a unique feminine charm that captivated one's attention. She embodied a juxtaposition of ice and fire, brightness and coldness. Shen Bingyun was a paradox of these two qualities. "Hey, aren't you just a penniless fellow? What brings you back to Galaxy today?" As Han Dong and Xiao Longjiang walked in succession, Shen Bingyun assumed they were unfamiliar with each other and greeted them candidly. It was curious that despite their limited encounters, Shen Bingyun felt comfortable enough to shed her facade in Han Dong's presence. Xiao Longjiang, fully aware of Shen Bingyun's identity, pretended not to hear and entered the room ahead of them. Han Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her words might lead others to mistakenly believe he frequented Galaxy. Approaching her, he retorted, "That was my father-in-law." Shen Bingyun paused, then covered her mouth with a laugh. "My apologies. I thought you came specifically to see me." "See you? Can I afford to?" "Then strive for it. I must leave you now. Sixth Master is waiting for me. Xiao Yozi is here. He practically considers this his second home." As they spoke, the manager beckoned from a distance. "Bingyun, hurry up." Han Dong urged her to go, and he then proceeded into the private room where his father-in-law had gone. Inside, apart from his father-in-law, there was an unremarkable man in his 50s, yet he emanated a remarkable aura. His posture and the manner in which he held his cigarette exuded a commanding presence, honed from years in a position of authority. Without needing to guess, it was Zhou Ruiyu. Surprisingly, Zhou Ruiyu was quite low-key, driving a Honda that he had owned for over a decade. However, with a son like Zhou Haokuan, maintaining a low profile was nearly impossible. This was a classic case of cause and effect, reminiscent of the adage, "A father is a hero, but his son is a fool." Upon meeting Han Dong, Zhou Ruiyu, having been introduced as Xiao Longjiang as son-in-law, jested, "Old Xia, had I known you had reinforcements, I would have brought a couple more people myself." Han Dong stepped forward to greet him, smiling. "Uncle Zhou, my father is wary of you when it comes to drinking, which is why he sent me to keep you company." Zhou Ruiyu regarded him with a discerning eye, noting the young man's commendable composure. In his presence, Han Dong managed to respond with natural grace. Chapter 39, Women and Wine. In the realm of the Galaxy, the presence of women and the consumption of alcohol are inextricably linked. It would be inappropriate for the father-in-law and son-in-law to remain together in a private room, as it would inevitably invite ridicule. Thus, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Longjiang cleverly excused himself. He felt no concern about neglecting his companion. For the purpose of this gathering was to express gratitude. The monetary compensation had already been transferred in full to Zhou Ruiyu's private account. This banquet was merely a delightful embellishment. Once the father-in-law departed, Han Dong followed Xiao Longjiang's instructions and summoned two princesses into the room. As a few glasses of liquor were consumed, Zhou Ruiyu gradually loosened up, engaging in both drinking and singing, reveling in the company of the princesses with effortless charm. He had a penchant for belting out songs from the 1980s, those fervent and earnest tunes. To Han Dong's surprise, his vocal performance was commendable, at least. It did not provoke insincerity in Han Dong's applause. In the realm of social interactions, one must cater to the tastes of others. Xiao Longjiang undoubtedly understood Zhou Ryu, this seemingly serious figure, exceptionally well. Keeping Han Dong in this specific manner of companionship meant indulging in alcohol. Xiao Longjiang's description of Zhou Ruiyu as a barrel of liquor was no exaggeration. He eschewed beer and red wine, favoring only white spirits. In the sweltering heat, the fiery liquid coursing through one's belly was decidedly uncomfortable. Yet, Zhou Ryu treated it as if it were mere water. Han Dong felt his scalp prickling, but could only strive to keep pace. There is indeed an art to drinking. Although Zhou Ruiyu relished his liquor, he would not drink with just anyone. Han Dong had to demonstrate his willingness and adeptly engage in conversation. Fortunately, when he focused intently on a task, his mind operated with remarkable agility. Even when faced with topics entirely alien to him, he navigated the dialogue with grace. In no time, 2 bottles of high-proof white liquor were entirely consumed by Han Dong, Zhou Ruiyu, and the 2 princesses. In a fit of spiritedness, Zhou Ruiyu seemed intent on testing Han Dong's tolerance and ordered several more bottles. This caused the princesses' smiles to wane, their demeanor reflecting their evident trepidation. By 10 o'clock p.m., in the private room that had been entered at 8:40 p.m., 6 empty liquor bottles lay scattered on the floor. One princess had succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto the sofa, while the other frequently excused herself to the restroom. Han Dong's face flushed slightly, nearing his limit. Zhou, however, exhibited no significant change aside from a subtle modification in his manner of speaking. Han Dong surmised that Zhou Ruiyu could easily consume another 1 or 2 jin without issue. His capacity for liquor was nothing short of astounding. It was no wonder that rumors circulated about Zhou Ruiyu's youth, when he had single-handedly shielded others from excessive drinking, leaving 5 or 6 burly men in a state of utter inebriation. Noticing Zhou Ruiyu preparing to pour more drinks, Han Dong hastily interjected, "Uncle Zhou, that's enough, I concede." Zhou Ruiyu responded with a hearty laugh, "You're not as simple as you seem." "Very well, if you choose not to drink, then so be it." Fearing a change of heart, Han Dong quickly summoned the waiter for a few bottles of plain water and soft drinks. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Zhou Ruiyu began to find Han Dong increasingly agreeable. "Xiao Dong," he remarked, "I have a keen eye. In the future, you shall undoubtedly surpass your father-in-law. That will require your guidance." "Uncle Zhou," Han Dong replied, "don't be too formal. If there's something you need, just reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you." As Han Dong attempted to continue the conversation, the swirling effects of alcohol overwhelmed him, prompting his first urgent trip to the restroom. After washing his face and shaking off the dizziness clouding his mind, Han Dong noticed a double vision before him. Upon resuming his seat, he refrained from drinking further, yet his thoughts were already in disarray, and the effects of the alcohol were gradually intensifying. This unbearable sensation persisted until the early hours of the morning, when Zhou Ruiyu received a phone call and subsequently suggested it was late and proposed to leave. Han Dong arranged for a designated driver and personally ensured that Zhou Ruiyu was safely in the car. After advising the driver, he felt a sense of relief as the vehicle drove away. Such social gatherings were nothing short of torment for him. Masks and pretense, a facade of cordiality. As his resolve weakened and the inebriation surged back, he found himself unable to stand and sank down onto the roadside. Just as he contemplated calling his father-in-law for assistance, he saw a man and a woman approaching, surrounded by a throng. The man, in his 40s, was broad-shouldered and heavy-set, adorned with a distinctive beaded bracelet, dressed in loose, simple attire that belied a nefarious character. The woman, clad in a flowing emerald gown, her already striking beauty accentuated by the man's presence, resembled an ethereal spirit of the night. It was Qiao Yozi and Shun Bingyun, 2 individuals who left a lasting impression. Han Dong dismissed any further thoughts. To him, Shun Bingyun, while appearing pure and pristine, was merely another woman in the profession, perhaps even a regular in Qiao Yozi's bed. Reluctant to engage, he mustered the strength to rise and sought refuge nearby. As he swayed and turned, he caught a faint sound carried by the wind. Qiao Yozi, seemingly intoxicated, had evidently lost his inhibitions and was unabashedly pressuring Shin Bingyun to accompany him to a hotel. The urgency in his tone made Han Dong quickly realize that he had not yet succeeded in his advances on Shin Bingyun. Accustomed to such scenes and entanglements, Shin Bingyun responded with composure. Sixth master, it's getting late. You should return and rest. Xiao Liuzi's expression darkened. Bingyun, I've spent no less than a few million on you. What is this? You can't even spare some time to chat with me? Chatting? Shin Bingyun internally scoffed, recognizing that such words could only deceive a Na'vi young girl. However, it is after working hours, and I am quite tired after a long day. Xiao Liuzi grasped her arm, his irritation palpable. Stop beating around the bush and tell me directly, are you coming back with me or not? If Shin Bingyun were merely an ordinary hostess, she might have dared not to resist. But she was not. Having worked at the Galaxy for nearly 2 years, she had encountered many clients with Xiao Liuzi's demeanor before. The complication was that her employer seemed to hold this man in considerable regard. Reluctant to create enmity, she hesitated. Sensing her indecision, Xiao Liuzi exchanged a knowing glance with one of his subordinates. A young man, resembling a gaunt monkey, abruptly approached Shin Bingyun from behind and covered her mouth with his hand. The action was startlingly sudden. By the time Shin Bingyun registered what was happening and attempted to cry out, it was already too late. She struggled fiercely but was hastily dragged towards the car. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The car door swung open like an entrance to hell, a dark abyss exuding a chilling aura. Shin Bingyun was acutely aware that once she was forcibly ushered into the vehicle, everything would be irrevocably lost. In a moment of distraction, she raised her sharp stilettos and crushed them against the foot of the lean monkey. A piercing scream erupted, and, sensing a lapse in control, Shin Bingyun hastily fled towards the Milky Way. If she could return to the safety within its confines, even the audacious Xiao Liuzi and his cohorts would think twice before daring to confront her. As for whether enmity would ensue, her mind was too clouded to contemplate such matters. Xiao Liuzi, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, could hardly anticipate that just as Shin Bingyun was about to be taken away, such an unforeseen circumstance would arise. Stop her. Restrain that wretched woman. Shin Bingyun, beset by misfortune, stumbled and fell to the ground after just a few frantic steps, her 10-centimeter heels proving to be a disadvantage in her flight. Pain and fear coursed through her, yet she could not deter Xiao Liuzi's subordinates, who swiftly closed in around her. In desperation, she cried out, Sixth Master, please do not be too ruthless. Xiao Liuzi chuckled mockingly. Shin Bingyun, do you really believe the owner of the Milky Way would intervene for someone as insignificant as you? Stop dreaming. My patience has its limits, and you will reap what you sow. As she sought to buy time, Shin Bingyun scanned her surroundings for any passers-by or security personnel. She caught sight of a familiar figure and urgently called out Mr. Han, a last-ditch effort for salvation. Deep down, she knew the likelihood of Han Dong turning back was virtually non-existent. This was not a film where heroes swoop in to rescue damsels in distress. This was reality, where no one would be foolish enough to offend Xiao Liuzi for someone they barely knew. Han Dong hesitated, coming to a halt as he observed the unfolding scene. He was unaccustomed to Xiao Liuzi's methods, which starkly contrasted with the principles he had been taught. However, he was no longer an impulsive youth. He weighed the worth of intervening. Chapter 40. Swift Resolution. Shin Bingyun sensed Han Dong's indecision. Dejected, she pleaded, Sixth Master, please spare me, I beg you. The more desperate she became, the more irritable Xiao Liuzi grew. Noticing his subordinates frozen in place, he urged impatiently, hurry up. It was the lean monkey who first approached, grasping Shin Bingyun while his fingers brushed against her remarkably delicate skin, the intoxicating scent of her perfume causing him to swallow hard. Damn it! Lost in his own fantasies, the lean monkey howled as Shin Bingyun unexpectedly bit down on his outstretched wrist. Struggling to free himself, he raised his hand to strike. But before he could bring it down, someone seized his arm. Turning around, he saw the young man who had previously departed, now standing before him. The encounter with Han Dong had left a lasting impression. After all, the last time he had been drunk in the private room, it was this very individual who had incapacitated him for days. Xiao Liuzi's expression darkened entirely. He had noticed Han Dong earlier, but had assumed the matter did not concern him and expected him to leave promptly. Interfering in his affairs was not something to be taken lightly. Since Han Dong has chosen to come here, there is no possibility of him leaving. Shaking off the lean monkey, he smiled and said, Sixth Master, it's good to see you again. Xiao Liuzi's facial muscles twitched. Brother, are you preparing to play the Good Samaritan? Han Dong quickly shook his head. Sixth Master, I came to inform you. I just saw a police car at the intersection and was worried you might not have noticed. Also, if you could lend me a bit of courage, I wouldn't dare to pretend to be a good person in front of you." Xiao Yozi was taken aback. "Where's the police car?" Han Dong pointed to the empty intersection, puzzled. "I saw it just a moment ago." Xiao Yozi's expression shifted between dark and light. "You better not be messing with me. I truly apologize. I might have had a bit too much to drink and could have imagined it. But Sixth Master, I genuinely mean well. Think about it. There are cameras around, and if the police happen to catch us in the act, it would be hard to explain." Upon reaching this point, anyone who could not comprehend that Han Dong was merely jesting would be considered a fool. The lean monkey, fueled by both old and new grievances, kicked towards Han Dong's chest, while the others prepared to act without hesitation. Han Dong closed his eyes momentarily to alleviate the double vision, and at just the right moment, he raised his knee. Initially, it appeared sluggish, as if he were performing a simple motion. However, as the lean monkey's leg approached, the knee suddenly accelerated. There was a dull thud. The lean monkey clutched his leg and retreated at least 6 steps before collapsing to the ground, rolling in pain. The swiftness of Han Dong's actions left the others completely unprepared. Without pausing, Han Dong strode towards Xiao Yozi. In that moment, the charming smile that had adorned his face earlier was nowhere to be found. His gaze was piercing, and his steps measured. Xiao Yozi was horrified. "Stop him!" Despite his corpulent frame, he moved surprisingly quickly, shouting as he attempted to flee. However, the distance was simply too short. Han Dong reached out and grasped the back of his collar, causing Xiao Yozi's forward motion to be abruptly halted, and he was thrown to the ground. The impact was akin to an earthquake. His internal organs twisted, leaving Xiao Yozi speechless, his body curling into a tight ball. Han Dong stepped on his neck, firmly pinning him in place and preventing Xiao Yozi's unruly subordinates from launching a surprise attack from behind. He ground his foot slightly, causing Xiao Yozi's face to flush crimson, his body convulsing violently. The sensation of suffocation caused his eyes to widen in terror, gasping for breath. Just as his pupils began to glaze over, Han Dong released his foot and crouched down, speaking closely, addressing you as Sixth Master is merely a matter of courtesy. How can one truly take such titles seriously? Do you consider yourself some sort of deity? In the midst of his speech, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, he struck back with his elbow. A subordinate attempted to sneak an attack, but their punch fortuitously connected with the tip of Han Dong's elbow, causing them to grunt in pain. Xiao Yozi, accustomed to the scene, keenly sensed the unsettling aura surrounding Han Dong. There was a chilling indifference to life in his eyes that sent a shiver down Xiao Yozi's spine. The enigmatic presence led Xiao Yozi to believe that at any moment, his neck could be snapped without hesitation. "Brother, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. We have no grievances, do we? Is it truly worth it for a woman? It is not for her. It is merely that your subordinate struck first, and I refuse to be a passive victim." "Well, if that's the case, I'll take my leave now," he declared. Han Dong responded coolly, "By all means, but do remember, if you dare to engage in any underhanded antics, I will personally pay a visit to your company or your home." What seemed like a mere rhetorical threat sent shivers down Xiao Yozi's spine. While an ordinary person might dismiss it, the authenticity of Han Dong's words left little room for doubt. "Who exactly are you?" Han Dong loosened his grip, allowing Xiao Yozi to rise. "Just a small fry. It would be effortless to bring you, Xiao Yozi, to utter ruin." The humiliation weighed heavily on Xiao Yozi, and the intoxication that once fueled his bravado dissipated entirely. Upon regaining his freedom, he noticed onlookers in the shadows and quickly departed, his tail between his legs. Han Dong, however, felt as if his lungs might burst with fury. Before all his comrades, he had been trampled by someone he had never regarded as a threat. As he watched Xiao Yozi and his companions leave, he slowly sank to the ground. The effects of alcohol rendered him incapable of sustaining any further engagement. He opted for a decisive approach, as his condition was not suited for lingering disputes. Otherwise, he would have carefully considered the implications of offending Xiao Yozi. After a while, he looked up at Shen Bingyun, who was grimacing in pain while clutching her foot. "Are you all right?" he inquired. Shen Bingyun stubbornly shook her head. "I'm fine, thank you for today." Han Dong took a moment to compose himself, then approached her and extended his hand. Shen Bingyun hesitated briefly before accepting it. The soft, delicate touch was warm and comforting. Yet, Han Dong was not inclined to savor the moment. Instead, he helped her to a nearby seat and retrieved her Audi from the garage. Once Shin Bingyun was in the car and the engine roared to life, she studied his profile intently. After a considerable distance, she finally spoke. "You're driving under the influence." Han Dong tapped his forehead, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation. Shin Bingyun chuckled lightly. "I was just joking. Your driving speed is akin to that of a tortoise, so it's hardly a concern." However, Han Dong was reluctant to proceed further. He parked in front of a clothes shop and suggested, "Perhaps you should call a designated driver, and I'll just take a cab home." Shin Bingyun shot him a disapproving glance. "Could you not exhibit a little more grace? You've already played the hero, so why not take me home?" Han Dong hesitated, noticing the swelling on her bare right ankle. "Don't forget to apply some medication once you get home," he advised. "If you massage it gently, it won't hurt too much tomorrow." As he spoke, he instinctively lowered himself and lifted her foot to demonstrate. Though he had no particular affinity for feet, the sight of her slightly arched foot and delicate, rosy toes captivated him, causing him to momentarily lose focus. The faint veins beneath her porcelain skin added an alluring allure that made his heart race. Chapter 41. The Wealth of Spirit. Shin Bingyun's face, perhaps flushed from the alcohol, bore a rosy hue as she instinctively curled her toes. Feeling the weight of the moment, she endured the peculiar sensation of Han Dong holding her foot, an experience she had never encountered despite her numerous interactions with men. Now, as her hands were grasped by the man whose palms were calloused, Shin Bingyun found herself frozen in place. It was peculiar indeed, for she could hardly quiet the tumult within her. She could only suppress her inexplicable thoughts through conjectures about the man's background and wild imaginings. However, Han Dong remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. His actions were purely instinctual and casual. Furthermore, the effects of alcohol had left him with a throbbing headache. No matter how beautiful a woman stood before him, he was incapable of harboring any significant thoughts. Even if he had the desire, he lacked the strength. "Han Dong, are you skilled because of your training in the military?" Shin Bingyun attempted to initiate conversation, her curiosity getting the better of her. Han Dong lifted his gaze, momentarily disregarding the fact that she was wearing a dress. A flash of vibrant green caught his eye, the trace of her intimate apparel. He was momentarily taken aback, his hands coming to a halt. Shin Bingyun, flustered, remained unaware of her unintended exposure and pressed on. "You must not have been an ordinary soldier in the army. Many serve merely to pass the time, incapable of possessing your level of skill." As she spoke, she glanced at Han Dong, awaiting a response. Noticing his unwavering gaze, Shin Bingyun felt a jolt of surprise and hastily closed her legs. Han Dong scratched his head, realizing it was inappropriate to remain crouched before her. So he settled back down. Shin Bingyun, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, shot him a sharp look. "I thought you were a decent man, but seems you're just a rogue." "I didn't intend for it to happen," he replied, as if justifying himself. The awkwardness of the moment prompted Shin Bingyun to abandon the topic. Han Dong continued from where they had left off. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the military?" His voice remained steady, even as the image of vibrant green flickered in his mind. "My cousin is in the army, and he shares these stories with me." Shin Bingyun explained. "Are you a Special Forces soldier?" "He told me that true Special Forces can take on 10 men, or even more." Han Dong shook his head. No, he was not deceiving Shin Bingyun. Although he was in the military, he did not belong to any Special Forces unit. To be precise, his work was of a more clandestine nature. His missions were never strictly defined, encompassing peacekeeping, counterterrorism, bomb disposal, and undercover operations, among others. Whenever duty called, they were expected to give their all, risking life and limb. Recollections of his past were not something he wished to dwell upon. Each mission he undertook had seen comrades wounded or fall in battle. Glory was forever intertwined with indelible memories. Noticing a distinct shift in the man's demeanor, Shin Bingyun inquired, "What is troubling you?" Han Dong gazed into the thick darkness of the night. "I restarted the car. Where is your home?" "Diyuan apartment," she replied. Han Dong recognized the name. In fact, it was hard to find anyone in Dongyang who had not heard of Diyuan apartment. It was said to be an establishment that only rented to women. Even more intriguingly, the landlord had a penchant for beauty, although the rent was reasonable. One had to first appeal to the landlord's eye to secure a lease. Otherwise, no amount of money would suffice. Consequently, this unique rental method had garnered significant attention, making Diyuan apartment a renowned locale. It had now evolved into a peculiar attraction, drawing countless men to its vicinity. Each day, swarms of admirers drove various luxury cars. waiting at the apartment's entrance. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, the towering structure of the Yuan apartment came into view. Han Dong parked the car by the roadside and assisted the limping Shun Bingyun out before they made their way toward the apartment. As Shun Bingyun approached the elevator, she was taken aback to find both elevators adorned with maintenance signs, their lights extinguished. She resided on the 22nd floor. Just then, Han Dong's phone rang. Seeing it was his father-in-law, he chose not to answer and ended the call. "Let's take the stairs," he suggested. "Oh, all right," Shun Bingyun replied, but soon her irritation surfaced. "I don't understand why the elevators break down so often." Han Dong remained silent, steadying her arm as they ascended the staircase together. Unfortunately, one of Shun Bingyun's high heels had broken, resulting in an uneven gait that was exacerbated by her injured ankle, forcing her to move at a snail's pace and frequently pause to rest. Feeling awkward, she opted to remove her shoes and carry them. Han Dong inquired about the floor number, calculating that their ascent would likely take a considerable amount of time. While the duration was inconsequential, he was keen to return home and rest, his head pounding. "I can carry you," Shun Bingyun suggested, momentarily taken aback. However, as she noticed him effortlessly crouching down, she hesitated before climbing onto his back. She had come to realize that Han Dong was not the type to exploit others' vulnerabilities for personal gain. After all, he had already offended Xiao Liuzi to save her. To worry about anything else would be excessively petty. As she settled onto his back, she felt a lightness as her feet left the ground. Though he was not particularly robust, the contact with him reassured her that he was more than capable of bearing her weight. They moved steadily and swiftly, the ground beneath them gradually receding. Shun Bingyun softly inquired, "Han Dong, do you think Xiao Liuzi will retaliate against you?" Sweat beaded on Han Dong's forehead, and the scent of alcohol clung to him more intensely. "No, he won't," he replied. "But do be cautious. It was your rescue that drew his ire. If any trouble arises, let me know, and I will have my boss negotiate with him." "All right," she responded. "You can set me down now. I feel my foot is no longer painful." Han Dong took a few more steps before gently lowering her. If his memory served him correctly, they had reached the 21st floor, and he had no intention of accompanying her to her home. "Thank you so much for today," she expressed gratefully. Han Dong smiled. "There's no need for formalities. Just remember, you owe me 2 favors." Shun Bingyun rolled her eyes. "You truly have a thick skin. Is it customary to hold favors over someone's head? The main issue is that you need to lose some weight. Your weight is indeed a bit excessive and tiresome." Shun Bingyun playfully swatted him. "I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow as a token of gratitude for your kindness." Han Dong unabashedly replied. "If you could speak to your boss and ensure that I'm not charged next time, that would be even better." Shun Bingyun laughed. "You truly have no shame. How can you even suggest that? Enough joking. I'll head out first." Han Dong's phone rang again, and he excused himself. "Wait," Shun Bingyun urgently interrupted, then rummaged through her handbag to toss her car keys to him. "You drive my car back. It's too late to find taxi. Just return it when you have time. Are you truly not worried I might sell your car?" He teased. "If you sell it, so be it. What's the difference?" Han Dong said, taking the keys and making his way downstairs. Cast her gaze downward, a smile inexplicably gracing her lips as she ambled towards her room. This Han Dong was indeed fascinating in every regard, even if his actions today were merely a fade of drunkenness to charm women. She found herself inexplicably drawn to him. A man reduced to nothing but his own tenacity and charisma truly commands admiration. Chapter 42. The Contest of Men. Upon reaching the car, Han Dong recalled the 2 consecutive calls from his father-in-law and returned the call. There was nothing urgent. His father-in-law had gone to the galaxy to fetch him, but failed to find him. Han Dong paused. "Dad, why did you come all the way here so late?" "I heard from old Joe that you had quite a bit to drink. I was concerned." After a brief explanation, he hung up, exhaling deeply. The prospect of divorcing Xia Meng left him uncertain about how to broach the subject with his father-in-law. A common saying goes that a son-in-law is akin to a son. Han Dong felt this keenly, as Xia Longjiang genuinely regarded him as a son. There were never any harsh words or any sense of distance between them. It is worth noting that Xia Longjiang had a notoriously explosive temper, often rebuking staff at the company without hesitation, including Xia Meng and her mother. Yet, whenever Han Dong, an outsider, was present, Xia Longjiang would temper his demeanor. Lost in thought, he entered Tina Garden. Han Dong's eyelids began to droop with fatigue. Just as he was about to turn into the Xiao residence, he noticed a Bentley, its headlights ablaze, slowly approaching in the rearview mirror. In the fleeting moment of switching between high and low beams, he clearly discerned the license plate. The car belonged to Chiu Yuping. What business did he have at Tiana Garden, especially at nearly 1 a.m? A sense of foreboding gripped Han Dong's heart. He suddenly felt no urgency to return home, instead bypassing the entrance to the Xia Villa and stopping about 70 meters ahead on the roadside. As anticipated, Chiu Yuping extinguished his lights at the entrance. The first to emerge was a woman clad in professional attire, Xiao Ming. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, she appeared almost ethereal, her striking visage adorned with a dazzling smile. Though the words exchanged between them were inaudible, Han Dong saw Chiu Yuping reach through the window to grasp Xiao Ming. She did not resist, leaning closer to the car window. From Han Dong's perspective, it seemed as if they were sharing a kiss. Breath quickening, he pressed his hand to his forehead, a searing pain threatening to overwhelm him. His own wife, kissing another man at the doorstep? This was beyond recklessness. Would the next encounter occur when he was absent, with Xiao Ming inviting Chiu Yuping into their bedroom? Typically, Xiao Ming would finish work by 11 at the latest. If she had indeed finished at that hour, what transpired in those 2 hours with Chiu Yuping? He recalled the last time she had drunkenly called out Chiu Yuping's name. Han Dong had no doubt that they must have rented a room during that time. Xiao Ming, that shameless woman, must have dreamed of being with Chiu Yuping. How could he possibly be a man of virtue? Han Dong had warned Xiao Ming more than once that her secretive actions would ultimately lead to trouble. However, do not allow yourself to witness the two being together. Yuping, thank you for today, farewell. On the other side, Xiao Ming tugged at her hand, which was grasped firmly by Chiu Yuping, but could not free herself. In Chiu Yuping's eyes, there was a tenderness capable of melting any woman. Xiao Ming, could you grant me another chance? Xiao Ming was taken aback by his sudden declaration, her thoughts in disarray. Once upon a time, it was precisely this kind of gaze from Chiu Yuping that she found utterly irresistible, making her feel as though she was his everything. Her eyes flickered, neither agreeing nor refusing. She evaded. Yuping, you know me well enough. I am still married. Being with you would burden me with guilt. Upon hearing Han Dong's name, Chiu Yuping's smile dimmed slightly. He is not from your world. Just as Xiao Ming was processing this, she suddenly noticed that Chiu Yuping had ceased speaking, his gaze fixed ahead. Instinctively, she turned her head, and a man was approaching them. Dressed in tailored trousers, polished shoes, and a neat shirt, he presented himself impeccably. His face, though not strikingly handsome, possessed a familiarity that grew more comforting with each glance, cold, devoid of any emotion. The scent of alcohol wafted toward her from afar, and his bloodshot eyes, paired with an ashen complexion, rendered Xia Ming momentarily unrecognizable. After all, Han Dong, who typically donned the most casual attire and exuded a languid demeanor, bore no resemblance to the figure before her. It was as though a thorn had pricked her hand, causing her to suddenly break free from Chiu Yuping's hold. Enraged and embarrassed, she exclaimed, Han Dong, could you walk without making such a racket? Are you trying to scare someone to death? Yet, Han Dong ignored her, pulling Xiao Ming aside and directly confronting Chiu Yuping. Despite the fact that Han Dong's grip was not overly forceful, Xiao Ming, in her high heels, was pulled back several paces. Steadying herself against a lamppost, she rushed over in alarm. What are you doing? Bang! Just as she managed to take a step, Han Dong's fist shattered Chiu Yuping's gold-rimmed glasses with a resounding crack. Chiu Yuping grunted, bursting forth from the vehicle, eager to retaliate. A fleeting moment of clarity passed through Han Dong's mind, only to be swiftly engulfed by a tide of furious shame, particularly recalling that the two had been at the hotel merely 20 minutes prior. Chiu Yuping was no match for him. Strictly speaking, the disparity was akin to that between a sheep and a wolf. He threw a single punch, but was quickly overwhelmed, crying out in pain. Xiao Ming rushed forward, pulling at him. Han Dong, you lunatic. Let me explain. Get lost. Han Dong retorted, nearly causing Xiao Ming to stumble again. He then unleashed a flurry of punches upon Chiu Yuping's defensively shielding face. There was no technique involved, only the primal instinct of man. Han Dong fought without strategy, attacking in a clumsy yet direct manner. The commotion soon attracted the night security guards. Xiao Ming, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, Han Dong, are you intent on ruining my reputation? I swear if any unfavorable rumors spread tomorrow, She wished to say that she would divorce him, but this threat held no weight in the moment. Her tone cooled, trembling, she implored, do you want me to perish? Have you no shame? The Xiao family still needs me. Han Dong halted, turning to gaze at the disheveled and nearly crumbling Xiao Ming. Even inebriated, He remained unwilling to witness her in such a state, a profound ache coursing through him as he hoarsely declared, "Divorce tomorrow. I shall set you free. If you wish to part ways, then so be it. I would welcome that." Han Dong cast aside Chiu Yuping, inhaling deeply as he strode towards the approaching security guard. "My apologies, we had a minor disagreement, but it's nothing serious," he reassured, blocking the guard from advancing. From his pocket, he extracted a few hundred yuan from the tip Summerlong Jiang had intended for the Galaxy Princess and handed it to the head of security. "Buy yourselves a few packs of cigarettes." The guard, recognizing Han Dong, noted that Chiu Yuping had already risen and declined the money. "Just don't escalate this further, or I'll have to call the police. Rest assured, this will be resolved." Understanding the futility of unnecessary conflict, the guard, who barely earned 3,000 to 5,000 yuan a month, deemed it unworthy to intervene in this matter. Chiu Yuping, blood streaming from his nose and his eyes swollen, struggled to see Summer Meng without his glasses. He attempted to retrieve his phone, only to be grasped tightly by Summer Meng. "Yuping, I beg you, do not report this. Han Dong's words at the police station would not bode well for you." Chiu Yuping's voice was icy. "I may refrain from calling the police, but this matter is far from over." As Summer Meng tried to persuade him further, he opened the car door and took his seat, starting the engine. Once inside, he called Wang Ligua. "Mayor Wang, the compensation amount is of no concern to me. I have but one request. Demolish the house of Han Yueshan and his son. If this cannot be accomplished, I will reconsider my investment. The demolition contract hasn't even been finalized yet. ISNT Mr. Chiu being a bit hasty? Timeliness is crucial. If your government in Donyang cannot manage this matter effectively, I will have reservations about the future of the Donyang Century City project." Chapter 43, Boundaries. Everything fell silent once more, as though nothing had transpired. The streetlights cast a dim glow, illuminating the faces of Summer Meng and Han Dong, both devoid of expression. "You are utterly despicable," Summer Meng seethed, her gaze fixed on Han Dong, her eyes glinting with an intensity that could pierce through. Han Dong, overwhelmed by tumultuous emotions and the strain on his mind, retorted, "How dare you accuse me? I truly wonder if you possess any sense of shame. Kissing another man right at your doorstep, outside of our marriage. I did no such thing. Today, Chiu Yuping assisted me in resolving the crisis with Jinwei's transport." He merely uttered a single phrase, and Jiang Tonglin ceased all discussions regarding the contract termination, instead opting to deepen their collaboration with Jinwei. "He rendered me such significant aid. What is wrong with inviting him to dinner? Moreover, I was occupied at the company all day. When else could I express my gratitude to Chiu Yuping?" The excuses were always ample. Han Dong countered, his voice steady. "And did you express your gratitude in bed? Do you think everyone is a fool? Why would Chiu Yuping assist you so generously?" "You are utterly incomprehensible," Han Dong exclaimed. "I am incomprehensible? After all this time married, have you shown me even a modicum of respect? Do you regard me as your husband? You incessantly bring up your perfect ex-boyfriend before me. What is your intent? To highlight my shortcomings in comparison to him? I'm not inferior to him in your eyes. It's not that I truly am. To judge a person solely by their financial status is a defining trait of Xiaoming." A series of probing questions left her feeling somewhat flustered. She had never truly considered Han Dong's feelings and had treated marriage as a mere jest. Han Dong had concealed too much. He attempted to maintain his composure, but words flowed from his lips uncontrollably. "I have never coerced you into marriage. Now that you have chosen this path, you act as if I am the one destined for misfortune." Xiaoming found herself at a loss for a retort and became increasingly anxious. "In any case, Chiu Yuping can assist me and Jinwei. You simply do not measure up to him." Han Dong was utterly exhausted and, upon glancing around, noticed that his father-in-law had been standing nearby for some time. In his state of confusion, he had failed to realize this. This meant that Xiaolong Jiang had overheard their quarrel in its entirety, and he might have even witnessed the altercation between Han Dong and Chiu Yuping. Given the commotion that had ensued, Xiao Ming's voice gradually diminished. Upon seeing Xiao Longjiang approach, she panicked. "Dad, what brings you here?" Xiao Longjiang replied, "If I hadn't come, I might have missed this grand spectacle." Xiao Ming, feeling a sense of defiance rise within her, cast aside her fear in respect for her father. Summoning her courage, she declared, "Dad, since you have heard everything, please consent to my divorce from Han Dong." The moment the words left her lips, Xiao Longjiang struck her soundly across the face. Tears, which she had just managed to suppress, began to flow anew as she stubbornly asserted, "I do not like Han Dong. Not in the slightest. If you had not forced this marriage upon us, none of this conflict would have arisen. Xiao Longjiang raised his hand to strike again, but Han Dong seized his wrist. Dad, what Xiaoming has said is what I wish to express as well. Forcing two incompatible individuals together will only lead to greater turmoil. Xiao Longjiang trembled with rage. If you wish to divorce, you must first pass my approval. Han Dong cast a glance at the deepening night and chose silence, disregarding the father and daughter as he turned and entered the villa. He truly had no desire to engage further in this disarray. Han Dong firmly believed that actions speak louder than words. He would silently stand by Xiaoming, confident that one day the clouds would part and the sun would shine through. As for now, everything felt like a cruel irony. The Xiaoming he remembered had long since faded away. After showering and lying on his bed, the commotion in the living room erupted like a fire, with Gong Qiuling also disturbed, and the family's shouts occasionally punctuating the air. Han Dong remained indifferent, rummaging through a drawer until he found their marriage certificate, staring blankly at it. Just months prior, these thin documents had made him feel as though he possessed everything. Now, the photograph of Xiaoming upon it appeared particularly jarring. The more intoxicated he felt, the harder it became to find sleep. As the sounds of the quarrel between Gong Qiuling and Xia Longjiang continued, he gradually succumbed to a heavy slumber. The next morning, he awoke to the ringing of his phone, the clock showing well past 10. Disoriented, he lazily answered the call. Dad, it was his father, Han Yueshan. Wang Ligua just left. We discussed the demolition matter. His attitude was quite firm, implying that we should be the first to sign the contract, lest we be served a penalty instead of a toast. Han Dong's drowsiness began to dissipate. He seems rather anxious. The thought of Chiu Yuping crossed his mind. It must have been he who pressured Wang Ligua. Otherwise, the mayor would not have come to his home so early in the morning. Father, what do you think? Han Yueshan replied, I cannot sign that document. I have no desire to engage with someone like Wang Ligua, who resorts to intimidation. Han Dong felt a pang of guilt, recognizing that his father had likely chosen to intervene in the matter of the demolition due to his own influence. However, there are certain sentiments that men seldom articulate to one another. Hearing a knock at the door, Han Dong set aside his phone, casually donned a tank top, and approached the entrance. It was Xiaoming, impeccably dressed and meticulously groomed. Typically, at this hour, she would be at the office. Today, however, it was apparent that her presence was prompted by the divorce mentioned the previous night, likely awaiting his company to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce certificate. Her face bore the stark imprint of a slap from Xiao Longjiang, a poignant reminder of the previous night's events. You haven't forgotten what I said, have you? Xiaoming's demeanor was devoid of emotion, icy to the core. Han Dong nodded, I haven't forgotten. Xiaoming presented a document. Take a look, if it seems appropriate. Just sign. He glanced over it briefly and noted the clause stipulating that the wife would pay the husband $200,000 after the divorce. The remaining terms were standard mutual consent declarations. He casually crossed out the payment clause. My marriage to you has nothing to do with money. So you can keep that $200,000 for yourself. Xiaoming, flustered, protested. What are you doing? Now I have to print it again. Han Dong replied nonchalantly. Then go ahead and print it again. You have ample time today. Xiaoming frowned. We need to keep our divorce hidden from both our parents. If they find out, it will undoubtedly lead to complications. For how long? Are you afraid of Uncle Xia's anger? He queried. You needn't worry. I intend to divorce, and no one can stop me. Xiaoming was taken aback, perceiving his words as exceedingly arrogant, wondering where he derived such confidence. She found it particularly intolerable that while she revered her father, Han Dong remained so casual about the situation. Furthermore, his nonchalance regarding their divorce was unsettling. She had expected that after sobering up, he would plead with her not to go through with the divorce. Yet he seemed eager to sever ties and establish boundaries. Chapter 44. Exceedingly mundane. After freshening up and dressing, Xiaoming returned with the reprinted divorce agreement. This time, Han Dong signed without hesitation. Having skipped breakfast, they each drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau, arriving in succession. Dongyang City, with its population of 8 to 9 million, saw the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau teeming with a myriad of vehicles. Upon entering, they found a long queue of couples processing their divorces. Each face reflected a different emotion. Some were arguing, while others exchanged cold glares, their eyes filled with animosity. The chaotic atmosphere made Xiaoming feel uneasy. She was inherently impatient and detested waiting in lines, particularly in places like banks or hospitals. During their wait, she occasionally glanced at her pristine wristwatch. Unintentionally, she caught sight of Han Dong, who seemed to have shed the exasperating demeanor she had grown accustomed to. His tranquility stirred something within her heart. In reflecting upon the various experiences, life after marriage has undoubtedly settled into a tranquil routine, devoid of shared topics of conversation. Yet, gradually, one becomes accustomed to this reality. Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, she realized that during her time with Han Dong, there existed an ineffable sense of security. This feeling, though vague, became strikingly clear during a business trip to Linen City. When Zhang Jianxi plotted against her and despair threatened to overwhelm her, Han Dong offered her a glimmer of hope. As they walked together, Han Dong would always position himself on the outer side of the sidewalk, a detail she seldom pondered. However, upon witnessing a man guiding a woman who was engrossed in her phone, away from oncoming traffic, the reason for his protective instinct suddenly dawned upon her. Human behavior is indeed perplexing. One may dismiss something as trivial, yet upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, a torrent of emotions surged forth. The minutiae of daily life were plentiful. Han Dong's instinctive actions were numerous. In the early days of their marriage, he would subconsciously pull out her chair at mealtimes, prepare chopsticks, and effortlessly pour her a cup of tea in the evening. When she felt unwell, he would transport her to the hospital without uttering a single superfluous word. In moments of danger, he instinctively shielded her from harm. She remained uncertain of her feelings for him, yet she was unequivocally certain of her trust in him. The recent, pronounced conflict stemmed solely from an incident in Linen City. As she settled into a moment of introspection, Xia Ming abruptly recognized that if Han Dong were to become a stranger in her life, it would leave an irremediable void. She had yet to grant him a chance, yet had already begun to exclude him from her life. Casting a glance at Han Dong as they moved forward in line, she took the initiative to speak. Though we are divorcing, we must clarify our words. There's truly nothing between Qiu Yuping and me. You are overthinking yesterday's events. I do not believe I overthink. To me, emotional betrayal is far more grievous than physical infidelity. Believe it or not, Han Dong, catching a glimpse of her slightly petulant expression, felt a pang of emptiness and murmured, "It is my fault for being too impulsive, which led to you being slapped." Xia Ming felt a surge of irritation at this thought. I truly cannot fathom what kind of sorcery you have cast upon my father to earn such unwavering trust and protection from him. Han Dong replied, "Marriage is a societal norm. When a son-in-law is referred to as coming in, it carries a somewhat derogatory connotation. You may feel that marrying me is a compromise, but he does not share that perspective. Let's not inflate our own worth. Any of my suitors before our marriage would easily surpass you in tenfold." Han Dong chuckled lightly. "On that note, allow me to clarify the matter of the 600,000. To be honest, before my father's surgery, I was preparing to borrow money, and I was certain I could secure it. It was Uncle Xia who came to my aid, insisting on leaving the money despite my reluctance to accept it. As for repayment, I do not wish to evade my debts. Rather, I fear upsetting Uncle Xia." Xia Ming inquired, "Why is that?" "I have previously mentioned that this is the matter of adult relationships. You should recall that when Uncle Xia first established his company, it was struggling financially and he resorted to high-interest loans. Your family was so besieged that you could scarcely leave your home. He must have borrowed from every relative and friend before finally turning to my father." Xia Ming indeed has a vivid recollection of that time when her parents forbade her from going out with her sister, resulting in a temporary suspension from school. The days spent idly at home were enveloped in an eerie atmosphere that left a lasting impression. Han Dong continued, "Upon hearing about this matter, my father pieced together our family savings and sent a total of 100,000 yuan to your family. Among that sum, 50,000 was compensation from an accident involving my mother. I was unaware of these events. How did you come to know?" Xia Ming inquired, her disbelief palpable. Or perhaps it was her inability to accept that her family had owed such a significant debt to Han Dong's family. "This is not something my father disclosed. It was mentioned inadvertently by Uncle Xia during a drinking session I accompanied him to. A couple of years later, when Uncle Xia's business began to flourish, he repaid the money." Xia Ming fell silent, beginning to comprehend why her father always held Han and his son in such high regard. If she were in his position, that 100,000 yuan would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Upon repayment, she might even return 1 million or perhaps 10 million. Yet, even in dire straits, Han Yueshan never accepted the meager 600,000 her father lent him with an air of entitlement. His integrity was unwavering. Ironically, She often used that sum to belittle and provoke Han Dong, deducting from his wages and generously offering him about 1,000 yuan each month as living expenses. A mere 1,000 yuan was insufficient for even a bottle of perfume. She had mistakenly thought that Han Dong had chosen to become a son-in-law for monetary gain. The reality was far from it. A family willing to risk all their assets for a friend clearly prioritized values beyond mere financial gain, viewing money as a mere embellishment rather than a primary concern. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Han Dong gently shook his head. Xiao Meng forced a strained smile. I apologize. She had never engaged in a genuine conversation with Han Dong, nor had she afforded him the opportunity to do so. After gathering her emotions, she mustered her spirits. What is the story behind that tattoo on your back? It's quite intimidating. A few years ago, when I was in the military, I was involved in a task for the armed forces. It required not only tattoos but also scars and piercings, designed to ensure that I appeared formidable at first glance. What kind of task? That cannot be disclosed. Otherwise, I would face a military tribunal. Perhaps on the verge of divorce, Xiao Meng found herself more talkative than usual. Absent was the arrogance and commanding demeanor typically exhibited by Han Dong, as she engaged in casual conversation, inquiring about his upbringing. For once, these questions would not resurface after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau. Han Dong answered what he could and refrained from responding to what he could not. My father mentioned that you were a regimental officer in the army. Surely, that cannot be an exaggeration? You're only 25 this year. How could that be possible? Our service location was rather unique, and the rank threshold was higher than in ordinary units. Additionally, with more opportunities for merit, promotions naturally came more swiftly. Then why didn't you develop your career in military? Such a pity. Han Dong deftly sidestepped the inquiry. Had I remained in the military, I wouldn't have married you. Missed opportunities are just that. At least there are no regrets. Is not marrying me a regret? Han Dong replied candidly, yes. I have harbored unrequited feelings for you for over a decade, and I must thank you for granting me the chance to be your husband. Regrettably, I fear I am not quite up to the task. Xiao Meng could not help but chuckle. How exaggerated. Over a decade. How precocious you must be. This has nothing to do with precocity. Every little boy inexplicably finds a certain girl attractive, and you were the one I deemed the most beautiful at that time. Indeed, we live in a world that values appearances. So, if I weren't beautiful, you wouldn't have liked me. Han Dong, uncertain, replied, perhaps. Xiao Meng playfully kicked him. How vulgar. Chapter 45, Relativity. As they chatted, Han Dong and Xiao Meng gradually approached the reception desk. The staff member, a middle-aged woman, was quite enthusiastic. Noticing the young couple, she began to advise them about the gravity of divorce, urging them to reconsider and suggesting they come back another day to process it. Han Dong interrupted. Ma'am, our arrival here indicates that our relationship has already deteriorated. Your kind intentions may not yield favorable results. We might even return to quarrel and cause a scene, which would be quite unfortunate. Young man, your words are rather harsh. Some individuals behind them, there for their own divorces, found amusement in the exchange, alleviating the somber atmosphere. The middle-aged woman shook her head in resignation. Did you bring the necessary documents? Indeed. Xiao Meng retrieved her handbag and pulled out the required identification cards, household registration book, marriage certificate, and divorce agreement all at once. The woman took them and began her work, her face displaying a sense of regret, as if she still believed that Han Dong and Xiao Meng were being impulsive in their decision to divorce. While they waited, Han Dong's phone rang. Seeing it was Zheng Wenjue, he glanced at Xiao Meng before stepping aside from the queue. As soon as he answered, Zheng Wenjue spoke in a hurried tone. Dongge, a large number of officers from the Municipal Bureau have suddenly surrounded our local game room, claiming it's involved in gambling and are looking to arrest people. Uncle Han is there too. You should come quickly. The game room, often referred to as the leisure hub of the old city, had several automatic mahjong machines. Familiar acquaintances would gather there during their free time to unwind, never engaging in high-stakes gambling. They would sip tea, play cards, and chat. As far as Han Dong knew, the game room had nothing to do with gambling. Han Yueshan had frequented the place, and Han Dong had accompanied him a couple of times. It was rare to even see a 100 yuan note there. Surely, they are not so reckless as to consider casual play a crime? Han Dong remarked. Zheng Wenjue replied. It's likely that someone set them up. I heard a few strangers visited the game room today and were playing rather aggressively. I suspect someone planted them to give the police a reason to make arrests. The truth remains the truth. If they wish to arrest someone, let them. What is the rush? Can they really impose a sentence over such trivial matters? Zheng Wenjue responded urgently, Donggu, if that were the case. I wouldn't be calling you. Currently, the residents of the old city widely believe that the police are using this incident as a pretext. Given that we oppose the demolition conditions, and they are inciting unrest, people are exceedingly agitated and have surrounded the police cars. I fear that a minor issue may escalate. Uncle Han's health isn't great, and I noticed his complexion was off earlier. Wait, I'm on my way. Hearing the gravity in Zheng Wenjua's tone, Han Dong's expression shifted subtly. He harbored no worries. If the police were indeed summoned over a card game, the most he could expect would be a few days of detention and a fine to settle the matter. His sole concern lay with Han Yueshan's health. In the heat of the moment, with Han Yueshan's prideful disposition, he would undoubtedly argue his case. Yet, the police dispatched to handle the situation were unlikely to reason with him. They would likely thrive on the chaos. After all, this was not a case of unlawful eviction, but rather a legitimate crackdown on gambling. In such a precarious environment, anyone who dared to step forward would be clearly leaping into a trap set by the opposition. Given the circumstances, Han Yueshan's heart, having recently undergone surgery, could easily succumb to unforeseen complications that Han Dong dared not contemplate. Furthermore, he suspected that this police action was deliberately aimed at his father. After all, his father had not visited the card room in several days. Why then did he happen to encounter the police today? Additionally, Wang Ligu's personal visit that morning seemed unusually out of character. It was likely that external pressure had compelled him to make a statement. What's wrong? Xiao Meng inquired, noticing Han Dong's sudden change in demeanor as he picked up his phone. It's nothing. I may need to return to the old city, he replied. Sister, how long will this take? The staff member smiled. If you have something to attend to, just go. What's the rush with the divorce? You can come back another day. Anxious and agitated, Han Dong could no longer afford to linger. Xiaoming, I must leave now. We can reschedule this matter for another time. Today is not feasible. Xiaoming was startled, fearing something serious had occurred, and hurriedly gathered her documents. Wait for me. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, she intended to catch up with Han Dong to clarify matters, but seeing him hastily drive towards the old city, she could only follow closely behind. It seemed something had happened to Uncle Han. Otherwise, Han Dong would not have been so flustered. At the exit of the old city, a throng had already gathered. Dozens of police officers and several squad cars formed an impenetrable blockade. Inside the police vehicles were several residents of the old city who had already been apprehended, including Han Yueshan. Release him, hurry and let him go, shouted the residents. The card room has operated for many years without any gambling incidents. Your actions are clearly malicious. Danyang City is known for its distinctive character, particularly evident in its communal spirit. Those apprehended, Han Yueshan, Zheng Qiu, and others, were all highly regarded figures in the old city. No one was a fool. When Han Yueshan and Zheng Qiu played cards, they merely wagered a few yuan. It was more about socializing and enjoying each other's company than gambling. Sometimes, they wouldn't even play cards, opting instead for a game of chess. Now, with the city deploying such force to arrest them, it was absurd. The card room had been established for several years, and local police were well aware of whether gambling was taking place. If Han Yueshan and the others were allowed to be taken away today, who would represent the residents of the old city in negotiations with developers and the government regarding the demolition? Thus, prior to the incident, all residents had communicated with one another. They were resolute that the police would not be taking anyone away today. Lu Jinshui is the chief orchestrator of this apprehension operation, having arrived promptly upon receiving an emergency call. His objective is to apprehend all those implicated in gambling, particularly a certain Han Yueshan. Gazing at the throngs of people, he senses that they might surge forward at any moment. While his scalp tingles with apprehension, a cold smirk forms within him. He has already made the necessary calls. Within half an hour, the city's special police and colleagues from the precinct will arrive. An unwavering directive has been issued. The suspects must be captured. Any attempts to obstruct or interfere with the operation will be met with no mercy. As he contemplates this, some residents begin to emerge, shouting in protest. Are these individuals truly law enforcement? They cannot allow Uncle Han and Uncle Zheng to be taken away. Indeed, these scoundrels have no regard for us. Today they capture Han Yueshan and Zheng Qiu. Tomorrow, it might be others. The agitation among the crowd intensifies, the presence of so many adding to the strangeness of the situation. Some officers, unaccustomed to such a scenario, draw their weapons. Lu Jinshui turns and glares. Put that away. What if it goes off? He then waves his hand and announces loudly, You are all utterly ignorant of the law. The city has issued a strict prohibition on gambling, and we are here to enforce the law. Think carefully. Obstructing law enforcement is a graver offense than participating in gambling. The hell with you. Who are you trying to intimidate? If you have the guts, arrest us all. Lu Jinshui fixes his gaze on the speaker, noticing someone raising a phone. He strides forward, snatching it and smashing it to the ground. What are you filming? Seeking death? Oh, so you call us ignorant of the law. The new policy permits the public to document police enforcement actions. Zheng Wenjue scoffs, snapping a few photos of the shattered phone on the ground. Lu Jinshui attempts to seize it again, but Zheng Wenjue steps back, declaring, "You touch me, and I assure you, you won't leave the old town today. Go ahead and try." Lu Jinshui retaliates with a slap, pulling out handcuffs to make an arrest. However, Zheng Wenjue is quicker, delivering a swift kick to Lu Jinshui's abdomen and shouting to a friend behind him, "Film this. I want to see if these people have any shame." Having fought often in his youth, he possesses a strength that far exceeds the average person, even without formal training. Lu Jinshui, caught off guard, winces in pain, his face contorted with rage as he glares at Zheng Wenjue, hand hovering at his waist. Zheng Wenjue, unblinking, challenges, "Officer, feel free to draw your weapon today." As his words echo, countless residents of the old town tighten their encirclement. It is only then that Lu Jinshui truly feels a surge of fear. Under no circumstances can he dare to draw his gun. The officers behind him exchange anxious glances, temporarily abandoning their thoughts of confrontation, wary of making any rash movements. Chapter 46. Stalemate. Inside the police car, Han Yueshan, forcibly taken into custody, was an expression of utter dismay. In his entire life, he has never endured such humiliation. A few individuals, seemingly out of nowhere, had turned a minor altercation into a major incident. Coincidentally, the police arrived just in time to apprehend them. Without a moment's hesitation, the entire gaming hall was overrun, several individuals subdued on the spot. Some managed to flee, yet the ones who remained found themselves in dire straits. Zheng Wenjue's father, Zheng Qiu, expressed his concerns, saying, "Old Han, these individuals have come prepared today. It is unlikely that this will end amicably." Han Yueshan pressed his hand against his chest, responding, "These scoundrels have come with the intent to intimidate the residents of the old city. I fear that someone may act impulsively and do something regrettable. If they are caught, there will be no recourse." Zheng Qiu shook the handcuffs, stating, "We can't even get out of the vehicle. Worrying excessively is futile." Han Yueshan struggled to breathe, laboriously glancing out the window. "Call Wenjue and tell him not to act recklessly. This gambling raid is undoubtedly orchestrated from above. They find it all too easy to target an ordinary citizen." Zheng Qiu hesitated to pull out his phone, sensing something was amiss with Han Yueshan. "Old Han, are you all right?" Han Yueshan took several deep breaths, attempting to quell his racing thoughts. Yet, it proved to be of little effect. He had always prided himself on his integrity, yet just moments ago, he had been treated like a criminal, pinned to the ground. After years of service in the military, his back had always been straight. He had faced bullets and assaults from criminals, but never had he been subdued by his own comrades without cause. In his heart, he believed the police and military should be united as one. His heart raced uncontrollably, and even now, he struggled to regain composure. As he witnessed Zheng Wenjue nearly engage in a fight with the officer Lu Jinshui, he noticed more police cars arriving nearby, their sirens blaring ominously. Feeling a sudden darkness envelop him, Han Yueshan searched his pockets for medication, but found them bare. The gambling hall was close to home, and he had recently begun to recover physically, having temporarily distanced himself from his dependency on medication. Yet a sudden, excruciating pain gripped his heart, causing his hands to tremble and his complexion to pale. "Old Han! Old Han!" Zheng Qiu cried out in desperation, shaking him repeatedly. When he received no response, he urgently shouted, "Someone help! Quick, call for assistance!" But chaos reigned, and no one seemed to hear him. Without a second thought, he kicked open the police car door and supported Han Yueshan as he attempted to exit. A group of officers obstructed their path. Zheng Qiu implored, "What are you all waiting for? Old Han has a heart condition. Call an ambulance." Lu Jinshui, infuriated by Zheng Wenjue, sneered coldly, "Can we not employ a more inventive tactic?" Unbeknownst to Lu, those close to Han Yueshan were well aware of the dire situation. The already tense atmosphere tightened further. Han Dong was nearing the old city, driving at breakneck speed, completing a journey that typically took 15 minutes in just 8. Upon arriving, He was met by a throng of officers, shields in hand, rushing towards the old city. Xiaoming arrived shortly after, bewildered. What is happening? To her, the old city had always been tranquil, and its people simple. She had never imagined such a large police presence would gather there. Han Dong vaguely heard the commotion from within. Alarmed, he seemed to disregard Xiaoming's words and began striding purposefully towards the source of the disturbance, quickening his pace until he broke into a run, catching snippets of the words ambulance and heart. The worst of his fears had come to pass. What are you doing? You cannot enter. Upon noticing the peculiar pallor on the faces of the special police, they immediately obstructed Han Dong's path with shouts. From a distance, he observed Uncle Zheng Qiu anxiously supporting his father, who was encircled by officers, engaged in fervent conversation. A sudden dizziness enveloped his mind, prompting him to forcefully push past two officers and charge in. Meanwhile, Lu Jinshui, having discerned the unease etched on the faces surrounding him, dared not delay any further and finally called for an ambulance. Dongzi, do you know where your father's medication is? Zheng Qiu exclaimed upon spotting Han Dong. Eager to ascertain the situation, hesitated momentarily before turning and sprinting towards home. 1 minute, perhaps two. An intangible sense of panic gripped his heart, leaving him in a state of unprecedented confusion. He was genuinely fearful of the notion that he might be unable to support his father in time. Having consistently strived to avoid any actions that might distress Han Yueshan, for he had but one remaining kin. Even 20 kilometers of weighted cross-country running would not leave him breathless. Yet the mere half-kilometer stretch from the game room to his home drained his strength to its limits, leaving him gasping for air. Sensing his son's presence, Han Yueshan slightly opened his eyes and swallowed the medication. Han Dong's face was pale with tension, and once everything was managed, he collapsed onto the ground in a state of exhaustion. Fortunately, it was merely fear that had played tricks on his mind. After taking the medication, Han Yueshan's complexion gradually regained its color, and he opened his eyes fully. On the brink of despair, Han Dong's lips trembled as he whispered, "Dad, I'm sorry, it's all my fault." In a moment of anguish, he struck his own face with a resounding slap, 5 distinct fingerprints rising prominently on his cheek. He had intentionally obstructed the demolition due to Qiu Yuping, had it not been for his own intentions. His father's placid nature would never have been embroiled in such matters. Seemingly struck by a thought, he turned to regard the highest-ranking officer present. Rising, he was halted by Zheng Wenjue, who grasped his arm. "Donggu, remain calm." Han Dong struggled casually, causing Zheng Wenjue to stumble back several steps. Observing the arrival of reinforcements, Lu Jinshui felt emboldened. "What now? Are you attempting to assault an officer?" Before he could utter the final word, he suddenly felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train. Bang! The police vehicle behind him seemed to shudder under the impact, emitting a muffled thud. Lu Jinshui collapsed like a heap of refuse, sliding down the side of the car. "You dare!" Han Dong coldly regarded him. "Being a police officer is a profession. Perhaps it would be cleaner without your presence." Lu Jinshui, unable to comprehend the implications of his words, shouted furiously, "Arrest him! Apprehend him!" Zheng Wenjue, now impatient, urged the officers forward, rallying a group to stand behind Han Dong. With everything at stake, they were prepared to confront any chaos that might ensue. Not everyone, however, was without reservations. An increasing number of special police officers caused many who were poised to act in the turmoil to freeze in place. As tensions rose, a man in his 50s emerged from the crowd, parting the throng. He was fair-skinned, slightly stout, with notably small eyes. It is evident that his status is quite elevated. Judging by the title on the notice, he is an official of the provincial department level, presumably the chief of the Danyang City Police Bureau. Indeed, as he approached Han Dong, he introduced himself. "I am Lu Jianmin, the chief of the Danyang City Police Bureau. Surely, you would not wish to witness these individuals clashing with the police." Years of experience enabled Lu Jianmin to effortlessly deduce that Han Dong was the pivotal figure among them. Han Dong responded with a calm, yet resolute voice. "If you are willing, it would not be an issue to detain a few individuals. However, I assure you, not a blade of grass, nor a tree in the old city will be disturbed." Such forthrightness left Lu Jianmin at a loss for how to respond. Han Dong, not inclined to prolong the interaction, declared, "You are the chief, correct? Then I must trouble you to notify Mayor Wang and have him come here. If he fails to arrive, I will gather a crowd that will certainly warrant his personal attention." Lu Jianmin's expression darkened. "Young brother, why such hostility? Mayor Wang is not someone you can simply summon at will." "Hostility? You mobilize so many police to apprehend a few common folk playing chess and sipping tea. Who truly lacks shame here? As he spoke, he disregarded Liu Jianmin entirely. Very well. If you choose not to notify him, I shall. Pulling out his phone, Han Dong straightforwardly said, Xiao Bin, someone is apprehending your uncle without reason. Please do me a favor and come over. Chapter 47, Wen Bin. Xiao Ming had never witnessed Han Dong in such a manner. Assertive, domineering, and utterly unyielding. He audaciously dared to strike amidst the encirclement of hundreds of police officers and civilians alike. Her eyes, fixed on his retreating figure, reflected a mixture of concern and confusion. She had always interacted with Han Dong from a position of superiority, but now she realized the pride he harbored within. He would only bow to the Xia family and to her alone. Even when confronted with a scene that would terrify most, he remained unfazed, treating authority with contempt. The special police began to push the crowd back, wielding shields as they advanced. In that moment, aside from Zheng Wenjue, the others exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating and retreating. Not everyone possessed the courage and loyalty of Zheng Wenjue. Make way, make way! The police shouted as they drove the residents of the old city away. Their footsteps synchronized like thunder. Those unwilling to move were promptly subdued and forced into vehicles. This was a force difficult to resist, instilling fear among the residents of the old city and rendering them hesitant to act. How many would dare confront the police head-on? In the blink of an eye, the residents surrounding Han Dong had transformed into police officers, while the young men led by Zheng Wenjue quietly withdrew, unbeknownst to him. Zheng Wenjue's palms grew clammy as anxious thoughts swirled in his mind. He wondered if today would be the day he faced execution. That would be utterly futile, especially since he had yet to marry. Despite his fears, he stubbornly refused to leave. His bond with Han Dong transcended mere brotherhood. They had fought together, skipped classes together, and grown up side by side, such a friendship that even in life-threatening situations, neither would forsake the other. The dispersed residents gathered nearby, anxiously watching and murmuring among themselves. Only Han Dong remained standing, seemingly at a disadvantage, yet exuding an intangible aura of formidable strength. Liu Jianmin waved his hand, and several officers advanced to restrain both Han Dong and Zheng Wenjue. Han Dong lifted his head, effortlessly escaping the officer's grasp. Director Liu, on what grounds am I being arrested? Liu Jianmin felt an unsettling peculiarity about this young man, yet there was no turning back. You assaulted an officer and incited public disorder. Is that not sufficient reason? Han Dong replied coldly. When police officers strike, it is deemed work. When they arrest, it is also work. Even the act of smashing someone's phone is still work. My slight resistance constitutes assaulting an officer? Director Liu, let me pose an uncomfortable analogy. If your father were unjustly insulted and nearly lost his life, would you contemplate whether the assailant is a police officer or a thug? Today, you are executing your duties correctly. However, does it not seem that others are merely muddled in their thinking? For Liu Jianmin, today's apprehension should have been a straightforward affair. Yet, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered. It was a matter of confidence. Indeed, this young man, Han Dong, possessed a demeanor that starkly contrasted with the ordinary. While the average person would hesitate before law enforcement, he appeared to regard the police profession with utter indifference. Young man, nothing you say will matter. Come with us to the station. We will conduct a thorough investigation. Han Dong asserted, I will not step foot in the police station today. Liu Jianmin's anger began to simmer. Do not be so arrogant. Ignoring him, Han Dong remained resolute in his stance, whether viewed as extreme or otherwise. He felt compelled to gamble on this moment. He was unwilling to allow his father to suffer further consequences due to him. Moreover, this was a path a man must walk. Otherwise, it would equate to yielding to Qiu Yuping, a notion that Han Dong could not accept. He wanted to convey to Xiao Ming and Qiu Yuping that wealth cannot represent everything. Liu Jianmin's apprehensions grew. This young man's mental state was evidently stable. First, there was a direct request to meet Mayor Wang, followed by a phone call that left an unsettling impression. More critically, Liu Jianmin sensed that should he command a forceful arrest, Han Dong's resistance might escalate the situation to an extreme. In his position, thoughts and considerations diverged from those of the ordinary. With these concerns in mind, he resolved to afford Han Dong some time to summon reinforcements, providing him with an exit, as well as granting himself a buffer. However, if Han Dong were unable to procure substantial connections, there would be no need for civility. Difficult individuals were challenging to manage. Yet those with unwavering resolve were far easier to handle. Over the years, Liu Jianmin had successfully dealt with numerous such individuals. Thus, several hundred officers stood by. Enduring the wait with Han Dong, a temporary stalemate ensued. Approximately 40 minutes later, the sun blazed fiercely. Just as Liu Jianmin's impatience grew, a military all-terrain vehicle arrived. Belonging to the Danyang military district, its rumbling engine and reckless approach sent officers scrambling in disarray. The vehicle screeched to a halt not far from Liu Jianmin, and a young man, around 23 or 24, with a buzz cut and a slightly mischievous grin, leaped out of the car. Camouflage trousers, a vest, a physique both lean and robust. The insignia on his shoulders, though not particularly remarkable, indicated he was merely a lieutenant. However, the emblem emblazoned on his chest caused Liu Jianmin to furrow his brow. Two swords crossed, with the national emblem nestled between them, the insignia of the glorious sword. The most elite special forces unit in the entire provincial region, directly under the command of the provincial military district. Liu Jianmin had only heard whispers of this unit, yet there was no doubt that its members were exceedingly audacious individuals. The lieutenant's rank suggested he was a minor leader within the glorious sword. The young man, named Pai Wenbin, alighted from his vehicle and scanned his surroundings, swiftly fixing his gaze upon Han Dong. His earlier nonchalance and flamboyance vanished upon seeing Han Dong, and he strode forward to embrace him, exclaiming, "Brother Dong," returning to Danyang without a word of greeting. "How unbrotherly of you." The bond between Pai Wenbin and Han Dong ran deep. During the Zijinghua International Special Forces competition, the Glorious Sword, as a paragon among special forces, held 6 slots for participants, and Pai Wenbin was one of them, dispatched to the Beijing military district for final pre-competition training. He was a trainee, while Han Dong served as a deputy instructor. By a twist of fate, their ages were similar, and they found it easy to converse. Pai Wenbin held Han Dong in high regard, often initiating conversations, which gradually blossomed into friendship. Notably, their statuses were relatively comparable, and Pai Wenbin valued Han Dong's unique position within the Beijing military district. Thus, upon receiving a call from Han Dong, Pai Wenbin hastened to arrive without hesitation. He understood that Han Dong seldom solicited favors, and after this visit, there would be an undeniable debt of gratitude owed to him. After exchanging pleasantries, Pai Wenbin learned of Han Dong's discharge from the military. Disbelief etched across his face as he remarked, "Brother Dong, what a pity." Han Dong, wishing to avoid further discussion of military matters, casually recounted the circumstances. Pai Wenbin raised an eyebrow and quipped, "So they've even dared to bully you, Brother Dong?" Han Dong weighed his words carefully. "Help me get rid of these people, and I shall treat you to drinks at the evening gathering." Without a moment's hesitation, Pai Wenbin turned around, producing his credentials and presenting them to Liu Jianmin. "Director Liu, may I ask what crime Brother Dong has committed? Please elucidate so we can discuss this matter thoroughly." Liu Jianmin hesitated before accepting the documents, glancing at them, and when he noticed Pai Wenbin's name, a sudden chill ran down his spine. The surname Pai was not particularly common, and having served in the provincial military district himself for several years, he was more than familiar with it. He cautiously inquired, "What is your relationship with General Pai?" Pai Wenbin's eyes danced with amusement as he replied, "He is my uncle." Liu Jianmin's smile faltered, his discomfort palpable. "I once served under General Pai as well. What a remarkable coincidence." Chapter 48, Quelling the Storm. The Municipal Government Office Building. Wang Ligua was also keeping an eye on the developments in the old city, the pressure from Xiao Yuping leaving him with little choice as he eagerly sought political achievements. With a mere hint, Liu Jianmin volunteered to apprehend individuals in the old city. As for the methods employed, he had no interest in the particulars. He only desired results. However, he never anticipated that what seemed like an ordinary gambling bust would bring Pai Wenbin into the fray. It is not difficult to ascertain the origins of the other party, and it is precisely for this reason that Wang Ligua finds himself in a state of utter disarray. The influence of the Pai and Han families from the provincial military district extends far beyond what one might expect. Such families are not easily offended by provincial leaders, and for a mere mayor of Danyang like him to attempt to assert authority in their presence is nothing short of absurd. Muttering a silent curse, Wang Ligua adjusted his attire and made his way to the old city area. This marked his second visit regarding matters related to Han Dong. With no alternatives left to him, should this issue escalate, it could jeopardize not only his political achievements, but potentially his very position as mayor. During the drive, Xiao Yuping called to inquire about the outcome. Wang Ligua offered a wry smile, Mr. Chiu, I am exerting every effort to finalize the contract as swiftly as possible. However, your suggestion of forcible demolition appears increasingly impractical given the current circumstances. What, are you unable to manage the Han father and son? Wang Ligua replied, It's not that I am incapable, but with the provincial military personnel arriving, I am uncertain whether they will intervene. Regardless, we have no choice but to pursue a path of legal negotiation. Please remain patient. I will discuss this matter further and provide you with an update shortly. A silence fell over Chiu Yuping, his tone growing subdued. Mayor Wang, I still hope for a swift resolution. Beyond the Donyang Century City project, Mr. Zhao and I seek to establish a deeper collaboration with Donyang. I will do my utmost, Wang Ligua assured him before hanging up, a fleeting flash of anger crossing his face. It was disconcerting for a businessman to repeatedly threaten him over this matter, evoking a sense of distaste. Wang Ligua began to question how Chiu Yuping had achieved his current standing, as he had encountered many so-called successful individuals. Yet Chiu seemed to lack even the most fundamental qualities and insights expected of a businessman. This is not the 1980s, when one could demolish at will, leaving the populace with no recourse. We now inhabit a modern society where discussions of demolition are exceedingly sensitive. Using the guise of combating gambling to pressure the residents of the old city was the extent of Wang Ligua's capabilities. As for forcible demolition, even without intervention from the provincial military, such a course would remain untenable until the very last moment. In an age where information travels rapidly, any hint of unrest could attract global attention. He, as a mere mayor, holds little power, and the number of mayors dismissed or investigated in recent years is not insignificant. His political achievements are predicated on his continued tenure as mayor. If he fails to retain this position, what value do those achievements hold? In the old city, Lu Jianmin, under the weighty scrutiny of Pai Wenbin's relentless inquiries, was drenched in sweat. Whether due to the oppressive heat or some other reason, he could not say. Military personnel are often forthright and unyielding, and Pai Wenbin epitomized this character, showing no inclination to relent as he languidly remarked. It is a fact that Dong has committed an offense against the police. It would be wise for you to take him back. Let those at fault bear the consequences. Lu Jianmin felt utterly subdued, his spirit crushed. Even if he were given 10 times the courage, he would not dare to act against Han Dong. Should Han Dong be apprehended on charges of assaulting a police officer, the ostensibly routine gambling operation might unravel the entire narrative behind today's events. With a sheepish smile, he muttered, Mr. Pai, I am unaware of your relationship with Han Dong. This is entirely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, Pai replied dismissively. You speak so lightly of it. Yet we nearly had a life lost. Does one merely dismiss such a grave matter with a single word? Lu Jianmin, steeling himself, turned to Lu Jinshui, who was clutching his abdomen and leaning against a companion for support, and admonished, What kind of work are you doing? I instructed you to apprehend gamblers, not indiscriminately seize individuals. If anything goes awry today, you can forget about being a police officer. Lu Jinshui, utterly disheartened, recognized that the chief was merely seeking an avenue for escape and dared not utter a word. Han Dong interjected, Find a couple of dubious individuals to infiltrate the old district's game rooms posing as gamblers, and you lot should lie in wait for an opportunity. I am unaware whose idea this was, but if a satisfactory explanation is not provided, this matter will remain unresolved. Lu Jianmin thought to himself that these two gentlemen were indeed formidable and refrained from retorting, instead offering a nervous smile. Rest assured, Mr. Han, I shall investigate thoroughly upon my return. Pai Wenbin glanced at Han Dong, falling silent. The day's outcome rested entirely upon Han's discretion. Should he pursue the matter, Pai would accompany him for another round. If he chose not to press the issue, Pai would be more than pleased to avoid further complications. The atmosphere turned slightly chilly. Han Dong remained quiet for a moment. I shall await the results of Director Lu's investigation. Lu Jianmin breathed a sigh of relief. Within a week, I will provide Mr. Han with a conclusive report. With that, he waved his hand decisively, dismissed the team. Like a receding tide, the officers departed, crestfallen. It was not until all the police had left in their vehicles that Zheng Wenjue awoke from his stupor. Before Pai Wenbin's arrival, he had believed the situation had escalated dramatically, fearing that both he and Han Dong might end up incarcerated. Yet, in the blink of an eye, circumstances had shifted dramatically. Lu Jianmin's assertive stance had taken a complete turn, and Han Dong had transitioned from a passive to an active role. As he speculated about Pai Wenbin's background, He smiled and extended his hand when Han Dong introduced him. I am Zheng Wenjua, a friend of Dong Ge. Pai Wenbin, showing little interest in engaging with him, turned back to Han Dong to continue their conversation, inquiring about recent developments and gathering information. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a woman approaching and could not help but focus intently. A realization struck him. Dong Ge, is she your sister-in-law? The newcomer was Xia Meng, who had refrained from intruding earlier due to the prevailing circumstances. Now that the police had dispersed, she intended to greet them before returning to her company. Upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement from Han Dong, Pai Wenbin exclaimed, Now I understand why you chose to retire, Dong Ge, with such a beautiful wife. I too would prefer to avoid the rigors of military life. His praise was not feigned. He was genuinely taken aback by Xia Meng's beauty and poise. Xia Meng, slightly embarrassed by the compliment, recognized Pai Wenbin's distinguished background and, after a brief exchange, smiled. Well, I must leave you to your conversation. I have matters to attend to at my company. Just as she was about to depart, she spotted a familiar Audi approaching. Having seen this vehicle before, she recognized it as the Mayor Wang Ligua's official car and surmised that it was likely there to discuss the demolition project with Han Dong. Previously, she had doubted Han Dong's standing and considered him no threat to Qiu Yuping. Now, however, her perspective had shifted and she found herself concerned for Qiu Yuping's position. Ultimately, she had always believed that Han Dong's opposition to the demolition was motivated by a desire for greater compensation. To the residents of the old district, the demolition represented a positive change. She could not fathom why so many would view such a development as a misfortune. Of course, she could never truly grasp the sentiments of others, nor could she understand the feelings of those who did not wish to be displaced. Many elderly individuals harbor little emotional attachment to money. Rather, they value the atmosphere and space for survival. Chapter 49, Negotiation. Wang Ligua, after parking, hurriedly descended from his vehicle. How is Han Yueshan? Has he been taken to the hospital? From a distance, Wang Ligua spotted Han Dong and others, yet he grasped the arm of an ordinary citizen. Inquiring with concern, Pai Wenbin nudged Han Dong's shoulder. This fellow certainly knows how to put on a show. Han Dong observed with a detached gaze, retorting mildly. A requisite quality for officials is to treat the populace as kin. Xia Meng stifled a laugh, then refrained from further comment. With Wang Ligua's arrival, she found no urgency to depart. She aimed to glean some insider information to repay the favor owed to Qiu Yuping, who previously assisted in resolving the dispute between Zhenwei and Typhoon Bank. I apologize truly. I did not foresee such an incident occurring. Wang Ligua's acting prowess flourished as he performed for the crowd, then approached Han Dong with a sincere expression. Those unaware would genuinely believe he was a dedicated mayor, selflessly devoted to the nation and its people. However, given the considerable commotion in the old city today, Han Dong found it hard to believe Wang Ligua was oblivious to the situation, or perhaps it all stemmed from his own declaration. Otherwise, the onlookers would hardly dare to react so boldly. Thank you for your concern, Mayor Wang. My father is fine. Wang Ligua adopted a woeful countenance, sharing a lengthy lamentation, essentially stating that he needed to thoroughly cleanse the police department of its corrupt elements. After concluding his soliloquy, Wang Ligua finally engaged in conversation with Pai Wenbin, exchanging pleasantries. Han Dong, overhearing their insincere banter, felt a surge of impatience. Mayor Wang, if you do not mind, why not join us at my home for a drink? The food and wine are prepared. Wang Ligua, with utmost seriousness, replied, Drinking and dining is acceptable, but it should not be too extravagant. Simple fare is preferable. I fear you might find it unaccustomed. Ah, my brother Han Dong, you must understand that being an official is no easy task. One must always be mindful of their public image. If someone were to capture a photo and post it online, I would certainly face criticism. I understand. After this exchange, he inclined his body, allowing Wang Ligua and Pai Wenbin to precede him. Noticing Xia Meng following suit, he quietly remarked, Isn't there work at the company? Xia Meng replied nonchalantly, Your friend and Mayor Wang are present. It is courteous for me to accompany them. Han Dong mused on her earlier urgency to leave, now seemingly unwilling to part ways with Wang Ligua. However, he had little time to ponder, as he contemplated how to initiate conversation while the group made their way home. The meal held little culinary excitement, and no one particularly cared for the menu. The primary purpose was to foster an appropriate atmosphere for discussion. Pai Wenbin, adept at drinking and well-versed in social settings, conversed amicably with Wang Ligua, who was nearly 20 years his senior, as they exchanged toasts with ease. Wang Ligua reciprocated with courtesy, never declining a drink when Pai Wenbin raised his glass. Within half an hour, his complexion began to flush, yet his eyes remained bright, clearly controlling his intake. Seemingly wary that further drinking might hinder their conversation, Wang Ligua lit a cigarette and turned to Han Yueshan, saying, "Old Han, today's events were truly not my intention. I feel a deep sense of guilt. As the mayor, I failed to properly manage those beneath me." Xia Meng observed in astonishment how Wang Ligua could adopt such a lowly demeanor while conversing with Han Yueshan, which truly baffled her. Han Yueshan poured some wine, stating, "Mayor Wang, there's no need for such discussions. However, as public servants, we must never forget the word people. Who are we putting on such a lofty pedestal?" Indeed, he continued, "I'll have Lu Jianmin convene a meeting for a thorough self-reflection." Pai Wenbin chimed in with a smile. "Mayor Wang, what good is reflection if it bears no tangible consequence? It is only through action that one can truly learn from their mistakes. This time, Donggu is accommodating, but had it been me, I would have stormed into the police station to lay everything bare and discuss right and wrong candidly." Wang Ligua offered a wry smile, feeling utterly powerless against this young rebel. He had no doubt that Pai Wenbin could indeed create chaos in Donyang. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ligua sighed and shifted the conversation to another dimension. "Since we are all straightforward individuals gathered here, I shall speak candidly. Tell me, Lao Han, do you consider demolition a boon or a bane?" Han Yueshan answered without hesitation, "A boon. The old district has deteriorated over time, and indeed poses certain risks." "Yes, it is a boon," Wang Ligua concurred. "For the government, it can attract investment, and for the residents of the old district, each person stands to gain a sum that they might never have earned in their lifetimes. Truly a win-win situation." "Mayor Wang, one cannot be so absolute," Han countered. "Your thoughts may not resonate with everyone." Wang Ligua, displaying a sincere desire to resolve the issue, replied, "Speak your mind. What are your demands? We can negotiate." Han Yueshan stated, "Currently, the predominant public sentiment revolves around the issue of elderly relocation, which necessitates that you allocate equivalent housing space during development." Wang Ligua interjected, "Lao Han, that's going too far. Everyone knows that housing prices in Donyang Shijiqing will rise in the future. If I reserve a portion for the elderly, it's inevitable that another group will demand equal treatment, thus increasing the compensation. Wouldn't that render the demolition meaningless? I understand your reasoning, but there must be a solution. This concern has been raised by many. As for other issues, I consider them minor." Wang Ligua chuckled lightly, ambiguously stating, "Lao Han, I heard you sold your house to someone else. In that case, you would be at a disadvantage when the demolition occurs, wouldn't you?" "Not at all," Han replied. "It is inappropriate to quantify the gratitude for a life-saving favor with money. I haven't thought that far." Wang Ligua insisted, "That won't do. When the time for compensation comes, I'll ensure they hand it over to you." His implication was clear. The compensation would be given in full to Han Yueshan, perhaps with a little extra, leaving it to Han's discretion how much he wished to share with others. Without stating it outright, he was determined to find a way to provide financial assistance to the Han family, encouraging them to withdraw from the demolition. Han Yueshan, not waiting for Wang Ligua to finish, firmly refused, "No need. Xiao Dong and I are not here for profit. We are only seeking favors. You initiated the violence, and Xiao Dong was drawn into it by you." Wang Ligua felt disdain within. He did not believe that Han Yueshan truly viewed wealth with such disregard. After a moment's pause, it became evident that a compromise must be sought to address the situation. Should the developer withdraw their investment, the residents of the old town who were willing to relocate would undoubtedly voice their discontent. Such a well-meaning endeavor could inadvertently lead to adverse outcomes, with rumors of ulterior motives surfacing, rendering the effort counterproductive. It must be acknowledged that Wang Ligua possesses remarkable eloquence. His intimidation is subtle, and his inducements are discreet. The father, lacking in expression, found his son Han Dong interjecting. If there is genuine intent to develop, the true demands of the populace must be taken into account. Indeed, while relocation can be beneficial, the houses and land belong to the residents of the old town. To dismantle someone's home, sufficient justification must be provided. My Yor Wang, I believe you ought to engage in further discussions with the developers." Xia Meng added, "There is no necessity to exchange land within the old town. Selecting a plot of land of comparable value for reconstruction could serve as a viable solution. Those willing to move can do so, while those who prefer to stay may receive compensation." Wang Ligua pondered this, smiling. My sister-in-law raises a valid point. It is indeed a solution. Han Dong cast a glance at Zheng Wenjue, one of the few representatives elected by the residents of the Old Town. Although he held no particular fondness for Qiu Yuping, his integrity prevented him from causing disruptions in matters such as these. After all, as Wang Ligua stated, many residents of the Old Town are eagerly awaiting the relocation. Deep down, despite his discomfort, Han Dong could not obstruct the collective interests for his own benefit. Zheng Wenjue contemplated. I will discuss this with him later. With that, Wang Ligua aimed to cut through the confusion swiftly, urging, if there are any further demands, please present them all at once. And I will negotiate with the developers to achieve a satisfactory outcome for everyone. The compensation offered for the relocation seems somewhat inadequate. 2 years ago, the compensation for the West District was significantly higher than that for the Old Town. However, times have changed, and the price is set by the provincial government, leaving me with minimal influence. Zheng Wenjue's rhetoric and presence paled in comparison to Wang Ligua, and after a few exchanges, he found himself at a loss for words. Han Dong observed this, choosing not to interject further. In truth, the relocation had already been determined, yielding only 2 possible outcomes. Either he stubbornly resisted the demolition of the Old Town, or, more realistically, he would have to acquiesce to the established pricing and standards for the relocation. Clearly, should he become a stubborn holdout, the surrounding residents would harbor intense animosity towards him and his father. Chapter 50, Reflections and Thoughts. After a meal, both parties managed to clarify certain matters. Wang Ligua, reluctant to concede, had to acknowledge that anyone encountering a character like Han Dong would find themselves at a loss. His audacity and enigmatic background rendered him inscrutable. His willingness to share a meal was aimed at accommodating the requests of the father and son duo. Given Han Yueshan's influence in the Old Town, his signature would serve as a clear signal of intent. As the wine circulated and the dishes were savored, Wang Ligua announced his intention to take his leave. However, Han Yueshan followed him under the pretext of seeing him off. A father knows his son well, and similarly, Han Dong understood his father. With the intention of following, he received a stern glance from Han Yueshan. Wang Ligua, astute and diplomatic, discerned his intentions and greeted with a smile as he stepped out. Old Han, feel free to express any requests you may have. I assure you, I will do my utmost to assist. Han Yueshan hesitated for a moment, his thoughts shifting, ultimately prioritizing his son's future. Having not accumulated much for his son in his earlier years, he feared being a burden in the latter part of his life. Despite his reluctance, he felt compelled to seize this opportunity. Mayor Wang, I have an unusual request. Speak. I need 2 million. Wang Ligua's eyes flickered, surprised by Han Yueshan's boldness. Then, with a hint of amusement, he remarked, of course, no one is indifferent to money. While 2 million was indeed substantial, Wang Ligua believed that if it could alleviate the burden posed by Han Dong and his father, the developers would readily provide the funds without a second thought. Han Yueshan clarified, Mayor Wang, please do not misunderstand. I do not expect to receive this money without a return. I hope you can facilitate a loan from the bank in my name. At this point, Wang Ligua was thoroughly perplexed by Han Yueshan's true intentions. Given the current situation, it was conceivable that Han Dong and his father could negotiate for not just 2 million, but even 20 million. Han Yueshan felt a pang of shame. Having lived in the old city for over 20 years, he could not bear the thought of exploiting connections for personal gain. He implored Wang Ligua to understand him as a father rather than a soldier. Wang Ligua found himself in a quandary. Securing a loan was a trivial matter, as a mere word would suffice for the bank to expedite the process. However, should Han Yueshan default, the responsibility would fall squarely on him. A fundamentally different scenario from merely requesting 2 million from the developers. Loans necessitate collateral and a plethora of documentation. Old Han, can you provide that? Han Yueshan replied, if I could secure a loan through proper channels, I wouldn't trouble you, Mayor Wang. You are presenting me with a dilemma. Han Yueshan nodded. This is my only stipulation for signing. Wang Ligua pondered. Despite their brief acquaintance, it was evident that Han Yueshan was a man of his word, not prone to bargaining. In other words, if he wished to dismantle the old city, he must assist in facilitating this loan. After a long pause, he neither agreed nor declined, instead inquired, what do you intend to use this money for? To provide my child with the startup capital for a business. Wang Ligua replied, why go through such convoluted means? The developers should readily accommodate this request. There is a significant distinction between borrowing money and extorting it under the guise of opportunity. Should I secure a bank loan? I would undoubtedly repay it. However, if I were to accept hush money from the developers, I would find no peace in my sleep. Han Yueshan had been contemplating this issue recently. The nature of a person is difficult to change, having lived an upright life. He found it challenging to breach his moral boundaries this time, settling instead for the alternative of a loan. Wang Ligua probed a few more times, noting Han Yueshan's unwavering stance, and finally remarked, "Old Han, your temperament is indeed challenging to appreciate. I will await your news. As long as negotiations with the developers proceed smoothly, I will assist you in securing this loan." The path of governance dictates that promises should not be made lightly, a principle Wang Ligua was well aware of. Yet, in the face of circumstance, adaptability is equally essential. He could discern the character of the Han father and son through their words and demeanor. Such a person is indeed quite willing to extend a personal favor to another. As for the risks, they exist, yet are so minuscule as to be nearly imperceptible. In certain matters, he need not explicitly articulate or expose the details. A mere hint suffices, and those beneath him will naturally take action. Just like in this recent gambling crackdown, he merely mentioned the game room in passing, and Liu Jianmin independently filled in all the specifics. Should any trouble arise, he could effortlessly distance himself from the situation. Han Dong, accompanying his father to see off Wang Ligua, found himself somewhat distracted. Xia Meng had taken a leave today, primarily motivated by thoughts of divorce. However, since separation was not feasible at the moment, she returned to the office instead. On the way, she took a moment to call Qiu Yuping, discussing matters in the Old Town area. "Yuping, if you truly wish to transform the Old Town into commercial land, you cannot bypass Han Dong. His friend, Pai Wenbin, is reportedly affiliated with the provincial military district, and even Wang Ligua treats him with utmost courtesy." Qiu Yuping was filled with a sense of unease and confusion. He had always believed Han Dong to be merely an ordinary veteran, posing no threat to either the demolition plans or his relationship with Xiaomeng. However, his perspective had shifted. Prior to Xiaomeng, he had already received some information. To be frank, he wished Han Dong were a bit more resolute. Typically, in such situations, individuals often find themselves incarcerated or embroiled in more significant troubles. Yet, there seemed to be no way to foresee Han Dong's intricate network of connections. It appeared that persuading Wang Ligua for forced demolition was out of the question. However, compelling him to compromise on the demolition conditions felt akin to swallowing a fly. Xiao Meng added, "In truth, the residents in the Old Town are quite principled. They are not greedy, and at least no one is making exorbitant demands. Therefore, I believe if you construct residential buildings elsewhere for relocation purposes, it could break the deadlock. Xiao Meng, Han Dong is merely a troublesome citizen, and you are now speaking on his behalf. No, I previously misunderstood him as someone attempting to extort you financially. It's not like that. Then am I at fault?" Xiao Meng, unwilling to engage in an argument, patiently replied, "In your demolition efforts, you must have signed contracts with the government. You cannot act impulsively, otherwise, it could greatly impact your personal reputation. Wang Ligua in Donyang possesses considerable capability, and my father mentioned that he is very likely to be promoted to linen in the next 2 years. That is your stronghold. So it is crucial to consider this matter carefully." "That seems impossible." "There is nothing impossible about it. This is information my father obtained from elsewhere. You know him. He never speaks lightly." Qiu Yuping fell silent, weighing the information he had received from Xiaomeng. Indeed, he had been overly aggressive in this demolition effort, and due to the conflict with Han Dong, he had allowed himself to be swept away by emotion. If what Xiaomeng stated were true, and Wang Ligua were to enter the political scene in linen, then Qiu Yuping must tread carefully and not offend him. After a pause, his tone softened. "Xiaomeng, weren't you supposed to be divorcing Han Dong today? How'd it go?" "There was a bit of an unexpected incident in the Old Town, so didn't go through. But it's close. I will definitely find an opportunity to accompany Han Dong to the Civil Affairs Bureau soon." Qiu Yuping felt uncomfortable, but did not press further. "Then I will wait for you to finish work tonight, and we can have dinner together." "No, I have to be busy today." Qiu Yuping chuckled. "I still need to consult you about the demolition matters. If you don't come, I might just visit your company." "Very well." Chapter 51, Ant. Han Yueshan left and returned to the living room after approximately half an hour. Han Dong immediately stood up, addressing his father. Han Yueshan seemed to anticipate his son's inquiry and, disregarding Zheng Wenjua's presence, directly stated, "You wish to invest in Wenjua's detective agency, right? I spoke with Mayor Wang about securing a loan from the bank, and he agreed." Zheng Wenjua was taken aback. "Uncle Han, Why go through all this trouble? Han Yueshan merely shook his head, not delving into further explanation. Just then, his phone rang, and he stepped aside to answer. Zheng Wenjue, possessing a keen intellect, soon grasped the essence of the situation. He could not help but feel a sense of respect for Han Yueshan. Rather than resorting to extortion against the developers, he opted to raise funds through a bank loan. He harbored no doubt that if Han Yueshan sought financial assistance, very few in the old district would refuse him. At the very least, Zheng Wenjue would readily part with 10,000 yuan for the two of them. Han Dong sat in a daze, his mind a whirlwind of complex emotions. The weight of financial strain placed an unprecedented pressure on him, who had always taken life as it came without any discernible ambitions. It was the most frustrating moment for Han Dong, feeling his father toil and strategize over monetary issues. Noticing a change in his father's expression as he spoke on the phone, Han Dong's heart stirred. It must be one of his two aunts returning from abroad. Reflecting on the time, it had been at least 2 years since he last saw them. Among them, his youngest aunt, Han Yun, had always filled the maternal role in his life, and he had always referred to her as aunt. There was a period during his childhood when Han Dong resided in her home. Despite moments of conflict, he now recalled the profound affection that permeated their relationship. Indeed, as soon as Han Yueshan hung up, he beamed. Xiaodong, your aunt is coming back to the country. This time, she plans to settle here permanently. Han Dong inquired eagerly. When? Within the next couple of weeks, the entire family will return. Han Dong smiled genuinely. He could deeply understand his father's feelings towards his two aunts. With both grandparents having passed away, they were the only close relatives he had left, particularly his youngest aunt. Han Yun, who had only recently moved to the United States, had maintained a close relationship with Han Dong's family prior to her relocation. He vividly remembered how his father's mood had darkened for an extended period after she moved away. The saying a brother is like a father might merely be a cliché to others, but for Han Yueshan, it was a heartfelt reality. He had assumed the paternal responsibility for his two sisters. When it came to their education, he had even taken the drastic step of skipping classes and intentionally getting expelled from school to ensure they could continue their studies. In their immigration endeavors, he tirelessly forged connections and facilitated their visa applications. Even after marriage, upon hearing that his youngest aunt had suffered at the hands of her husband abroad, he traveled all the way to the United States, confronting the man and punishing him so severely that he was bedridden for a month or two. On the other side, a middle-aged woman in her 40s had just hung up the phone, discreetly wiping her tear-stained eyes. She had only recently learned that her brother had undergone a surgery that nearly cost him his life. Such a significant event, and he hadn't even bothered to inform her, instructing friends and acquaintances not to disclose the news. Mother, is my uncle all right? Behind her stood a young girl in her 20s, brimming with youth and vitality, her ethereal presence radiating cheer. Her remarkably large eyes, seemingly innocent, held an impish spark when they moved. She was Chen Yujia, Han Dong's cousin. Han Yun suppressed her emotions, forcing a smile as she replied, "He is fine now. I heard that cousin has also retired?" "Yes, fortunately he was there, otherwise. Your uncle would have had no one to care for him during the surgery." With a sigh of melancholy, Han Yun continued, "I used to think your uncle was in the prime of his life. I planned to work hard abroad for a few years, and once everything stabilized, return home to settle down, living close to each other as we once did. But now it's different. With such a major incident occurring, I don't even know what to do next." Her eyes brimmed with tears again. "Your uncle's life has been overshadowed by my sister and me. If it weren't for us, he wouldn't have felt compelled to enlist and earn money so early." Chen Yujia quickly attempted to lighten the mood, playfully teasing to comfort her mother. "I know, my uncle is exceptionally good to you, Mom. Dad even complains that uncle was too harsh back then." Han Yun wiped away the tears that flowed incessantly with a tissue, shooting a glare. "He deserves it." Chen Yujia stuck out her tongue. "Actually, I miss cousin a bit too. When he lived with us as a child, I always felt he was trying to steal you away. I often made things difficult for him. I owe him an apology this time I return home. But he is already married now. How fast time flies." Han Yun, upon hearing her daughter mention her nephew, couldn't help but express some grievance. "I don't understand what your cousin is thinking, becoming a son-in-law." Chen Yujia laughed. "What is so surprising about that? My sister-in-law is so beautiful. She must have captivated him. Besides, she is the president of some company, talented and attractive." "Just a small company," Han Yun remarked. "For the past few years, she and her husband have been thriving in the financial hub of Wall Street in America, dealing with colossal enterprises. To her, a local company like Zhenwei was insignificant, hardly deserving of her nephew having to take on the rather jarring title of son-in-law. Unbeknownst to Han Dong, discussions about him were unfolding far away near Wall Street. However, the recent gloom that had enveloped him was swept away by his Aunt Han Yun's return. That evening, after waking up from a drunken stupor, Pai Wenbin intended to return to the military district immediately, but was stopped by Han Dong. The reasoning was that he would surely face reprimand upon returning, so it would be better to share another drink together. Pai Wenbin, being straightforward, readily agreed to accompany his friend. Zheng Wenjua, eager to bond with Pai Wenbin, began to chatter incessantly as they reached the entrance of the nightclub. His incessant rambling elevated an ordinary venue into something extraordinary, with each girl seemingly more exceptional than the last. Han Dong quietly kicked him. Xiaobin has been to more nightclubs than you've even heard of. Pivenbin chuckled and said, Wenjua, let me tell you, Donggu is quite the seasoned veteran. Back when he was in the army, every female soldier in the entire Beijing military district had her eye on him. Later, during a mission, he even managed to seduce the mistress of a drug dealer. Han Dong interrupted. Let us go. Zheng Wenjua's interest was piqued. Donggu, is that true? What did the drug dealer's mistress look like? Do you have any photos? Han Dong's gaze darkened subtly as he turned away. His decision to retire was influenced not only by the need to care for his father, but significantly by the woman mentioned by Pivenbin, the mistress of a drug dealer in the eyes of others. Everyone in the Beijing military district was aware of the situation, yet they chose to turn a blind eye. It was his own sense of guilt that rendered him unable to continue his military career. Chapter 52, Troubles. Upon entering, Han Dong called Shen Bingyan. It felt rather peculiar. He had come here merely to see her. In contrast to his interactions with Xia Meng, he found conversations with Shen Bingyan to be far more natural and relaxed. He was inherently a proud individual, and intentionally lowering himself to please a woman felt quite awkward. Moreover, having reached the stage of divorce with Xia Meng, he no longer cared whether there were any ambiguous relationships with other women. On the phone, Shen Bingyan seemed to be half asleep, yawning as she said, My brother, can I take today off work? I was just about to indulge in a beauty sleep. Han Dong chuckled. Then forget it, continue sleeping. By the way, where are you? In the galaxy, she replied. Shen Bingyan teased. Aren't you just a worker? Coming here must be a significant expense. Even a worker doesn't skimp on the drinks at Galaxy, he retorted. All right, I'll come over shortly and give you a discount, as a token of gratitude for carrying me upstairs. In the midst of their banter, Shen Bingyan suddenly remembered something. By the way, be careful these days. I heard that Xiao Yozi is planning to retaliate against you. Han Dong, recalling the unsettling feeling of being watched just before entering Galaxy, replied helplessly. Your warning comes rather late. I'm truly sorry. I intended to warn you earlier, but accidentally fell asleep. If you're at Galaxy, don't go out recklessly. If Xiao Yozi's people are outside, I'll go speak to the boss and have him mediate. No need for that. If he dares to come, I'll prepare a warm welcome for him. Han Dong had thoroughly offended Xiao Yozi due to his act of saving Shen Bingyan. However, since the situation had arisen, it was better to sound the alarm in advance rather than wait to be ambushed. Zheng Wenjua had been staring in disbelief since Han Dong made the call. Once he hung up, he remarked, Donggu, you've really kept this under wraps. When did you become so familiar with Shen Bingyan? That woman is notoriously difficult to deal with. If you can manage to take her to bed, I'll tattoo the word submissive on my face. Pivenbin replied, Wenjua, you don't understand. The highest realm of seducing a woman is to discard the vulgarity of the word bed and take it slow, like spring rain nurturing the earth, allowing it to happen naturally. The goal is the bed, but if a woman is solely focused on that, she is merely a temptress. To truly deserve the title of a charming man, one must first be able to set aside that word. Han Dong could not help but exclaim, What are you pretending to be, you virgin? Pai Wenbin's expression momentarily froze as he replied, Brother Dong, is it necessary to expose me like that? Do you think I don't wish to shed my virginity? The problem is, having grown up in the army, the opportunities to meet attractive women have been exceedingly rare. The ladies in nightclubs are merely for drinks and casual chats. Zheng Wenjua, somewhat speechless, remarked, Brother Bin, I was almost convinced that you were a master at charming women. Unfazed, Pai Wenbin casually retorted, Just because I haven't been with a woman doesn't mean I lack understanding of them. I study them diligently every day. What good does that do? Zheng Wenjua thought to himself, having found Pai Wenbin quite agreeable through their interactions, leading to a gradual ease in their exchanges. Pai Wenbin playfully kicked him on the backside, urging, Hurry and find a princess. If she isn't as wonderful as you claim, I'll make you pay dearly. Zheng Wenjua, bouncing away, said, I'll make sure both of you are satisfied. Within 40 minutes after hanging up the phone, Shun Bingyun arrived at the Galaxy. Dressed in a deep green dress that accentuated her slender calves and exuding an elegant demeanor, she instantly became the center of attention upon entering the private room. Pai Wenbin, having heard Zheng Wenjue incessantly speak of Shun Bingyun, could not help but scrutinize her upon arrival. Zheng Wenjue was not exaggerating. She was indeed a rare beauty. Theoretically, one would expect that prolonged exposure to such an environment would leave one somewhat tainted. However, not a trace of such a thing could be seen in Shun Bingyun. Her unique blend of cold elegance and graciousness was undeniably captivating, compelling one to gaze at her continuously. Approaching, Shun Bingyun exchanged a glance with the princess beside Han Dong, and after she departed, she picked up a can and poured herself a glass of beer. "Gentlemen, how many drinks do we need to toast for our first meeting?" Han Dong casually replied, "No need. You seem immune to alcohol. Not drinking will save us some money." Shun Bingyun rolled her eyes, recognizing that Zheng Wenjue and Pai Wenbin were friends of Han Dong. Otherwise, he would not be so casual. With a hint of playful teasing, she added, "Brother Dong, you really need to work on your stinginess. Allow me to treat today. I will cover all expenses for this room. Just this once, mind you." Han Dong jokingly acquiesced, making space for her to sit. Shun Bingyun's arrival enlivened the atmosphere in the room. Zheng Wenjue and Pai Wenbin discerned that Shun Bingyun was the main attraction for Han Dong. Thus they refrained from excessive interaction and indulged in their own merriment. The effects of the alcohol encouraged a sense of abandon. Zheng Wenjue wrapped his arm around a princess and approached the karaoke machine to sing of vast sea and sky with great enthusiasm. Han Dong, Shun Bingyun, Pai Wenbin, and the other princesses gathered together to play a game of roulette. Although they were drinking beer, they could not resist the allure of bringing more drinks into the room. In less than 2 hours, everyone in the room, except for Shun Bingyun, had succumbed to inebriation. The princess with the weakest tolerance had already surrendered and stumbled out. Pai Wenbin suddenly recalled the last time he had drunk with Han Dong. After the conclusion of the Zijingwa competition, the National Special Forces had achieved remarkable success worldwide. A group of comrades who had risked their lives in training gathered together for drinks and conversation, reveling in their camaraderie before parting ways. "Brother Dong, I truly miss those days in Beijing, filled with goals and motivation. To speak frankly, I find myself in a state of lethargy, merely existing and lacking the motivation to engage in any activity. Were it not for my husband's insistence, I would have departed long ago." Han Dong lifted his glass and drained it, urging, "Enough of the chatter, let us drink." Pai Wenbin, with a playful smile, restrained Han Dong's hand, directing his gaze towards the roulette that had turned to face them. "No, let us play truth or dare. Brother Dong, how many drinks do you intend to consume to pass the time?" "That is out of the question. We agreed on 5 glasses. "Then let it be. I choose to answer a question instead." "Certainly, my dear, you may ask, and make it a challenging one. A good question deserves a reward." Without hesitation, Pai Wenbin pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. The princess, reveling in the game, immediately turned her attention to Han Dong. "Brother Dong, what is your favorite part of the opposite sex?" Pai Wenbin erupted in laughter, shoving the money into the princess's ample bosom. "Excellent question." As Han Dong pondered how to respond in a manner that would satisfy everyone and help him evade the impending beers, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash, drowning out Zheng Wenjue's singing. Pai Wenbin raised an eyebrow at the sight of 2 men, formidable and menacing, standing at the threshold like sentinels. "Who is Han Dong?" A bald man, marked by scars, boomed from the left. Shun Bingyun felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively clutching her handbag, ready to summon security. She had previously thought that Xiao Yozai would not make a grand entrance at the Galaxy to confront Han Dong, yet reality proved her assumptions wrong. Despite their silence on their origins, these 2 were undoubtedly Xiao Yozai's henchmen. In this vicinity, no one else dared to stir trouble at Galaxy. Reflecting on this, she pressed her hand against her phone, but before she could dial, Han Dong seized her wrist. "It's futile. If they are truly Xiao Yozai's men, they must have coordinated with your boss or the security. That cannot be. Our boss clearly stated he would handle this matter." Han Dong shook his head slightly. The words of a businessman are the least trustworthy. Amidst their exchange, Pai Wenbin rose and approached them. Although Han Dong could not hear the words exchanged, he witnessed Pai Wenbin lift his knee, causing the boisterous bald man to clutch his stomach and crumple to the ground. The sound of hurried footsteps outside indicated that more than just the 2 men had arrived. A surge of rage and impulsiveness welled within Han Dong. compelling him to rise mechanically. In the midst of the chaos, he seized an empty bottle, and with a resounding crash, it shattered against the head of a thug who had just appeared with a club. The situation was somewhat different from what he had anticipated, yet it mattered not. Violence was the answer. Did they think he was a mere plaything? No one had the right to toy with him at will. Chapter 53. Self-inflicted. Indeed, it was Qiao Liuzai who sought him out, and he was awaiting in a vehicle outside. Although he harbored some trepidation regarding Han Dong in the world of thugs, once someone is thrown to the ground and had their neck stepped upon, even if it were a mere act, it must be performed for the eyes of others. As he twirled the beads in his hand, Qiao Liuzai heard the commotion erupting on Han Dong's floor. A cold smile creeping onto his lips as he envisioned Han Dong's pitiful state, limbs broken and helpless. He orchestrated the matter with remarkable precision. 15 minutes were ample to resolve any issue. At that time, he could instruct his subordinate responsible for the affair to flee and lay low for a while, ensuring no suspicion would be cast upon him. Yet, he could never fathom the chaos unfolding above. A dozen ruffians, some wielding knives and others brandishing clubs, exuded an aura of malevolence. This was no mere attack. It was a precarious situation where a moment's negligence could lead to tragedy. Perhaps the assailants harbored no intent to kill, yet Han Dong felt the palpable threat of death. To illustrate, when one attacks another with a club aimed at the head, it instinctively drives the victim to lose all rationality, as such blows can easily strike vital areas and claim a life. Moreover, the sheer number of assailants, over a dozen, compounded the peril. Han Dong grasped the arm of Pai Wenbin, who was about to charge out, forcefully pulling him back. Call the police. Immediately, Pai Wenbin was both a guest and a friend. Han Dong could not allow him to be ensnared in danger. Even if the likelihood of harm befalling him was minimal, instinct took over. With a swift motion, Han Dong evaded a descending knife strike. The chilling rush of wind drew his focus. He raised his arm, driving his elbow into the opponent's armpit with precision. The knife slipped from the assailant's grasp. Falling to the ground, Han Dong caught it midair, pivoting the blade to strike the neck of one ruffian. This sequence of movements represented the epitome of combat technique. The subsequent cacophony of clashes resonated like firecrackers, interspersed with anguished cries. His slender figure steadfastly blocked the entrance, preventing the dozen ruffians from advancing. A princess screamed in terror, while Zheng Wenjue frantically dialed for help. Meanwhile, Pai Wenbin, now acutely aware of the grave situation, directly called Wang Ligua. If you cannot quell these thugs within a minute, I shall summon the station troops to demolish this place. His voice was as sharp as a blade, firm and resolute. Upon concluding his words, he hurled his phone at an assailant attempting to ambush Han Dong, striking him in the head with a resounding crack, causing the ruffian to stagger back, clutching his eyes in pain. Pai Wenbin then turned, ripping the song selector from its place. His arm muscles bulged visibly. Brother Dong, stand back. At that moment, Han Dong stepped aside swiftly. The heavy song selector soared from Han Dong's previous position, crashing into two of the thugs at the entrance, blood gushing forth instantly. Noticing Han Dong's torn shirt, Pai Wenbin's eyes, fueled by both alcohol and fury, blazed with intensity. He bent down to retrieve a knife from the ground and strode purposefully towards the entrance, gaining speed, exuding an imposing presence. The blade he wielded was sharp. Damn it! In the midst of his exclamation, the knife descended vertically, cleaving into one thug's shoulder. The sound of metal striking bone echoed ominously. The splattering blood caused the otherwise composed Shun Bingyun to recoil in horror. Han Dong paused for a moment, not doubting for an instant that Pai Wenbin would kill without a second thought, unperturbed by the consequences. Zheng Wenjue's gaze burned with fervor, his blood stirred by Pai Wenbin's decisive actions. The adulation he had previously shown towards Brother Bin was now vindicated. He truly was a formidable character. Without delving into identities, the sheer fierceness and decisiveness of this character left Zheng Wenjue thoroughly impressed. Everything transpired in an instant. The group of thugs appeared taken aback by encountering someone like Pai Wenbin, their assault momentarily faltering. While they hesitated, Pai Wenbin did not. He drew his blade with the precision of chopping wood, deliberately avoiding any vital areas. These ruffians had come prepared to inflict harm, not to endure it. With just a couple of swift strikes, they found themselves retreating in unison. Come at me. I shall make an exception today and take a few worthless lives. Not far beneath his feet, one of the injured thugs clutched his shoulder, howling in agony as he staggered back, fear etched in his eyes. The call Pai Wenbin had made earlier proved quite effective. Soon after, a multitude of security personnel surged forth, cornering the thugs within the corridor. It was evident that Wang Ligua had managed to get in touch with the boss. At this point, no one was concerned with attacking Han Dong and his associates, and they scattered in disarray. Han Dong strode forward, seizing the collar of a fleeing thug. The thug trembled in fear. These individuals who typically flaunted their bravado faltered when faced with a formidable opponent. This was no longer an era defined by casual violence. Many of these thugs had never even witnessed bloodshed. Brother, I'm not involved in this. Han Dong pressed. Who sent you here? I don't know. Don't know? Han Dong repeated the words, dragging the thug towards the end of the corridor. The window was flung open, and half of the thug's body was thrust outside by Han Dong. It was high, merely 2 or 3 stories. Yet the thug was terrified to the brink of wetting himself, acutely aware that if he didn't speak, this demon could very well cast him down. It's Lord Jiao. It's Lord Jiao. Han Dong's gaze shifted subtly. One peculiar trait of Qiao Liu's gang was their penchant for numerical aliases. The Lord Jiao mentioned by this thug was undoubtedly linked to Qiao Liu inextricably, though he hadn't initially intended to take action with Pai Wenbin present. Han Dong saw an opportunity to permanently eliminate this troublesome figure. The pleasant gathering had been disrupted, and Pai Wenbin's mood soured immensely. He immediately approached Han Dong. Brother Dong, tell me, whom do you suspect? Qiao Liu. Pai Wenbin was unfamiliar with Qiao Liu's identity, but immediately picked up his phone. Mayor Wang. I can't take this anymore. I'm frightened out of my wits. You handle it. As I've said before, if you don't make arrests, I will. Qiao Liu was the primary suspect. Wang Ligua felt a throbbing headache. The relocation issue was still unresolved, and this young troublemaker, Pai Wenbin, was causing further complications. His anger flared, ignited by Pai Wenbin's words. He had to intervene decisively in this matter. If something were to happen to Pai Wenbin, how would Wang Ligua explain himself to the provincial military district? Barely hanging up the phone, he called Lu Jiamin again. Are your men there yet? Not a single troublemaker is to be let go. Until the mastermind is uncovered, I will hold you accountable. The mounting pressure created an unprecedented level of urgency within the police system. Police cars lined up in front of the Galaxy entrance. Guests were either frightened or gathered in hushed conversation. Observant individuals could clearly discern the unfolding events of the day, as one often walks by the riverbank. A day inevitably arrives when their shoes become wet. Qiao Liu, who typically exudes arrogance and cruelty, has now encountered someone even more brazen than himself. This illustrates the moral that evildoers inevitably meet their just deserts. Chapter 54, Oppression. Qiao Liu sensed something amiss. He had instructed Xiao Jiao to make a cordial acquaintance with the police and security personnel, ensuring that they would not appear until matters were resolved. However, with Lu Jiamin hastily descending and rushing over, Qiao Liu pondered the implications. After making several phone calls to ascertain the situation, he found the information to be rather vague. It seemed that a significant figure had been inadvertently offended by his subordinates. Useless, Qiao Liu cursed as he prepared to depart. Yet, remaining in place drew the attention of the police, who blocked his path. He rolled down his window and inquired, "Officer, why am I being stopped?" The police, familiar with him, responded coolly, "Master Qiao, I'm afraid you cannot leave just yet." As he was about to press for clarification, he noticed the officer's gaze shifting to the rear. Following their line of sight, he observed Lu Jianmin from the municipal bureau respectfully accompanying 2 young men towards him. One of them he recognized as Han Dong, while the other was a stranger. Judging by Lu Jianmin's deference, it was reasonable to presume that this unknown individual was the significant figure of whom people spoke. Qiao Liu's expression froze. Suspicion clouded his mind. Yet, seasoned by experience, he composed himself and stepped out of the vehicle, greeting Director Lu. It has been some time. Tomorrow, let me treat you to tea. Lu Jianmin's usual warmth was absent, his smile briefly replaced by a chilling demeanor. Qiao Liu, you truly seem to revel in chaos. On what grounds? Qiao Liu queried. Lu Jianmin, disinterested in further dialogue, turned his attention to Pai Wenbin and Han Dong. Pai Wenbin leisurely lit a cigarette, stating, Director Lu, it matters not whether you arrest someone today, but it is impossible for him to leave. Lu Jianmin smiled. I wouldn't dare inconvenience young Master Pai. The reckless Pai Wenbin, should he summon assistance, would undoubtedly slap the municipal bureau in the face. Furthermore, Qiao Yozi's connections were extensive. Should the military take him away for interrogation, it would undoubtedly instill fear in many. In this society governed by relationships, Qiao Yozi had entrenched himself in Danyang for decades, having cultivated every possible connection. Without hesitation, he beckoned the police over. "Officer, I require your assistance with an investigation." "What matter?" Qiao Yozi feigned ignorance, insisting that Lu Jianmin clarify the details, refusing to cooperate otherwise. Pai Wenbin, who harbored a deep disdain for Qiao Yozi's brash demeanor, advanced and seized him by the collar. "You insolent fool! I care not whether those ruffians today were summoned by you. I find you particularly distasteful." Startled, Qiao Yozi struggled and retorted, "You bastard!" With a swift motion, Pai Wenbin's elbow struck Qiao Yozi's face before he could finish a sentence, causing several teeth, mingled with blood, to clatter to the ground. Unfazed, he dragged Qiao Yozi down and pinned him, unleashing a flurry of punches upon his face. The cacophony of violence erupted, stirring the night into a frenzy. Qiao Yozi, no virtuous character himself, attempted to retaliate amidst the chaos. Though Pai Wenbin appeared slender, he found himself utterly unable to escape. In a matter of moments, he was groaning and gradually losing consciousness. He had always wielded power to intimidate others, employing various tactics to assert his dominance. Today, however, he experienced the bitter taste of oppression, a feeling of profound despair. Lu Jianmin and a few others dared not intervene, feigning attempts to halt the altercation while remaining entirely indifferent. After delivering another blow, Pai Wenbin seemed to tire, and in disgust, he kicked Qiao Yozi before rising to his feet. Han Dong observed the entire scene with a detached demeanor. Pai Wenbin, despite his impulsive nature, was fundamentally a principled individual. Qiao Yozi, on the other hand, had committed countless misdeeds, evading the grasp of the law, and it was indeed Pai Wenbin who had to rectify the situation. Lu Jianmin pretended not to see anything, and coincidentally, when an ambulance arrived, he instructed his subordinates to carry the limp Qiao Yozi aboard. He thought to himself that Qiao Yozi had truly met his downfall this time. Whether he would serve time in prison would depend entirely on the extent to which Pai Wenbin and Han Dong chose to manipulate the situation. If they so desired, it would be easy to fabricate evidence against Qiao Yozi, even in the absence of tangible incriminating evidence. Once the matter concerning Qiao Yozi was resolved, it was time for Pai Wenbin to return to the military. After Han Dong sent the individual away, he noticed that Shun Bingyan had not yet departed, and beside her stood a character with a friendly demeanor, dressed in a suit and in his 30s. His smile revealed a set of pearly white teeth, and his squinting eyes projected an air of warmth. Han Dong instinctively recognized him as the owner of the Galaxy establishment. As expected, following Shun Bingyun's introduction, the individual was indeed Chen Yanfeng. This man was enigmatic and low profile, yet his ability to successfully manage a nightlife venue like Galaxy in Danyang suggested he possessed considerable talent. Chen Yanfeng was affable, and once the introductions concluded, he approached warmly, producing a cigarette to offer to Han Dong. "Brother Han Dong, I sincerely apologize for today's events," he said. "Mr. Chen, you are too kind. It was merely an unfortunate incident." "Indeed, an unfortunate incident," Chen Yanfeng replied, as he began to cultivate a rapport with Han Dong, subtly distancing himself from any association with Qiao Yozi. Han Dong couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Chen Yanfeng was truly well connected. Just as the incident had occurred, he already knew about Pai Wenbin's background. However, he was not one to seek trouble, and with Qiao Yozi now in custody, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences, even if he managed to extricate himself. With a smile, Han Dong remarked, "Mr. Chen, you cannot control what happens to Qiao Yozi, so there is no need to worry about others linking you to him." Chen Yanfeng chuckled awkwardly indeed. Qiao Yozi has always been quite arrogant. At that moment, he pulled a card from his pocket, saying, "Brother, this is a gold card for Galaxy. Whenever you visit, you'll receive half off the entire venue." Han Dong accepted it graciously, thanked him, and turned to leave. "Bingyan, please see our guest out," he instructed. Shen Bingyan nodded and followed, hastening her steps. "Brother Dong, what is the background of your friend Pai Wenbin? He seems rather domineering." Han Dong mused that this was mere arrogance. True dominance was demonstrated when Pai Wenbin had brazenly assaulted the son of a local provincial leader in Beijing. The individual wielded significant power, yet Pai Wenbin had struck him nearly to the point of death. Ultimately, it was Han Dong who had to intervene and negotiate with the leaders to resolve the matter amicably. Not wishing to divulge too much about Pai Wenbin, Han Dong shifted the topic, alluding, "Your boss is no simple character." Momentarily paused, taken aback. "He is quite a decent person and has treated me well. Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch?" A smile graced her lips, illuminating her demeanor. "Dong Go, are you showing concern for me?" Han Dong shook his head. He harbored a sense of unease about Chen Yanfeng, suspecting ulterior motives, but given his recent acquaintance with Shen Bingyan, it was rather inappropriate to discuss her employer in such a manner. Moreover, he realized he scarcely knew Shen Bingyan, though he sensed she might differ from the typical princess. He remained uncertain. Men often perceive women through a lens clouded by desire, leading to numerous misjudgments. Some may appear innocent, yet conceal a myriad of ulterior motives. Others, seemingly alluring and seductive, may uphold traditional values and remain steadfast in their integrity. The role of a princess is one that every woman plays, inherently skilled in the art of performance, and should not be taken at face value. Shen Bingyan noticed the slight dimming of Han Dong's expression and offered a faint, bittersweet smile. She chose not to elaborate further, turning instead to retrieve her car to drive Han Dong home. She understood that deep down, Han Dong likely held a low opinion of her profession, though he refrained from voicing it. An inexplicable sense of disappointment settled within her, rendering her unable to engage in conversation during the drive. With clients, she had never invested her heart. Thus, there was no room for wild imaginings. However, Han Dong was different. She subtly regarded him as a trustworthy friend, fundamentally unlike those men who approached her merely for physical allure. Chapter 55, The Scoundrel. Upon returning home, the night had grown profoundly silent. Yet, as Han Dong passed by the dimly lit bedroom of Xiaoming, he couldn't help but cast a lingering glance. She was absent. This inexplicably ignited his curiosity about her whereabouts. Was she working late, or had she gone to meet Xiao Yuping? Despite his better judgment, he felt compelled to call Huang Li to inquire if Xiaoming was indeed working overtime. Ultimately, he managed to suppress that urge. A woman whose heart strays cannot be held against her will. Furthermore, with their marriage teetering on the brink of dissolution, interference seemed futile. Despite the sound reasoning, Han Dong felt an unshakable frustration brewing within him. The sound of high heels tapping against the staircase interrupted his thoughts, and he instinctively turned around. It was Xiaoming, still clad in her professional attire. From a distance, he noted her unusually flushed complexion and the faint scent of alcohol wafting from her. One button of her neatly arranged blouse was undone, and it bore slight wrinkles, as if it had been hastily adjusted. At that moment, his suspicions solidified. No one would indulge in alcohol after a genuine work shift. "Are you still awake?" Xiaoming asked, surprised to see him at her door. "I just returned as well," Han Dong replied. A smile blossomed on Xiaoming's exquisite face, one that could enchant anyone. "Well then, good night." As she brushed past him, he caught a whiff of the familiar men's cologne that belonged to Qiu Yuping. In a moment of impulsive resolve, he grasped her arm. "What is the matter?" Han Dong inquired, gazing intently at her innocent yet perplexed expression. "Have you met Qiu Yuping again?" Xiaoming felt a slight disarray within her. "Han Dong, we are on the verge of divorce. This doesn't concern you anymore. Besides, we are merely classmates. Isn't your paranoia exhausting?" In her defensiveness, she inadvertently questioned herself. Han Dong's words were not as fluid as hers, and he could not help but chuckle. Can you be any more shameless? Ordinary classmates did not require his incessant reminders, even in the intimacy of the bedroom. "I do not wish to quarrel with you. Let go, it hurts." Han Dong loosened his grip, yet his anger intensified. Out of respect for his own wife, he had never forced her into anything. The only occasion was during a drunken night when he lost control. Yet, the thought that the woman he cherished as a treasure might be perceived as a harlot in the eyes of others gnawed at him, causing a shift in his gaze as he brought Xiaoming over. "What are you doing?" Xiaoming sensed the overwhelming threat emanating from the man, struggling fiercely and raising her voice. Her eyes were alert, like a sheep observing a tiger poised to strike, strange and hurtful. Han Dong suddenly felt a wave of ennui wash over him. What was the point of this? Let her do as she wished, even if she never returned home. What difference would it make? However, he would not relinquish their marriage. Handing his wife over to another man was unacceptable. The notion of mutual happiness was absurd. The thought of Xiaoming and Qiu Yuping, those two despicable individuals, conspiring behind his back was like a knife to his heart. More importantly, Qiu Yuping was hypocritical and treacherous. He would never allow Xiaoming to regain her freedom and run into Qiu Yuping's arms. He needed Xia Ming to see the true character of the other man, all for the sake of Xia Longjiang. Whether she liked him or not was irrelevant. Xia Ming absolutely could not harbor feelings for Qiu Yuping. That was Han Dong's bottom line and unwavering stance. In the following days, the demolition situation in the old city was favorable, and under Wang Ligua's insistence, a new contract was expected to be drafted. Naturally, the 2 million loan from Han Yueshan was also being processed, awaiting the contract's finalization and some amendments before he would be the first to sign. Han Dong ceased to concern himself with those matters and resumed his routine of work. This was his final stint at Jinwei. He was acutely aware that regardless of the opinions held by his mother-in-law or the Xia family, he would no longer be beholden to anyone. Once the loan was secured, he intended to collaborate with Zheng Wenjua to establish a studio. For the sake of his father's efforts, he needed to achieve some success. As for Qiao Yozi, he was still detained at the municipal bureau. Certain individuals were intervening, and several approached Han Dong. His intention was to impart an unforgettable lesson to Qiao Yozi. He would neither speak nor accept any form of truce. Only through the experience of despair can one truly appreciate the rarity of hope. And he aimed to ensure Qiao Yozi felt that despair first. At the company, Han Dong's work had become a mere formality. He could hardly muster the motivation to pursue debt collection tasks. He sequestered himself in a tiny office space, finding a computer and donning headphones to watch political news on a small window. Arrogance, of course, had its foundation. He had no interactions with the legal staff. And after a harsh lesson given to Huang Ziyuan upon joining, ordinary employees dared not provoke him again, turning a blind eye to his antics. Only Supervisor Tang Yinxiu seized the opportunity to reprimand him a few times, but to no avail. Han Dong seemed to have adopted a broken pot shatters mentality, displaying a lack of desire to continue. The implication from Director Xia is to disregard the matter entirely, treating individuals as if they were mere air, setting aside personal biases. From a superior's perspective, Tang Yinxiu feels somewhat guilty towards Han Dong. Initially, she dedicated herself tirelessly to her work, assisting the company in debt collection. Yet instead of receiving accolades, she faced reprimands and challenges. Anyone in her position would have likely lost enthusiasm for such work. While she comprehends the situation, she is a person of strong principles, and the legal department cannot tolerate any parasites undermining the work ethic. Han Dong, come here, she called icily from the doorway. Han Dong removed his earphones and slowly made his way into the office, his expression far from pleasant. During lunch, Qiu Yuping had again parked at the company entrance, and the initial apprehension that Xia Ming felt gradually transformed into a natural occurrence. In recent days, the two had been sharing lunch or dinner almost daily, fostering an increasingly close relationship. Han Dong speculated that if Xia Ming were not afraid of him reporting her, she likely would be reluctant to return home at night. Upon entering, the first sight that met his eyes was Tang Yinxiu's deeply troubled expression. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, rivaling Xia Ming, and her figure was even more alluring. Not yet 30, she was youthful and vibrant. If you have no desire to work, then resign. What is the point in lingering? Tang Yinxiu's first words were blunt and forthright. Han Dong sat on the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea with a disposable cup. Director Tang, if you have the power, then dismiss me. It's impossible for me to resign willingly. Tang Yinxiu's expression darkened. Don't be too arrogant. Han Dong adjusted his posture. I am indeed being arrogant. What can you do about it? I don't underestimate you or Xia Ming. Together, neither of you can force me out. Tang Yinxiu stood up, slamming her hands on the table. Get out. Han Dong approached her closely. Director Tang, the employees are merely earning a living, just as you are. There is no need to view your staff as beneath you. One can never predict who might rise above whom in the future. You know very well that I have never been inclined towards laziness. It is you and Xia Ming who have compelled me to resort to such behavior. Tang Yinxiu was somewhat unsettled by his sudden assertiveness. Han Dong, if one day you manage to surpass me, I will resign immediately. Climbing over you would be the same, Han Dong remarked before leaving the office. Tang Yinxiu was momentarily stunned, and after a while, her face flushed crimson, her eyes blazing with fury. Climbing over her, she thought, that insufferable rogue. Chapter 56, Escalating Conflicts. Other employees in the legal department had faintly overheard the altercation between Han Dong and Tang Yinxiu, secretly expressing their astonishment. Han Dong was indeed audacious, daring to provoke even the formidable Tang Yinxiu. Consequently, whether they had a good or bad relationship with Han Dong, none dared to approach him, fearing the consequences. Han Dong, however, was indifferent to others' opinions, sitting at his computer, continuing to browse the news. The communication icon in the lower window flickered, and he instinctively clicked to view it. It was a message from someone with the username Wild Rose. Call me. This was a familiar request. Every few days, she would proactively message Han Dong, seeking his phone number. Han Dong stared blankly at the screen, the image of the woman flickering in his mind. Bayalan. A name as elegant as a chrysanthemum, yet as passionate as a rose, is a woman whose fate intertwines with Han Dong's amidst the stronghold of drug traffickers on the western frontier of a certain country. Their bond, seemingly unbreakable, persists even after Han Dong learns of her role as an undercover agent for Interpol. Despite this revelation, he dares not harbor any illusions about her. For Bayalan's identity as an undercover agent is irrevocably tainted, and the military strictly forbids any entanglements with women during missions. To others, the fact remains that he is merely too closely associated with the mistress of a drug lord. Departing from the military signifies escaping a life fraught with uncertainty and peril. Han Dong forcefully retracted his wandering thoughts, choosing to remain unperturbed. Bayalan continued, "Do not compel me to seek you out in Danyang. This undercover mission has conclusively ended, and I will have a period of leave. You need not doubt my ability to find anyone. What do you truly desire? There is no need to resort to such methods. Having been cast aside by a man, must you cling so stubbornly?" Han Dong's fingers twitched as he casually replied. Bayalan retorted with a disdainful heh, and then asserted, "Do you think I am a mere inflatable doll, to be discarded after use? Let me inform you. Crossing me means you shall never find peace in your life." Han Dong felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly sensing the palpable fury emanating from her through the screen. He typed a string of numbers. "Do not come to Danyang. Is it not sufficient for me to call you?" Just as he sent the message, his phone rang. Weary, he answered, "Sister Lon, you are as decisive as ever." On the other end of the line, a slightly husky yet alluringly vibrant female voice responded, "Xiao Dongzi, I truly do not believe you could resist thinking of me." Han Dong collected his thoughts and moved to a quieter window. "I do think of you. I often worry about your safety during missions." The woman paused. "I too am weary of it, but what can be done? I have long desired to visit Danyang to see you, yet I am uncertain how to confront you. Is withdrawal not an option?" Han Dong inquired. "The profession of policing is not as simple as you suggest. Unlike you, I have grown accustomed to a life entwined with criminals since childhood. You have family, whereas I do not. My work is my entirety and my faith." Seemingly reluctant to delve into sorrowful topics, she chuckled lightly. "You must be married now?" "Yes. And how is your marriage faring?" "Not particularly well. We merely coexist." "What's the point of that? To like and to be liked are two separate matters. It is merely making the best of a bitter situation. Should I feel compelled to teach your wife a lesson?" "I too have such thoughts, but perhaps it is best to refrain. Our families share a profound bond, at most. We shall part amicably." Bayalan laughed heartily. "I am genuinely curious to meet the one who has brought our Xiao Dongzi to such a state of disarray." Schadenfreude. Bayalan's laughter subsided. "I may genuinely visit Danyang soon. At that time, do introduce me to your wife. I must learn from her how she manages a stubborn individual like you." Han Dong, perplexed, asked, "Are you jesting? It is inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Just wait. If you happen to see me in Danyang, do not be taken aback." "All right. Our conversation should not linger. I shall end it here." "Hello." Han Dong attempted to pursue further questions, but the sound of the call, disconnecting, filled the air. He momentarily found himself in a daze, utterly bewildered. Bayalan is certainly not the type of person who would abandon her work for personal matters. Her arrival in Danyang is undoubtedly not merely for leisure or self-indulgence. She must have a mission at hand. However, what kind of task could warrant the deployment of a high-ranking undercover agent from Interpol into a small city like Danyang, which straddles the line between first and second-tier cities? In the president's office, Tang Yinxiu entered after a brief knock. Xia Meng had just hung up from a call with Chiu Yuping, her spirits high as she smiled and asked, "Sister Chiu, is there something you need?" "It's about Han Dong," Tang Yinxiu replied, her expression clouded with frustration. The rapport between her and Xia Meng transcended the typical boss-employee dynamic. They often dined together, worked out, and truly regarded each other as friends. Thus, there were certain matters Tang Yinxiu felt comfortable discussing candidly. Xia Meng's smile faded slightly. "What has he done now? His behavior has become increasingly outrageous these past few days. I can hardly stand to see him. You must remove him from the legal department at once." "Sister Chiu, he is simply self-destructing. Even if you don't expel him, he won't last much longer. That may be true, but his actions are now affecting my work. Xiao Ming hesitated. Sister Chiu, please bear with it a little longer. Otherwise, I will have difficulty explaining things to my father. Tang Yinxiu pressed. What is his relationship with the chairman? Even you cannot keep him in check. Xiao Ming was reluctant to disclose that Han Dong was her husband, so she vaguely replied, he's my father's nephew. The old man treats him better than he does me. I don't care who he is. Either you remove him from the legal department, or I will resign. Xiao Ming stood up to prepare a cup of coffee. Sister Chiu, just consider it a favor for me. Tang Yinxiu, in a moment of emotional turmoil, altered her address. Xiao Ming, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the repercussions would be too severe. Xiao Ming complained about Han Dong's incessant troubles. Why don't you have him come here? I will speak to him personally. If that fails, I will arrange for his transfer. With no other option, Tang Yinxiu returned to the legal department. Han Dong was still wearing headphones, oblivious to her approach. She reached out and forcefully tossed the headphones onto the desk. Can you please return to your own office? Han Dong responded nonchalantly. If you provide me with a computer, I will naturally go back. Besides, there's no one here, so what does it matter? Tang Yinxiu was exasperated yet amused, reminding herself not to let such a person provoke her anger. She coolly stated, President Xia requests your presence in her office. Not interested, he replied dismissively. I will warn you once more. Your salary for this month has been reduced to a negative amount. I've never seen what a salary looks like. Does Supervisor Tang believe that? Tang Yinxiu paused, momentarily taken aback and confused. She could never have imagined that Han Dong's salary was controlled by his mother-in-law, Gong Qiuling, who provided him with a monthly allowance that was less than what a typical elementary school student would receive. Thus, whether his salary was deducted or not had little impact. For the meager sum provided by Gong Qiuling barely sufficed to support his father. When Xiao Ming received another call from Tang Yinxiu informing her that Han Dong refused to come, she too was irate. What on earth is wrong with him these days? At home, he constantly clashed with his sister and mother, and at work, he created turmoil with his superiors, leaving her caught in the middle and at the receiving end of their grievances. Were it not for her fear of her father, she would have forcibly ended the marriage by now. Xiao Li, she called out twice, and Huang Li pushed the door open and entered. President Xia. Xiao Ming endeavored to keep her voice steady, yet a hint of irritation seeped through. Please ask Han Dong to come over. I want to see just how inflated his ego truly is. Huang Li hesitated, visibly torn, yet did not act immediately. Xiao Ming looked up and inquired, Is there anything else? Huang Li stammered, gathering her courage. President Xia, Donggu is actually quite a good person. His opposition to you must have reasons behind it. She can no longer remain silent. You have dinner with a man every day, and your husband works right under your nose. If I were Donggu, I would have lost my patience long ago. Yet, President Xia, your temper seems rather formidable these days. Xiao Ming paused in surprise. Xiao Li, have you lost your senses? Once the words escaped her mouth, Huang Li felt emboldened. President Xia, during your business trip to Linen, when you encountered trouble, Donggu was exceedingly anxious. A more ordinary person would never have managed to escort you from the hotel. You two actually suit each other quite well. I truly cannot comprehend. It seems you either fail to see many things or are deliberately pretending not to. Leave, Xiao Ming interrupted coldly. Huang Li's face turned slightly pale. She was uncertain whether her words would provoke President Xia to dismiss her from the company. However, she would rather be expelled than bottle up her thoughts. Chapter 57, Golden Harbor. Once Huang Li departed, Xiao Ming sat alone, her expression shifting unpredictably. Her secretary was known for her candidness. Although her words may have been inappropriate, they were based on truth. With this reminder, she speculated that Han Dong's recent unusual behavior was likely intentional. How absurd, a grown man sulking like a child. Furthermore, her increasing closeness with Qiu Yuping was purely professional. He possessed wealth, she needed money, and Qiu Yuping was interested in investing in Jinwei security. From a business perspective, Xiao Ming saw no fault in her growing rapport with Qiu Yuping. If she were to sever ties with Qiu Yuping, Han Dong must first possess the capacity to do so. Otherwise, he had no grounds to interfere. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up her phone and dialed a sequence of numbers. Once connected, her voice was as cold as ice. Han Dong, I didn't realize you had managed to turn my own recruited secretary against me. I presume you've often sought Huang Li to pry into my affairs, haven't you? What is the meaning of this? Playing dumb? Just moments ago, Huang Li was in my office bravely speaking on your behalf. Surely you cannot feign ignorance. She is a decent girl, but unfortunately, she is ill-suited for the role of a secretary. Han Dong frowned. Do not take personal vengeance. If you wish for me not to dismiss her, then stay put in the legal department. I am quite busy and do not expect your assistance. However, at the very least, do not hinder my progress. This is no joke. If anyone else complains about you, I will no longer require Huang Li as my secretary. Han Dong, in a fit of anger, responded with a bitter laugh. You are becoming increasingly shameless. Those words should be directed at you. Do not think I am unaware of your flirtations with other women behind my back. Even with Huang Li, I do not believe she would dare to speak ill of me without any entanglement with you. With a sharp sound, Han Dong hung up the phone. At this moment, communication with Xia Meng felt utterly impossible. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily shut down his computer. After work, he found a small restaurant, ordered a bottle of beer, and 2 simple dishes. For the past few days, he had been reluctant to dine at the Xia family's home. A quick rummage through his pockets revealed just over 100 yuan remaining. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure. But one thing was certain. He would never again seek a single penny from Gong Xiuling. After his meal, Han Dong began contemplating a part-time job. His current work was manageable, and with no overtime, he had some time in the short term to earn extra money. He browsed through professional websites on his phone, but found himself at a loss. He decided to call Zheng Wenjue to mention it. Brother Dong, I've told you before. If you're short on cash, I can't keep using your money. Zheng Wenjue no longer insisted. A friend of mine owns a small bar not far from Jinwei Group. If you don't mind, I can give him a heads up, and you can check it out. Han Dong confirmed the address and walked over. The bar was approximately 1,000 square feet, simply named Jin Gang. As night fell, the atmosphere grew vibrant. As he approached, a staff member greeted him, likely a junior manager. Han Dong suspected that Zheng Wenjue had already given him a heads up. When he drew near and mentioned his name, it turned out that the person was indeed the head waiter, who had been waiting after receiving a call from the owner. Brother Dong, please don't look down on our humble place, the head waiter said. Han Dong was willing to do anything for money. After a few pleasantries, they discussed the job. Through their conversation, he learned about the current hiring needs at the bar, beverage sales, and general service staff. The former typically involved women, so Han Dong would take on the role of a server. The work would start at 8 in the evening and end at 11:30, totaling 3.5 hours. There was no commission, just a meager salary of 200 yuan per shift, which was already generous, owing to Zheng Wenjue's influence. After understanding the job details, Han Dong found it manageable and nodded in agreement. When can I start? The head waiter, Yu Shuangqing, who was around the same age, kindly replied, Brother Dong, since you're the owner's friend, let us not discuss work today. I'll treat you to a few drinks. You can officially start tomorrow. Han Dong shook his head, insisting on starting that day. Yu Shuangqing exchanged a few polite words, smiled, and personally took Han Dong to the fitting room to get a standard server uniform. As Han Dong changed and looked in the mirror, adjusting his bow tie, he indeed resembled a proper server. Yu Shuangqing called from outside, You'll just be helping customers with cigarettes, drinks, and snacks. The work is simple. Just avoid any disputes with customers. If you encounter difficult ones, call me. Other than that, there aren't many rules since we're all on the same team. Han Dong acknowledged, and upon leaving the fitting room, officially began his shift. The work felt particularly mechanical and tedious, with the only highlight being the visual feast it provided. As the bar was filled with numerous women dressed scantily, the sight of their long legs, illuminated under special lighting, created an extraordinary visual impact. Compared to the bars that Han Dong had frequented in the past, this quaint establishment named Golden Harbor could be deemed relatively respectable, as the overall ambience revealed certain clues. The music was loud, and the revelers in the dance floor were in a frenzy. Han Dong moved mechanically back and forth, without the need for conversation, merely placing items on designated tables and bowing to patrons as his duty required. During quieter moments, he lingered at the bar. He expected his first day of work to pass without incident, but as the clock approached 10 in the evening, a woman entered his line of sight. She donned a knee-length skirt paired with a pristine white shirt. In the dim light, her specific features were obscured, yet her figure was unmistakable. The high heels accentuated her slender, elongated legs. Her pronounced bosom nearly strained the fabric of her shirt, creating a captivating spectacle with every step. The arrival of this woman not only astonished Han Dong, but also elevated the otherwise ordinary bar to a higher echelon. A few male patrons, appearing less than respectable, began to speculate on how to approach her, wagering on who would succeed in their flirtation. After all, women of such physique and poise were rare, especially in this environment. Han Dong's gaze remained transfixed. While he was indeed struck by her beauty, he was even more astonished, for the woman was Tang Yanxiu, a figure in the workplace known for her icy demeanor, akin to a formidable queen. Who could have imagined that after work, she would transform into someone entirely different? Venturing to a bar alone? Upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising, given the proximity of Zhenwei security and considering Tang Yanxiu's attire. She must have just finished her shift not long ago. Most of the clientele in this bar were white-collar workers, seeking to unwind after a taxing day by indulging in a drink. Unbeknownst to Han Dong, Tang Yanxiu's preferred method of relieving stress was indeed the bar scene. Whenever she had time, she would come to enjoy a few drinks. Golden Harbor was one of her favorite haunts. Tang Yanxiu was unaware of Han Dong's presence as she sought a seat and summoned the waiter. Shortly thereafter, a man naturally seated himself across from her. "Beautiful lady, are you here alone?" Tang Yanxiu was thoroughly unimpressed by such an approach. She raised an eyebrow, took a sip of the cocktail presented by the waiter, and disregarded him completely. The man chuckled awkwardly, attempted a few more lines, and then retreated in embarrassment, clearly disheartened by her lack of interest. Amidst his busy duties, Han Dong did not pay much attention to Tang Yanxiu. When he turned around again, he discovered she had moved to the dance floor. Amongst the music, her neatly cropped hair danced in the light. Wild, sensual, enchanting, untamed. A sense of curiosity ignited within Han Dong. It was difficult to fathom that the seemingly aloof Tang Yanxiu harbored a volcano within. She evidently believed that no one in the bar would recognize her, allowing her to unabashedly reveal this alternate side of herself. Chapter 58, The Shrew. The bar, a melting pot of various social strata. Tang Yanxiu's boldness shone under the spotlight like a radiant sun, irresistibly drawing the gaze of the men around her. In this moment, she was undeniably the queen of the dance floor. Whistles erupted, and cheers followed. More and more people gathered around her, joining her in the dance. In stark contrast to the male demeanor, the majority of women in the bar, driven by jealousy or envy, find themselves in discomfort. Among them is Gan Xiaofeng, a 32-year-old woman of modest stature and unremarkable appearance. Her hair, cropped to less than 2 centimeters, gleams a striking golden hue. At this moment, she leans against the bar, a glass of beer in hand, casting a cold gaze. Her boyfriend is lost in the dance floor, daringly approaching a vixen who has only recently entered the bar. The two skilled dancers stir a raucous commotion within the crowd. With a sharp clink, Gan Xiaofeng sets her glass down on the bar and strides over with a determined expression. Tang Yanxiu, sensing a young man with decent looks dancing exceptionally well beside her, instinctively begins to sway to the rhythm. "Beautiful lady, I don't believe we've met," Zhang Qian calls out amidst his dancing. A delightful smile graces Tang Yanxiu's exquisitely oval face. "There are many you haven't encountered. Then we ought to get acquainted," he replies. Growing slightly fatigued from dancing, Zhang Qian temporarily halts his movements and approaches her. Tang Yanxiu, aware of the intentions of most men who approach her, finds him pleasant enough to not dismiss. She turns and returns to her seat, with Zhang Qian following closely and sitting opposite her. "I come here almost every day. To be honest, your dancing is truly captivating." "Really?" she inquires, and Zhang Qian nods enthusiastically, extending his hand. "Let us introduce ourselves. I'm Zhang Qian. I also own a bar nearby. Next time you visit, it's on me." To her surprise, Tang Yanxiu high-fives him playfully. "I'm Tang Yanxiu, just a worker." Zhang Qian, with his quick wit, responds, "Miss Tang, with your elegance, no one would believe you're merely a worker." Aware that Zhang Qian is attempting to flatter her, Tang Yanxiu does not mind. Though he presents a somewhat brash demeanor, he is not off-putting, and his eyes lack the lewdness typical of many men, suggesting he is a person of experience. As their casual conversation unfolds, Tang Yanxiu casually asks, "Why would you come to this bar if you own one?" "The Jingguang bar is quite successful within the industry, so I thought I'd seek some inspiration," he replies. "Or perhaps assess the competition." "Indeed, one might say that," Zhang Qian admits, initially cautious due to his girlfriend's presence. He refrains from engaging too closely with Tang Yanxiu. However, as their conversation deepens, he becomes increasingly engrossed, the image of Gan Xiaofeng fading from his mind. Unbeknownst to him, Gan Xiaofeng has been watching from the shadows, her fury boiling over. What a scoundrel Zhang Qian is. Has he never encountered a woman before? He has drawn to any woman with a hint of beauty. If he acts so brazenly with me, what would he do when alone? The more she ruminates, the angrier she becomes. In a fit of rage, Gan Xiaofeng seizes a bottle and tips it over, drenching Tang Yinxiu with the icy liquid. You shameless hussy. How dare you seduce my boyfriend? The sudden onslaught of cold liquid sends a shiver through Tang Yinxiu, who hastily sidesteps, utterly flustered. Her expression turns to disbelief as she glares at Gan Xiaofeng. What on earth are you doing? And you dare to ask? Zhang Qian steps forward to intervene. Xiaofeng, you've misunderstood. Get lost. Gan Xiaofeng snaps. Guan Xiaofeng, displaying no mercy, delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Qian's face. Though diminutive in stature, her strikes were swift and decisive. It was evident she possessed a formidable spirit. Zhang Qian, upon receiving her sharp rebuke, dared not utter a word. Tang Yinxiu gradually regained her composure, piecing together the situation, and remarked acerbically on Guan Xiaofeng's misplaced ire towards others for her own inability to manage her boyfriend. Truly remarkable. Guan Xiaofeng was notorious in the vicinity for her fierce temperament, sneering, "You shameless woman. Today, I shall teach you how to address your betters." No sooner had the words left her mouth than she lunged forward, seizing Tang Yinxiu by the hair and delivering several stinging slaps. Not only did Tang Yinxiu have an ambiguous relationship with her boyfriend, but even encountering a woman like her on the street would have ignited Guan Xiaofeng's desire to mar her beauty. Tang Yinxiu, a lawyer by profession, excelled in verbal sparring but was ill-equipped for physical confrontation. As her hair was yanked painfully and her face burned, a profound sense of humiliation washed over her, prompting her to cry out, "Let go, or I shall call the police." Call the police? I dare you. Guan Xiaofeng, emboldened by her advantage, continued her relentless assault. The clash was between a woman seasoned in the nightlife industry and another who had long resided in the confines of an office, resolving disputes with legal finesse. In this encounter, they were not of equal measure. Guan Xiaofeng, despite being a head shorter than Tang Yinxiu, dominated the altercation. Tang Yinxiu could only shield her face, as her phone was shattered to the ground by Guan Xiaofeng's forceful hand. Her glasses, which she relied upon due to her severe myopia, fell amidst the fray, leaving her nearly blinded. Han Dong initially found the scene somewhat gratifying. After all, Tang Yinxiu had often targeted him at work, reprimanding him from her lofty perch. Was it not poetic justice that she should find herself in such a predicament? Furthermore, she was clearly in the wrong, entangled with another's boyfriend, and it was only natural for the blonde to retaliate. Yet, as the situation escalated, he began to feel that Guan Xiaofeng had overstepped her bounds. Her actions and words seemed far from the realm of normalcy. As Guan Xiaofeng grasped Tang Yinxiu's collar, intent on tearing her clothing, a group of onlookers stood by, their expressions a mix of amusement and anticipation. Unable to remain a passive observer, Han Dong stepped forward, grasping Guan Xiaofeng's wrist to pull her away. "Madam, that is quite enough." His forceful intervention caused her to stagger back, momentarily taken aback by his presence. Noticing his service uniform, she seethed with indignation and scoffed. "A hero saving the damsel? Do take a moment to reflect on your own character. Do you believe I won't have you thrown out of this bar?" Han Dong harbored no particular fondness for Tang Yinxiu. However, witnessing such an event, he felt compelled to intervene for Xiaomeng's sake. The way others treated him had no bearing on how he treated others. He remained true to his principles. Even with his edges worn down, his intrinsic nature remained unchanged. Ignoring Guan Xiaofeng's threats, he bent down to retrieve the shattered glasses, wiping them clean, though they were far beyond repair. At this moment, Tang Yinxiu recognized Han Dong, albeit only by his voice, as she kept her gaze lowered, wishing she could vanish into the ground. She could never have anticipated encountering someone like Gan Xiaofeng. At the slightest provocation, resorted to a violent outburst. Straightening her disheveled clothing, Tang Yinxiu's expression turned frosty. During her earlier conversation with Zhang Qian, she had learned that Gan Xiaofeng was the proprietress of the nearby Longxing bar. At this moment, she was unwilling to utter another word, only contemplating how to escape this environment and report the incident to the authorities. She was determined to take legal action against Gan Xiaofeng, making her acutely aware of the consequences of her reckless aggression. Yu Xuanqing, witnessing Han Dong's intervention, felt a pang of despair. The bar's most significant taboo was staff meddling in affairs that did not concern them. As daily incidents were frequent, if every incident were to be addressed, chaos would ensue. Had Han Dong been merely a casual worker, he would have been dismissed on the spot. However, that was not the case. The owner had personally called, instructing that a friend would be working at the bar for a few days and emphasizing the need for a courteous attitude. What would he do? Yu Shuangqing decided to approach with a conciliatory smile. Sister Xiaofeng, please forgive us. The newcomer is still learning the ropes. However, you certainly taught him a lesson. For my sake, let's just let it go. Gan Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, her expression one of impatience. The next time you come here, I do not wish to see this server again. Sister Xiaofeng, are you still upset with me? Yugoslavia Shuangin Pleda, Grubelingon Han Domsbauf. Gan Xiaofeng's father was the head of a media company with a vast and intricate network of connections. He was not someone any businessman would wish to offend lightly. Gan Xiaofeng wielded her father's influence, strutting around the vicinity, and few dared provoke her. Han Dong, on his very first day of work, found himself embroiled in this situation, and returning the next day would be an embarrassment. Noticing Yu Shuangqing's predicament, Han Dong's gaze hardened. Team leader, there is no need to put yourself in a difficult position. I will resign. Seeing Han Dong's nonchalant demeanor, Gan Xiaofeng strode forward. What is this? You're still feeling bold? A mere server dares to act cocky in front of me? Han Dong casually seized her hand as she attempted to strike him, replying coldly, I do not strike women. Gan Xiaofeng yanked her arm, but felt as though it were caught in an iron grip. In her fury, she unleashed a barrage of slaps toward Han Dong's face, shouting, You coward, try hitting me. Han Dong frowned. For him, fighting was instinctual. He had killed before and encountered various martial arts experts. Yet this was his first experience dealing with a shrew. Her attacks were wild and uncoordinated. However, the lack of technique mattered little to Han Dong, as Gan Xiaofeng was both petite and weak. She must have presumed he would refrain from retaliating. Yet she was gravely mistaken. While he did not initiate violence against women, in a defensive scenario, he saw only an adversary, devoid of gender. Growing impatient with her incessant clinging, he retaliated with a swift strike to Gan Xiaofeng's face. He did not exert excessive force, yet it still resulted in a sharp crack. Gan Xiaofeng covered her cheek, momentarily stunned. You dare, she exclaimed. Zhang Xian, call for backup quickly, reeling from the shock. Gan Xiaofeng, in a fit of rage, seized a bottle and aimed to smash it over Han Dong's head. Amidst gasps of astonishment, the bottle was never hurled. As she swung, Han Dong deftly seized her arm and twisted it behind her back. Gan Xiaofeng immediately doubled over in pain, unable to stand. Han Dong escorted the individual a few steps away, his tone turning slightly frigid as he remarked, If you dare to entangle yourself further, I shall not concern myself with whether you are a woman. Perhaps noticing the glint of coldness in his gaze, Gan Xiaofeng subdued her demeanor somewhat. Clutching her arm, she feigned defiance as she threatened, Just wait. Don't let me see you again. Han Dong, disinterested in prolonging the encounter, offered a brief apology to Shuangqing before turning to leave, neglecting even to retrieve his discarded clothing. Tang Yinxiu, equally embarrassed to linger, hurriedly followed in Han Dong's wake. Upon exiting, she quickened her pace, saying, Sir, thank you for today. Andoms bro wisha. The foolish woman had yet to recognize him. However, given her severe myopia, compounded by her shock and the psychological imbalance, it was somewhat understandable that she could not discern his voice. Choosing not to reveal his identity, he responded casually, intending to part ways without further ado. Ultimately, although he had assisted her, he harbored no fondness for Tang Yinxiu. Wait, Tang Yinxiu instinctively grasped Han Dong's arm as he prepared to depart. Could you possibly leave me your number? I would like to treat you to a meal another day. Initially, Han Dong considered providing a random false number, but as he turned back, he felt an involuntary shift in his gaze. Tang Yinxiu stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall, and with her high heels, her height nearly matched his. At that moment, several buttons of her white shirt had come undone, and through the gaps of the collar, Han Dong found his gaze ensnared by an abyss. The faint lace at the edges, mingling with the brilliant white, formed an exceedingly dangerous allure. Why had he never noticed before how alluring Tang Yinxiu was? His Adam's apple subtly shifted as he struggled to suppress the rising thoughts within him. A young man, in the presence of an exceptional woman, finds it difficult to resist any temptation. He recalled the seemingly flirtatious exchanges between Tang Yinxiu and Zhang Qian, realizing that beneath her aloof and cold exterior lay a nature that was far from conventional. Had Gan Xiaofeng not suddenly appeared, it was not certain whether she would have gone to a hotel with Zhang Qian that day. Tang Yinxiu was no deity. She was unaware of male thoughts. The events in the bar had instinctively fostered a sense of trust and affinity towards Han Dong. Although she could not clearly discern his features, his assertive manner in reprimanding Gan Xiaofeng exuded an extraordinary masculine charm. "Sir, I am the head of the legal affairs department at Jinwei Security. Andoms Gazavelpanat." This woman's enthusiasm was somewhat unnaturally excessive. He typically grew sluggish in response to Xiaoming. Yet in this instance, he distinctly sensed that if he exerted himself, he might very well lead Tang Yinxiu to a hotel. Abruptly, he no longer felt the urgency to depart. His mischievous side awakening as he shifted his tone and engaged in conversation with Tang Yinxiu, curious to ascertain her role as his superior. Han Dong's playful act undeniably further ignited Tang Yinxiu's warmth towards him. Sensing it was time to conclude the charade, he casually inquired, "How will you return? By taxi?" Tang Yinxiu pointed to a vehicle parked distantly in the lot. "I drove here." Han Dong hesitated. "Then you certainly cannot drive now." Tang Yinxiu sighed. "They keep saying I should have surgery on my eyes, but I've been too busy. Now, without my glasses, I can barely see anything even a few meters away." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Sir, do you have something to attend to?" "I'm fine. I can call for a designated driver later." Han Dong chuckled lightly. "Why make it so complicated? Allow me to drive you." Tang Yinxiu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and handed the car keys to Han Dong, saying, "I appreciate it." Unknowingly, their fingers brushed against each other, sending a jolt through Tang Yinxiu, who instinctively recoiled, a faint blush flashing across her face. Han Dong's heart raced. Miss Tang's hands are truly exquisite. She lowered her gaze slightly, offering no response. Originally, she had intended to call the police as soon as she stepped out, but now the thought had completely slipped her mind. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable aura emanating from this man, distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals. The cadence of his speech, the unintentional warmth and decisiveness he exuded, all of it compelled her to see his face more clearly. Yet, despite her efforts, in the dim light of the street lamps, she could only discern a vague outline, his features seemingly appealing. Additionally, there was an elusive sense of familiarity that she could not connect to Han Dong. The world is vast, yet many often overlook its inherent intimacy. The car approached, and Tang Yinxiu opened the door to the passenger seat, providing her address, Jinhua apartment. This was a well-known establishment nearby, featuring uniform 200-square-meter duplexes, with a minimum rent of over 10,000 per month. As he drove, Han Dong asked, "Do you live alone, Miss Tang?" She nodded, feeling a touch uneasy. In her earlier flurry of emotions, she had not given it much thought. Now, however, she was gradually regaining her composure. What if he were a criminal? She barely knew him, yet she had divulged her address. Moreover, would he misinterpret her intentions? Yet, no matter how she pondered, she was already enveloped in the atmosphere of their solitary encounter. At 29, she had been single for 2 years since a breakup. Visiting bars was both a means of relaxation and a search for fate. This unexpectedly emerging man made her feel as though she had found a suitable companion for indulgence. After approximately 10 minutes, the car halted in front of Jinhua apartment. Tang Yinxiu asked, "Sir, would you like to come up for a while?" Han Dong thought that once she returned home and changed her glasses, she would undoubtedly recognize him, and he would be in for a surprise. Thus, he declined, stating that it was getting late and they could meet another time. Upon hearing this, Tang Yinxiu felt an even stronger trust in him. Had Han Dong been eager to accompany her home, she would have undoubtedly felt hesitant and uneasy. "Sir, I can hardly see the road." Han Dong's brow furrowed, noticing the peculiar tone in her voice. Was she implying something? With a surge of mischief, Han Dong's heart raced, especially as the faint scent of alcohol and perfume wafted from Tang Yinxiu, causing his throat to dry. Initially intending to play a prank and reveal his identity afterward to witness her reaction, everything had now spiraled into chaos. The response of an ordinary man, caught in a battle of inner turmoil, led Han Dong to think of Xiaoming and Xiao Yuping. That couple seemed to engage in some indiscretion every day. Why should he adhere to a path of propriety? After all, Xiaoming showed no concern for whether he was entangled with other women, nor did she harbor any feelings for him. Was there any reason for him to foolishly cling to a solitary tree? Chapter 60, Fall from Grace. With this thought, an inexplicable impulse surged within him as Han Dong gazed at the delicate, alluring face before him, slowly nodding. "Very well, I shall accompany you." He stepped out of the car, grasping Tang Yinxiu's soft hand, and proceeded towards the elevator as per her directions. The brief journey felt interminably lengthy, the atmosphere thick with an uncanny mystique, causing Tang Yinxiu's already unclear vision to flicker with uncertainty. She sensed that the man had suddenly resolved upon something significant. What would follow? A mix of trepidation, anticipation, and an array of ineffable emotions surged within her. What was his character? Was he coarse or vulgar? Gallant or tender-hearted? She was utterly unaware. Yet, precisely due to this ignorance, she experienced a thrilling excitement at the brink of depravity. Tang Yinxiu eagerly awaited the unfolding of events. This anticipation, initially subtle, grew clearer as they neared her residence. The unique touch of his hand and the scent that enveloped him sent shivers coursing through her very bones. She was not the type to easily share a bed with any man. She was merely an ordinary woman. After 2 years of solitude, it was inevitable that fantasies regarding intimacy would arise. Yet this man, who had appeared so suddenly and approached her in the most cliché manner of a gallant rescuer, effortlessly shattered all her defenses and reservations. As they reached the doorway, her heart raced faster, clumsily rummaging through her purse for the key. The lock clicked, emitting a delightful sound. As Tang Yinxiu opened the door, she instinctively reached for the switch to find her glasses, eager to behold the man who evoked such extraordinary feelings within her. However, as she fumbled in the darkness, she found herself unable to turn on the light, for the man casually encircled her waist, restraining all her movements. His voice brushed against her ear. "Don't you think this is a rare experience?" In the darkness, Tang Yinxiu's face flushed a deep crimson with the warmth of his breath. She felt utterly vulnerable. A mere, simple action from him rendered her powerless. "You." Tang Yinxiu struggled to articulate a coherent sentence, overwhelmed by the man's sudden dominance, retreating involuntarily until she fell onto the sofa. Han Dong's breath was equally rapid. He did not exude the calmness and ease he appeared to possess. In truth, he felt a tension that matched her own. For, whether with Baiyalin or Xiaoming, he had never fully attained what he desired. The former left him haunted, while the latter with a longing unfulfilled. In this moment, Tang Yinxiu ignited all the passion he had hidden deep within, stirring an unprecedented desire within him to succumb, to fall. The clock in the living room ticked rhythmically as the two, lost in exploration, kissed without a moment's hesitation. Time stood still in such an environment. No one cared about the hour of commencement, nor did they ponder the hour of conclusion. Gradually, everything descended into silence. Tang Yinxiu, resembling a delicate woman, nestled into Han Dong's embrace, her trembling voice barely above a whisper. "My dear, may I ask your name?" She was far from a fragile maiden. Rather, in the face of the man's undeniable dominance, she willingly succumbed. Han Dong quietly absorbed her warmth, momentarily at a loss for words. After the devilish urge had been unleashed, regret came too late. He had engaged with Tang Yinxiu, not merely a friend of his wife, but also a woman of his superior. More critically, she remained oblivious to the identity of her partner in this tempestuous encounter. Should she discover the truth? Conflicted thoughts clashed within him, prompting Han Dong to extricate himself from her embrace, akin to escaping an octopus's grasp, and he began to dress in the dark. It felt somewhat like fleeing. Disregarding Tang Yinxiu's words behind him, he swiftly exited, slamming the door. He feared that if he lingered even a moment longer, he might again succumb to the intoxicating allure of degradation, leading to his inevitable downfall. Such a scenario would render the following morning's light a harbinger of insurmountable trouble. Tang Yinxiu possessed a clarity and confidence in all her endeavors, a quality that extended to her self-regard concerning her appearance and allure. She firmly believed that most men before her would lower themselves, striving for her favor, and she felt assured in her ability to dominate their attention. Indeed, in her previous romantic encounters, she had wielded absolute control. Yet now, the blurred silhouette of the man departing left her heart plummeting into despair. His abrupt departure without so much as a farewell signified something, a lack of charm, an indication that her prized figure held no allure for him. Contemplating this possibility, Tang Yinxiu felt a tumultuous surge of emotions, frustration, anger, and shame. Ironically, during the encounter, she had sensed the man's impatience and his obsession with her body. Cursing softly, she retrieved her spare glasses and retreated to the bedroom for a shower. The bed was in disarray, with a button from the man's server uniform torn off in a frenzy, a testament to his presence, affirming that this was no mere dream. She found herself sleepless, an uncommon plight in her 20-some years of life, unable to find rest regardless of her efforts. Undeniably, her memory of the nameless man was vivid and profound, so much so that her emotions often spiraled back to the earlier fervor. Reason urged her to dismiss the incident as a mere folly, to pass by without recognition after a night of indulgence. Yet, she was unwilling to accept such a haphazard entanglement, followed by the man's evident desire to maintain distance. Her curiosity burned to uncover his identity. She longed to meet him, for this was her first experience indulging in such an intoxicating emotion. One starkly different from conventional romantic relationships. Taking out her phone, she dialed the series of numbers he had casually mentioned before. As she proceeded, she found herself utterly stunned. 12 digits. The number he had given her was 12 digits long. She could not possibly be mistaken, for her sensitivity to numbers allowed her to effortlessly memorize everything after just one hearing. That scoundrel had intentionally set out from the beginning to sever any future ties with her. Such behavior is commonplace. What is indeed abnormal is her inability to accept her own defeat and passivity. Chapter 61. Venture Capital Group. Han Dong was uncertain about what Tang Yanxiu was contemplating. Yet he felt as though he were a thief. Despite the mutual consent and a sense of righteousness, he could not fathom the source of his guilt. Perhaps it stemmed from the fear of Xiao Meng discovering the truth. Or maybe it was the anxiety that Tang Yanxiu would come to her senses and find it all perplexing. It was already 3 or 4 in the morning. Returning to the Xiao residence was no longer an option, so Han Dong decided to find a bench in a nearby park to rest his eyes. The dawn in Dongyang began to glow faintly around 4:30, and there were indeed many early risers exercising. Despite the night's turmoil, his energy remained surprisingly intact. He went for a run and then had breakfast. While on his way to the office, a red BMW honked sharply behind him. It was Xiao Meng's car. He stepped aside, and as the vehicle passed, the window rolled down. Xiao Meng, with her exquisite face adorned with a touch of makeup, casually remarked, "It seems you didn't return home last night." Han Dong's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly reassured himself and chose not to respond. Xiao Meng huffed, "I couldn't care less about what you're up to outside. Just don't embarrass yourself by letting it get out." With that, the car sped away, as though she found it bothersome to exchange another word with him. Han Dong stared after her, and the guilt stemming from his affair with Tang Yanxiu suddenly dissipated. Xiao Meng had never regarded him as a husband. No matter how he behaved or how hard he tried, it was all in vain. If that were the case, why should he trouble himself unnecessarily? Upon arriving at the office, he felt utterly disinclined to engage in any work and succumbed to sleep at his desk. In the midst of his drowsiness, a familiar scent wafted into his nostrils. Instinctively, he recognized it as the perfume worn by Tang Yanxiu. This woman undeniably exuded an extreme allure for men. Beneath her cold and aloof demeanor lay an intensity of passion, subdued to the utmost degree. Reflecting on the scenes from the previous night in the darkness, he found himself unable to maintain composure. Of course, his sleepiness had entirely vanished. Could it be that Tang Yanxiu had guessed something? Forcing himself to appear calm, he lifted his head, only to be met with a pale, oval face. Below it lay a steely sharpness, striking to behold. Up close, Han Dong involuntarily associated it with the sensations he had experienced. As for Tang Yanxiu, she could never have imagined that the man she sought, filled with confusion and resentment, was standing right before her. Resuming her authoritative demeanor as his superior, she said in a cool voice, "If you wish to sleep, there are plenty of places in the break area. Please refrain from doing so here, as it disrupts others' work." The thought of facing her alone filled Han Dong with trepidation. He dared not retort and simply nodded before making to leave. Tang Yanxiu, puzzled, noted that he had not countered her today. Under ordinary circumstances, he would disregard any tasks assigned by Xiao Meng. Just as he was about to step out of her line of sight, she suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." Han Dong halted in his tracks, not daring to turn back. Did that foolish woman suspect his true identity? After all, although Tang Yanxiu was nearsighted, she was not blind. With a little observation, she could discern many irregularities. Fortunately, Bai was relieved, for Tang Yanxiu had merely instructed him to behave himself today and not wander about. There were important visitors coming to Inspection Way, and Xiao Meng had just held a meeting to arrange everything. Han Dong sighed in relief and chuckled. "Manager Tang, I will certainly sleep soundly in the break room all day. They surely won't venture into the break room, will they?" Tang Yanxiu, impatient with further chatter, huffed. She still needed to notify all the legal staff to assist Xiao Meng in executing this public relations project. Once in the break room, Han Dong collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep slumber. He had heard in recent days that important figures were visiting the industrial park where Zhenwei was located, and Xiao Meng had held several meetings in preparation. Upon his arrival at work today, a banner had been unfurled at the entrance of Jinwei, adorned with welcoming phrases for the inspection, alongside several exquisite floral arrangements. However, such matters held no significance for him, and he had no interest in even glancing at them. In the president's office, Xiaoming was on the phone with the district head, continuously inquiring about various details. The visiting foreign dignitaries were high-ranking executives from the Guozhong Hachuang Investment Group, here to conduct an on-site evaluation of small and medium enterprises for potential investment. Xiaoming had heard of Guozhong Investment, a colossal entity valued at over $20 billion, during her studies in the United States. Her professor had frequently referenced Guozhong's investment cases for analysis. It was fair to say that such a company was one she could hardly dream of collaborating with. Yet, the situation had arisen so unexpectedly. Guozhong's first stop was Danyang, specifically this minuscule industrial park where Jinwei was situated, making it impossible to disregard. She had always been ambitious, yearning to separate Jinwei's logistics from the Jinwei Group, but lacked the necessary funds. Qiu Yuping had mentioned an investment of merely 10 to 20 million in Jinwei Logistics, implying that he did not hold high hopes for the industry. His investment seemed more out of friendship than genuine interest. Moreover, subconsciously, she hesitated about whether to take a step further with Qiu Yuping, lacking the resolve to approach him for financial assistance. Once enamored, she had since moved past that phase, having been hurt for 2 long years by his abrupt departure. It was difficult for her to reconcile their relationship as it once was, and she struggled to overcome that mental barrier. If Guozhong were to invest, however, the situation would be different. They specialized in this field, and with their funding, she could develop her plans without any pressure. The amount Guozhong could invest would surely surpass her expectations, providing ample resources to realize her aspirations. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the district building, a white Mercedes-Benz approached from afar and came to a halt. Inside the vehicle sat a solitary woman, dressed in a professional ensemble of tailored trousers and a white shirt. Her hair was cropped to her ears, exuding a demeanor that was both gentle and reserved. Her exact age was indiscernible, yet her poise and the depth of her gaze suggested she was certainly not in her 20s or 30s. Raising her wrist slightly, she glanced at the time before retrieving her phone, her voice gentle. "Director Jiang, I have arrived." Jiang Yichang was taken aback by her unexpected arrival, but quickly regained his composure, responding promptly, "Please hold on, I'll be there shortly." As he descended the stairs, the moment he laid eyes on her, Jiang Yichang could not help but be momentarily stunned. During their phone conversation, he had imagined her to be in her 40s or 50s, and based on her measured words, he had anticipated a decisive and commanding presence. However, upon their meeting, he realized that this American-born Chinese woman named Ailey bore no distinction from the ordinary citizens of the nation. Had he not been informed of her identity beforehand, he would never have associated her with the senior executives of Zhanghe. There was no trace of arrogance. Instead, she exuded the unique gentleness characteristic of Eastern women. Her appearance was not conventionally stunning. It was the kind that seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, revealed an extraordinary allure brimming with feminine charm. Jiang Yichang did not dare to be negligent and stepped forward to shake her hand. "Miss Ailey, Vice Mayor Liu has spoken highly of you. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, fearing that you might overlook our humble city district." The woman smiled. "Director Jiang, I hail from Danyang. How could I possibly look down upon it? Moreover, the economic development of Danyang City in recent years is evident, and I believe that more people will soon set their sights here." Jiang Yichang was astonished. "I truly did not anticipate that." Chapter 62. Inspection as noon approached. Xiaoming left her office and made her way to the company's entrance. Her appearance and demeanor were reminiscent of a picturesque scene, drawing the discreet attention of several employees. Accompanying her were her secretary Huang Li, legal advisors Jiang Yiming and Tang Yanxiu, along with other senior management personnel. It was not only Jinwei who was attentive. The leaders of over 30 enterprises within the industrial park had temporarily set aside their tasks, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Jiang Yichang and Ailey. Investment was not merely about capital infusion. It was the underlying connections that held the greatest significance. If Jinwei caught the eye of Zhanghe, it would almost signify being enveloped by an invisible web of relationships, whether negotiating business with others or seeking conveniences from local authorities. The name Zhanghe wielded considerable influence. Xiaoming received word that the executives from Zhanghe would make their first stop at Jinwei Group. Despite her usual calm and confident demeanor, She found herself feeling somewhat restless, pondering why they had not yet arrived. Were they perhaps not coming this morning? Just as she was lost in thought, a BMW entered the industrial park, followed by several vehicles from the district. It was evident that the main party had arrived. Before the vehicle could come to a complete stop, Xia Ming took the initiative to approach. Through the front window, she caught sight of the woman inside the BMW. She was equally astonished by the woman's youth, accompanied by a strange sense of familiarity, as if she had seen her somewhere before. Yet, despite her efforts, she could not recall where. With no time to reminisce, she stepped forward to open the car door. Director Jiang, Miss Ailey, welcome. Jiang Yichang smiled as he introduced the two women, then said, Xia, shall we converse here? Xia Ming quickly stepped aside, inviting them to proceed. Jiang Yichang's purpose for this visit was to facilitate an investment from Zhang He. Regardless of the industry or company Zhang He might choose, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Qingzhong District. As the group made their way to Zhenwei, Jiang Yichang continuously introduced the scope of Zhenwei's operations, deftly steering the conversation. However, Ailey appeared rather disinterested, her gaze wandering as she cast a fleeting glance at Xia Ming. Ms. Xia, the escort industry is rather niche. There are dozens of escort companies throughout Danyang City. It's challenging to find a truly impressive profit margin, she articulated in fluent Mandarin, her directness starkly contrasting with her outward demeanor. Xia Ming felt a twinge of anxiety, yet her extensive experience allowed her to respond thoughtfully. Indeed, Ms. AI, the company's profits are relatively modest. Upon entering Zhenwei's premises, Ailey observed the bustling employees and remarked, given the modesty of your profits, perhaps Ms. Xia could succinctly share her subsequent plans. The implication was clear. If there were no substantial insights to be conveyed, the tour was rendered unnecessary. Currently, the temporary escort business remained the mainstream, and Zhenwei's strength lay in its stable partnerships with numerous banks, having encountered no unforeseen incidents. If adequately funded, Zhenwei Group could easily diversify its operations based on its inherent capabilities. Ailey chuckled lightly, as you stated. This escort company could very well become the next Zhenwei Group. Xia Ming, caught off guard by the question, momentarily faltered, a wave of unease washing over her. Yes, her prepared responses were entirely reasonable. She had merely overlooked the fact that Zhang He likely held no interest in investing in a methodical, gradually developing organization. Zhang He's tenet is to act swiftly, accurately, and decisively, akin to gambling. This principle underpins its firm establishment on Wall Street. Feeling a sense of frustration, Xia Ming mastered discomfort and continued, Ms. AI, you may have misunderstood my point. This certainly does not require several years, or even a decade, to achieve. I currently have many capable individuals underutilized, and with the right funding, we could leverage all available resources. Ailey remained silent, feigning contemplation while her steps led her towards the office area upstairs. Xia Ming closely followed, attempting to salvage the conversation's unfavorable trajectory. Yet Ailey appeared wholly distracted, leading her and Jiang Yichang on a leisurely stroll. The journey from the upper to lower floors unfolded without issue, resembling a casual search rather than an assessment. After approximately 15 minutes, Ailey halted in the legal department's office area and inquired, Is everyone present? Tang Yinxiu responded affirmatively, They're all here. Xia Ming, utterly perplexed, could not fathom the relevance of this inquiry to the company tour. Could it be that Ailey had a desire to conduct a financial lesson for the legal staff? It seemed utterly absurd. Han Dong had been roused from slumber, unaware that the foreign investors had already arrived at the legal department. After sitting on the sofa for a moment, he splashed some water on his face to regain a semblance of alertness. With a parched throat and a heavy head, he hurried back to the legal office, preparing to fetch some tea. Upon turning the corner and entering the corridor, he could not help but pause in disbelief, thinking he had misperceived the situation. He rubbed his eyes once more. Ollie's gaze naturally shifted in his direction, and noticing that Han Dong was about to speak, she subtly shook her head. Han Dong managed to steady the sudden turmoil of his heart and walked over. Having just awakened, he appeared somewhat disheveled, lacking the usual care in his appearance. Particularly regarding his attire, he had not rested at all the previous night and still wore the same shirt he had on before. Being summer, an unpleasant odor inevitably lingered in the air. Is he an employee of the company? Ali inquired, pointing at Han Dong. Summer's expression turned frigid as she contemplated how her utterly disgraceful husband had embarrassed her in front of foreign clients. How could he present himself in such a careless manner. What would the foreign clients think? The quality of Jinwei's staff must certainly reflect the overall standards of the company. As her thoughts raced, her gaze sliced through Han Dong's face like a knife. Miss Alley, he is not a formal employee of the company, but rather a temporary worker hired to maintain office cleanliness. Alley slowly nodded in understanding. I see. Summer, relieved that this hurdle had been crossed, impatiently directed Han Dong. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get to work. Her tone was laced with disdain and impatience, causing Ollie's brows to involuntarily twitch. President Summer's attitude towards her husband is truly remarkable, she exclaimed without thinking. What? Summer was bewildered by Ollie's inexplicable comment. How could she know that Han Dong was her husband? No, it was peculiar that Allie had come to Jinwei, and her gaze was decidedly unusual. A fleeting panic washed over her, and she feigned ignorance. Miss Allie, I do not understand. Han Dong shot a glance at Allie, silently urging her to refrain from further comment. Meanwhile, apart from Huang Li, who was already aware of the situation, the other employees of the company were utterly perplexed. The president's husband? Who could it be? Perhaps it was the one named Han Dong. What an absurd international joke. Seeing the situation unfold, Allie recalled Summer's previous commanding demeanor towards Han Dong and, with a flicker of anger and amusement in her eyes, scoffed. President Summer, you are quite something. No one in the company seems to know that Xiao Dong is your husband. I find it rather puzzling. If you wish to keep it hidden, why marry at all? Summer's face flushed a deep crimson, a mixture of anger, embarrassment, and something else. Was there something wrong with Allie? Why should her personal affairs concern her? Moreover, who exactly was she? Summer had quickly pieced together that Allie likely knew Han Dong, but their relationship remained a mystery. How could Han Dong possibly be acquainted with this executive from the Wall Street conglomerate? In Summer's mind, her husband remained an ordinary man who had willingly entered their marriage for a mere 600,000, with no conceivable connection to someone like Allie. Chapter 63. The Quarrel. Feeling all eyes converging upon her, Summer's head buzzed. Han Dong, feeling a pang of sympathy, was at a loss for words. He took a few steps forward and tugged at Allie, urging her to cease her comments. No one is aware that A.I. Li is actually Han Dong's aunt, Han Yun. She had long heard that her nephew was not faring well at the Xia household. Coincidentally, due to work obligations, she needed to conduct on-site inspections of several enterprises and chose the small industrial park where Jinwei is located as her first stop. She didn't intend to put Xia Meng in an awkward position, but witnessing her nephew's demeanor in her presence was unbearable. They are, after all, a married couple. How could a normal couple behave in such a manner? Xia Meng's attitude might very well reflect the sentiments of the entire Xia family, making it evident how her nephew was regarded at home. Contemplating this, she felt a pang of frustration and shot Han Dong a fierce glare. With no further interest in lingering, she turned and left. Han Dong hurriedly followed her. Aunt, when did you return to the country without even a word of notice? Han Yun ignored him and quickened her pace. Han Dong managed a wry smile, trailing closely behind her. When she got into the car, he sat in the passenger seat beside her. Aunt, what S with the cold shoulder right after your return? Han Yun waved at Jiang Yichang outside. Director Jiang, I will come back this afternoon. I need to take my leave for now. With that, she started the car and made a turn. After driving for a while, she finally spoke candidly. When are you planning to get a divorce? Han Dong fei ne d'ignorance. Divorce? What divorce? Your father has told me everything about you and Xia Meng. Little Dong, I truly cannot comprehend what you see in her. True, she possesses a certain beauty, but there are countless beautiful women in the world. Aunt, you misunderstand her. As if I am blind to the whole picture. To be frank, I came today with the serious intention of investing in your wife's company. But now, it seems entirely unnecessary. Han Dong, chastised, refrained from speaking. His aunt, though seemingly gentle, was fiercely protective and tenacious. Since childhood, he had endured her reprimands. In earlier years, he felt quite resentful, believing she favored her daughter, Chen Yujia. However, as he matured, he began to understand her true nature. During his school days, there was a physical education class where Han Dong had a conflict with the vice principal's son over basketball. The teacher, lacking integrity, unjustly placed the blame solely on Han Dong, even kicking him and ordering him to stand under the sun for an entire afternoon. At that time, he attended the same school as his cousin, Chen Yujia, who reported the incident upon their return home. Fearing another reprimand from his aunt, he was surprised when the next day, Han Yun took his hand and marched to the school. directly confronting the teacher's office and delivering a resounding slap to the physical education teacher's face. The commotion lasted all morning until the principal intervened and issued an apology. From that day onward, no one dared to trouble Han Dong at school, and everyone knew he had a fierce and formidable aunt. Reflecting on this, Han Dong quietly asked, "Aunt, has my cousin and uncle returned yet?" "Not yet. Your uncle is still in America handling some follow-up work. Yuji's transfer paperwork is not yet complete, but will be soon. Then where are you staying now?" "For the time being, I am residing at your home." Hanyu did not follow Han Dong's lead to change the subject, but instead responded, "Little Dong, don't try to divert the topic. You still haven't answered me. Are you going to divorce or not?" "Aunt, I would like to take some more time to consider. Divorce is not an option, but you must resign immediately. I will assist you in finding another job. Continuing to rely on the Xia family for sustenance will only lead to their disdain for you. Furthermore, I have yet to address the matter of your father's surgery. How could you not inform me? My father forbade me from speaking about it. What can I do? If he insists that you remain silent, then you should comply. Are you two planning to forego the surgery if you cannot gather the necessary funds?" "How could that be?" Han Yun reproached him briefly before pausing to say, "You owe your father-in-law 600,000, correct? I have a check in my bag. I will take it to him tomorrow." Han Dong, overwhelmed by her persistent pressure, replied, "Aunt, please do not concern yourself with this matter. I am 25 years old, not a mere child of 5. I am no longer dependent." Han Dong chuckled, rubbing his stomach. "Let us eat something first." Han Yun rolled her eyes and parked the car in front of a fairly decent restaurant. "Call your father and invite him to join us." "Very well." Just as he was about to dial, an incoming call interrupted him. It was Xia Ming. Han Dong hesitated to answer in front of his aunt, so he excused himself to the restroom to return the call. As soon as the call connected, Xia Ming's interrogative voice greeted him. "What is your relationship with that person named A.I. Li? During work hours, who gave you the right to leave without notice?" Han Dong discerned her unstable emotions, likely stemming from the fact that the entire company was aware of his connection to her husband. He empathized with her plight. Yet who would understand his own? His tone turned cold as he interjected, "She is my aunt." Xia Ming was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. His aunt was a senior executive at Zhonghe Group. How had he never heard anyone mention this before? After a brief pause, a sense of betrayal washed over her. Laced with sarcasm, "I never would have guessed you had such relatives. No wonder you two dared to obstruct the demolition. With such power and influence, why pretend to be impoverished before me? Moreover, please convey to our esteemed aunt that Xia Ming can build a successful career without her investment." Han Dong frowned. "What are you talking about? Who is pretending to be poor? It is your family that has always regarded me as destitute. Furthermore, even if my aunt is wealthy, what does that have to do with me? Must I proclaim her greatness to everyone I meet?" Xia Ming sharply retorted, "Who do you call blind? Is it not true that a seemingly glamorous Chiu Yuping has captivated you, while you remain oblivious to the deeper truths? Why not ask your father why he broke up with you? If you are envious of others, do not resort to slandering them. It only casts doubt on your character." "Am I envious?" Han Dong felt as though he had heard the most absurd accusation. Indeed, he was envious. Envious of her ability to easily reclaim someone after casting them aside. How despicable such a woman must be. Furthermore, do not bring my father or aunt into this. Whether or not you wish to invest has nothing to do with her, and there is no need to flaunt your integrity before her. Divorce. You must come here and initiate the proceedings now." Xia Ming, in a fit of rage and embarrassment, raised her voice. Han Dong, who had long since lost all hope in her, replied coldly, "If you wish to divorce, file a lawsuit. The assets will be divided equally. The fox's tail has been revealed. Your role as a son-in-law is merely a covetous glance at the Xia family's fortune." "Indeed. So, what will you do about it?" Han Dong, unwilling to endure further, mechanically pressed the hang-up button, the words "madman" escaping his lips involuntarily. It felt cathartic to utter those words, yet an emptiness lingered within. Ultimately, emotions cannot simply be cast aside. He still harbored illusions about her, believing she would one day awaken to the truth. However, the recent conflict had plunged their already fragile relationship into an icy abyss. Chapter 64. Shopping. Meanwhile, Xia Ming found herself nearly incapable of remaining at the company. She was certain that within a day, the entire industrial park would learn of her husband's position as a mere lowly employee. Pride and self-esteem fueled her resentment towards Han Yun, and by extension, Han Dong. What was it but a paltry sum of money? Why flaunt it at her company? Recalling her previous attempts to ingratiate herself, Xia Ming wished she could vanish into the ground. That woman had deliberately sought to humiliate her. The wretched Han Dong must have known of her visit, yet chose not to disclose AI Li's identity. Inside the company, as she had anticipated, chaos ensued. Anyone who encountered Huang Li would inevitably inquire about the matter. Was Han Dong truly the husband of General Manager Xia? How could someone as accomplished as her settle for him? Why not arrange for a more suitable position for him? Without Huang Li needing to respond, this rumor quickly solidified into perceived fact. More outrageous tales emerged, suggesting that Han Yun was a wealthy patroness while Han Dong was merely her kept man, intentionally causing trouble for Xia Ming. Amidst the tumult, many believed such absurdities, including those who had previously interacted with Han Dong, particularly those like Huang Ziyuan, with whom he had conflicts. Beyond the sense of disparity, there was an undercurrent of anxiety, as they feared Han Dong might seek retribution later. Regardless of his seemingly insignificant position, he was, after all, connected to a prominent lineage. Han Dong could envision the atmosphere in the company, and thus felt no inclination to return. Besides, he sensed that his ties to Zhenwei had nearly reached their conclusion. Going or not seemed inconsequential. His wife deemed him a source of embarrassment. Such a marriage was undeniably fraught with challenges. After having lunch with his father and aunt, he intended to return home for a shower and some much-needed rest. However, his aunt insisted he accompany her to inspect the companies within the industrial park, arguing that his prolonged stay there would afford him greater insight. Han Dong wished to decline, yet a mere glare from Han Yun compelled him to acquiesce. Time was ample, and prior to the inspection, Han Yun took him to a department store. She forcibly purchased several respectable outfits, discarding the one he had previously worn into the store's trash bin. She had not changed in the slightest. She remained as domineering as ever, permitting no refusal. Han Dong, feeling like a puppet, observed her relentless shopping spree. In less than 40 minutes, his hands were laden with bags. At the checkout, the cost of the clothing alone exceeded 20,000 yuan. Xiao Dong, she chided as a grown man. How can you expect to be respected when you wear such cheap attire? Clothing serves as one's facade. Not everyone possesses the patience to delve into the depths of your character. More often than not, individuals form a judgment at first glance regarding your social standing. I understand that you have recently retired and possess limited income. Provide me with your card number. I have the time to transfer some funds for your use. Han Dong subtly averted his gaze and offered no response. Han Yin furrowed her brow and took out her phone. Please share your card number. I'll jot it down. You and your grandfather share the same temperament. There is no need for formalities among family. Han Dong shook his head. Aunt, it's truly unnecessary. You cannot support me indefinitely. My capabilities are limited, and I prefer to manage my expenses within my means. Furthermore, you have your own family now. You must consider your husband as perspective, as you are well aware of the type of person he is. Just don't tell him, then. Han Dong shifted the topic. Aunt, it's getting late. We shouldn't keep District Chief Jiang waiting. Han Yun understood her nephew well. Forcing him to do anything he was unwilling to do as a child was futile, regardless of the methods employed. Pinching him lightly, she remarked, with your disposition, you are a mirror image of your father. Han Dong chuckled. Is it any wonder he is my father? On the way to the industrial park, Han Yun shared updates about their family. Apart from herself and her husband, Chun Chuyang, who were both thriving in their careers, Han Dong was particularly intrigued by his cousin, Chen Yujia, as described by his aunt. Gentle, understanding, and composed. These were traits that seemed almost impossible for her. It was well known that, as a child, she was a typical troublemaker, often pilfering money from Han Yun to cultivate a loyal entourage. Whenever she took a disliking to a child, a mere wave of her hand would lead to a throng of followers eager to mete out punishment. What remained vividly etched in Han Dong's memory was her innate talent for deception. Before their aunt and uncle, she was the epitome of a dutiful daughter. Yet whenever money went missing, she would adamantly proclaim Han Dong as the culprit. Regardless of Han Dong's protests, Han Yun firmly believed her daughter incapable of such actions, resulting in Han Dong enduring countless beatings. In the past, Han Dong harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Chun Yujia, and even in adulthood, he found it challenging to let go. However, since she moved abroad, among the few individuals he still thought of, she frequently resurfaced in his mind. Your cousin often mentions you while in America. Before my return, she even thoughtfully selected a gift for you, which she left at your home. Han Dong's expression turned slightly peculiar. Aunt, I particularly wish to ask you something. Go ahead. Did you truly believe I was the one taking your money back then? Han Yun chuckled. Oh, I still remember. Han Dong lamented. I doubt I will ever forget. Han Yun adjusted her nephew's attire with a casual touch. I know precisely who you are. Not only did you never take money, but you also never told a single lie as a child. Punishing you was unavoidable. Your uncle already harbored reservations about you staying at home. If I had directed my ire towards Yujia, it would have surely upset him. You didn't notice, did you? The matter of the missing money eventually faded away. I privately informed your uncle that you returned the money. To cover the shortfall, I had to borrow multiple times. As she spoke, a hint of guilt washed over her. I never wish for you to endure any hardship, but living under someone else's roof can never be truly comfortable. I can only be a bit stern with you, to make your uncle feel that my allegiance lies with my daughter rather than my nephew. Han Dong gradually fell into silence. It is rather amusing. He once believed that his aunt resented him as a burden, intentionally targeting him, and for a long time, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her, his uncle, and his cousin. Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on him that his aunt was perhaps the most overworked individual in the entire family. Not only did she juggle a job, but she also managed the school commutes for him and his cousin, prepared meals, and did the laundry. If he were in her position, caring so diligently for someone bearing the title of nephew, he might not have been able to rise to the occasion. Unaccustomed to such an atmosphere, Han Yun broke the brief silence in the car. Xiaodong, what are your plans for the future? Your uncle and I are currently responsible for expanding the domestic market for the conglomerate. If you have any ideas, feel free to share. Yes, you. Your aunt will do her utmost to assist you. Han Dong collected his thoughts and replied with a light smile. I haven't yet formulated anything too specific, but I will certainly consult you in the future. Han Yun, a bit exasperated, said, think carefully, but first, you must resign from your position at Jinwei. It's uncomfortable seeing you grovel in such a small company. A man must have his own career. Otherwise, he can hardly expect his wife to hold him in high regard. Han Dong nodded in agreement. I have indeed been contemplating the prospect of resigning. You need not worry about that. Chapter 65, Sudden Developments. The matter of resignation was already in Han Dong's plans, even without Han Yun mentioning it. He had been waiting for the 2 million bank loan to come through. Once it did, he intended to collaborate with Zheng Wenjue to establish a studio. However, be it his father or his aunt, who was like a mother to him, Han Dong was inherently reluctant to rely too heavily on them, which is why he had not broached the subject with Han Yun. Upon arriving at the industrial park, Jiang Yichang and others had long awaited their arrival, accompanied by various executives from companies of all sizes, underscoring the significance of the occasion. Consequently, Han Dong garnered a measure of respect, as people greeted him with smiles and offered him cigarettes. Xia Meng stood by the office window, peering down through the blinds, her teeth slightly clenched. She thought to herself that her husband had truly found a substantial support. Look at him, exuding an air of confidence and triumph. Such fortune comes from having a good aunt. The inspection itself held little merit for scrutiny. Given the scale of the Hezhong Group, its investments were undoubtedly targeted. Unless the project was exceptionally promising, Han Dong believed his aunt would opt for technology companies with promising prospects. The domestic landscape over the past 2 years had been just so. Take Xiao Yuping, for example, whose enterprise thrived within the tech sector. Within a few years, it transformed from a small company into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. For traditional industries, this was akin to a myth. Yet, such myths are not uncommon in the tech realm, due to the internet's expansive coverage and compatibility, which transcends geographical boundaries, thus reducing both startup and labor costs. As Han Dong had anticipated, Han Yun exhibited little interest in traditional industries, likely treating the inspection as a mere formality. Conversely, she displayed keen interest in the scant technology companies within the industrial park, persistently inquiring about them. The entire afternoon concluded amidst an atmosphere of adulation. As the evening deepened, Han Dong first escorted his aunt back home and engaged in conversation for a while before hailing a taxi to the Xiao residence. Although he and Xiao Meng had yet to finalize their divorce, he felt it was imperative to return home regardless of the circumstances. Upon his arrival, he found that Xiao Meng had not yet returned from work, leaving only Gong Qiuling and her daughter, Xiao Mingming, at the dining table. Their gazes converged upon him as he entered, taking note of his refreshed appearance, from his trousers to his shoes and attire. Xiao Mingming, with a hint of playful teasing, remarked, "Brother-in-law, have you struck it rich?" She was well aware that his outfit must have cost several thousand yuan. a stark contrast to his monthly allowance of merely 1,000. This attire was undoubtedly a luxury. The relationship between Han Dong and the mother-daughter duo had grown quite strained recently, prompting him to respond vaguely as he prepared to retreat to his room. However, Gong Qiuling, seemingly perturbed by something, fixed him with a heavy expression and suddenly inquired, "I heard your aunt is a senior executive at Hezhong Group?" Han Dong inferred that Xia Ming had likely informed her of this and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, your aunt is also Xia Ming's aunt." I failed to comprehend her intentions. Visiting the industrial park without making an investment is one thing, but to insult Xia Ming, does she think we're easy to bully? Let's not forget who saved your father when his life was hanging by a thread. Han Dong, growing impatient, interrupted her, "Mother, no one has insulted Xia Ming. If one insists on calling it an insult, it only reflects poorly on oneself. Furthermore, I have always remembered the kindness my father-in-law extended to me, so there is no need to keep reiterating it." Gong Qiuling was momentarily silenced, but as Han Dong ascended the staircase, frustration and anger surged within her. In a low voice filled with resentment, she muttered, "All ungrateful wretches. The Xia family has truly fallen into misfortune by associating with your Han family." Han Dong's footsteps seemed to be riveted to the staircase. He abandoned his intention to retreat to his room and approached the dining table, saying, "Mother, who exactly are you calling ungrateful? Where is the kindness, and where is the obligation?" Gong Qiuling's temper flared, and she struck Han Dong across the face, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are to question me like that? Do not presume that just because you possess a bit of wealth, our family must bow to your whims." The sound of the slap echoed loudly, and Han Dong's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze on Gong Qiuling's face. "Mother, as an elder, it is your prerogative to strike or scold me. However, I ask that you at least present some reasoning. If you are upset, retreat to a corner and express it as you wish. Taking your frustrations out on others, surely this is not the quality one expects from a teacher, is it?" His words, though simple, struck Gong Qiuling like daggers, igniting fury in her eyes. She raised her hand again, but Xia Mingming intervened. "Mother, what are you doing?" Her intentions were not entirely altruistic in shielding Han Dong. She sensed that her brother-in-law had reached his breaking point. If her mother struck him again, it was likely he would retaliate. Regardless of his current predicament, he was still a man. In a physical confrontation, the two women would not stand a chance against him. Xia Mingming vividly recalled Han Dong's decisive handling of her ex-boyfriend, Chen Bin. Moreover, with her parents embroiled in conflict, any altercation between her mother and Han Dong would only escalate the chaos at home. "Brother-in-law, why not take a moment to rest? You also discern that mother is in a foul mood. Do not hold it against her." Xia Mingming replaced her frown with a smile, grasping Han Dong's arm as they ascended the stairs. Yet, halfway through, Han Dong shook her off and strode back to the bedroom. Inside him, a fire raged, as if it could ignite him in an instant. Han Dong's patience had truly reached its limit. He felt an overwhelming and unavoidable sense of extreme disappointment towards Xia Ming, Gong Qiuling, and even Xia Longjiang. After a shower, no matter what he did, sleep eluded him, his mind clouded with uncertainty about the future. He truly did not know how much longer he could endure life in the Xia household. As he tossed and turned, the hours slipped away quietly until the early hours of the morning. Suddenly, his mother-in-law's Samyed began to bark furiously in the living room below, shattering the tranquility of the Xia home. Shortly thereafter, Xia Ming flung open the door from the adjacent room. The voices in the living room erupted into a chaotic clamor. Han Dong vaguely heard that Gong Qiuling had developed a high fever and that Xia Ming was arguing with Xia Longjiang over the phone. He opened the door and stepped outside, peering down from the railing to see Gong Qiuling slumped unceremoniously on the sofa. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ming and Xia Mingming were supporting her on either side, suggesting the situation was quite serious. Han Dong realized that significant turmoil had descended upon this family, something he had previously overlooked. Today, he abruptly noted that his father-in-law had not spent the night at home for at least 3 days. Considering the contents of Xia Ming's earlier phone call, he surmised that his father-in-law was likely involved with another woman. Gong Qiuling had recently exhibited signs of an early-onset menopause, evidently exacerbated by this situation. Although he had conflicts with Gong Qiuling, he was not one to lack discernment. With this thought, he hurried downstairs. At that moment, Xia Ming was nearly in tears, having never witnessed her mother in such a state, limp and feverish, speaking incoherently. They wished to hasten their steps, but the two sisters felt utterly powerless. Out of the corner of her eye, Xia Ming caught sight of a figure, It was as if she had grasped a lifeline, her voice trembling with desperation. Han Dong, come help. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Dong bent down and lifted Gong Xiuling, striding out with purpose. Xiao Ming and Xiao Mingming, in a state of panic, followed closely behind. Chapter 66, When it Cut Ties. The atmosphere was peculiar as they traveled. While driving, Han Dong noticed in the rearview mirror that his mother-in-law was experiencing unnatural convulsions due to her high fever. Xiao Ming and her sister were at a loss. Flanking him on either side, the Xiao residence was a mere 5 minutes from the city hospital, yet those 5 minutes proved to be anything but easy. Faster, drive faster, Xiao Mingming urged impatiently. Ahead, the traffic light turned red, but Han Dong did not slow down. Instead, he pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle through it close to 160 in the city, like a streak of light. Xiao Ming's eyes brimmed with tears, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards her father. If it weren't for his dalliance with a vixen, staying out at night, her mother wouldn't have to argue with him daily, leading to this grave illness born of stress and anger. Noticing the man driving ahead, Xiao Ming's voice turned cold. Did you argue with Mom today? Han Dong frowned, understanding her current state of distress and choosing not to engage in conflict. Xiao Ming suppressed a sob. Let me tell you, if anything happens to Mom today, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Xiao Mingming noticed Han Dong's silhouette and felt a strange pang of sympathy. It was perplexing how every mishap seemed to be laid at his feet. She was acutely aware of the events of the day. Although Han Dong had spoken somewhat harshly, it was undoubtedly her mother who had instigated the situation, seeking trouble for no reason, and he was not to blame. She understood that the root of the issue lay with her father. Upon arriving at the hospital, Han Dong was the first to exit the vehicle, swiftly carrying Gong Xiuling into the emergency room. Only after that did he accept the handbag that Xiao Ming passed to him, proceeding to handle the payment, registration, and a series of admission formalities. After a flurry of activity, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his father-in-law, Xiao Longjiang. Han Dong's usual warmth was absent as he casually greeted him with Dad. I can't reach Xiao Ming. How is your mother? Which hospital are you at? I'm on my way. First affiliated hospital. After ending the call, he ascended to check on his mother-in-law's condition. He did not enter the room, but lingered at the doorway, listening to the conversation between Xiao Ming and the doctor, feeling a temporary sense of relief. It was merely a case of sudden high fever, and the situation had stabilized. A hand patted him on the shoulder, and Han Dong turned to see Xiao Mingming beaming at him from behind. He glanced over, asking, "What is it?" Xiao Mingming replied, "Thank you for today. I didn't realize you could actually be of some help in critical moments. Otherwise, my sister and I would still be at a loss. Just being polite. After all, she is my mother-in-law," he retorted. Xiao Mingming casually mentioned treating him to a meal another day before walking inside. Han Dong had intended to return the handbag to Xiao Ming, but noticing her preoccupation with Gong Xiuling, he chose not to interrupt and decided to wait outside for his father-in-law. In the early morning hours, the surroundings were eerily silent. Even the hospital entrance was quiet. A gentle breeze swept through, and Han Dong, indifferent to the disorder, casually sat on the hospital steps and lit a cigarette. The thick smoke invigorated him slightly. Han Dong had not rested properly for 2 days and nights, and his return was meant for a good night's sleep, only to be disrupted by Gong Xiuling. Before he could finish his cigarette, his phone vibrated again. Instinctively reaching for it, he realized mid-motion that it was the sound emanating from Xiao Ming's handbag, her phone. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the handbag and retrieved her Apple phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted. Xiao Yuping. At this hour, over 2 in the morning, she was calling Xiao Ming. Han Dong felt a surge of irritation and ignored the call, tossing the phone back into the bag. In an impulsive gesture, he inadvertently noticed something that sent chills down his spine. While paying earlier, he hadn't paid much attention. But now he discovered a small square packet nestled in the inner compartment of Xiao Ming's handbag. Momentarily stunned, Han Dong opened the compartment and clearly saw what it contained, a condom, its packaging intact. His hand stiffened as he pulled it out, the name on it stinging his eyes with its implications. It was evident that this condom was not intended for him. Ever since returning from his business trip to Linen, their relationship had been fraught with tension, and Han Dong could barely touch her. For whom was intended? Xiao Yuping. As the smoke gradually diminished, Han Dong felt a prickling sensation in his fingers before discarding the cigarette, but a wry smile crossed his lips. There was no longer any hope. Xiao Ming and Xiao Yuping had evidently reached a stage where such precautions were necessary. That wretched woman. who often spoke of her lofty ideals and claimed her relationship with Qiu Yuping was merely platonic. Did she truly think others were so naive? Whether it was a mere physical affair or an emotional betrayal, Han Dong would not have deemed it irreparable. Yet his wife, Xiao Ming, had surrendered both aspects to another man, a man who was certainly not him. A chill coursed through him, sending shivers down his spine. Had it not been for Gong Qiuling's urgent illness today, which had thrown Xiao Ming into disarray, he would still be blissfully oblivious, harboring futile hopes for her transformation. At that moment, the sharp sound of high heels echoed behind him. Xiao Ming was approaching. He fixed his gaze ahead. The woman under the light appeared elegant, aloof, and seemingly pure, though her expression was off, and she walked with an unusual haste. Had she realized there was something in her bag that she preferred he not see? "Where's my bag?" She sidestepped his gaze and inquired, swiftly snatching the bag beside him. Before she could maintain her composure, she caught sight of what lay between his fingers. Her face paled instantly, a mix of shame and anger flooding her features. "Who gave you the right to rummage through my things? Do you not understand the concept of respect?" Han Dong replied indifferently, "I have no interest in your bag. Your phone rang, and I merely feared it might be something urgent. This was an accidental discovery." He paused, then added, "I must commend your foresight. Knowing to prepare such items displays a level of intelligence that surpasses many women." Xiao Ming's mind buzzed in turmoil. "Don't misunderstand," she implored. Han Dong interrupted, "I harbor no misconceptions. I only believe that a woman who is not contemplating an affair would not prepare such items within her bag." Xiao Ming, feeling cornered, retorted impulsively, "Regardless of whether you believe me, I am not as debased as you imagine. Moreover, we are on the verge of divorce. Could you refrain from viewing this through the lens of a husband?" In the midst of their dispute, a Mercedes-Benz S600 pulled up nearby. It was Xiao Longjiang. After several days apart, he appeared noticeably older and wearier. He hurried over, his first words inquiring about Gong Qiuling's condition. Xiao Ming took a deep breath. "Dad, weren't you just wishing for my mother's demise? Why come here with such feigned concern?" Xiao Longjiang remained silent, turning his attention to Han Dong. "Xiao Dong, take me to see her. I'm a bit fatigued. You can go alone." "Room 308, East Corridor, 3rd floor," Han Dong replied. Xiao Longjiang was taken aback by Han Dong's demeanor, but had no time for contemplation as he tossed the car keys to his son-in-law. Han Dong accepted them, losing any interest in lingering further, and climbed into Xiao Longjiang's car. At this moment, he felt utterly disenchanted. The seemingly paternal figure of his father-in-law might not be as benevolent as he had once believed. If even he had changed, what was left to hold on to in the Xia family? The worst outcome was merely divorce. So be it. They would each find peace, avoiding further ridicule. Even if his heart was rent with anguish, decisive action was imperative. Chapter 67. The Reason. In the hospital room, Gong Qiuling gradually regained consciousness, with Xiao Mingming by her side, offering her tea and water. Her gaze, vacant and unfocused, drifted towards the curtains, her mind intermittently haunted by the sensation of being hurriedly carried by someone, her son-in-law, whom she had always regarded with disdain. She thought she would rather wish for her own demise, yet here he was, having brought her to the hospital. This minor act stirred a flicker of guilt within her. Xiao Mingming glanced at the four-drip and remarked, "Mom, my brother-in-law is not entirely without merit. He is quite dependable. Just today, when my sister and I were in a state of panic, he was the quickest to respond. The doctor said that had we arrived any later, the consequences would have been dire. Your temperature had exceeded 40 degrees. Gong Qiuling retorted, "Didn't Tia use it to test him? That was when he meddled in affairs that were none of his business, informing me about Chun Bin's rendezvous with a mistress. In hindsight, had it not been for him, I might never have discerned Chun Bin's true nature. Indeed, had you truly pursued a relationship with someone like Chun Bin, troubles would have been inevitable." At that moment, Gong Qiuling caught sight of her husband's figure at the doorway. Her expression soured, and she abruptly shifted the subject. Xiao Mingming, noticing her father's entrance, exchanged a glance with her sister and vacated the room to leave the couple alone. The atmosphere grew somewhat subdued. Upon learning that his wife was not gravely injured, Xiao Longjiang felt a significant alleviation of his spirits. He casually perched himself at the bedside, inquiring, "Is there anything else that troubles you?" Gong Qiuling, overwhelmed by emotion, replied defiantly, "I'm not dead yet." Sighing, Xiao Longjiang responded, "Given the circumstances, why put yourself through this?" Gong Qiuling turned, her gaze filled with animosity as she fixed it upon the man she had been married to for 26 years. Xiao Longjiang, how dare you speak? Have you forgotten who stood by you when you were destitute, unhesitatingly shouldering the weight of our family? For your business ambitions, I exhausted all my family's resources, only for you to fail and leave us besieged by creditors. We, your family, lived in constant fear. Xiao Longjiang, agitated, replied, I am well aware of that and have never forgotten. Therefore, if you agree to a divorce, I am willing to relinquish everything, leaving it all to you. A flicker of panic crossed Gong Qiuling's eyes. You are resolute in your desire to be with that vixen, aren't you? Xiao Longjiang remained silent, but nodded affirmatively. In that moment, all strength drained from Gong Qiuling. Tears streamed down her face. In my youth, I had countless suitors, yet I chose you, who was then impoverished. Now, do you wish to make me realize how blind I have been? You seek another woman while casting aside your wife. Caught between his enduring spouse and a woman who stirred something deep within his soul, Xiao Longjiang wrestled with his emotions before finally conceding, Qiuling, I have wronged you. Gong Qiuling's expression dimmed completely as she fell silent. After a long pause, it seemed she had exhausted all her strength. I wish to meet her. Xiao Longjiang forced a smile. Gong Qiuling, with a hint of sarcasm, replied, What? Are you protecting her even before our divorce? Don't worry. I won't resort to violence. I merely wish to see what kind of woman could provoke such impulsive behavior from you at 50. You have no shame left. You remain as domineering as ever. From the moment we wed, you have suffocated me. Regaining his composure, Xiao Longjiang attempted to change the subject. It seems you have been targeting Xiao Dong lately. If it is because of me, I hope you can reconsider your stance for the sake of our daughter and refrain from such behavior. Noticing her silence, Xiao Longjiang continued. Currently, the relationship between Xiao Dong and Xiao Meng is quite strained. Do you truly wish to witness the recurrence of our past misfortunes in the younger generation? I understand that you desire for Xiao Meng to divorce and pursue a relationship with the individual named Qiu Yuping. However, have you taken the time to learn about Qiu Yuping? When he first accompanied Xiao Meng to our home, I instinctively sensed something amiss about his character. Later, when I merely tested him with a small sum of money, he exhibited no hesitation in choosing wealth over integrity. Furthermore, I recently had someone investigate Qiu Yuping's rise to prominence in linen, and the findings are rather intriguing. Gong Qiuling instinctively inquired, What do you mean by rise to prominence? It refers to his entrepreneurial journey. At the inception of his company, Qiu Yuping had a crucial benefactor, he replied. Who? Chang Yanhua. Gong Qiuling paused, as she had indeed heard of Chang Yanhua. She was the chairwoman of the Huading Hotel in Linen, a woman of considerable wealth, but more importantly, her reputation and conduct were noteworthy. Following her husband's untimely death, the news surrounding her in recent years, particularly regarding her numerous male companions, often overshadowed her business accomplishments. Even many renowned male actors from the entertainment industry frequented her hotel, making her a veritable celebrity entrepreneur. Xiao Longjiang continued, several years ago, for reasons unknown, Chang Yanhua made a substantial investment in Qiu Yuping's company. Although there is no concrete evidence, the implication of a transactional relationship between them is undeniable. Otherwise, why would she place such importance on a young man with no background? Moreover, Qiu Yuping's Dantai Technology still counts Chang Yanhua as its largest shareholder. Therefore, I'm not forcibly binding Xiao Dong and Xiao Meng together. If I were to permit their divorce now, within 3 months, Xiao Meng would be embroiled in a situation with Qiu Yuping that would be beyond control. If Qiu Yuping indeed has a significant relationship with Chang Yanhua, what future could he possibly offer Xiao Meng? Given his questionable character, I rejected him years ago, and I would steadfastly oppose him now as well. And what about Han Dong? Does he deserve Xiao Meng? Even if we disregard Qiu Yuping, why must it be him? Xiao Longjiang furrowed his brow slightly. You fail to grasp the essence of the matter. The trustworthiness of both him and Han Yueshan is secondary. The key point is that Xiao Dong has had an exceptionally smooth career progression in the military. At just 25, he holds the rank of regiment commander. Can you fathom how he achieved this without relying on connections? No matter how capable an individual is in a military environment, rapid advancement is nearly impossible without an invisible network of relationships. Why does Qiu Yuping avoid crossing paths with the Han father and son when demolishing the old city? It is not due to intimidation or aggression, but rather because neither the city nor the province can exert significant pressure on such matters. Can you not see this? Regardless, what does it matter if our daughter disapproves? Disapproves? I believe Xiao Ming is quite fond of Xiao Dong, albeit unconsciously. Such ignorance is astonishing. No one can forcibly unite them, not even I, as their father. Their current discord is directly related to your actions. I have yet to understand why you harbor such animosity toward Xiao Dong. Gong Qiuling countered, I do not despise him. I have merely assumed that Xiao Ming dislikes him. And naturally, I must align myself with my daughter. As the conversation veered towards divorce, subtle tones of dispute resurfaced. At the entrance, Xiao Mingming glanced at her sister, who appeared dazed, and whispered, Are you all right, sister? Xiao Ming, lost in thought, shook her head, her mind swirling with the recent revelations. It was no wonder that Han Dong had urged her to inquire about Qiu Yuping's character. She had initially believed it was merely jealousy-driven slander. Now, it seemed that the rumors held a kernel of truth. Qiu Yuping indeed possessed reasons that warranted scrutiny. Yet, she pondered, it must have been her father who instigated such claims. She felt compelled to confront Qiu Yuping to ascertain whether he had truly prioritized wealth over her 2 years prior. And if he had indeed been entangled with the wealthy woman, Chang Yanhua, as the gossip suggested. Chapter 68, A Dismal Fate. Recently, Qiu Yuping's relationship with Xia Ming had flourished. Although the woman had harbored initial reservations, he gradually rekindled the feelings reminiscent of their early romance. This evening, he had called Xia Ming to inquire about her absence, as they had planned to dine together after her work, a significant occasion marking the second anniversary of their relationship. He had prepared a ring, a bouquet, and a plethora of heartfelt words. Yet, he found himself alone, missing Xia Ming. After waiting for an hour in the elegantly arranged restaurant, he could no longer contain his anxiety and decided to call her, only to be met with silence. Frustration bubbled within him as he thought, What is going on? We had made plans, and now she won't even answer her phone. Just as he was about to make another attempt, Xia Ming's call came through. He answered eagerly, Xia Ming, is everything all right? Xia Ming fell silent for a moment, uncertain of why she had not kept their appointment. As she drove past the restaurant and caught sight of Qiu Yuping inside, she instinctively chose to drive away. Subsequently, her mother had fallen ill, and amidst the chaos, she had completely forgotten about Qiu Yuping. After a brief pause, she spoke, Yuping, my father mentioned that you left Donyang because you took his money. Having interacted with her multiple times, Qiu Yuping anticipated that Xia Ming would eventually confront him about this. He replied calmly, I did take Uncle Xia's money, but it was not the 2 million that mattered to me. It was his adamant opposition that left me feeling lost. I never intended to break up with you. I merely wanted to prove to Uncle Xia that someone he looked down upon could succeed. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She asked, her voice trembling with emotion. You disappeared for 2 years without a word. I vowed not to return to Donyang without accomplishments. I wanted to give you the best. Now that I finally have the means, Xia Ming, please believe that my feelings for you have never wavered. Regardless of what transpired during our separation, I was left with no choice. I hope you can understand. In the nascent phase of my entrepreneurial journey, I dedicated an astonishing 120 hours within a mere week, drawing my motivation solely from you. My yearning for success was intense. I longed to return to Donyang, basking in the glory of achievement, to bestow upon you the happiness you deserve. Yet, the resolute heart of Xia Mingyuan was effortlessly disrupted as she stammered. What I have always desired is not these accolades. I simply wish for you to be by my side. Do you understand? When you departed, I even entertained thoughts of ending my own life, for hope seemed utterly elusive. Those days are behind us now. After enduring hardships, we shall no longer allow anyone to dictate our lives. But who is Chang Yanhua? Qiu Yuping felt a pang in his heart, but hastily replied, She is a business partner of mine. When I was desperately seeking investments and sending out resumes, she lent me a helping hand at a critical moment. I know that others may not think highly of her lifestyle, yet she is my benefactor. Upon hearing this, Xia Ming could no longer voice her lingering doubts and merely apologize for her absence today, explaining that her mother was unwell. What happened to Annie? Which hospital is she in? I shall go there immediately, he urged. Xia Ming, in a flustered state, responded, No need, she is fine now. After hastily ending the call, she remained still for a while. Her younger sister, Xia Mingming, who had been listening attentively, remarked, Sister, your ex-boyfriend possesses quite the eloquence. With just a few words, he has managed to dispel all your concerns. Truly impressive. Furrowing her brow, Xia Ming retorted, Mingming, what are you implying? Xia Mingming continued, Have you forgotten what I do for a living? A senior colleague at the television station once interviewed Chang Yanhua, known for her demanding nature and shrewdness. For someone like Xiao Yuping, who holds little renown, to attract investments merely through words is indeed remarkable. Previously, she had held a certain fondness for her sister's ex-boyfriend. But upon learning of his connections with Chang Yanhua, her affections evaporated entirely. She harbored no belief in the fabrications Xiao Yuping spun over the phone. Xia Ming had intentionally allowed her sister to overhear her conversation with him, hoping for her guidance, but now felt even more perplexed by her sister's assessment. Sister, if you intend to meet him today, are you prepared to offer yourself? Xia Mingming, well-versed in romantic entanglements, bluntly stated. Xia Ming's gaze faltered, indeed. That is why I hesitated at the entrance. Do you not love Xiao Yuping with all your heart? Why not go in? After all, I am still married to Han Dong. It is rather inappropriate. Xia Mingming countered. Are you afraid of Han Dong finding out? What would I fear from him? Indeed, who knows why you fear him? After a pause, she added, Sister, I cannot fathom whom you truly love, but it matters little. If father deems Xiao Yuping unsuitable, there must be a reason. I firmly believe his relationship with Chang Yanhua is complex. When you meet again, perhaps you could probe Xiao Yuping's true nature. How shall I do that? Get married. Inform him that you have divorced Han Dong and invite him to obtain a marriage certificate with you. If he dares to accompany you to the Civil Affairs Bureau, then I must have misjudged him. If he refuses, regardless of the excuses he may conjure, do not believe him. And what if he agrees to go? Just discreetly send me a text, and I will call to assist you. Does that seem appropriate? I merely spoke off the cuff. However, in my view, although Han Dong appears to lack significant achievements, he is far more dependable than Xiao Yuping. After leaving the hospital, Han Dong returned to the Xia family home, now occupied only by a caretaker. The Samoyed, possibly sensing its owner's absence, lay on the living room sofa, continually gazing at the door, emitting soft whimpering sounds as if it were hungry. Han Dong paid it no mind and retreated to his bedroom to begin packing. Divorce is not a matter to be resolved hastily, yet he was unwilling to continue residing in the Xia household, a place that felt akin to a prison for him. His possessions were minimal. A few articles of clothing, several medals, and some meaningful bullets and small gifts he had brought from the army. All of it fit effortlessly into a travel bag. Once everything was packed, he opened the door and called Zheng Wenjua. The latter, evidently already asleep, responded with a slurred voice, Donga, what is up? Han Dong initially intended to ask for assistance in finding a place to stay, but the words failed to escape his lips. The situation had indeed reached a dismal point. He could not even find a place to stay without worrying his father back home. Even the cheapest hotel was beyond his financial reach. He casually dismissed the matter, hung up on Zheng Wenjua, and descended the stairs with his suitcase in tow. Even if it meant sleeping on the streets, he would not remain in the Xia residence for another minute. The image of that condom thoroughly extinguished any lingering hope he had for that home. Aimlessly, he wandered to the park. Finding a bench, he sat down and rubbed his face with both hands. Once upon a time, he had been so confident that he could venture unarmed into a jungle spanning hundreds of kilometers, surviving on forage provisions. Yet now, in a city brimming with opportunities, he had no refuge to call his own. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he reclined on the bench, gazing at the starry sky, allowing time to slip away. Chapter 69, 2 million. Unbeknownst to him, he closed his eyes and, under the gentle breeze, fell into a deep slumber on the bench. The next day, with the dawn's early light, he was roused by the sounds of early risers exercising. He had no intention of returning to the office or going home. There was no rush. He had ample time to contemplate his next steps and what he could potentially do. Lacking a diploma, but possessing a discharge certificate, he met the hiring criteria of some security companies. As for temporary work, the nightlife job he had inadvertently encountered the other day offered quick returns, making it a viable option. Yet one thing was certain. He could not return to the Xia household or his own home. Even if he did return, he could not do so in such a disheveled state. Sometimes, destiny must be faced head-on. Presently, Han Dong was penniless, and, seeking financial assistance, felt beneath him. He was truly at a dead end. At this juncture, his father, Han Yueshan, called to inform him that the 2 million yuan loan guaranteed by Wang Ligua had been credited to his account. Was this not a stroke of fate? Just when he felt cornered and in dire need of funds, his father had delivered such a substantial sum. It was swift, yet easily understood. Wang Ligua was one of the prominent figures in Dongyang City. For him, facilitating a loan of 2 million yuan was merely a matter of convenience. 2 hours after the phone call, Han Dong received a text message informing him that 2 million had been added to his account. He exhaled in relief and promptly withdrew some cash from the bank, seeking refuge in a modest hotel for the time being. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he reached out to Zheng Wenjue, inviting him to meet at a tea house conducive to conversation. Han Dong assured Zheng that upon securing the loan, he would invest in a soon-to-be-launched private detective agency. This had been prearranged. The meeting was merely to finalize the shareholding ratio and address the legal status of the agency. Given that Zheng Wenjue had invested entirely on his own and their amicable relationship, the negotiations were straightforward. In less than an hour, all matters were settled, with Han Dong committing $600,000 for a 40% stake in the agency. Without even visiting the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Han Dong transferred the funds to Zheng Wenjue via mobile banking. Zheng then took Han to a print shop, where they drafted a share transfer agreement and a revenue-sharing agreement, signing them swiftly. After a flurry of activity, the day was nearly done. Zheng Wenjue found a nearby eatery and ordered a selection of dishes along with beer. In high spirits, he raised his glass to Han Dong, exclaiming, "Brother Dong, with you on board, I have even greater confidence in the detective agency. Let us work together to make this venture a success." Before Han Dong could ask, Zheng eagerly shared the current status of the agency. The location had been renovated, and the staff had already been recruited. It would officially commence operations within 2 weeks. The office was situated on 3rd Hand Street in the city center. Due to the unique environment of the street, the initial focus would be on locksmithing, window entry, and investigative services. The scope of investigations was broad and adaptable, aimed at meeting clients' diverse needs. The expenses for the venue and staff were minimal, yet the costs for essential equipment and vehicles were substantial. Initially, 2 vehicles were prepared: a second-hand BMW 3 Series for appearances and a spacious commercial van. Han Dong was taken aback by the caliber of the staff, which included a professional journalist, an expert locksmith, and a senior from Zheng Wenjue's police academy. Zheng mentioned this with a hint of pride. "Brother Dong, that locksmith was introduced by my father. He was once a notorious thief, causing significant headaches for the police, but never apprehended until recently. After serving his time, my father, being the good-hearted person he is, offered him a position in the studio. As for the police academy colleague, he was even more impressive, having been an exemplary officer with numerous accolades, until he was targeted by criminals in retaliation for his work, resulting in the loss of a leg and his early departure from the force." Han Dong suddenly recalled Yang Min. He had heard the name due to a news story from a few years back about a police officer being retaliated against by criminals. Since the incident had occurred in Donyang, he had paid attention to the coverage. "Yes, that's him. He was even interviewed by reporters." Han Dong could not suppress his laughter. "You truly possess remarkable influence, able to have the police and a notorious thief in the same studio." Zheng Wenjue replied, "Indeed, I have been unable to temper the formidable presence of Yang Min and the old thief. Brother Dong, without your support, I would have no confidence in managing the situation." As they conversed, Han Dong's phone rang. It was his father-in-law, Xiao Longjiang. Casually glancing at his phone, he drained his beer and stepped aside to light a cigarette. "I heard from your sister that you moved out last night. What happened?" Han Dong had no intention of concealing anything and spoke candidly. "Dad, I wish to divorce." Xiao Longjiang fell silent. Then his tone turned slightly angry. "At the very least, you should inform me of the reason for the divorce." "There is no specific reason. We simply lack compatibility." His nature prevented him from divulging the discovery of the condom in Xiaoming's bag. He wished to preserve some dignity for her and maintain his own boundaries. "You both must clarify this matter. I cannot agree otherwise." "As you wish. This marriage, devoid of substance, affects no one. Whether we divorce or not is inconsequential, but I will not return to the Xia family." He continued, "Furthermore, I hope you can keep this from my father for the time being. If he learns of it, it is one thing, but if my aunt finds out, I cannot guarantee she won't confront you at your home." "Xiao Dong, where are you?" "I'm coming over. We need to have a serious talk." "You need not seek me out," Han Dong replied before abruptly ending the call. Even when his father-in-law called again, he chose to ignore it, growing increasingly annoyed and ultimately switched off his phone. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming, upon hearing her father's suppressed roar on the phone, felt a wave of panic wash over her. Initially, when she discovered that Han Dong had taken all his belongings, she assumed he had left without permission. She did not think much of it, believing that without money and not returning home, he would not last long and would eventually come back. However, upon realizing he was unwilling to answer even his father's calls, she understood that this time, things had escalated beyond repair. More critically, she bore the ignominy of being involved with another man. A sudden sense of unease enveloped her as she lingered in Han Dong's vacant bedroom. His room was the most modest in the house, even less furnished than a maid's quarters. Spanning merely 20 to 30 square meters, it contained a bed, a desk, and a chair, lacking even a computer. The only embellishments were a military uniform hanging on the wall, a few photographs, and some certificates of honor. Now, stripped of these remnants, the small room felt even more desolate. She recalled their first encounter, both of them barely in their teens. He appeared somewhat awkward, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity and agility. Every time he spoke to her, he would shy away from her gaze, his voice barely above a whisper, his cheeks flushing. Yet he was undeniably handsome. Out of courtesy, when her father insisted she spend time with Han Dong, she always took the initiative, teaching him how to play, coaxing forth his delightful laughter, which seemed to echo in her mind. Later, upon learning that her father intended for her to marry him, Xiaoming sought an opportunity to meet him again. The innocence of their childhood had faded, yet she still found him endearing. Faced with Qiu Yuping's despair and the pressure from her father, she ultimately consented to the marriage. At that time, she never perceived her partner as easily manageable. After their marriage, she often found herself dominating the mental landscape. Following their union, much to her dismay, Han Dong remained excessively cautious in her presence. He endured her reprimands without a hint of annoyance, exhibiting a patience that could evoke frustration in anyone. Gradually, and rather inexplicably, after returning from a business trip to Linen, the emergence of Qiu Yuping signaled a shift in dynamics. It was not until now that Han Dong's other side had erupted in full force. She harbored no doubts about Han Dong's tenacity, once he resolved to leave the Xia family, even if it meant becoming a beggar on the streets. He would not look back. Was it her excess or his excessive suspicion? She found herself perplexed. Her mind felt utterly blank, struggling to accept such an outcome. She genuinely did not harbor animosity towards Han Dong, yet at times, she could not rein in her words or actions. Moreover, having grown accustomed to his submissive compliance, she had long overlooked whether her behavior had crossed a line and whether he could truly endure it. Chapter 70. Testing the Waters. The following day, the first task for Xiaoming upon arriving at the office was to instruct Huang lead a check with the legal department if Han Dong had reported for work. When she received a negative response, her heart sank completely. Tentatively, she dialed his number, only to be met with the message that he was currently unavailable. Trying Huang Li's phone as well, she succeeded in getting through, yet Han Dong still did not answer. This scoundrel had actually placed her on his blacklist. Noticing Xiaoming's unusual demeanor, Huang Li cautiously inquired, "What has transpired between you and Dong Ge? What business is it of yours?" Xiaoming retorted. Huang Li discreetly rolled her eyes, thinking it was peculiar if there were no conflicts, and from the looks of it, this situation was rather serious. By the way, what was the outcome of that visit by AI Li to the industrial park? Huang Li refugisit Hertots. She is currently in discussions for collaboration with the president of Huadong Technology. I have a friend working there, and I've heard that the investment amounts to 60 million. That's impossible. Huadong Technology's market value isn't even close to that. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. We'll need to wait a few more days. It likely includes some patent transfers from Huadong. That's an acquisition. No, it's confirmed that it's not an acquisition. Zhang He is only participating in profit sharing, while the actual equity remains with Huadong's original stakeholders. Xiaoming replied. Then AI Li clearly lacks an understanding of the domestic market landscape and has been deceived by Huadong's owner, making her the unwitting fool. Huang Li had already surmised that AI Li shared a profound connection with Han Dong, reflecting that if it weren't for Xiaoming summoning her husband in front of others, this investment wouldn't have landed in Huadong's lap. At the very least, Jinwei would have had share. However, these thoughts were destined to remain unspoken, and Huang Li promptly exited the office. Xiaoming frowned, feeling increasingly agitated by the pressure of the situation. By noon, having accomplished little in terms of work, she proceeded to visit her mother in the hospital. Due to her father's revelations, although her fever had subsided, her emotions remained unstable. Concerned about her sister's busy work schedule, her sister had taken leave to stay by her side and provide care. Gong Xiuling was also aware of the significant discord between her daughter and his son-in-law. Her initial change in attitude prompted her to question Xiaoming about the matter as soon as she arrived. The hospital environment had calmed her spirit considerably. Han Dong may not be the most exceptional individual, yet as a son-in-law, he is undoubtedly the most suitable. Following his visit to the hospital, Gong Xiuling has tentatively begun to place her trust in Han Dong. coupled with her concerns regarding Chiu Yuping. She is reluctant to allow her daughter to make an impulsive decision to divorce. Xia Ming, unable to engage in a deeper conversation, noticed her mother seemed in good spirits and thus excused herself, leaving. In the days that followed, Han Dong seemed to vanish entirely from her life. The house was empty. The company deserted. No matter which phone she used to contact him, he never answered. WeChat and various communication tools yielded no response, even when she attempted to request a meeting under the pretense of discussing the divorce. While enduring psychological turmoil, Xiaoming also faced relentless pressure from her father to locate Han Dong and offer an apology. Regardless of the circumstances, no one at the company came to her with complaints against Han Dong, and had it not been for her mother's discharge from the hospital, she would have feared returning home. The atmosphere was starkly desolate. Everything had changed. The sound of a horn echoed outside, prompting Xiaoming to approach the window, where she spied her sister's white BMW. After tidying her attire and offering a few instructions to her secretary, Huang Li, she descended. On her way, she called Chiu Yuping, requesting a meeting. In recent days, aside from the troubles brought on by Han Dong, Chiu Yuping had also weighed heavily on her mind. She could not bring herself to believe that Chiu Yuping's interest was merely a fleeting whim. After much contemplation, she decided to entertain her sister's suggestion. Xiao Mingming, seemingly an expert in the matter, guided her sister to the designated location, offering advice on how to negotiate and converse. Upon arriving within a few hundred meters of their destination, Xiao Mingming halted the car, refusing to proceed further. Xiao Ming took a moment to steady her nerves and resolutely made her way to the agreed-upon safe. She felt a profound fear, afraid that Chiu Yuping might truly hesitate to accompany her to the Civil Affairs Bureau, yet equally fearful that if he consented, she would struggle to muster the resolve to divorce Han Dong. The last time they had acted impulsively, she had secretly sighed with relief when Han Dong had to leave. Deep down, she had not yet reached the point of perceiving her marriage as a burden to cast aside. In recent days, Chiu Yuping had been unable to secure a meeting with Xiao Ming, but upon receiving her invitation, he hurried over. At a table in the corner, they appear to be a picturesque couple, Xiao Ming's ethereal elegance juxtaposed with Chiu Yuping's carefree charm. Sitting together, they looked so harmonious that they attracted envious glances from onlookers. Chiu Yuping, feeling familiar enough, took Xiao Ming's small hand. "What has been bothering you these days? I can't tell if you're upset with me." Through their prolonged interactions, they had developed a relationship akin to that of a couple. Xiao Ming stirred her coffee, subtly extricating herself from his grasp. "My mother is hospitalized, and the company is particularly busy. It has nothing to do with you, so don't overthink it." Chiu Yuping, observing her demeanor, smiled. "I thought you were just avoiding bringing up the investment matter. As we discussed earlier, let us finalize the contract this afternoon." Xiao Ming nodded slightly. Chiu Yuping, perceptive and astute, ventured, "You seem to have something on your mind." "Yes, I'm divorcing Han Dong." Chiu Yuping was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of delight. "That's excellent news. He is utterly unworthy of you. Indeed, he is a scoundrel. At the time of the divorce, I sought half of the Xia family's assets, but my father delivered a stern reprimand, compelling me to sign the divorce agreement with utmost obedience. How could he dare to retaliate?" Chiu Yuping vividly recalled how he single-handedly thwarted the entire demolition project in the old city, leaving him somewhat astonished. "Indeed, my father taught him a lesson. How could he possibly retaliate?" Overwhelmed by joy, Chiu Yuping thought, "Regardless of the situation, once divorced, I would be free." Xiao Ming's voice softened. "Yuping, I can overlook the events of 2 years ago, but this time," Chiu Yuping solemnly declared, "I, Chiu Yuping, shall never repeat the same mistake again." Xiao Ming interjected, "I believe in you." In that moment, she noticed the genuine reaction from Chiu Yuping, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes. She was uncertain of the implications of this test, but there was no turning back now. Subsequently, Xiao Ming envisioned a future with Chiu Yuping, and it was not merely an act. She genuinely recited the sweet nothings she had once shared with him during their university days. Yet now, the figure in her mind was no longer solely Chiu Yuping. The shadow of Han Dong inexplicably flickered as well. In this state, she radiated a glow as sunlight streamed through the window, leaving Chiu Yuping mesmerized, utterly entranced. Sensing the moment was ripe, she impulsively declared, "Yuping, I want to marry you, right away." Chiu Yuping instinctively responded, "Marry?" That reaction was inappropriate, and he hastily added, "I have yet to meet your parents." Xiao Ming shook her head. No need. The gravest mistake of my life was marrying Han Dong. Now that I am divorced, all I desire is to live happily with you. Unless, of course, you disdain me for having been married before. How could I? I fear it might be too sudden. Wishing to explain, Chiu Yuping found his eloquence faltering under Xiao Meng's sincere gaze. She did not grant him time to ponder. You have been urging me to divorce, wanting to be with me openly. Now that I have finally severed ties with Han Dong, what are you hesitating for? Chiu Yuping's expression shifted slightly. Xiao Meng. Marriage is not merely a matter between the two of us. You did not say such things before my divorce. Hearing him evade the issue, Xiao Meng felt a chill in her heart. Could it be that her sister was indeed correct? Otherwise, why would he not even dare to express a clear stance? Chiu Yuping had already sensed something amiss, yet he never anticipated Xiao Meng would use the divorce to test him. As disappointment grew in Xiao Meng's eyes, he finally nodded. Very well, let us marry. Xiao Meng instinctively felt he was merely putting on a brave face. And she hurriedly continued. The Civil Affairs Bureau should still be open. We can each return home to gather what we need. Chiu Yuping suddenly recalled something. My household registration book is at home. Mailing it would take at least a few days. A few days? I can wait. Chiu Yuping's usual prideful calmness vanished entirely. He truly cherished Xiao Meng, but facing her resolute demand for marriage, he found it difficult to comply. Xiao Meng, are you intentionally testing whether my feelings for you are genuine? I swear, you have always been the sole occupant of my heart. Xiao Meng, aware of his intelligence, felt no embarrassment at being exposed. In truth, at this juncture, she had firmly concluded that Chiu Yuping was concealing many matters from her. Growing weary of pretense, her expression betrayed an icy desolation. Yuping, do you still regard me as a fool, keeping me in the dark? Chiu Yuping, sensing that someone had advised Xiao Meng, was stirred with a hint of anger. Have you not truly divorced Han Dong, deliberately ensnaring me? Whether I am divorced or not, I at least possess the courage to marry you. What about you? As Chiu Yuping noticed her attempt to leave, he hurriedly rose to grasp her arm. Xiao Meng, allow me to explain. There is nothing to explain. I cannot tolerate any unscrupulous behavior. If your intention in our relationship is not marriage, then there is nothing more to discuss. Chiu Yuping stood frozen, watching her as she approached the door, and quickly followed her. Xiao Meng, please don't be this way. Seeing her silence, Chiu Yuping, filled with humiliation and rage, retorted, You incessantly declare your desire to marry me, accusing me of lacking courage. What about you? I have asked you to divorce Han Dong for so long. Is it truly that complicated? There has not been a shred of progress. Just as he was about to continue, a girl with short hair, resembling Xiao Meng, approached. Before he could take a closer look, he was met with a resounding slap. The newcomer was Xiao Mingming, who, unable to restrain herself any longer upon witnessing Chiu Yuping's relentless pursuit, exclaimed, Chiu Yuping, stay away from my sister. Otherwise, I will slap you every time I see you. Chiu Yuping's chest heaved, yet the girl before him was clearly a relative of Xiao Meng, leaving him momentarily speechless as he watched Xiao Mingming pull Xiao Meng away and drive off. Vile woman. After a moment, he finally registered that all that had transpired today might have been orchestrated by that short-haired girl. Simultaneously, a profound sense of loss and psychological turmoil caused his teeth to clench tightly. Xiao Meng was no longer the same person she had been 2 years ago. It seemed she no longer harbored simple affection for him. Otherwise, why would she struggle to part with her worthless husband? Furthermore, in their interactions, he always sensed that Xiao Meng was holding back. Her previous failure to keep their appointment had instilled in him a sense of foreboding, and today's events seemed to confirm his suspicions. Unwilling to accept this fate, he had compromised for Xiao Meng and assisted her in numerous ways. He absolutely refused to be cast aside so easily. He would compel Xiao Meng to return to him, to seek his help, to plead with him, and that accursed Xiao Longjiang. He too would ensure that the consequences of his earlier contempt and humiliation would be felt. Had it not been for him, there would not have been such tumult between him and Xiao Meng. Chapter 71, Exposed. Inside the car, Xiao Meng appeared as if her soul had been lost, her eyes vacant and staring blankly out the window. The facade of strength and determination she had maintained in front of Chiu Yuping crumbled in an instant. She was a person of resilience and execution, traits that propelled her to pursue a goal relentlessly, regardless of the obstacles. Just moments ago, facing Chiu Yuping, she had nearly succumbed to her emotions, but had managed, with great effort, to hold herself together. Xiao Mingming, while driving, stole a glance at her sister. Sister, can you not let go? Xiao Ming mechanically replied, no. She spoke no falsehood, rather than saying she could not release her feelings for Chiu Yuping. It was more accurate to assert that she could not relinquish her lingering impressions of him. It was challenging to accept that the man she had once wholeheartedly trusted could cause such disappointment. This engendered self-doubt within her. Perhaps her judgment of character was, as her father had remarked, still lacking in maturity. And what of Han Dong, whom she had underestimated? Was he truly as flawed as she had perceived? Yet, it was all too late. Her relationship with Chiu Yuping had ended, and so had her connection with Han Dong. Which man would be willing to accept that his wife possessed a condom in her bag, intended for someone other than him? Moreover, she was not the type to humble herself and feign politeness. Even if she were in the wrong, her pride would prevent her from uttering an apology. Minville Han Dong, who had seemingly vanished from Xiaoming's world, was not faring well these days. He was now a bona fide millionaire in debt. Aside from visiting his father and aunt, he resided alone in a modest hotel, costing 80 yuan a day, and was merely collaborating with Zheng Wenjua on preparation for the studio's opening at Sinshou Street. The absence of work was not as comfortable as he had envisioned. Rather, it left him feeling aimless and uncertain of what to do. He lay on the hotel bed, idly scrolling through his phone. A recent message from Xia Meng lingered in WeChat, urging him to return to the Xia family to discuss their divorce, branding him a coward for merely hiding away. A coward he was not, yet he did harbor thoughts of evasion regarding this matter. Perhaps it was not so much avoidance as a plan to file for divorce after a 2-year separation. This seemed more convenient and would afford him a semblance of psychological balance. He was no saint. The thought of his wife remarrying immediately after their divorce was inevitably uncomfortable. The two treacherous individuals should also feel a degree of discomfort. Suddenly, the phone rang unexpectedly. Han Dong saw it was an unknown number and answered without speaking, waiting for the other party to initiate the conversation. Xiao Longjiang and the father-daughter duo of Xia Ming had made several calls to him from different numbers in recent days, prompting Han Dong to contemplate changing his own number. After a moment of listening, suspicion filled his heart. It was the police station, specifically from the Bar District. Is this Mr. Han Dong? The officer inquired. Han Dong hesitated slightly before responding. Yes. We need your assistance with an investigation. Did you work at Jin Gang Bar some time ago? Yingong Bar? Had it not been for this call, he might have almost forgotten about that incident. He had been involved in a trivial matter, impulsively entangled with Tang Yanxiu. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It seemed his worst fears were materializing. That day, he had intervened in a conflict between Gan Xiaofeng and Tang Yanxiu, and afterward, inexplicably, he had gone to her home. Days had passed, and Han Dong had thought of it as a somewhat pleasant dream for both him and Tang Yanxiu. But now, it appeared that either Gan Xiaofeng or Tang Yanxiu had reported to the police. Yet, during that time, everything had been peaceful, and so many days had elapsed. Was this truly necessary? Mr. Han, are you still there? If it is convenient for you, please visit the police station. A woman named Tang Yanxiu claims you witnessed everything that transpired. Apologies, but I am pressed for time. Han Dong casually declined and hung up the phone, his mind in disarray. At that moment, Tang Yanxiu was at the police station, having frequently visited the Golden Harbor Bar in recent days. Yet she had not encountered the server who had aided her and left a lasting impression. Inquiring with the manager, she found him reticent, seemingly instructed not to divulge the man's name. With no other recourse, she resorted to the police under the pretext of investigating a case, purely to uncover the identity of the individual. Otherwise, she would be left in a state of perpetual uncertainty. Recalling that night of tumult and confusion, Tang Yanxiu felt a mix of exhilaration, shock, and fury. She had sensed a familiarity, and upon hearing the name Han Dong, her suspicions solidified regarding the man's identity. It had to be him, the one recently the subject of rampant gossip at the company, rumored to be the husband of General Manager Xia. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Before knowing his identity, she had harbored only delightful fantasies. Now, all that remained was an impulse for vengeance. No wonder he refused to turn on the lights after entering the room. No wonder he fled in a panic as dawn approached. That scoundrel, that wretch, deserved 1,000 deaths. How dare he? If Han Dong were present, Tang Yanxiu would confront him without hesitation. What gnawed at her more was the sense of shame. In front of her colleagues, she had always maintained an image of icy aloofness. Yet that day, her vulnerable side was laid bare before Han Dong. It was laughable that she had even insinuated her desire for him. The thought of it made Tang Yanxiu's face burn with embarrassment and frustration. She did not ponder her own culpability. instead believing Han Dong had intentionally concealed his identity to toy with her. In a fit of impulse, she nearly called Xia Meng to disclose the events that transpired. However, upon grasping her phone, she halted. How could she articulate it? How could she explain that she had willingly shared a bed with her husband? No amount of words could clarify the situation. Miss Tang, Mr. Han Dong refuses to come to the police station, a police officer remarked, noticing her distracted demeanor. Tang Yinxiu snapped back to reality. Could you assist me in locating his address? I wish to discuss matters with him. The officer glanced at Han Dong's information on the computer and shook his head. I'm sorry, but it's not permissible to disclose that. Tang Yinxiu pressed on. Is he a veteran? The officer hesitated, then nodded. With no further doubts, Tang Yinxiu cursed under her breath and turned to leave the station. Han Dong could only imagine the ire Tang Yinxiu would feel upon learning this revelation. Thus, when another call came through, he ignored it. He was already evading Xiaoming, so avoiding Tang Yinxiu posed no conflict. After a brief spell of anxiety, he cast the matter from his mind. It was merely a natural interaction between a man and a woman. What did it matter if she found out? Could she even sue him? If anyone should be suing, it should be him suing her, for it was she who had seduced him into her room. Furthermore, given her temperament, it is certain that she would not indiscriminately discuss this matter. Chapter 72. Ouyang. After enduring several more days, the opening of the studio drew ever closer. Zheng Wenjua had registered the company name Old Thief Detective with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, a rather unappealing name, yet straightforward and comprehensible. It was aptly derived from the characteristics of a certain thief king named Sun Mian within the studio. On the eve of the grand opening, Han Dong and Zheng Wenjua busied themselves with their respective tasks. Zheng Wenjua took charge of publicity and stage coordination, while Han Dong remained in the studio, adjusting and supplementing necessary equipment and decorations to ensure a seamless operation post-opening. Each played to their strengths. Zheng Wenjua's innate business acumen complemented Han Dong's meticulous attention to detail, creating a harmonious synergy. Sanshou Street stretches approximately 2 kilometers, surrounded by numerous apartment buildings and residential complexes, with countless intersections. In years past, this unique geographical locale was notorious as a den of thieves in Danyang City, teeming with both grand and petty criminals, giving rise to a distinct culture of thievery. Yet, even within this world of crime, there existed a code of conduct. Thieves here were unlike those in other regions. The first rule of thievery was to leave a way out for others. Victims often found their lost belongings in unexpected moments. A sum of 1,000 yuan might see 500 taken, or merely a couple of hundred, with essential items such as identification and bank cards remaining intact, leaving one in a state of amusement, reluctant even to report the theft. Moreover, the thieves here were non-violent. If caught, they would flee if possible, or patiently await capture if escape was not an option, devoid of any serious incidents involving weapons. A few years back, the crime rate on Sanshou Street nearly matched the total number of reported crimes across the entirety of Danyang City daily. While the situation had improved slightly in recent years, thieves were still a common sight. Zheng Wenjua's choice to establish the studio here was indeed prescient. As for the police, they turned a blind eye to the happenings in this area. Unless the victim demanded justice, no one would intervene. Both the city and provincial authorities had taken note of Sanshou Street, conducting crackdowns on several occasions. However, each effort resulted merely in a temporary calm, with the cycle of crime resuming once the dust settled. In the absence of significant incidents, apathy gradually set in. About 600 meters into Sanshou Street, on the right side of the road, stood the studio of Han Dong and Zheng Wenjua. It was a 2-story building covering over 1,000 square meters. The structure was recessed, allowing for parking and storage right at the entrance. On the second floor, Han Dong was coordinating with employees from furniture company to arrange a newly purchased sofa. The office served as both his and Zheng Wenjua's workspace, also accommodating their employees. Friends or acquaintances filled the ranks, blurring the lines of hierarchical distinction. It could be said that no one regarded themselves as a boss. Each person willingly identified as a member of the team. Ouyang Min, at the age of 28, had met Zheng Wenjua several times due to Zheng Wenhan, though their acquaintance remained superficial. With the studio's impending opening, he had come early. Standing at the office door, he observed Han Dong, who was busy directing the activities within, his expression devoid of emotion. He recognized the individual as the second boss, the hero spoken of by Zheng Wenhan, his elder brother, and the person he admired most. However, Ouyang Min saw none of the commendable qualities that were so often attributed to Han Dong. To him, This Han Dong, aside from having a somewhat pleasing appearance, exhibited the traits of an utterly ordinary individual. He was simply dressed, spoke in a commonplace manner, and bore an unremarkable gaze. The only distinguishing feature was his calm and measured tone when directing others. He appeared affable and approachable, devoid of any pretense. Han Dong had already noticed Ouyang Min, but pretended not to see him, refraining from initiating any conversation. Ouyang Min, having suffered a leg amputation due to retaliation from criminals, had developed a rather peculiar temperament, often appearing cold and rarely engaging in dialogue. When Han Dong first extended his hand for a handshake, it was left hanging in the air, as Ouyang Min seemed disinterested in such superficial niceties. Amidst his busyness, Han Dong glanced at the time and casually approached the door. "Ouyang, is there something you need? I'm looking for Wenjua." Ouyang Min, with a blunt demeanor, presented a gaunt face that seemed both rigid and unapproachable. "He is not here. You can talk to me, or I can call him for you." "Call him." Han Dong raised an eyebrow, realizing why Zhang Wenjua had mentioned that several employees at the studio were challenging. This was the true nature of Ouyang Min. The remaining old-timer and the journalist were likely not any easier to deal with. Disregarding Ouyang Min's attitude, he dialed Zhang Wenjua's number and passed the phone to Ouyang Min. Ouyang Min accepted it and limped toward the staircase, dragging his right leg. His tone with Zhang Wenjua was direct and somewhat brusque, as if he were the boss speaking to an employee, discussing matters concerning the old-timer Sun Mian. Han Dong mused that only Wenjua, with his easygoing disposition, would remain unperturbed. Had it been anyone else, Ouyang Min's capabilities would likely have led to an earlier dismissal. Shortly after the call concluded, Zhang Wenjua phoned back. "Donggu, please help to placate Ouyang. He insists on a choice," stating he does not wish to work with the old-timer. The term old-timer referred to Sun Mian. Just days ago, Zhang Wenjua had been boasting that everything was fine, yet now issues had arisen. Given Ouyang Min's temperament, this was undoubtedly a significant problem. The investigation work primarily depended on him taking charge, with the studio's opening imminent. If Ouyang Min were to abandon his role, finding someone equally suitable in a short time would be impossible. Without hesitation, after ending the call with a smile, "Andong Ramarka, Ouyang, Baita Momin." Ouyang Min turned around mechanically. "What is it?" Han Dong stepped forward, offering a cigarette. "Wenjua asked me to speak with you regarding the old-timer Sun Mian." Ouyang Min replied, "There is nothing to discuss. I cannot work with him." "Weren't you aware of this beforehand? Why is it suddenly brought up at this critical juncture? If it's a matter of a raise, it's not an issue. Just state your figure." Ouyang Min's expression turned even colder. "Wenjua has never mentioned this to me. How could I possibly know? Moreover, I do not value money as you presume. I still receive allowances from the municipal bureau, which I can continue to obtain and is sufficient for my living expenses." Han Dong was at a loss for words, as he had always assumed that Ouyang Min was already aware of the need to work with Sun Mian. After a brief pause, he inquired, "So what shall we do now? You tell me, as the studio's grand opening draws near. Is it truly appropriate for you to pose such a challenge?" Ouyang Min retorted, "Is it fitting for a police officer to collaborate with a thief?" "A thief? Who exactly is the thief?" Even if Sun Mian has previously engaged in such activities, he has since faced the consequences of the law. The 8 characters emblazoned above you read, "Be a good person, reform your ways." You claim to be a police officer. Do you comprehend the meaning of these words? Sun Mian, in his current state, is a lawful citizen. Ouyang Min clenched his fist, stating, "Choose your words wisely. Do not casually disparage another's past profession." Han Dong glanced over nonchalantly. "There are countless individuals who are far worse off than you. Who do you think you are, portraying yourself as if everyone owes you something?" Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Min replied, "Were it not for Wenjua, I would have certainly given you a good beating today." Han Dong raised an eyebrow. "If you were to do so, you should be grateful that you still consider Wenjua." Changing the subject, he continued, "How about a wager?" Ouyang Min, unfazed, turned to leave. "I have no interest." Han Dong pondered for a moment and called out as Ouyang was about to ascend the stairs, "Ouyang, the perpetrator who broke your right leg has yet to be found, correct?" Instantly, Ouyang Min tensed, exclaiming, "You have information?" Han Dong shook his head, "No, but perhaps I could assist you in your search." What bold claims, something the police have failed to accomplish for years. I make no promises, but I am willing to give it a try. It seems Wenjua's friends are even more boastful than he is. Han Dong smiled gently. You might consider interacting with others. You may discover that they are more intriguing than you think. The primary allure of this studio lies in its people, old thieves' tales. Your story, and that individual deemed a disgrace by the journalistic community. I can assure you, you will regret leaving here today. Yang Min, perhaps by a mere whim, sensed an unexpected sharpness in Han Dong's otherwise ordinary demeanor. Although he held no interest in old thief or that journalist, he found himself intrigued by Han Dong. Zheng Wenhan, too, was somewhat proud and possessed a unique perspective. Those she relied upon should not be as unremarkable as they appear. Chapter 73. The Lower Echelons. Contemplating this, Yang Min let out a quiet hum, then descended the stairs, leaving Han Dong with a lopsided silhouette. Yet Han Dong understood that he had tacitly agreed to remain in the studio. Otherwise, with Yang Min's character, he would have made his intention to leave abundantly clear. Shaking his head slightly, he returned to the office. Amidst the mechanical hustle, the day darkened once more. Upon reflection, it seemed as if he had accomplished little. However, once fully immersed in work, time slipped by unnoticed. In the days since leaving the Xia family, he had only sought to fill his time with work, hoping to swiftly forget the unique atmosphere of that household. During this rainy season, the soft patter of rain began to grace the exterior at some point. Han Dong stood by the window and opened it. The rain occasionally danced with the wind, lightly drenching him. In the sweltering heat, the unexpected freshness was a welcome change. The air was unprecedentedly invigorating, and as he inhaled deeply, it was filled with a refreshing aroma that lifted his spirits. On the streets, pedestrians quickened their pace. A couple shares an umbrella, while children frolicked joyfully in the rain. Amidst this lively scene, a pickpocket deftly brushes past a passerby, skillfully slicing open a pocket with a small knife. By a stroke of fortune, a black wallet falls into his hands, which he swiftly conceals in his coat as he dashes away, much like seeking refuge from the downpour. Han Dong instinctively throws a pen from his desk, and as the passerby hears the sound and looks up, Han points to his severely damaged pocket. It is only then that the passerby realizes he has lost his money and hurriedly turns to chase the thief, shouting, "Stop right there!" Han Dong cannot help but chuckle, suddenly perceiving an inexplicable charm in the bustling third-hand street. It is a scene one would typically witness only on television, yet here he is, witnessing it firsthand, almost as if in jest, with both the victim and the thief appearing to accept the occurrence as commonplace. "Dong-gu, why haven't you returned yet?" Zheng enters the office, tousling his hair, dampened by the rain, and casually inquires. Han Dong snaps back to reality. "I was just about to leave. How did things go today?" "All is well. We secured the city's premier stage crew. The fee for a single performance is 60,000. The promotional billboards can be picked up tomorrow, and the flyers are already being distributed, continuing until the grand opening. Here, take a look at the content of these flyers. Let me know your thoughts," Zheng Wenhua says, opening his briefcase to present a flyer. The detective agency essentially functions as a private investigation organization, operating outside the bounds of legal recognition. Their core services commonly include business anti-counterfeiting, locating missing persons, marital investigations, monitoring children's behavior, debt collection, tracking movements, credit investigations, and intellectual property inquiries, among others. These services are all detailed on the flyer, with one particularly striking line catching attention: the recovery of lost items. This service is almost tailor-made for Third-Hand Street, where countless individuals lose possessions daily, be it money or other valuables. Han Dong reflects on the pickpocket's expert technique, firmly believing that an organized crime syndicate operates in Third-Hand Street. Otherwise, it would be implausible for such activities to persist for so many years. The lost item recovery service undoubtedly stands in opposition to the pickpockets. The police tend to shy away from such matters, leaving Han Dong uncertain about the appropriateness of this service for their agency and whether it might attract trouble. "Dong-gu, to thrive in our line of work, one must possess courage. Otherwise, with dozens of detective agencies in Donyang, how can we establish our competitive edge?" Zheng Wenhua asserts. "Moreover, righteousness will ultimately prevail. Why fear those petty thieves?" Han Dong nods in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. As the day wanes, he shares a light supper with Zheng Wenhua before returning to his hotel. He resides at the Rongyuan Hotel, not far from Third-Hand Street. The surrounding environment is rather unremarkable, a melting pot of various societal classes. The choice of this accommodation is primarily due to its affordability and proximity to his workplace, alongside a tolerable ambience. The sole drawback is the noise. Those working night shifts often engage in loud conversations until the early hours of the morning. Coupled with poor sound insulation, Han Dong finds himself frequently awakened by various disturbances. Today, just as he finally drifts off to sleep, he is once again roused from slumber. He was plagued by a severe case of morning grumpiness, contemplating whether he should seek a new place to reside. Glancing at the clock, it was 2 in the morning. He thought that the commotion would soon subside, but it seemed to be deliberately escalating against him, with the noise outside not only persisting but growing more intense. The anguished cries of men were intermingled with the shrill screams of women, filled with pleas for mercy and vicious threats, alongside the despairing wails of a woman. This was not uncommon. Since Han Dong had moved in, this hotel had already witnessed 2 incidents. One involved a home invasion, while the other was a local thug harassing a young woman, leading to a conflict with her boyfriend. Both parties called upon their friends, almost resulting in a brawl involving dozens of people. In the end, it was the hotel owner who intervened to settle the matter. Instinctively, Han Dong slipped on a tank top and shorts before opening the hotel room door. At the end of the damp, chilly corridor stood at least a dozen individuals. 6 or 7 were mercilessly beating a man on the ground, while others dragged a wailing woman towards the staircase. Most of these individuals bore tattoos, some exposing their bare backs, their faces menacing. Just a glance at them made it evident that they were not to be trifled with. Many guests, awakened by the ruckus like Han Dong, merely peeked out before hastily closing their doors, choosing to remain uninvolved. "Stop. If you keep hitting him, he'll die." The woman's voice was chilling and sorrowful, revealing her deep concern for the man being assaulted. "Ignore that filthy whore. Keep going. If Black Z's woman dares to meddle, she's asking for death." Han Dong began to piece together the scenario. The attractive woman was likely the girlfriend or mistress of a well-known local thug. The man seemed to have made advances towards her, only to be discovered by the thug, referred to as Black Z. If the woman were to be taken back, her fate would likely be grim. The individuals Han Dong had encountered in such circles possessed a terrifying capacity for cruelty. Observing the thug's arrogant demeanor, it was evident that even if they beat a man to death, Black Z would have a way to manage it. Simply put, the victim would vanish without a trace, and the police, overwhelmed with cases, would not have the resources to investigate the disappearance of yet another individual. Even if a report were filed, it would likely languish unaddressed. "What the hell are you looking at? Get back inside." One of the thugs noticed Han Dong, unable to restrain himself from hurling an insult, brandishing a club and pointing it directly at Han Dong's face. The average person, faced with such a situation, would likely flee as far away as possible. However, Han Dong was a veteran, having served in the military, which, in a sense, placed him in opposition to these so-called men of the streets and criminals. Moreover, he was now alone. If he were to cower, he would lose respect for himself. "Are you talking to me?" he asked in surprise. The thug, clearly lacking patience, stepped forward and seized the collar of Han Dong's tank top. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Before he could finish his sentence, the thug suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. His upright body bent at the waist in an instant. Han Dong had skillfully trapped the thug's thumb. The sensation of imminent severance coursed through the thug's fingers, compelling him to bend lower and lower beneath Han Dong's force. With a resounding kick, the ruffian fell silent, clutching his abdomen and heaving on the ground. The remaining thugs stood in disbelief. In this day and age, who would dare intervene in such matters? Moments later, the group that had been surrounding the man they were beating now approached Han Dong, brandishing their clubs. Han Dong shook his head, clearing the fog from his mind. He bent down to retrieve a stick dropped by one of the thugs and swung it with force at the head of the fastest runner. With his back arched like a tiger entering a sheepfold, he charged forward relentlessly. Each time he raised the club, another thug would groan and collapse, his methods exceeding mere brutality. Once the dam of restraint broke, Han Dong's ferocity only intensified with each strike. He possessed his own pride, yet this pride had been incessantly compressed within the Xia family. Upon departing, it rebounded with the force of a spring. Though he was no champion of justice, he had no qualms about teaching a lesson to these lowly scoundrels masquerading as men. Chapter 74, New Moon. A motley crew, regardless of their numbers, could not withstand the onslaught of a true tiger. Though Han Dong could not overpower a dozen men, he did not need to. He merely aimed to bring down a few. His overwhelming presence rendered them hesitant, none daring to challenge his might. What seemed like an eternity was, in reality, mere seconds. The thugs who had initially boasted began to retreat, their eyes betraying their fear. The woman who had screamed in terror fell silent, staring at Han Dong as if he were a ghost. She had never imagined that someone would truly come to her aid, that her cries would yield results. Seizing the moment, she broke free from the two thugs restraining her and rushed to the bloodied man who lay incapacitated. Struggling to lift him, her efforts proved futile. She lacked the strength, and tears streamed down her face. In a flurry, she retrieved her phone, her voice trembling. "Is this 120? Hurry! Come to save someone at the Rong Yuan Hotel." Meanwhile, the thug's attention had completely shifted to Han Dong, no longer paying heed to the woman. The short-haired thug who had spoken earlier glared at Han Dong, his expression a mixture of caution and disdain. "You dare meddle in Brother He's affairs? Are you courting death?" Han Dong was oblivious to who Brother He was and dismissed him with a casual interruption. "Get lost. To deal with ruffians, one must be even fiercer." This was the simplest approach. The buzzcut thug's face twisted in anger. "You'll regret this one day." Han Dong remained silent, stepping forward with a bloodied club in hand. All the thugs recoiled in unison, genuinely afraid of this seemingly ordinary man whose ferocity was rare even among seasoned street fighters. "Have some guts and don't run," the buzzcut thug shouted as he turned to lead his gang away. However, their forced bravado drew quiet scorn from onlookers who had been secretly observing. It was evident that such a large group had been intimidated by a single individual. Han Dong discarded the club and flexed his injured arm before approaching the woman. "Earlier, I had not paid close attention, only noticing that she was adorned in a black slip dress. However, upon closer inspection, I discovered her to be remarkably exquisite. She appeared no older than 25 or 26, with long hair, fair skin, and delicate features that exuded a certain allure reminiscent of a star from the screen. The woman, having witnessed Han Dong's earlier altercation, regarded him with a hint of reverence as he approached. Forcing a smile, a fleeting expression of vulnerability that evoked a desire for tender affection crossed her face as she murmured, "Thank you." Han Dong gestured that it was nothing, shifting his gaze to the man she had been supporting, who was gravely injured. Blood poured from his temples as if it were an unrestrained torrent, indicating he had been brutally assaulted amidst the chaos. Despite the blood-soaked scene, his youthful and handsome visage was still discernible. Han Dong instinctively crouched down, scanning the surroundings before ripping the man's shirt to fashion a makeshift bandage for his head. "Is he all right? Sir, can you assist in getting him to the hospital? Please. I will compensate you generously for your trouble," the woman implored, her voice trembling with desperation. Han Dong replied, "You should not be moved hastily. Please step aside." Without regard for the mess of blood, he pressed his hand against the man's carotid artery. Some knowledge of first aid is essential, and during his military service, Han Dong had employed such skills countless times. The man, named Ming, had suffered a blunt force trauma to the head. As long as the bleeding could be staunched, there was still hope for his survival. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, with only Han Dong, the woman, and the unconscious Ming occupying the dim corridor. At last, the wail of an ambulance pierced the air, and paramedics clad in white coats emerged from the stairwell. Han Dong exhaled in relief. Ming's condition was not as dire as he had feared, and the swift arrival of the doctor suggested he would likely evade life-threatening peril. The emergency physician's capabilities mirrored Han Dong's, and upon observing that the bleeding had ceased and the bandaging was securely applied, he cast a surprised glance at Han Dong, having witnessed his adept handling of the injury. "Are you a doctor?" he inquired casually as they assisted in loading the patient onto a stretcher. Han Dong shook his head. "No, but I have studied first aid." As he spoke, he became aware of the sanguine residue staining his hands, and without exchanging pleasantries, he prepared to return to his room. He felt he had done enough and had no intention of accompanying them to the hospital. After all, Ming was merely a stranger to him. "Sir, your kindness cannot go unacknowledged. Here is my business card. Please be sure to contact me," the woman insisted, hurriedly passing him the card before swiftly following the doctors, leaving behind a slender silhouette. Han Dong glanced at the card, which bore the name Guanxinhua. After silently repeating it, he flicked the card into the trash bin. Women could be trouble, and this Guanxinhua, with her complicated background, promised to be a source of significant difficulty. Today, he had intervened out of a sense of justice, and with no one here knowing him. He felt he could easily escape any potential repercussions by simply changing hotels, avoiding any lingering complications. Guanxinhua left a business card, seemingly to express gratitude, perhaps to extend an invitation for a meal, or possibly to offer some monetary assistance. Such gestures were entirely unnecessary. Upon returning to his room, Han Dong began to pack his belongings. It was clear that he could no longer remain here, not out of fear of the ruffians, but simply out of a desire to avoid further entanglement. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, the tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Just as he had packed only half of his belongings, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Several police officers stood at the threshold, glaring at him with predatory intent. Han Dong blinked in surprise. He had not anticipated that the trouble would come not from thugs, but from those in uniform. These officers arrived neither too early nor too late. Everything had come to a head, and yet they stormed in with a menacing demeanor, as if they could not be more obvious about their intentions. By mere deduction, he surmised that these officers were indeed connected to the very ruffians he sought to evade. "Were you involved in a brawl?" One officer flashed his badge and stepped forward, not waiting for Han Dong's response before casting a derisive glance at the half-packed luggage on the bed. "What is this? Planning to flee?" Unmoved, Han Dong retorted. "Why should I run? Should I hide from the thugs and from you as well?" His defiance was futile. "Take him away." Han Dong furrowed his brow but did not resist, allowing the officers to seize his arms. There existed a fundamental difference between donning a uniform and not. These individuals possessed the authority to apprehend indiscriminately, and the apprehended were forbidden from offering any resistance. Chapter 75, The Villain. Han Dong knew that the 3rd Street police station resembled the chaotic environment of the streets it governed, disorderly and off the beaten path. After being escorted into the interrogation room, his mobile phone, identification card, and other belongings were confiscated. Han Dong remained impassive throughout, eager to observe the play that would unfold. He did not conceal anything. When questioned by the officers, he recounted the events that transpired at the Rong Yuen Hotel in detail. Yet, it was clear that the officers were not interested in his narrative. They impatiently interrupted. "Do you realize the consequences of your actions? Let me inform you, at least 3 individuals are currently in the intensive care unit due to your assault." Han Dong had exercised restraint. He had already surmised that the individual referred to as Brother Heisey by the thugs was no ordinary character. The implication from the officers was unmistakable. They expected him to pay for his misdeeds. Sure enough, within moments, the conversation shifted towards monetary matters, hinting that Han Dong should prepare for medical expenses, with further discussions to follow. Amused, Han Dong replied, "Comrades, private affairs are private, and public affairs are public. I am in a police station. How can there be a confusion of the two? You must allow me to visit the injured at the very least." While he had indeed injured someone, the notion that they were in critical condition was rather amusing. The 2 officers exchanged glances. He was unlike the typical individuals who entered a police station trembling with fear. Han Dong continued, "Give me my phone. I need to contact a friend to send some money to the hospital." The lean officer on the left hesitated for a moment, clicking the mouse on the computer interface. Through the identification card information, they discovered that Han Dong was a retired veteran, married, and resided in the city center, if not in the heart of the urban area. A sense of unease crept into his mind as he nodded slightly, while his subordinate reinserted the SIM card into the phone and handed it to Han Dong. In the chief's office, Zhang Tianxiao was engaged in a phone call, within the vicinity of Sanshou Street. If one were to assert that there was a figure whom even the police dared not provoke, it would undoubtedly be Min Hui, known on the streets as Old Black. Not only did this individual possess a reckless disposition, but he also had formidable connections. Numerous relatives with ties to the military and provincial authorities could be summoned, directly or indirectly. It was evident that even a small precinct chief like himself would find it daunting to confront such a character, let alone someone from the municipal bureau. Years ago, Min Hui had effectively taken control of the precinct, frequently causing disturbances due to brawls, extortion, and various other offenses. Yet, predictably, all cases ended in private settlements, with victims too intimidated to voice their grievances. When faced with such a menace, the only option was to acquiesce. Although Zhang Tianxiao was reluctant to become entangled in Min Hui's web, he had no choice but to tread carefully. His current position was a result of the misfortunes that befell his predecessor, who had offended Min Hui, ultimately leading to a car accident and a dismissal from the police force due to corruption. The implications were clear to anyone with a semblance of intelligence. Yet the absence of evidence left no one willing to take a stand, resulting in a quiet resolution. Upon receiving the report today, he found himself rather incredulous. Who could be audacious enough to provoke Min Hui's men? The very phone call he was engaged in was from Min Hui, without stating the obvious, made it abundantly clear what was implied. If the money was not forthcoming, the assailants would face imprisonment. This thought provoked a bitter smile. 3 million. Min Hui had casually demanded this sum, a figure few could muster. Han Dong was indeed unfortunate, having stirred the ire of such a formidable figure. In the interrogation room, Han Dong had contacted Zheng Wenjua, a man who had long navigated the complexities of Sanshou Street and should possess some knowledge of the situation. As he listened, his brow furrowed imperceptibly. From Zheng Wenjua's cautious tone, it was clear he had inadvertently involved himself with someone beyond his purview. Brother Dong. Min Hui spares no effort in his dealings. He is the paramount figure in Sanshou Street, and indeed the entire Western District. This is troublesome. Do you recall the significant case that occurred 2 years ago in Danyang? It involved a pair of brothers on a motorcycle who inadvertently scratched Min Hui's vehicle. Unable to afford the damages, a quarrel ensued, and one of them was brutally murdered by Min Hui's henchmen. This incident became widely known throughout Danyang. It was forcefully suppressed by those with ulterior motives. Eventually, it was said that the victim's family voluntarily withdrew their lawsuit, transforming a clear homicide into a mere case of mutual combat, leaving Min Hui entirely unscathed. One of his subordinates spent a brief time in prison before being swiftly released. Brother Dong, since the matter has arisen, my suggestion is to acquiesce to his monetary demands. It is unwise to confront someone of his stature directly. I will head over now, and we can discuss this in person. After ending the call, Han Dong extracted a cigarette and lit it. He realized he had stumbled into a situation akin to winning the lottery, having unwittingly provoked such a dangerous character. He is unafraid, and no one can instill fear in him. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that a case so trivial has been rendered exceedingly convoluted due to the involvement of Min Hui. Feeling restless, he rises from his chair and glances at the police officer. Is there anything else? If not, I shall head to the hospital. His displeasure notwithstanding, given the national circumstances, regardless of right or wrong, he must first provide medical expenses for the injured party. One cannot simply leave without considering the gravity of the situation. Are you suggesting I just walk away? Or do you intend to accuse me of crime? The officer, feeling cornered by the question, had sensed during the interrogation that this individual was quite the handful. He wished to detain him, but found himself at a loss for justification. In desperation, he sought guidance from his superior. After stepping outside to consult with Zhang Tianxiao, he found a solution: bring a guarantor, and only upon payment of the bail can you depart. What irked Han Dong the most were the myriad of arbitrary regulations at the police station. Yet one cannot expect to resolve every trivial matter through personal connections. Reluctantly, he returned to his seat. Zheng Wenjua should be arriving soon. Outside the station, someone arrived even before Zheng Wenjua. Amidst the flickering headlights, a red BMW came to a halt at the entrance of the police station. Inside the vehicle sat a solitary woman. The streetlight filtering through the glass illuminated her fair and graceful visage, as if it concealed a radiant glow. Clad in a simple pair of women's slacks and a blouse, she stood around 7 meters tall, her long hair elegantly gathered, her neck elongated. Her transparent, bright eyes betrayed a hint of lingering fatigue. It was Xia Meng, who had sought news of Han Dong for many days without success. Just as she was about to abandon her search, she received a call from the Sanshou Street police station, informing her that her husband had been arrested and requesting her presence. Exiting the car, she casually pressed the electronic lock and walked inside. She did not blame Han Dong for getting into trouble again. Rather, she felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for today's call, she would still be oblivious to how much longer Han Dong intended to hide. The oppressive atmosphere in their home these past few days was predominantly his doing. Xia Meng had longed to confront Han Dong, to clarify their situation face to face, whether to stay together or part ways, or perhaps something else entirely. Chapter 76, Conflict. Upon hearing that someone had posted bail, Han Dong instinctively assumed it was Zheng Wenjua. Just as he stepped out of the interrogation room, he suddenly halted, lifting his gaze. At the end of the corridor stood a woman, unmistakably familiar. Xia Meng. Han Dong then glanced at the police officer who had followed him out, realizing they must have discreetly informed her. He was genuinely unprepared to face Xia Meng. During these past few days, whenever he found a moment's respite, his thoughts would drift to the condom he had discovered in her bag. His departure had likely created more favorable conditions for her and Xiao Yuping to connect. Exhaling slowly to steady his tumultuous emotions, Han Dong approached her. Xia Meng's eyes remained fixed upon him throughout. Clearly, during this brief period, he had undergone a transformation. His attire had become more unassuming, and his hair was neatly groomed. Most strikingly was his demeanor. She could distinctly sense that the Han Dong she encountered now was markedly different from the cautious individual who had once been a part of the Xia family. It is a peculiar form of confidence, one that is steeped in contradiction and whose origin remains elusive. I did not ask them to inform you. Han Dong restrained himself from gazing at her captivating yet perplexing visage, offering a casual explanation. Xia Meng had much to articulate, yet as the words lingered on her lips, she could not suppress the irony. Have you forgotten that I'm still legally your wife? Regardless of your actions outside, I possess the right to be informed. And the police would surely notify me. Han Dong glanced sideways, inquiring, does Qiu Yuping know you are here? Xia Meng paused, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly comprehending the implication of his words. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning. The timing of Han Dong's mention of Qiu Yuping was evidently intentional. A fleeting blush crossed her face, and unable to contain herself, she retorted, how despicable. Han Dong, wishing to avoid further discussion, quickened his pace. Scanning for a taxi outside the police station. He needed to visit the hospital to ascertain the situation and regretted having discarded the business card left by Guan Xinyue. His current predicament was sheer misfortune. If only he could contact her, they might negotiate financial matters. After all, he was rescuing someone. Yet it seemed he would have to foot the bill for a few ruffians' medical expenses, which left him quite dissatisfied. That financial burden should rightly fall upon Guan Xinyue and her boyfriend. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Meng had silently approached from behind. Are you heading to the hospital? Do you have any money? What business is it of yours? He replied curtly. Don't be ungrateful. Xia Meng had rarely assisted Han Dong, so she was taken aback by his dismissive attitude. With his meager monthly allowance, affording hospital fees was a challenge. Even purchasing a box of medicine was difficult. Before her arrival, the police had briefed her on the situation. Han Dong had injured someone, and it seemed quite serious. Tired of the idle chatter, she returned to the car. Are you going or not? If not, I'll leave. Han Dong waited in vain for a taxi, while Zheng Wenjue remained unaware of the circumstances and had yet to arrive. Seeing Xia Meng open the passenger door, he hesitated but ultimately entered the vehicle. He then sent a WeChat message to Zheng Wenjue, instructing him not to come. As the engine roared to life, Xia Meng turned to him, asking, which hospital? The orthopedic hospital in Xiqing district. Upon hearing this, Xia Meng activated the navigation system. Throughout the journey, she noticed Han Dong's gaze fixed outside the window, his silence fueling her irritation. She mused that he truly had the audacity to act aloof. Had it not been for her parents' relentless urging, she would have cared little for his demeanor. Hey, what is with you lately? Your phone is off, and you haven't returned home. What does it mean? Unable to restrain herself, Xia Meng inquired with a hint of accusation. What do you think? He replied, if you want a divorce, just say so. I'm not afraid to oblige. Han Dong pressed the automatic window button, lighting a cigarette, a habit he never indulged in her presence, resting his arm on the window ledge and adjusting his posture. Once this matter is resolved, I will return home, and we can discuss the divorce properly. Xia Meng tightened her grip on the steering wheel, pondering whether Han Dong had taken leave of his senses today. He seemed to be feigning indifference. Otherwise, the man who typically sought her favor and complied with her every word would not dare to speak so boldly. With this thought, a smirk graced her lips, and she retorted, what is there to discuss about the divorce? You've already signed a previous agreement. Things are different now. This moment is unlike any other. Since you are serious, divorce certainly requires careful consideration. Xia Meng discerned the implication in his words. Feeling as if her tail had been stepped on, let me tell you, do not even think about the Xia family's assets. It is impossible. Is it truly impossible? Xia Meng found herself at a loss for words, her complexion turning a shade of extreme embarrassment. Prior to their marriage, she and Han Dong had not drafted any agreements regarding their finances. Should the man indeed covet the Xia family's wealth, even through legal channels, he could likely extort a substantial sum. I once believed you to be a genuine person. Now it seems you are more shameless than a rogue. You may have strayed, but to prepare contraception for yourself? Does Qiu Yuping lack the funds for a condom? At least maintain some semblance of dignity. You scoundrel, you think I'm giving you face today? When it comes time to pay the medical bills, I shall lend you not a single cent. Must you be so righteous? As if, without our bickering, you would willingly cover my expenses. Xia Meng had not previously realized how sharp Han Dong's tongue could be when it came to insulting others. It was indeed a double-edged sword, or rather, a tool of disgrace. You're quite bold, aren't you? Let us see how bold you remain shortly. She was unaware that Han Dong had partnered with Zheng Wenjue to establish a studio. She still perceived him as the impoverished man who could barely muster a few hundred yuan in pocket money. Subsequently, the atmosphere in the car fell into silence. Upon arriving at the orthopedic hospital, dawn was nearly breaking. At such an hour, any hospital would typically be eerily quiet. Yet this one was different. The entrance was bustling with private vehicles. At least 20 aimless individuals gathered in small groups, smoking, joking, and engaging in boisterous, profane banter. The moment Xiao Meng's car came to a halt, all eyes turned toward it. Their gazes were filled with intrigue and menace, unwavering and scrutinizing. They had received word that the assailant would soon arrive at the hospital, hence their early wait outside. The owner of this vehicle must be the one. Sensing something amiss, Han Dong instinctively grabbed Xiao Meng as she reached for the car door. "Do not get out. We should leave. I can handle this alone." Xiao Meng was still irked by his earlier remarks and shrugged him off. "Borrowing your words is none of your concern." Han Dong wanted to say more, but she had already stepped out of the vehicle. He keenly noticed a group of ruffians stirring as they followed Xiao Meng's exit. Not wanting to delay, he muttered an insult under his breath and trailed closely behind her. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng initially thought little of it. However, once outside, she was met with numerous pairs of ill-intentioned eyes, which caused her to feel somewhat anxious. It appeared that none among them were reputable individuals. As her thoughts shifted, a band of thugs approached. One of them, with exceptionally long hair, stepped forward and seized Han Dong by the collar. "You actually dare to come?" As he spoke, he delivered a sharp slap. The unexpected confrontation made Xiao Meng involuntarily take a step back. She caught sight of Han Dong's profile, turning red, and heard the distinctly crisp sound of the slap. An irrational fury surged within her, prompting her to glare fiercely at the assailant. "If you continue like this, I will call the police." Chapter 77. Intimidation. Though her words held little real deterrent effect, they temporarily halted the aggressor's actions. The eyes of the ruffians roamed freely over Xiao Meng, and after a considerable time, a long-haired thug chuckled as he draped an arm over Han Dong's shoulder, inquiring, "Who is this beauty, brother?" His tone was overly familiar, as if the slap he had just delivered was but a distant memory. As his words fell, the other thugs also turned their attention to Xiao Meng. Being a band of lowlifes, they buzzed like flies, chattering incessantly with a cacophony of remarks. Xiao Meng, having never encountered such individuals, felt her lips pale with anger as she pulled out her phone to call the police. The long-haired thug made no attempt to stop her, merely chuckling to himself. After a while, his expression suddenly turned cold as he redirected his ire towards Han Dong. "Did you strike him?" Han Dong nodded. Indeed, it was a misunderstanding. "What nonsense!" Without allowing Han Dong to finish, the long-haired thug delivered a powerful kick to Han Dong's abdomen, forcing him to stagger back several paces. This act served as a signal, and soon additional thugs joined in, encircling Han Dong to strike him. They were after money, but their principle was to subdue the individual first, making negotiations easier thereafter. The long-haired thug had dealt with such matters numerous times over the years, whether it involved his own associates or mediating for others. Each time, a few punches and kicks would lead the opponent to plead for mercy, agreeing to any terms. Xiao Meng watched helplessly as Han Dong was surrounded, anxiety coursing through her. Yet she could not intervene. She had believed she despised him. Yet when faced with the sight of him being beaten and humiliated, an unexpected surge of tension and complexity rendered her paralyzed. Reasoning was futile. There was no rationale to be discussed. Reporting to the police proved useless, as their presence was nowhere to be seen, and the thugs appeared utterly unafraid of law enforcement. She was aware of Han Dong's fighting prowess, but against such numbers, what could that possibly accomplish? For the first time, she felt an acute sense of helplessness and fear, dreading that the assault could escalate into something unforeseen. Han Dong defended himself with left and right blocks, barely managing to protect his vital areas while continuously being forced to retreat. It was not that he was afraid to retaliate, nor was he incapable of doing so. At the very least, he could easily escape if needed. However, Xiao Meng followed closely behind, fearing that amidst the chaos, she might be harmed, and worried that if he fled, the thugs would unleash their fury upon her. He should never have allowed her to come near. Of course, Han Dong had never anticipated that these individuals would be so brazen. In the midst of the struggle, he caught a glimpse of the concern and urgency in Xiao Meng's eyes. Suddenly, he felt that enduring this beating was not entirely in vain. At least he could discern that her demeanor towards him was not as frigid as it seemed. Bang! A thug, momentarily distracted, struck him on the head with a club. sending him into a dizzying haze as blood trickled down his cheek. He could not bear the sight of blood, whether it was his own or that of others. "Stop it!" Xiaoming cried out in desperation, pulling at the outermost thug in an attempt to push through. Yet, the self-defense techniques she had learned were of no use in this environment. She could not budge anyone. "Get away!" The thug, irritated, swatted her aside. In her high heels, she stumbled and fell to the ground. "Money. Isn't that what you want? I'll pay. I'll help him." Ignoring her pain, she shouted anxiously. The utterance bore an effect, momentarily halting the gangsters in their tracks. The long-haired thug turned to Summer Dream, extending his arm in an attempt to assist her. His smile laced with insincerity. "Beauty, had you spoken earlier, my friend's ferocity is merely for the sake of money. Do not touch me." Summer Dream rebuffed his advance, enduring the pain in her twisted ankle as she approached Han Dong. "Are you all right?" In her flustered state, she rummaged through her bag for a tissue to staunch the blood flowing from Han Dong's head. Throughout this ordeal, Han Dong kept his head bowed, remaining disturbingly still, save for his eyes, which gradually transformed into a crimson hue. His fingers twitched, and his breathing became increasingly labored, as he fought against the instinct to snap someone's neck. After tending to Han Dong's wounds and assessing them as not too severe, she turned her gaze toward the long-haired thug, who appeared to be the ringleader of the group. "Can we please go to the hospital so that my husband can receive proper treatment? We could discuss money later." "Of course, absolutely," replied the long-haired man, known as Zhou Shilong, with an understanding nod. Summer Dream grasped Han Dong's arm. "Let us go to the hospital." As Han Dong stepped forward, he brushed past Zhou Shilong, who then placed a hand on his shoulder. Summer Dream, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, "What do you want now?" Zhou Shilong chuckled. "Beauty, you claim to have men and money, yet you are with such a weakling. Why not divorce him and come to me? I assure you I am superior in every aspect." "Ha ha, Brother Dalong. She doesn't yet know your prowess. She must first experience the sweetness of my offer. How about we find a room later? If Brother Dalong is pleased, perhaps he can negotiate a better settlement for you." Summer Dream's complexion shifted from crimson to pallor, and then back to crimson again. She clutched Han Dong, eager to escape this scene and avoid further interaction with the thugs. However, her pull yielded no result, and instinctively she urged, "Let us go." Han Dong, as if oblivious to her pleas, turned to Zhou Shilong. "You're Dalong, correct?" Zhou Shilong, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, was momentarily at a loss for words, his composure disrupted by a sudden numbness in his groin, as though he heard an ominous cracking sound. In the next instant, he clasped his hands over his lower body, unleashing a blood-curdling scream as he writhed in agony on the ground. It was Han Dong who had delivered a kick, propelled by an almost unfathomable force, resulting in blood oozing from Zhou Shilong's wounds. What a dramatic turn of events! Who could have anticipated that the initially submissive Han Dong would retaliate with such ferocity? Holy hell! At last, the gang regained their senses and prepared to rush at him. Before Summer Dream's scream could fully escape her lips, she was propelled several meters away by Han Dong. In her gaze, she caught a glimmer of hope, panic etched across her face. No, a pen. Han Dong had, unbeknownst to him, retrieved a steel pen from her bag at some point. With a sharp thrust, the pen flew from his hand, piercing through a thug's ear, the momentum carrying it far before it clattered to the ground. This simple yet decisive action left all present frozen in place, too stunned to move. The unfortunate thug, his ear cruelly torn, bore the brunt of Han Dong's wrath. In a hushed atmosphere, the unpredictable nature of a potential strike to the throat or eye loomed ominously. The astonishment did not stem from the mere presence of a pen, but rather from the opponent's astonishing precision. The scene oscillated between chaos and tranquility, as all eyes turned towards Han Dong, whose impassive demeanor sparked uncertainty among the onlookers. They considered the possibility of subduing him should the situation escalate further. Yet, an instinctive dread suggested that lives were at stake. This individual was capable of murder. The police, a group they held in utmost disdain, were typically a hindrance, requiring coordination to delay their intervention whenever a call was made. However, at this moment, the ruffians eagerly anticipated the arrival of law enforcement. Chapter 78. The Game of Strategy. Given the circumstances, Han Dong decided to contact Liu Jianmin at the city bureau. If the Sanshou Street police could not manage the situation, then the city bureau would have to intervene. Should they fail as well, Han Dong was curious to uncover the true nature of Min Hui, the figure behind these thugs. From that point onward, no one dared to obstruct him and Xiaoming. After a brief visit to the hospital for a head injury, they found the area outside teeming with police vehicles. Xiaoming, aware that Han Dong might need to visit the police station, exhibited an unexpected gentleness. Rest assured, I will find a way regarding the money. She, too, was perplexed by the day's events. The moment Han Dong retaliated against the thugs outside had sent her heart racing. As she reflected on it, she recognized a similarity to the feeling she experienced when they obtained their divorce certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Typically, she felt indifferent towards him, often criticizing his lack of ambition and masculinity. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it seemed that no flaw could overshadow his brilliance. It was as if his response to the thugs' insults had awakened something profound within her. The clarity of being valued, cherished, protected, and defended was an experience Xiaoming was certain she had never felt with any other man. Even Xiao Yuping had never provided her with such a solid, yet emotionally charged confrontation. Han Dong, too, sensed her sudden shift in attitude but pondered little on it. After a slight nod, he followed the police away. Throughout their marriage, he had endeavored to please, understand, and even tolerate her to an unhealthy degree, only to be met with repeated disappointment. By now, he had lost all belief in any possibility of Xiaoming harboring feelings for him. In a luxurious duplex nearby, a middle-aged man was abruptly awakened by a phone call. Frustrated, he answered. The man, around 40, had a scalp nearly devoid of hair, with strands so short they barely exceeded a millimeter. His head bore a disturbing array of scars, at least a dozen, etched grotesquely across his skin. Despite his small, narrow eyes betraying a menacing glint, he possessed a rather handsome visage. Beside him, a bare woman was also stirred from her slumber, lazily yawning. Haizi, why are you calling so late? Get lost. Min Hui brushed her arm aside, threw on a garment, and stood by the window. I told you, Director Zhang, this trivial matter hardly warrants your incessant calls. Did I not make it clear? 300,000, not a cent less. I, too, harbor no desire for this predicament. It was Director Liu himself who made inquiries regarding this matter. Which Director Liu? Who else but Director Liu Jianmin from the Municipal Bureau? Min Hui chuckled coldly. It appears the other party holds considerable influence. Zhang Tianxiao, with a sense of resignation, replied, Haizi, let me confide in you. That fellow named Han Dong is a veteran with substantial connections from his military service. Even Director Liu treads lightly when mentioning him. Are you aware of the demolition project in the Old City? Such a monumental undertaking, and the municipal government could not bypass him. You are not exactly blameless in this situation. If the conflict escalates, I fear it may not bode well. What could possibly go wrong? After all these years, who have I ever feared? What, is he simply to get away with his violent actions? Where would that leave my dignity? What do you propose then? 3 million is utterly unattainable. Furthermore, that individual named Han Dong has been taken away by the Municipal Bureau. A friend of mine just informed me that during his interrogation, he mentioned your initial assault. Is there any evidence? Who in Sanshou Street is unaware of your entanglement with the owner of Tanyuan Mall, Guan Xinyue? Haven't you caused enough trouble to her? We've shared a bond for many years, and I am merely trying to look out for you. It would be wise to cease here. Do you know what others are whispering? They say anyone who dares to associate with Guan Xinyue will have their legs broken. Min Hui, having navigated the underbelly for many years, was no fool. Hearing Zhang Tianxiao's words, he retorted ominously, I might refrain from pursuing this matter, but he must at least extend an apology in person. My brother has been severely injured. There must be some accountability. Rest assured, Han Dong does not appear to be particularly difficult to deal with. I will certainly convey your sentiments. Before he could finish, Min Hui hung up, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes. He then called one of his subordinates. How is Chang Mao's condition? On the other end of the line, a voice erupted with fervor. Haizi, we must avenge this wrong. Chang Mao's life has been irrevocably ruined. The assault was merciless. Tell him to endure for now. I will visit him tomorrow. At the police station, Director Liu Jianmin, awakened from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone, decided against returning to sleep and chose to personally oversee this unusual dispute. He had heard of Min Hui, ruthless and unscrupulous, a tyrant for years, with a powerful uncle in the provincial military district, making it rare for anyone to disregard him. As for Han Dong, the mere mention of his name caused Liu Jianmin a headache. The last incident involving the demolition and that spoiled heir from the Pai family had left a lasting impression. With these two crossing paths, he found himself in a precarious position, fearing that favoring one would offend the other. Waving his hand, he dismissed the accompanying officers. Lu Jianmin offered a cigarette to Han Dong, adopting a casual tone. I must say, my friend, you two certainly present me with challenges. Is this really worth the fuss over such a trivial matter? Han Dong discerned his intent to mediate and replied, Director Lu, I apologize for troubling you at this late hour. Please, feel free to speak your mind, as long as you do not unjustly accuse me. I hope we can resolve this without complication. Putting aside other matters, those you assaulted have sustained serious injuries. I will cover their medical expenses. It is only right. Lu Jianmin breathed a sigh of relief. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to extort you. We shall handle this matter as it should be. As for that Min Hui, he seems to be growing increasingly reckless. It is only a matter of time before he faces the consequences. Han Dong recognized that Lu was merely putting on an act and chose not to engage. Lu Jianmin then proceeded to outline specific strategies for resolution, which primarily involved financial compensation and a private mediation with Min Hui, striving to keep the matter away from official scrutiny. Afterward, he patted Han Dong on the shoulder. Brother, you should head back for now. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to meet Min Hui and clarify things. Also, for my sake, extend an apology. There's no need to let this escalate into something unnecessary. Apologize? Han Dong turned to Lu Jianmin. The prospect of humbling himself to seek forgiveness from a thug was something he was not entirely sure he could bring himself to do. Lu Jianmin continued, For someone like Min Hui, face is worth more than gold. If we do not resolve this matter properly at once, we might encounter further troubles down the line. I understand, Brother Han, that you are not afraid and perhaps look down upon such matters, but you must grasp my intention. Han Dong certainly understood. Lu Jianmin was subtly hinting at the potential for Min Hui to seek private retribution in the future. Such behavior was not uncommon. One could hardly expect a leopard to change its spots. In this world, when overt actions failed, the shadows often became the arena for retaliation. The days of being a soldier, free from entanglements and unrestrained in action, were long gone. Living in Danyang City, Han Dong had gradually come to terms with the realities of human relationships. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly nodded. All right, I will apologize. Chapter 79, The Phone Call. Having exited the police station, the night had swiftly passed. Han Dong spotted Xiao Meng waiting by the car in the distance. His gaze lowered as he approached and knocked on the window. The events of the night, having entered the police station twice, not only left him with minor injuries that dampened his spirits, but also a pervasive sense of irritation stemming from various fronts. Money and fairness. He had done nothing wrong. He had merely acted out of kindness to save someone, only to attract such trouble. Moreover, tomorrow he would have to confront that scoundrel Min Hui to offer both compensation and an apology, a situation so absurd it almost provoked laughter, yet left him feeling utterly despondent. Xiao Meng, in a light slumber, was startled awake to find Han Dong before her. She quickly rolled down the window. Is everything all right? The woman, just roused from sleep, appeared slightly pale and disheveled, seemingly in distress yet exuding a languid charm. This was a quality Han Dong had never perceived in her before, causing a pang in his heart as he feigned nonchalance. What could possibly be wrong? It's merely a matter of paying some money. As he spoke, Han Dong slid into the car. Xiao Meng cast a furtive glance. How much do you need to pay? Probably around 30 to 50,000. On what grounds? They initiated the violence, and you were injured as well. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Xiao Meng lamented. Do you have any money? If not, I can lend you some. Just give me your account number. That's unnecessary. Xiao Meng's eyes sparkled, seemingly able to perceive the depths of one's heart. Don't put on a brave face. I know you too well. Spending money to buy a lesson also buys peace of mind, saving you from incessant harassment by those thugs in the future. Han Dong raised an eyebrow. So generous. Without any strings attached. Don't misinterpret my goodwill. I am helping you simply because you are still part of our family. Han Dong sensed her intentions were likely sincere, yet he found it challenging to adapt to her manner of speaking. It was as though he were not a living being, merely a pet of the Xia family, causing trouble with the protection of its master. Xiao Meng, without observing Han Dong's expression, continued, I am aware that your aunt is affluent. Precisely for this reason, you must refrain from seeking her assistance. Otherwise, she may mistakenly believe you have endured great hardship in her household, which this modest sum cannot resolve. Han Dong interjected, In your eyes, am I incapable of resolving matters without the aid of others? Please do not misinterpret my words. That is not my intention. I appreciate your goodwill, but I have previously stated that I can handle this matter independently. Thus, there is no need for you to worry on my behalf. Xiaoming felt a wave of frustration. She had genuinely intended for a meaningful conversation today, yet her words seemed to twist in an unexpected direction. Changing the subject, she casually inquired, "Where are you residing now?" "At the Rongyuan Hotel," he replied. "And what have you been up to these days?" "I have partnered with friends to establish a detective agency." Xiaoming exclaimed, "A detective agency? Where did you procure the funds?" "By robbing a bank," he jested. Xiaoming rolled her eyes. "Stop joking. Wang Ligua wanted my father to be the first to sign the demolition contract, so he discreetly assisted by lending him 2 million. A loan? Without a loan, how else could we acquire funds? Do you truly believe my father and I would resort to extorting the government or developers for personal gain?" Initially, Xiaoming had indeed harbored such thoughts, causing her to feel a flush of embarrassment. She quickly diverted the conversation. The detective profession is notoriously slow in generating income. It's not an easy path. Be cautious not to fall into that trap. The worst outcome would merely be being pursued by the bank for debts. It's nothing to fret over. My father-in-law was surrounded by numerous loan sharks back in the day and came to no significant harm, right? Xiaoming, slightly irritated, retorted, "Is it possible to have a conversation? What is there for us to discuss?" "What did you say?" "I said to turn left at the intersection ahead." Feeling disheartened, Xiaoming thought that with a more amiable demeanor, the man might be pleasantly surprised and deeply grateful. Instead, he seemed deliberately to avoid any topic she raised. "Hey, we're about to turn." Han Dong noticed the intersection, yet she showed no intention of slowing down and offered a gentle reminder. Feigning ignorance, Xiaoming pressed the accelerator. "My mother wishes to speak with you. Come back with me first." Han Dong studied her for a moment, utterly perplexed by her thoughts. The woman who had always regarded him with disdain was now inviting him home in such a half-coercive manner. Xiaoming awkwardly clarified, "She has been wanting to thank you for taking her to the hospital that day." The Xia residence was enveloped in a profound silence, evidently still resting. Han Dong, equally fatigued, stumbled into the bedroom he had not slept in for several days. After a shower, he collapsed onto the bed. He had no intention of perpetually avoiding the Xia family, since Xiaoming was insistent on bringing him back. He would take this opportunity to resolve matters once and for all. With a mindset of acceptance, he was prepared for any outcome, indifferent to whether it led to conflict or peaceful resolution. If his mother-in-law wished to speak with him, what could it matter? He would consider it a courtesy, given the past connections between their families. With clarity of thought, Han Dong fell into an unusually tranquil slumber. The next day, when he finally opened his eyes, it was already afternoon. Upon turning on his previously silenced phone, he discovered several missed calls. Lu Jianmin, Zheng Wenjua, and a mysterious phone number. He knew why Lu Jianmin sought him. Yesterday, he had promised to apologize to Min Hui today and address the matter of compensation. Just as he was about to confirm the meeting time, another call came in, the same missed call from the mysterious number. Han Dong yawned and answered the call. On the other end was a familiar yet unfamiliar female voice. "Is this Mr. Han? You may not remember me, but at Rongyuan Hotel, you saved my boyfriend. And I heard that Min Hui is causing you trouble because of it. I sincerely apologize." A sudden realization struck Han Dong. It was Guan Xinyue. It was because he rescued this woman's boyfriend that he had clashed with Min Hui's subordinates, leading to a series of subsequent events. "Do you remember now, Mr. Han? Well, what can I do for you? Is it convenient for you now, Mr. Han? I would like to treat you to a meal." Han Dong, eager to discuss matters with her, agreed. His stomach growled in protest, prompting him to mumble a few words to Guan Xinyue before heading downstairs in search of food, intending to satisfy his hunger first. In the living room, the television was on, and his mother-in-law, Gong Qiuling, sat peacefully on the sofa, cradling a samyet in her arms. It had been some time since they last met, and Han Dong noticed that she lacked her usual sharpness. Her eyes were dull and lacking luster, and she appeared quite haggard. Once a woman in her 40s with exceptional grooming, she had always radiated an air of elegance and beauty, envied by many women of her age. Yet now, it was evident that time had taken its toll. While her appearance had not drastically changed, her spirit seemed genuinely weary. It was no surprise, considering that her feelings for Xia Longjiang were evident in her every action and word. After so many years of marriage, Xia Longjiang's pursuit of a new love must have struck her deeply. Chapter 80, Tanyuan. Gong Qiuling had heard in the morning that her son-in-law had returned home due to an accident and had been resting ever since. She had something to discuss with Han Dong, so she deliberately took a day off. While her attitude towards him had softened, she still found it difficult to approach him with a smile. As Han Dong descended the stairs, she casually remarked, "You're back. I had the housekeeper save some lunch for you. It's in the microwave. Just heat it up." Han Dong was taken aback by her calm demeanor. Typically, Gong Xiaoling spoke to him with a sharpness that was difficult to accept. After a brief pause, he entered the kitchen and, a few minutes later, emerged with the warm meal. "Auntie, why didn't you go to work today?" Gong Xiaoling raised an eyebrow. "What did you just call me?" Han Dong feigned ignorance and sat down to eat. His manner of eating resembled that of the carefree days shortly after their marriage. Gong Xiaoling shot him a glare, but, unusually, refrained from finding fault. "Take your time. There's no one competing with you." Han Dong took a sip of water. "I haven't eaten anything since last night, so I'm quite hungry. I heard from Xiaoming that you had a conflict with some thugs over at Shou Street. I told her you're in your 20s. How can you still act like a child? Heroic acts are fine in theory, but if something goes wrong, it will be too late for regrets. Auntie, as an educator, don't you encourage your students to help others? Enough of your twisted reasoning in front of me." Han Dong stole a glance at her, thinking he must be imagining things. Gong Xiaoling was actually smiling while speaking to him. Such treatment had not graced him since his marriage. Even more astonishing was the realization that his mother-in-law, when smiling, appeared to be a truly understanding elder. "Xiaodong, after so many days, surely your indignation must have subsided. Your sister mentioned the misunderstanding between you and Xiaoming. She was inconsiderate, and I have given her a good talking to. After you left, Xiaoming completely severed ties with that Xiao Yuping." "Auntie," he began. "Who are you calling Auntie?" Han Dong met her piercing gaze, quickly correcting himself. "Mother, Xiaoming has never mentioned these matters to me. Moreover, do you truly believe it is fitting for you to speak of this? What do you propose? Should Xiaoming personally come to apologize? Have you considered her temperament?" Han Dong shook his head. "So your implication is that those with good character must suffer indignities, while those with less admirable traits must be indulged. She is your daughter-in-law. If you do not accommodate her, who will?" Han Dong could not match Gong Xiaoling's eloquence. He found himself at a loss for words. It was undeniable that today he had come to recognize an entirely different facet of Gong Xiaoling. In this significant matter, she had seamlessly shifted the perspective, making it seem as if his reluctance to seek reconciliation with Xiaoming was a sign of immaturity and insensitivity, a reflection of a petty character. Seeing her continue, Han Dong raised his hand in surrender. "Mother, can we discuss this matter later? I believe Xiaoming and I can manage our issues ourselves." Gong Xiaoling replied, "Then you should move back home. What is it to constantly be away? If your father were to discover this, what would he think? Furthermore, you need to return to work tomorrow. Xiaoming has agreed to help you secure another position. Why are you squandering your time with the bank's money?" Unable to win the argument, Han Dong redirected the conversation. "Mother, I need to address a dispute from last night. Let us talk later." "Wait." Stopping Han Dong as he was about to leave, she rose and went to the bedroom. Moments later, she returned with a set of car keys. "This car has been sitting idle in the garage. You may as well drive it for now." Han Dong recognized the vehicle. It was the older model his father-in-law had replaced with a new one. Recently, Xiaolong had suggested that Han Dong use it for commuting, but Gong Xiaoling had previously declined, claiming she intended to sell it to a friend and had already negotiated a price. Unexpectedly, now his mother-in-law was offering it to him. Shifting his thoughts, Han Dong accepted the keys, but then placed them back on the table with a smile. "Mother, I don't particularly enjoy driving, and I want Team Eat it for the time being. Besides, with the traffic, walking is often faster than driving." Gong Xiaoling frowned. "Are you dissatisfied with the car?" Han Dong merely shook his head. "No, it's just that I'm not accustomed to driving." Gong Xiaoling felt a pang of discomfort. Reprimanding words hovered on her lips, but she suppressed them. She had not taken the time to truly understand Han Dong, and in her calmness, she realized that her son-in-law was indeed an unconventional character. For instance, with regard to the car, a normal person would be delighted to drive away a vehicle worth several 100,000 yuan. Yet here he was, dutifully placing it back on the table, even without saying a word. It was evident to her that Han Dong genuinely wished to avoid taking any advantage from Xiao family. This was quite awkward for her, as she had always been scheming on how to manage her son-in-law, how to keep him at bay. However, it seems that the son-in-law never truly expected to receive anything from the family. After leaving the Xiao residence, Han Dong noted the time and swiftly took a taxi to the CAF where he had arranged to meet Guan Xinyue. The establishment was located near Tonyuan Mall, adjacent to Shou Street. Upon his arrival, Guan Xinyue was already waiting for him. His first impression of her was one of beauty, charming and gentle. her voice soft and her demeanor sincere and courteous. Upon their reunion, his initial feelings were reaffirmed, further enhanced by her elegant attire for the day, which added an air of vibrant nobility. She wore a fitted, purple-blue gown reminiscent of a cheapao, her hair neatly styled, revealing her long, fair neck, with a subtle hint of her graceful figure beneath. Although her looks might be slightly less striking than Xiaoming's, her ethereal aura was enough to captivate most men, drawing them effortlessly into her charm. Upon spotting Han Dong, Guan Xinyu offered a modest smile and warmly greeted him. "Mr. Han, over here." She rose, effortlessly attracting the attention of other men in the CAF. The renowned beauty of Tanyuan Mall had quite a reputation in the Sanshou Street area. Were it not for Min Hui's possessive declaration that Guan Xinyu was his, countless suitors would likely be lingering at the mall's entrance, eager for a glimpse of her. Han Dong, who typically took his time to warm up to others, felt an inexplicable sense of ease in her presence. He smiled and said, "Miss Guan, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Just call me Xinyu. No need for formalities. As for A Ming, we are uncertain what may transpire. He is doing well. The doctor said he is fine. I just sent him off from Donyang this morning." As she spoke, a mist of emotion clouded Guan Xinyu's eyes. "He is my fiancé, merely here to see me, though I'm not sure how Min Hui found out." Initially, Han Dong assumed Guan Xinyu was Min Hui's mistress or girlfriend, with A Ming playing the role of kept man. However, it appeared his assumptions were misplaced. "I have no relationship with Min Hui. It is all his misguided arrogance." Han Dong pieced together the situation, gaining a deeper understanding of Min Hui. Instead of pursuing women with genuine affection, he resorted to tyrannical and malicious tactics, thwarting any man who sought to approach Guan Xinyu. The audacity of such a person, who could still be revered by others, was beyond Han Dong's comprehension. Individuals like Min Hui were often found in smaller towns, yet this was Donyang, a city of considerable prominence. Han Dong began to grasp why Lu Jianmin regarded Min Hui with such trepidation. If he truly lacked an absolute background with Min Hui's ruthless nature, he would have likely met his demise countless times over. Chapter 81, Tan Sanjiao. After a few more exchanges, Guan Xinyu broached the subject of finances. "Mr. Han, this situation has caused you trouble due to A Ming and me. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility for any compensation." Han Dong regarded Guan Xinyu's sincere expression and smiled. In these times, individuals like him, who acted out of a sense of justice, were rare, but those willing to accept responsibility and understand their circumstances were even scarcer. Many would avoid taking a stance if they were in Guan Xinyu's shoes. Without further formality, Han Dong agreed. "Very well, I will speak with Min Hui shortly. I will inform Miss Guan of the required compensation via another call." After glancing at his phone, he realized it was getting late and decided to leave. "Mr. Han, please take care of yourself," he said, summoning the waiter to settle the bill before departing the CAF with Han Dong. While waiting for a taxi, Han Dong took out his phone to call Lu Jianmin, inquiring about the specifics of his meeting with Min Hui, which was scheduled to take place in a private room at the Guobin Hotel on Sanshou Street. During their conversation, Han Dong suddenly noticed Guan Xinyu crouching down, and before he could ponder the reason, she skillfully tied a bow on her shoe. It seemed her shoelace had inexplicably come undone. Han Dong was unaccustomed to such treatment and instinctively shrank his feet slightly, though he did not fully evade her assistance. Guan Xinyu, however, appeared to treat it as the most natural task, opening the door of her Carmen coupe and waiting for Han Dong to finish his call. "Mr. Han, may I give you a ride?" she offered. Han Dong glanced at her once more before getting into the car. Throughout the journey, he refrained from engaging her in conversation, contemplating the true nature of Guan Xinyu. If she were genuinely as gentle and modest as she appeared, how did she manage to build such a vast enterprise as Tanyuan Mall? They had only met twice, exchanged a few words, and yet she had taken the initiative to tie his shoelaces, an act many couples would not even do for one another. "What do you do for a living, Mr. Han?" Guan Xinyu inquired, prompting Han Dong to come back to reality. "I'm involved in a small business with friends, not far from your Tanyuan Mall. We are set to open soon." "Is it the Old Thief Detective Agency?" she asked, seemingly amused. "How do you know?" Guan Xinyu chuckled softly. "Flyers for your agency are everywhere on Sanshou Street. It's the only new business opening in the area. That suggests our marketing efforts are effective," he replied. "Indeed, quite effective. Please let me know on the opening day. I'd love to come by. Also, I noticed your impressive handling of those thugs. Have you trained in self-defense?" "I served in the military for a few years." Guan Xinyu was taken aback. "I never expected someone so young to have served." I have great admiration for those who defend our country. Feeling awkward under her seemingly admiring gaze, Han Dong replied candidly, "You don't need to call me mister. Han all the time. Just use my name." "Then I want to be polite," she said, and their ensuing conversation flowed more naturally. However, Guan Xinhua, true to her nature, remained cautious in her speech, which made their dialogue rather mundane. Han Dong was astonished to discover that despite her youthful appearance, no more than 25, she was actually 28. The car halted outside the Guobin Hotel. As Han Dong prepared to exit, he noticed Lu Jianmin's vehicle, suggesting that he and Min Hui had likely arrived early. Just as he reached for the door handle, a fragrant aroma drew closer. Turning around, he found himself face to face with a woman leaning over. Her dark hair brushed against his chin, provoking a tingling sensation. In that moment, Han Dong inadvertently glimpsed the contours of her pristine figure through her open collar. Unaware of his gaze, Guan Xinhua leaned in to open the car door for him, kindly advising, "This door operates differently from ordinary car doors." Only when Han Dong failed to respond did she realize where his attention lay. Covering his collar, a delicate and fair complexion suddenly flushed with a charming hue. Although Han Dong did not intentionally gaze, he awkwardly diverted his attention. "Farewell. Han Dong, do take care. Should anything arise, send me a message, and I shall assist you in alerting the authorities." "Yes, thank you." Upon entering the hotel, his racing heart gradually calmed. The allure of attraction between the sexes is indeed a natural instinct. Particularly for men, Guan Xinhua embodies an irresistible charm. The gentle tones of their conversation and the blind admiration reflected in his gaze are utterly captivating to any man with a protective instinct. Han Dong now comprehends why Min Hui was so impatient due to her presence. In ancient times, a woman of her caliber would undoubtedly be deemed a femme fatale. Lost in thought, the elevator reached the top floor. Stepping out, Han Dong immediately noticed at least a dozen individuals loitering by one of the private rooms. Several were those with whom he had previously clashed outside the hospital, all under Min Hui's command. Upon spotting Han Dong, the ruffians turned their unfriendly gazes towards him, with one stepping directly in his path. If looks could kill, Han Dong would have been riddled with wounds. "You really dare to show up?" Han Dong observed coldly. Unwilling to engage with such lowly figures, he grasped one by the shoulder and moved past, entering the room. It was merely an intimidation tactic, the usual ploy of thugs. If they truly dare to act in front of Lu Jianmin, it would indeed be remarkable. The atmosphere inside the private room contrasted sharply with the lively scene outside. As only 3 individuals were present, Han Dong's gaze immediately fell upon a middle-aged man beside Lu Jianmin, appearing to be in his 40s. The thick roots of his hair could not conceal the scars that dotted his scalp. With prominent eyebrows and large eyes, he was surprisingly handsome. Given the rumors, Han Dong easily deduced that this must be Min Hui. What is peculiar about Min Hui is that, at first glance, one would undoubtedly consider him an upright individual. It is said that in his youth, he was a well-known handsome man in the vicinity of Sanshou Street. Even now, traces of his former charm remain. Sitting to his left was a robust young man who also caught the eye. His face was lean, and though not overweight, he possessed a remarkably solid physique. Prior to coming, Han Dong had gleaned much information from Lu Jianmin, and this young man was likely Min Hui's personal bodyguard, Tan Sheng, known on the streets as Tan Sijiao. Hailing from the provincial free-fighting team, he had practiced martial arts since childhood and was notorious for his ruthlessness. In recent years, he had become Min Hui's right-hand man. Wherever Min Hui was, save for the bedroom and restroom, Tan Sheng would surely be found. Lu Jianmin, acting as the mediator, rose with a smile, saying, "Brother Han, please take a seat." Once everyone had arrived, he introduced both parties before continuing. "We shall discuss matters shortly. For now, let us enjoy some drinks." Min Hui, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, fixed his gaze on Han Dong and casually instructed the serving of dishes. Chapter 82. Change. The Guobin Hotel is a venue that combines accommodation and dining. The top floor, where Han Dong and his companions are situated, is one of the few small private dining establishments in the entirety of Danyang City. The cuisine is Cantonese, predominantly featuring seafood. Each dish is presented by a charming server who gently elaborates on the origins of its ingredients and the meticulousness involved in its preparation. Lu Jianmin, being a police officer, prefers to keep his role in mediating disputes discreet. As the dishes begin to arrive, he gestures for the servers to leave. He is the focal point of the gathering, and many of the formalities are entrusted to him. Raising his glass of well-poured wine, He proclaims, "Brother Han, Haizi, it is a pleasure to sit together today, all thanks to our friendship." Those in positions of authority often have a repertoire of eloquent phrases at their disposal, effortlessly delivering their anecdotes. Han Dong rises to join him. Taking a sip, Min Hui, respecting Lu Jianmin, refrains from broaching any unpleasant topics and instead engages in lighthearted banter. His boisterous voice and hearty demeanor easily endearing him to others. Were it not for Han Dong's prior knowledge of Min Hui's reputation and the absence of conflict between them, it is unlikely that anyone would harbor any negative feelings towards him. His rise to prominence is not without justification. After consuming half a bottle of liquor, Lu Jianmin discreetly signals Han Dong, indicating it is time for him to offer a toast of apology. The protocol is clear: apologize first, then discuss financial matters. Although Han Dong is not accustomed to such practices, he ultimately acquiesces to Lu Jianmin's wishes. He takes the bottle and approaches Min Hui directly, saying, "Brother Hui, none of us wished for so many misunderstandings, but it is through circumstances that we find ourselves sharing this drink. I toast to you, a magnanimous man who overlooks the minor transgressions of others." Min Hui pretends not to hear, declining the drink in Han Dong's hand, and instead turns to Lu Jianmin, saying, "Director Lu, a friend of mine encountered a minor incident recently and has been detained. Well, might it be convenient for you to assist?" Lu Jianmin waves his hand, replying, "Let us postpone this discussion. I will look into it thoroughly upon my return." Min Hui mutters to himself, calling Lu Jianmin a cunning fox. Before redirecting his gaze back to Han Dong, "Brother, since I am here today, it is to honor Director Lu. However, I must confess a personal flaw. I do not accept toasts from outsiders." Han Dong's expression momentarily hardens before he responds with a smile. "Then I shall drink 3 cups as penance." With that, he swiftly consumes 2 cups of liquor and proceeds to pour another. In one breath, nearly 6 or 7 liang of baijiu are consumed. Observing the atmosphere becoming tense, Lu Jianmin claps his hands, saying, "Haizi, given Han's sincerity, perhaps it is time to set aside your pride. My young brother is no ordinary man. You've heard about Xiao Liuzi from the city center, Haven TU? He is currently in my custody. Who knows, you might find yourselves connected over this matter. Is it really worth it?" Min Hui had indeed heard of Xiao Liuzi's arrest after running afoul of the law. While they had no direct dealings, Xiao Liuzi was considered a notable figure in the city center, unexpectedly falling into the hands of this Han Dong. Moreover, Lu Jianmin's message was unmistakable. Han Dong is a veteran with connections to the provincial military region. If matters escalated, it would yield no benefits for anyone involved. Despite his contemplations, Min Hui found it difficult to set aside his pride. Although the previous individuals who had been beaten were merely lightly injured, the one who had followed him for 5 to 6 years, Zhou Shilong, had been irreparably harmed, all due to Han Dong's actions. Such animosity, if not reconciled, would jeopardize his position as the leader. With a sidelong glance, Min Hui lit a cigarette and declared, "Brother, I must give Director Lu face today. However, your methods are rather ruthless. If we let this slide, I cannot maintain my authority." Lu Jianmin attempted to interject, but Min Hui waved him off and continued, "I have heard of your prowess. It is said that a dozen men could not subdue you." Han Dong nodded non-committally, anticipating the forthcoming developments. After a brief pause, Min Hui pointed at Tan Sheng and proposed, "Engage him in a match, and if you bring him down, this matter will be settled. If you cannot prevail, I shall simply inform my subordinates that I avenged them." Lu Jianmin interjected, "Hey Z, you did not mention this earlier. Fighting in front of me is tantamount to dragging me into this mess." Min Hui offered an apology, saying, "Director Lu, it ultimately depends on our brother's willingness. If he declines, your authority as a police officer cannot intervene." Lu Jianmin frowned, never expecting such a turn of events at what he presumed would be a straightforward dinner. Should word of this emerge, would he be able to retain his position as police chief? At the very least, if either party refused to relent, his role as a mediator would be utterly compromised. Contemplating this, he attempted to signal Han Dong to refrain from agreeing. Yet in the next moment, Han Dong's response only exacerbated his displeasure. Without a hint of hesitation, the lad acquiesced, "Brother Hui, whether I win or lose, I will cover the medical expenses." Observing this, Tan Sheng grinned at Han Dong before exiting the private room. Standing at about 6 feet tall, though lean in the face, his muscular physique could not be concealed beneath his tank top. His hands bore thick calluses, and his legs were exceptionally robust. His nickname, Tan Sanjiao, derived from his fighting style, which invariably resolved matters with 3 decisive kicks. Upon reaching the door, Tan Sheng turned and beckoned Han Dong to follow. Han Dong attempted to comply, but was held back by Lu Jiamin's firm grip on his shoulder. "Brother Han, you are putting me in jeopardy." "Director Lu, you may proceed as you wish. This matter is known to you, to me, and to Min Hui and Tan Sheng. No one intends to drag you into this. And besides, bare-handed confrontations rarely escalate into serious issues." Rest assured, seeing Min Hui also exiting, Lu Jiamin realized the situation was beyond his control. His brow furrowed. He found himself caught in a dilemma, whether to stay or leave. Fearing that departing would allow Han Dong and Tan Sheng to create a scene, he concluded that it would be wiser to remain as an observer, ready to intervene should things escalate. Outside, all the ruffians were aware that Tan Sheng was set to face Han Dong, their eyes gleaming with excitement. In their minds, Tan Sheng was no ordinary fighter. He had never faced defeat. During training, even 5 or 6 opponents could not approach him. Particularly notorious were his powerful leg strikes, which could send even those armed with protective gear staggering back, their arms trembling. Although Han Dong was formidable, he could not possibly match Tan Sheng. "Victory, Brother Sheng. Eliminate this brat. Our faces are at stake. We are counting on you." A cacophony of voices erupted as a group of thugs blocked both the staircase entrance and exit, preventing anyone from coming through. Han Dong and Tan Sheng stood in the middle of the corridor, separated by less than 5 meters. Lu Jiamin observed with a stoic expression, his cold gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Previously, he had harbored a mindset of appeasement, seeking to offend no one. However, his patience with Min Hui had worn thin. This scoundrel, true to the rumors, was utterly unrestrained. Despite having agreed to a reconciliation, he now presented a completely different scenario, as if Lu Jiamin were of no consequence at all. Chapter 83, Violence. Han Dong seldom resorted to violence to resolve conflicts. Yet, when the moment demanded it, he showed no reluctance. The situation today was unmistakably clear. Should he refuse to comply with Min Hui's demands, further troubles would undoubtedly follow. He was particularly wary of having someone like a venomous snake lurking behind him, ever watchful, even if not for his own sake. He had to consider the impending launch of his studio. Offending Min Hui could jeopardize his and Zheng Wenjua's endeavors on 3rd Street. In contrast, Tan Sheng was less burdened by Han Dong's concerns. His sole focus was on the monetary reward. Huigo had promised him 100,000 yuan for teaching Han Dong a lesson today. He had heard from his underlings that Han Dong was quite skilled. However, Tan Sheng, a former professional Sanda athlete, dismissed such notions. A common person, no matter how adept, was still easily overwhelmed. Even if Han Dong had previously served in the military, Tan Sheng held him in disdain. He had encountered numerous veterans, and they were hardly distinguishable from ordinary folk. Save for a mere label, "Xiao Tan, be sure to show some restraint," Min Hui casually instructed, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Jiamin. Yet, the chilling glint in his eyes revealed to the ever-observant Tan Sheng the true weight of the command. Tan Sheng chuckled, "Rest assured, Huigo, I know my limits." With that, he cracked his neck, the sound akin to firecrackers, and moved forward with a relaxed yet menacing gait. His stance was the archetype of a skilled fighter, seemingly fraught with openings, yet taut enough to unleash an attack at any moment. Until he struck, it was impossible for anyone to predict whether he would throw a punch or a kick. His formidable presence rendered the onlooking ruffians breathless. Envisioning Tan Sheng's foot connecting with Han Dong's head, sending him crashing to the ground like a lifeless log, or picturing Han Dong's arm or thigh being twisted with a scream of agony. The audacity of venturing here alone was nothing short of foolishness. With each step, the distance between Tan Sheng and Han Dong diminished. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Approaching with the ease of a leisurely stroll, Tan Sheng closed the gap. With the final step, a soft thud echoed as Tan Sheng's right leg, like a robust whip, struck Han Dong's waist. If, under normal circumstances, a person's leg speed was approximately 1 meter per second, Tan Sheng's kick was at least 5 times that, swift as lightning. Han Dong, taken aback, had never encountered a professional Sanda athlete before and found himself unprepared for the sudden onslaught. Shifting his feet, he dared not challenge Tan Sheng's prowess and deftly retreated 2 steps. Tan Sheng lunged forward, leveraging his momentum for another powerful kick. His seasoned experience guiding him to target vulnerable areas, leaving no room for evasion. Han Dong did not dodge. In truth, if he attempted to evade any further, his only option would be to turn and flee. Stepping back half a pace, he pivoted on his right leg, his body suddenly tilting forward. His hands, almost as precisely calculated as a computer, firmly grasped Tan Sheng's ankle. The irreversible force left Han Dong's wrist aching and numb, yet he paid it no heed, pivoting his body to utilize the momentum and propel the other man away. With a series of rapid steps, Tan Sheng stumbled forward before regaining his balance, while Han Dong remained steadfastly rooted in place like a nail. Subtly shaking his wrist, he began to comprehend why this man was nicknamed Tan Three-Leg. The sheer power emanating from just Tan Sheng's right leg was something Han Dong had seldom encountered in the military. If Tan Sheng's strike had landed in a different area, many who had not undergone combat training would be utterly incapacitated. Han Dong held no doubts. If Tan Sheng aimed to kill, a kick to the head or neck would possess at least a 30% chance of being fatal. Little Tan, did you forget to eat today? You're as soft as a marshmallow. Upon witnessing the first wave of attacks easily evaded by Han Dong, Min Hui expressed his impatience with a scornful remark. He desired results akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, rather than allowing Tan Sheng to engage in mere play with Han Dong. Accustomed to Tan Sheng concluding battles within seconds, Min Hui assumed that Tan Sheng was holding back today. Frustrated, Tan Sheng advanced once more towards Han Dong, his primary assault consisting of kicks and strikes. Although not as dramatically thrilling as depicted on television, the bare-knuckle exchanges without protective gear were genuinely nerve-wracking, sending shivers down the spine. Regardless of the ferocity and urgency of the attacks, they failed to yield significant effects on Han Dong. Lu Jianmin's voice carried a note of warning. Haizi, you're not planning on letting them fight indefinitely, are you? Min Hui, with his impatient temperament, redirected his ire towards Tan Sheng. I'll give you 3 more minutes. If you can't win, pack your things and get lost. 3 minutes, 180 seconds. In the ordinary blink of an eye, this duration felt excruciatingly long, especially considering that before Min Hui had spoken, Tan Sheng and Han Dong had already been entangled for nearly 2 minutes. Han Dong subtly furrowed his brow, his breathing slightly quickening. However, there was no room for hesitation as Tan Sheng lunged at him. From the onset of this confrontation, Han Dong had been preoccupied with how to conclude the battle without offending Min Hui. If possible, he would even be willing to endure a few blows. Yet Tan Sheng's every strike was lethal. A single hit could lead to unpredictable consequences. While the opponent might hesitate to kill him, he would certainly not shy away from crippling him. Thus, one was unrestrained while the other harbored concerns, creating a palpable tension. Despite the swirling thoughts, his movements remained unhurried. As Tan Sheng closed in, he stepped forward unexpectedly, closing the distance and leveraging Tan Sheng's force to execute a perfect shoulder throw. Having accomplished this, Han Dong swiftly deflected the punch aimed at him and retreated with agility. Tan Sheng was thoroughly exasperated by Han Dong's repeated evasions throughout this skirmish. He had yet to land a single solid hit on his opponent. It was akin to trying to grasp a slippery eel. No matter how hard he tried, he could not secure his hold. Damn it, stop dodging, Tan Sheng growled, scrambling back to his feet, fists and feet at the ready. Han Dong observed the other's blatant ignorance with a cold glimmer in his eyes. As the opponent drew near, he delivered a sudden and precise uppercut to Tan Sheng's armpit. The dull thud echoed, and Tan Sheng's right arm immediately grew weak, his expression shifting dramatically. It was then that he truly grasped Han Dong's remarkable accuracy in his strikes. His seemingly casual blow targeted a vital point that the human body finds exceedingly difficult to endure. Of course, he was unaware of Han Dong's formidable background. Perhaps he could not best a national-level Sanda champion, but he certainly possessed an array of techniques to subdue a novice in the sport. Previously, he had allowed Tan Sheng to retreat, hoping he would recognize the futility of his endeavor. With Lu Jianmin present, the altercation could not drag on for too long. Now, however, there was no longer any need for restraint. Just then, Tan Sheng's right leg swept low once more. This time, Han Dong did not retreat, but instead stepped forward, positioning himself strategically in the path of Tan Sheng's kick. The speed and ferocity with which Tan Sheng struck were matched only by the swiftness of his retreat. Without a sound, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg. It was only through the slow-motion footage of a professional camera that one could discern the moment Tan Sheng's vulnerable ankle collided with Han Dong's leg bone. This was no mere coincidence. Han Dong had skillfully maneuvered to the least resistant point, deliberately orchestrating the encounter. His familiarity with fundamental high and low kicks had been acquired since he began his combat training. Though Tan Sheng's speed was impressive, it was not sufficient to bewilder Han Dong. Tan Sheng himself was at a loss, confused about how he had been defeated. As he struggled to rise, he felt increasingly powerless, lowering his head at the sight of Min Hui's mounting embarrassment. The situation was shrouded in uncertainty, leaving him frustrated and enraged. With a limp right leg, he continued to advance towards Han Dong, refusing to relent. Lu Jianmin remarked coldly, "Haizi, is your subordinate not embarrassed enough?" Min Hui, silent and brooding, approached and slapped Tan Sheng, instructing him to leave. Only then did he face Han Dong, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. "Brother, you truly possess remarkable skills." Han Dong met his gaze, his patience wearing thin. He could not comprehend the audacity of such a despicable character, brazenly flaunting his arrogance in front of Lu Jianmin. Although Lu Jianmin had not known Han Dong for long, he certainly did not underestimate the young man's resilience. Fearing further escalation, he interjected, "Haizi, the fight has already occurred. Can we not conclude this matter here? Your injured friends will require approximately 70 to 80,000 for medical expenses. How about this, Brother Han? You provide 100,000, and both parties agree to sever ties, leaving no lingering issues." Han Dong had anticipated this arrangement and nodded in agreement. However, Min Hui let out a dismissive snort. 100,000 was hardly enough to pacify his disgruntled companions. Yet, bound by the circumstances, he found no suitable retort. Watching Han Dong and Lu Jianmin depart, Min Hui felt an unquenchable anger simmering within him. The humiliation of being bested by a mere youth was unbearable. The thought of such news spreading was mortifying. Tan Sheng clutched his leg, filled with resentment. "Huige, grant me another chance, and I shall ensure that the lad surnamed Han regrets ever crossing you." Min Hui abruptly turned, seizing his collar. "How dare you still speak? You boasted before me like a peacock, yet today you resemble a spineless creature, trembling with fear." Tan Sheng dared not retort, silently cursing Han Dong countless times. He still harbored confidence in winning against him, attributing his defeat merely to carelessness. Having temporarily resolved the matter with Min Hui, Han Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Exiting, he thanked Lu Jianmin and waved down a taxi. He retrieved his luggage from the Rong Yuan Hotel and instructed the driver to head to the Xia family residence. Though he had long lost emotional ties to that home, Gong Xiuling's change in attitude made it difficult for him to continue living elsewhere. Otherwise, he would appear like a wronged wife who had run away from home, which felt utterly humiliating. A man must face his challenges head-on. The reason he had been avoiding them was primarily due to the impending opening of his studio. For the sake of convenience and a peaceful mind, he had chosen to stay at the hotel. Now that Xia Ming and Gong Xiuling had offered him a way back, it was in his nature to reciprocate. On the way, he called Guan Xinyue to inform her of the 10,000 yuan compensation. Han Dong did not take her words entirely seriously. He merely wanted her to be aware. Regardless of how much Guan Xinyue contributed, he would cover the remainder. Although the issue stemmed from her, he could not let her bear the entire financial burden. Inevitably, Guan Xinyue's usual subdued demeanor surfaced as soon as she answered the call, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. After providing her with his card number, before he even reached the Xia residence, his phone notified him of an additional 200,000 in his account. Accompanied by a message from Guan Xinyue, she stated that the extra 100,000 was a gesture of gratitude for rescuing Amin and helping her out of a predicament, insisting that he should not decline. Han Dong mused that she was indeed wealthy, that 100,000 would take him a lifetime to save at his recent earning rate. She treated it as casually as a meal. Money, it seemed, was not so difficult to acquire. While engaging in self-deprecating humor, he chose not to respond to Guan Xinyue just yet, pondering when they would meet again to return the funds. Even in financial distress, he did not require such generosity from others. At 8:30 in the evening, the taxi driver halted in front of the villa. Just as Han Dong stepped out after settling the fare, the headlights of a car flashed behind him. It was his sister-in-law, Xia Mingming, in a white BMW. He stepped aside to allow the vehicle to pass, and as it drew near, Xia Mingming turned her face towards him, a visage strikingly reminiscent of Xia Ming. Clad in a television station uniform, certain features of Xia Mingming's physique, likely due to her experiences with various boyfriends, were more pronounced than Xia Ming's, rendering her even more alluring. Each time he encountered her, Han Dong inevitably recalled the incident between her and Chun Bin at home. a memory that remained vividly etched in his mind despite the passage of time. Facing Han Dong alone, Xiao Mingming also felt somewhat uneasy, casually remarking, "Just got off work?" Han Dong replied, "Aren't you in the same boat?" As one person spoke after another, Xiao Mingming promptly closed the car window and drove off first. Han Dong, upon seeing her vehicle depart, turned back thoughtfully for a fleeting glance. He had noticed a black Toyota trailing behind her car, uncertain if it was merely a coincidence. He observed that as Xiao Mingming parked, the other vehicle also halted. Once her car entered the villa, the Toyota soon executed a U-turn and departed. The specifics of whether there were occupants inside remained unclear, as did the number of individuals present. However, his instincts, honed from years of executing special tasks, discerned that this was one of the most foolish methods of surveillance. It should be noted that his sister-in-law was a well-known beauty and host in Danyang, renowned for her striking looks and spirited, incisive hosting style, making her a notable internet celebrity with several million followers on Weibo. Typically, she would occasionally attract the attention of paparazzi or reporters. Could that Toyota have belonged to a journalist? Contemplating this, he dismissed the matter upon arriving home, deeming it unnecessary to dwell on. Upon entering, Xiao Mingming had just arrived, standing at the entrance of a living room to change her shoes. The fitted skirt accentuated her exquisite curves, cascading upwards, while the hem of her white shirt rose slightly, revealing glimpses of her fair waist. The fragrance of her perfume, reminiscent of lank me, wafted through the air, delightfully refreshing. Han Dong realized he might have been away from women for too long, as he found himself indulging in fanciful thoughts. Striving to rein in his imagination, he cleared his throat to signal his return to Xiao Mingming. She naturally straightened her posture, donned a pair of elegant sandals, and filled a cup with water from the dispenser. After taking a sip, she inquired, "What happened to your forehead?" Han Dong touched the bandage still present and replied nonchalantly, "You know very well." Xiao Mingming, displeased with his demeanor, pouted, "How could you not take better care of yourself?" Han Dong, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, loosened a button on his collar and was about to ascend the stairs when a thought struck him. He turned back and asked, "What was up with that Toyota following you just now?" Xiao Mingming, surprised, responded, "You noticed it too?" Han Dong was perplexed by her reaction, but he could discern that she had seemingly sensed the surveillance beforehand. His mention of it only sharpened her awareness. At this juncture, Xiao Mingming chuckled, her demeanor friendly as she tugged on Han Dong's arm, pulling him down from the stairs. "Brother-in-law, since you're here, why don't you help me analyze this?" Han Dong was momentarily taken aback, then sat across from her on the sofa. It was quite rare for her to refer to him as brother-in-law. Although she had occasionally addressed him as such in the presence of others, privately, she typically called him by his surname or directly by his name. Chapter 85, Conflicted Emotions. Without reservation, once Han Dong was settled, Xiao Mingming recounted the peculiarities she had sensed over the past few days. The catalyst was an unfamiliar package she had collected from the guard a few days prior. As a moderately famous figure, she frequently received gifts from fans at Danyang television. However, this particular package felt distinctly different. As she spoke of it, her face was nearly overtaken by expressions of disgust and revulsion. The package delivered contained a book, within which lay an impassioned love letter, its brazen words too bold to confront. More critically, Xiao Mingming discovered a curled strand of hair nestled within the letter. This was merely the beginning. The following day, she received yet another package, a piece of intimate women's apparel, reeking of an unsettling odor. Not one to be naive, Xiao Mingming immediately surmised the implications. An onslaught of retching ensued, prompting her to storm to the front desk, venting her fury and demanding that no more suspicious packages be accepted. Simultaneously receiving these packages, Xiao Mingming felt increasingly uneasy at work, plagued by the sensation of being followed. Today, a casual remark from Han Dong only intensified her apprehension. In a moment of impulsive trepidation, she sought someone to confide in, hoping to ascertain whether her fears were unfounded and to ensure she was not being stalked by a deviant. "Brother-in-law, what would you do if you encountered such a situation?" Han Dong casually replied, "Call the police." "What good would that do?" "Those officers show no interest unless there is an incident. At best, they offer a perfunctory response." She retorted, "Hire a bodyguard. That seems excessively extravagant. Is it really necessary?" Han Dong responded, "Then just pretend nothing has happened. Carry on with your life and address it if something arises." Xiao Mingming rolled her eyes. "Can you take this seriously? My personal safety is at stake." Han Dong thought to himself that her safety was of no concern to him. Naturally, he would not voice this, instead pulling out his phone to distract himself. Is your sister still at work? Clearing her throat, Xiao Mingming said, Brother-in-law, if you can offer me a sound piece of advice, I'll help you win over my sister. Just then, Gong Qiuling's Samyed trotted down the stairs, tail wagging. Overflowing with affection, Xiao Mingming bent down to embrace the dog. Shout, Dong Dong, did you miss me? It was a coincidence that Gong Qiuling's pet was affectionately named Dong Dong, phonetically similar to Dong. After Han Dong married Xiao Ming, Xiao Longjiang had whimsically renamed him to a more conventional moniker, but Xiao Mingming continued to affectionately call him Dong Dong in front of Han Dong. The Samyed nestled comfortably in Xiao Mingming's arms, lazily rolling its eyes, obediently barking a few times, its tongue eagerly licking her fingers and wrists. Han Dong cast a glance, but as he diverted his gaze, he abruptly halted. The sight of Xiao Mingming, casually seated in her skirt, was unexpectedly provocative. Han Dong had not intended to stare, yet he found himself unable to avert his eyes. Xiao Mingming's carefree nature stood in stark contrast to Xiao Ming's cautious demeanor, and having shared a roof with her, Han Dong had often encountered situations that left his heart racing. Aware that he should not entertain any illicit thoughts, he struggled to maintain control. With a hint of irritation, he asked, is there something else? Unaware of her unintentional exposure, Xiao Mingming continued to call out to Dong Dong, playfully engaging with the dog. After a moment, she looked up and said, Brother-in-law, aren't you quite skilled? I heard from my sister that you single-handedly took down several in linen. I would prefer that my family not worry about this. How about you pick me up from work in the near future? Before she could finish, Han Dong swiftly declined. I don't have the time. He had realized that Xiao Mingming's request for his insight was merely a pretext she had already devised. What initially seemed to be a trivial matter, Han Dong, dedicating a mere 10 minutes each day to pick her up from work, soon lost its charm upon reflection on her attitude and previous antics. He found himself utterly disheartened. Indeed, he had grown wary of Xiao Mingming, a woman whose words could cut like knives, utterly oblivious to how her remarks might be received by others. Despite her attempts to negotiate amiably, Han Dong's lack of compliance caught her off guard. With a fierce glare, she demanded, Han, will you agree or not? Han Dong was not one to yield to pressure. He chose silence and stood up resolutely. Xiao Mingming, abandoning her pet dog, hurried after him, her tone softening. Brother-in-law, please do me a small favor. My parents have been quarreling, and I truly wish to avoid adding to their distress. You, being the only man in the family, must help me. Who else can I turn to? Her gentle plea sent a shiver through Han Dong, especially when her delicate hand gripped his arm, warm and tender, her fragrance lingering in the air. The allure of a beautiful woman, particularly a sister-in-law, was undeniably potent. He feared that agreeing to pick her up might lead to unforeseen complications. Seeing that gentle persuasion had failed, Xiao Mingming resorted to a playful pinch. You are being unreasonable. If you refuse, I will simply stay in your room until my sister returns, and then we shall see how you explain yourself. Han Dong turned to regard her exquisite yet slightly domineering visage, exasperated. Will you ever cease? This sister-in-law of his was remarkably fickle, her expressions changing with the rapidity of turning pages in a book. It would be a travesty if she did not pursue a career in acting. Will you relent, or not? You think a mere show of discontent will suffice? If not for my intercession these past few days, my mother and sister would have ignored you entirely. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock reached Han Dong's ears, and he suspected it was Xiao Ming returning. Feeling uneasy, he whispered, Your sister is back. Let go quickly. Xiao Mingming pouted, her demeanor resolute. She would not release her hold easily. As the door creaked open, Han Dong found himself blurting out, All right, I agree. Although he harbored no ill feelings towards Xiao Mingming, he was anxious about Xiao Ming witnessing their interaction. That's more like it. Xiao Mingming relented, releasing his arm with a satisfied smile, just as Xiao Ming entered. After a day apart, Xiao Ming appeared distant and her expression somewhat bleak. Han Dong chose not to greet her. He merely cast a glance before retreating to his room. Behind him, he could hear the light banter between Xiao Mingming and Xiao Ming, whose voice was tinged with a slight rasp. Upon noticing Han Dong's vanishing figure, Xiao Ming furrowed her brows in contemplation. Xiao Mingming casually inquired, Sister, has Chiu Yuping been bothering you lately? Why mention him? Xiao Ming replied with a hint of concern. I worry you might be swayed by sweet talk again. Xiao Ming's gaze shifted, a shadow of melancholy flickering in her eyes. It's over now. That's a relief. My brother-in-law has just returned home. If any misunderstandings arise, it would be the end of you two. Xiao Ming seemed puzzled. Don't you usually disapprove of Han Dong? Times change, Xiao Mingming replied. I've recently realized that while he may not be wealthy or particularly handsome, he possesses a commendable sense of responsibility, and his character is genuinely decent. He is indeed quite suitable for you. Is that so? Xiao Ming responded ambiguously. A sigh escaping her lips, a sense of regret shadowing her countenance. She often felt that a lifetime was too long to spend in the company of an ordinary man. Sharing love and affection, it seemed exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, even if she had severed ties with Qiu Yuping, she still could not fully accept Han Dong. Paradoxically, she was also unwilling to easily part with him. Chapter 86, Apology. After chatting with her sister for a while, Xiao Ming, weary to the bone, returned to her room. She removed her light makeup and then headed to the bathroom for a shower. As the steam enveloped her, she sank into the bathtub. After a long day of labor, this was her moment of bliss. However, the incessant ringing of her phone made it nearly impossible to find peace. She picked up the phone resting on the edge of the tub, her voice languid and weary. What now? It was her secretary, Huang Li, calling. So many troubling matters had arisen in just one day. In the industrial park, where Zhenwei Security operated, another security company was about to establish itself. One significantly larger than Zhenwei. But that was not the gravest concern. The name of this security conglomerate was Hengyuan. Hengyuan from Linen, the very security firm chaired by Zhang Jianxi. Although a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, Hengyuan's strength was national, placing Zhenwei, a local security company in Danyang, on an entirely different level. No competitive incidents had yet occurred, but considering Zhang Jianxi's character, Xiao Ming understood that competition was merely a matter of time. Perhaps Zhang Jianxi, who had once harbored inappropriate intentions towards her, was deliberately targeting Zhenwei, or even her. Otherwise, why would he choose to establish his company's headquarters in Danyang, so close to Zhenwei, amidst such a multitude of large industrial zones? That was one concern. More troubling issues manifested in various forms. Xiao Ming noticed that since she had cut ties with Qiu Yuping, many of her stable partners had begun to waver, their attitudes particularly delicate. She feared that these latent threats would culminate with Hengyuan's official opening, leaving Zhenwei with little chance to breathe. Meanwhile, Huang Li, sensing Xiao Ming's impatience, whispered, Xia Zong, I think I saw Supervisor Tian leaving with someone just as I was getting off work. With whom? Shui Liqing. Are you certain? I am. I remember Supervisor Tian's license plate. It's definitely him. Xiao Ming felt an increase in her agitation. She leaned against the tub, staring vacantly at the ceiling. The supervisor Huang Li mentioned was Tian Jun, the deputy supervisor of the Zhenwei Security Department, and the chief trainer, holding significant importance within the company, having worked there for 7 or 8 years. When the security department was initially separated, her father, Xia Longjiang, had worried she would struggle to manage alone, intentionally bringing Tian Jun in to assist. Tian Jun was undoubtedly one of the most crucial senior figures in the security department. Shui Liqing, on the other hand, was the regional manager sent by Hengyuan to develop business in Danyang. Tian Jun dining with him could not help but raise suspicions. What exactly was Shui Liqing up to? Hengyuan had yet to officially commence operations, yet he seemed so impatient. As she pondered, footsteps echoed from outside the bathroom, interrupting her train of thought. Annoyed, she exclaimed, Who is it? May I inquire how much you advanced for my medical expenses at the hospital last night? I shall reimburse you upon my return, Han Dong's voice inquired. Xiao Ming felt slightly relieved. There's no need. It was merely a few thousand yuan. A few thousand? Are you being bothersome? I said it's unnecessary. Then allow me to transfer 5,000 to you shortly via WeChat. Xiao Ming felt a mix of irritation and amusement. Her husband had indeed grown assertive, articulating his stance with remarkable clarity. Wait a moment. Xiao Ming rose from the bathtub, wrapping a towel around her head and donning a bath towel before stepping out. Han Dong had not intended to enter her bedroom. However, upon noticing the door ajar, he decided to take a cursory glance. Observing the light emanating from the bathroom, he surmised that Xiao Ming was bathing. Just as he contemplated a discreet exit, he overheard her voice. It was inappropriate to leave now. He surveyed the bedroom with patience. Although it was his wife's room, he had visited infrequently, thus seldom had the opportunity to scrutinize it. It was nearly 50% larger than his own, immaculate, and adorned in warm tones. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the villa's landscaped garden, surely offering fresh air. The subtle fragrance wafting through the room closely mirrored that of Xiao Ming, intoxicatingly alluring. With a click, the bathroom door opened, and Xiao Ming emerged, tousling her hair with her hand. The bath towel barely covered her from the collarbone down to just above her knees. At first glance, Han Dong was struck by her astonishingly straight legs, which seemed almost unbelievable. Women's legs often possess some imperfections, too long and not straight enough, or perfectly straight yet uneven in color. Yet, Xiao Ming's legs exuded a potent physiological allure, reminiscent of snowy lotus roots, devoid of any bulk. With confidence and pride, as she brushed past Han Dong, she glanced at him. "Has my father contacted you recently?" Han Dong's gaze followed her until she settled before the vanity, at which point he replied, "No." Xiao Ming casually remarked, "You must know he has a mistress." Han Dong recalled the peculiar phone call he received while driving with his father-in-law to the galaxy, vehemently denying, "I'm unaware." Xiao Ming let out a mocking laugh. Do all men share the same disposition? No matter how exceptional a woman may be, after a while, they become weary. I remember when I was young, my father was particularly attentive to my mother. The family atmosphere was delightful, and they were deeply in love. Now it feels like a dream. Everything has changed. He was once my idol. I admired and adored him. With such occurrences, my worldview and outlook on life seem to collapse. If I cannot even see my own father for who he truly is, how can I discern anyone else? Han Dong replied nonchalantly, "The judgment is rather poor. First, you chose me, then Qiu Yuping. It has become evident that neither of us is suitable for you." Xiao Ming discerned the sarcasm in his tone, but remained unperturbed. Responding with a light laugh, "I still do not comprehend the essence of who you are. To claim you are ordinary is misleading. Your actions are anything but commonplace. Moreover, how did you attain the position of regiment leader in the army? Was it through connections?" Han Dong remained noncommittal. If one is unafraid of death and strives relentlessly for advancement, especially under the guidance of an admiring leader, such scenarios are rather logical. Therefore, do not presume to gauge others through your own perspective, for it may not truly reflect reality. You jest about fearing death. Indeed, I do fear it. Yet in certain specific circumstances, the notion of mortality can be disregarded. It is evident that you possess a certain audacity at times. Just like last night, an unexpected misfortune. Yet I meddled in affairs that were not my own. Han Dong felt disinclined to engage further, or perhaps he was apprehensive about continuing the conversation. The slightest movement, the faintest smile of a woman held an almost enchanting allure for him. He retrieved his phone and, without hesitation, transferred 5,000 yuan. "Please collect it shortly." Xiao Ming, indifferent to the transaction, suddenly interjected as he turned away, "I apologize." Han Dong, taken aback, queried, "What?" Xiao Ming replied candidly, "I have harbored many misunderstandings about you and have never regarded you as a true husband. This apology has long been on my mind." Han Dong's fingers trembled slightly. "It's quite all right. I am quite magnanimous." He continued, "By the way, I wish to visit my aunt in a few days. Could you inquire when she would be available?" Han Dong's heart sank at an irreversible pace. Suddenly, he comprehended why Xiao Ming had been so amiable towards him these past few days. Her intentions were not as innocent as they appeared, but rather aimed at his aunt. Wasn't she previously quite resolute, declaring that she could manage well even without Han Yun's investment? Xiao Ming reassured him, "Do not overthink. I merely wish to have a casual chat with her." "Very well, I shall help you arrange it." Chapter 87, Opening Day. The following day, Han Dong hurried to the detective agency on Sanshou Street, which was set to officially open. The studio was modest in size, yet the atmosphere was anything but small. By 8 or 9 o'clock, the stage at the entrance was completed and the performance commenced. Due to effective prior promotion, the scene was bustling, and the street outside the studio was congested with onlookers. Zheng Wenjua, a silver-tongued individual, took to the stage at a certain point in the performance to meticulously introduce the range of services offered by the studio: divorce evidence collection, lost item recovery, and so forth. In essence, Zheng proclaimed that there was no case too trivial for the agency, even down to finding lost pets. He was confident they could deliver results. Such a diverse range of services, albeit rather mundane, was a necessary approach in the often obscure field of detective work. Zheng Wenjua, concerned that business might initially be slow, had decided that as long as it was profitable, they would accept any case. Not far off within a vehicle, Guan Xinyue opened the window to observe Zheng's speech from a distance. Her purpose for being there was Han Dong, yet she felt disheartened upon not spotting him in the crowd. Besides her, numerous other interested parties, such as Tan Sheng and Zhou Shilong, were also keenly watching the opening performance. The day after Han Dong triumphed over Tan Sheng, he compensated Min Hui with 100,000 yuan. It seemed the matter had reached a conclusion. However, how could it be so simple? In this world, there exists no such thing as an uncomplicated resolution. Especially for Zhou Shilong, who had never experienced loss, he could not possibly swallow his indignation without ensuring Han Dong suffered a serious setback. Zhou Shilong was in a vehicle with Tan Sheng, his complexion ashen and his posture peculiar. The blow from Han Dong had left him nearly incapacitated, and the doctor had remarked that a full recovery was but a fanciful dream. Tan Sheng casually observed Zhou Shilong, whose gaze was filled with hatred as he fixated on the sign of the old thief studio. If you're seeking revenge, do not act foolishly. Han Dong is no ordinary adversary. Even if you bring a dozen men, it won't suffice. The more you say, the more trouble will arise. And it won't be easy for Brother Hui to explain to Lu Jiamin. Zhou Shilong had already been cautioned by Min Hui to avoid trouble recently, and he seethed with resentment, saying, "Brother Sheng, you must have a plan. I, Zhou Shilong, will remember your kindness for life." Tan Sheng chuckled coldly. "It's simple. Just follow this." He then leaned in and whispered a few instructions into Zhou Shilong's ear. Gradually, Zhou Shilong's expression softened, and he asked, "Is it really necessary to complicate matters?" Tan Sheng replied ominously, "Let the tiger and the lion fight it out. All you desire is the outcome. Why must you dirty your hands? Regardless of what transpires, it will not involve us." Zhou Shilong expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Sheng, for your guidance." The performance concluded around 11:30, and, as the audience slowly dispersed, a small number of individuals entered the Old Thief studio. At its inception, the studio had advertised that it would provide services free of charge within a certain scope. Thus, this week, unless it involved something overly complicated, Han Dong and his associates intended to work pro bono. However, it was not entirely without compensation, for Han Dong observed that the staff at the studio possessed remarkable skills. Once their reputation was established, subsequent business would undoubtedly follow. Ouyang Min alone possessed capabilities surpassing those of most criminal investigators in the city, bold, meticulous, and possessing outstanding judgment and analytical skills. Such a detective, adept at solving cases, would be underutilized in handling trivial matters in the private sector. At this moment, in the studio's front hall, all employees, including Zheng Wenhan, Sun Mian, Ho Li, Ouyang Min, and Ren Xiaoqing, were present. Though small in size, it was fully equipped. Among them was Ren Xiaoqing, a woman who had previously worked alongside Zheng Wenjue and excelled in financial matters, holding a valid attorney's license. She currently managed the mobilization of funds and contract drafting single-handedly. As for Sun Mian, Ho Li, Ouyang Min, Han Dong, and Zheng Wenjue, they were temporarily assisting wherever needed in the studio. Zheng Wenhan, having taken leave to help out due to the opening of her brother's studio, was sweet in appearance and melodious in voice, presently registering the needs of clients at the front desk. Of course, genuine clients would not immediately seek the studio's services after attending a performance. Most inquiries were merely for business cards and brief consultations, with actual needs being exceedingly rare. Yet, some female guests, whose intentions were not solely focused on the performance, approached Ouyang Min, who sat quietly in a corner, attempting to engage him in conversation. Ouyang Min, though approaching 30, possesses an appearance that belies his age, resembling one in their 20s. His countenance is strikingly handsome yet cold, captivating more attention than many young actors on the silver screen. After dealing with a few individuals, his patience wore thin. Frustrated, he stood and meandered around the studio, his uneven gait regrettably causing some women to reconsider their intentions to engage further in conversation. Regardless of a man's exceptional qualities, a single impaired leg diminishes his allure significantly. Amidst the clamor, by around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, the studio gradually regained its tranquility. Zheng Wenjue was about to order some takeout when a graceful and charming young woman entered from the direction of the entrance. Her slender figure, gracefully enveloped in a black dress, accentuated her delicate features. Zheng Wenjue's eyes brightened, and he approached her eagerly. Han Dong, taken aback, had not anticipated that Guan Xinyue would visit. Zheng Wenjue, oblivious to Han Dong's acquaintance with her, intercepted Guan Xinyue and began to shower her with compliments, inquiring if she needed anything. Typically, he did not exhibit such warmth towards ordinary guests. Guan Xinyue, amiable and supportive, laughed heartily her giggles resembling the sound of silver bells, enchanting all who heard. She winked at Han Dong and said, I am in need of a driver for a few days. Could you possibly find someone to assist me? Zheng Wenjue, entirely missing the jest, patted his chest and exclaimed, Beautiful lady, that is a trivial matter. Han Dong, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, stepped forward to greet her. Miss Guan. What brings you here? Guan Xingyue replied with a light laugh. I told you I would come to support your opening. With that, she produced 20,000 yuan from her bag, stating, I intended to bring something along, but feared it might be inappropriate. Han Dong declined the money, saying, Miss Guan, you are too kind. Zheng Wenjue's eyes darted between the two. You know each other. Guan Xingyue smiled apologetically. Yes, Mr. Han has assisted me. Zheng Wenjue discreetly nudged Han Dong with his foot, murmuring, Dongge, you've done well. When did you manage to charm such a stunning beauty? Guan Xingyue casually placed the money on the counter. Han Dong, this is merely a gesture of reciprocity. If you refuse, I might become upset. Andon, no longer resisting. Nodded slightly, Miss Guan. May we speak privately for a moment? Of course. Once the two departed, Zheng Wenhan, who had been observing Guan Xingyue, scoffed softly, muttering vixen. Her instinctive animosity towards Guan Xingyue was inexplicable, as she typically detested women who presented themselves as fragile in the presence of men. Chapter 88, Commission. Han Dong sought out Guan Xingyue to discuss the 200,000 yuan she had previously transferred. After compensating Min Hui with 100,000, he had long wished to return the remaining sum to her. Briefly explaining the situation, Han Dong retrieved a check from his possession and handed it to Guan Xingyue. Miss Guan, this is the remaining amount. Guan Xingyue's expression was one of surprise. She had not anticipated such a gesture from Han Dong. Though 100,000 was not a substantial sum for her, she understood that for someone like Han Dong, who lacked even a reliable vehicle, it was a considerable amount. Despite the ease with which he could have acquired this money, Han Dong chose to return it to her. She had previously mentioned that this money was a token of gratitude for his assistance and a contribution towards her post-injury recuperation. In the past, Guan Xingyue felt nothing more than simple gratitude towards Han Dong. However, now she found herself increasingly admiring him. After several years of navigating the business world, she had developed a deeper understanding of human nature. Han Dong's actions struck her as remarkably unconventional. His principles, evident through this seemingly trivial matter, were unmistakable. Consequently, the more he declined, the more she felt compelled to offer. With a gentle smile and a shake of her head, she took the check and solemnly returned it to Han Dong, asking, Can this be considered an advance payment? What advance payment? I just mentioned that if you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to reach out. But your advance payment seems excessively generous, he replied. My matters are of considerable importance. Han Dong knew she was merely finding an excuse to refuse the 10,000 yuan, yet he struggled to find an appropriate response. If you truly have work-related issues, let us dine together later to discuss in detail. Guan Xingyue readily agreed. Han Dong observed, Then I shall return to make arrangements. There's no need for such trouble. Wasn't your friend just ordering takeout? Just reserve a box for me. Are you sure, Miss Xingyue, as a prominent figure, you wish to share takeout with us? Hearing Han Dong refer to her in such a manner, Guan Xingyue smiled lightly. What sort of boss am I? Within the studio, the atmosphere remained unaffected by Guan Xingyue's presence. Those who were talkative, like Ho Lijun and Zheng Wenjue, engaged in lively chatter, discussing various topics. In contrast, the reticent Ouyang Min maintained his usual silence, adhering strictly to the adage of eating and speaking little. Sun Mian, who had a history of thievery, longed to initiate a conversation with him, but Ouyang Min disregarded him entirely, treating him as if he were invisible, leaving Sun Mian scratching his head in confusion. Guan Xingyue discreetly observed everyone in the studio while taking small bites of her takeout. Although Zheng Wenjue held the title of boss, it was apparent that Han Dong possessed a more commanding presence and capability to lead the group. Furthermore, the actions of everyone present appeared quite extraordinary. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention. Yet in this setting, apart from the necessary pleasantries concerning studio matters, no one engaged her, not even a glance. If one were to speak of a commoner, it would be Zheng Wenjue. Miss Guan, you conduct significant business. If you have any plans, please consider uplifting us mere mortals. In front of Han Dong, Guan Xingyue assumed a humble demeanor due to the matter concerning the Rongyuan Hotel. But with Zheng Wenjue, she interacted normally, setting down her chopsticks. She said, I do indeed have some areas where I require assistance. Recently, Our self-operated accounts in the mall have been frequently unbalanced, leading me to suspect potential theft. However, the surveillance footage reveals no anomalies, and the electronic devices have not issued any alerts. If possible, I hope you can assist me in investigating this matter. Regardless of the outcome, I assure you that the commission will be duly compensated. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Min interjected, there are numerous blind spots in surveillance. It is not difficult for those with counter-surveillance awareness to evade the mall's cameras. Then why haven't the electronic devices sounded any alarms? That is even simpler. There exists a type of aluminum foil on the market that effectively blocks the scanning of most electronic devices. There are two solutions to your predicament. The first is relatively straightforward. Simply upgrade your electronic equipment. The second scenario involves our assistance in apprehending either this individual or a group of thieves. Guan Xinhua, deep in thought, remarked, however, the electronic devices in the mall have never malfunctioned. Ouyang Min, displaying impatience, countered, there must be an issue if a thief can brazenly exit the mall with stolen goods. That is beyond question. Guan Xinhua found herself at a loss for words, contemplating the fiery temperament of this person. Typically, clients encountering someone like Ouyang Min would be driven away in frustration. Zheng Wenhua hurriedly intervened, feigning anger and reprimanding Ouyang Min before offering a polite apology, suggesting that Ouyang Min accompany them to the mall in the afternoon. Guan Xinhua quickly interjected that it was of no concern. After their meal, Guan Xinhua mentioned her impending meeting and took her leave. Han Dong escorted her out and, upon returning, handed a check for 100,000 yuan to Ren Xiaoqing. Believing in the principle of no rewards for unearned efforts, Han Dong decided to contribute the funds as company revenue, considering it a commission for his assistance. Zheng Wenhua, taken aback, exclaimed, wow, Brother Dong, what exactly is your relationship with Miss Guan? She clearly came bearing gifts. Zheng Wenhan remarked, one cannot take from others without consequence. I sense there's more to this than meets the eye. Venting her frustration, she declared, I have work to attend to, and left without further ado, grabbing her bag. Zheng Wenhua mumbled, do we offend Wenhan in some way? Holy glanced at Han Dong, saying, boss, can't you see? The girl is jealous. Jealous? What jealousy? Holy shook his head enigmatically and returned to fiddling with a somewhat damaged DSLR on the table. Zheng Wenhua suddenly realized that Holy indeed had some insight into his sister's feelings. Since childhood, Zheng Wenhan had a penchant for trailing after Han Dong, showing him more affection than she did her own brother. During Han Dong's military service, she penned countless letters, though none were ever sent. Zheng Wenhua once stumbled upon these in her bedroom. Could it be that even now she had not given up hope? Contemplating a heartfelt conversation with her, he began to arrange his afternoon tasks. The primary focus was at Tanyuan Mall, where he directed Sun Mian to accompany Ouyang Min for an inspection. One was a police officer, and the other, a former notorious thief well-versed in matters of theft. He had no doubt they would resolve this minor inconvenience. Additionally, he and Holy headed to the nearby Jinyong community, where a household was in turmoil due to a conflict with their child, who had absconded after stealing several thousand yuan. The police had already been notified, but the anxious parents, having heard of the studio's service area, registered their plight in a desperate hope for assistance. As for Han Dong, Zheng Wenhua had no intention of burdening him with work, assigning him to oversee the studio and manage minor tasks, including welcoming clients. The most leisurely duty throughout the afternoon, only one client reported a theft, offering a commission of 30% if the money was recovered. Having lost 1,000 yuan, that amounted to 300. After jotting this down, Han Dong yawned, waiting in vain for clients, and eventually sprawled out on the sofa in front of the coffee table, dozing off. Having not slept well, the time had swiftly approached 6 in the evening. Just as he was about to inquire about the return of Zheng Wenhua and the others, his sister-in-law, Xia Mingming, called. Han Dong did not answer the call, instead asking Ren Xiaoqing to keep an eye on things, as he dashed out to catch a cab to the Dongyang Broadcasting Building in the city center. He had promised to pick Xia Mingming up from work over the past few days, and despite his reluctance, he found himself obliged to comply. Initially, he thought she was merely jesting, but she had incessantly called him to urge his arrival. Sometimes it was at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, other times around 10 in the evening, or even 6 o'clock. Chapter 89, Staged Incident. The broadcasting building is situated at the heart of the city center. After approximately 20 minutes, Han Dong arrived at his destination. This establishment serves as the main hub for the programming output of Dongyang Television, with an array of vehicles parked outside, most valued over 500,000, including luxurious brands like Bentley and Land Rover. It was the height of rush hour, and several notable figures frequently seen on television were among the comings and goings, such as Jian Yuan, the host of the morning entertainment show, and Guo Feng, the midday news anchor. Additionally, a few paparazzi were stationed inside their cars, poised with cameras to capture any unfolding events. In the absence of breaking news, even the most mundane photographs could be monetized with exaggerated headlines to garner attention. Xiao Mingming undoubtedly held a star-like status here. Upon her exit from the building, both security personnel and passing colleagues greeted her with a hint of fawning acknowledgement. After mingling with acquaintances, she retrieved her vehicle from the garage and leisurely drove out. She had instructed Han Dong not to approach the entrance, fearing the paparazzi would misinterpret the situation. Hence, their meeting point remained approximately half a kilometer away at the Guimao Gate. From a distance, Han Dong could be seen standing by the roadside, clad in a casual shirt and trousers, his feet adorned with inexpensive mesh shoes. Were it not for his decent appearance, he would have easily blended into the crowd. Honk! Xiao Mingming halted her car, and Han Dong took the opportunity to open the door and settle into the passenger seat. With a slight increase in speed, she inquired, "Brother-in-law, have you eaten?" This marked Han Dong's third time picking her up, and gradually, Xiao Mingming's demeanor softened. At least with him by her side, she no longer had to worry about being followed. Moreover, she found it quite intriguing to engage with this brother-in-law, whom she had previously looked down upon. His manner of expression was markedly distinct from anyone she had encountered. He spoke briefly, directly, and candidly, often with a touch of humor. As Han Dong was engrossed in a conversation with Zheng Wenjua about a recent incident at the mall, he replied without looking up, "I haven't to eat. What would you like? I'll take you out afterwards." He then put away his phone, stating that one to be necessary. On his first day, picking Xiao Mingming up, she had invited him to dinner, and without hesitation, they had chosen a rather pleasant restaurant. The meal had been enjoyable, but when it came time to settle the bill, Xiao Mingming, with a guilt-ridden expression, admitted she had forgotten her wallet. As a man, Han Dong, despite the sting it caused him, had no choice but to pay the 600 yuan bill, enough to cover his living expenses for half a month. Xiao Mingming also thought of this and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Such stinginess, it's merely a treat. Rest assured, I have both cash and my car with me this time. I promise not to let you spend a dime. Han Dong, however, would not hear of it and remained steadfast in his refusal to go. Xiao Mingming rolled her eyes. Brother-in-law, with such a mild